yaga yo. You know how we do. Heartbreak Hotel is now open. We're in business, B. Chelsea, you know how we around there. Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, system on blast. Cops just passed. Just seen a big old ass. It's Saturday. Yeah, but mm, so the question of the day today is scientism a thing? Is there such thing as scientism? Is scientism a religion? Old type flames, old type syrup and the white. We got yourself. Is there such thing as scientism? Okay, what is scientism? Hopefully, we got witness in the building today. You got it. Tell us about what scientism is. Car. Now we do round here, B. You get me? The black, the black. First customer straight in, mate. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, big up, Billy. What's going on?
Welcome to the Heartbreak Hotel.
Just cooking my dinner, eh? So, yeah, man.
How's it going, bud?
Yeah, not too bad, man. What's the title of your show today, Billy?
Is there such thing as scientism? Is scientism a religion?
Can you hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Yeah, I said.
Sorry, Billy, what was that? I missed it, man.
I said the question of the day today is scientism a religion? Is it stuff that you believe in? I'm. Yo.
Billy, can you hear me? Sorry, man.
All right, listen.
I'm gonna mute up and I'll just wait a second.
Yo, you bad? Yeah. My bad. You running up in the building and all that. You know what I mean? The old type man like 6'4", old type NLP. Come on. Now we do. Scientism a religion, yeah? Like, I don't know what scientism is though, still. Because, like, any of the stuff that Madam's been telling us about that's scientific, when man's looked into it, it's been a scientific possibility. So, something being an actual possibility, a measurable possibility, something being a belief, I feel like that's two different things, man. That's two different levels.
Yeah.
You know, because even if you say like you've got the belief is the feeling deep down in your core or whatever, yeah, it can't be more measurable than some sort of evidence that goes towards it. You get me? Like, it dropped off still. Yeah, but like, my God, Ultra. Yeah, man. So, man, I have beliefs. Yeah, them man have beliefs, yeah, and then try to equivocate it to the same thing like it's scientism. But me personally, like I was saying, yeah, belief with no evidence is less likely than a possibility with a formula to it.
Yeah, I missed all of that, man. But yeah, man. But what, sorry, Billy, man. What? So you're talking about science and religion.
Yeah,
They
no,
might have
because
it.
over the last few days,
Yeah,
I've heard it before. It's not the first time I've heard it, but I keep hearing man say like people that use science or use the scientific method believe in something called scientism.
so using scientism to what's the topic though?
Yeah,
And
so the charge is, do people that believe that science is the strongest method of proving the case, do they believe in scientism? Is it like a religion, like Christianity, like Islam, or like whatever?
okay, so I think science has its place, and science has its benefits, like anything. But when you look at science, because science came out of religion, basically came out of. If you have a look at one of the first scientists was.
Good morning, Belly. Morning,
Morning,
Kate.
bro.
Morning, Ultra Funky. If you're there.
Come on.
So,
Now we've got the draw out season around here, bro.
Another accusation I made. You've now turned it. First the wormholes, now scientism.
Scientism, yeah, man. Come on, we want that. We want all the smoke, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
You know, we like to ask them questions. Yeah.
I don't know about Ultra Funky, but I made the accusation that you, Renegade Raph, who else? James Jones, you are all followers of scientism. Scientism is the promotion of science as the best or only objective means by which society should determine normative and epistemological values. And I believe that's you guys. That's your belief system.
Wait, see, the thing is, Witness, I was agreeing with that definition until you used the word only. The word only is where I have a problem in that description.
I know, that's why I said I wouldn't accuse you of scientism.
Yeah. But I won't lie to you, my broski Witness, the lion. Yeah. I believe science is the best way to explore our world, because even if we get answers we don't like, we know it's the truth, right? And I'm all for people making up fairy tales and fantasies and all this shit because it's soothing and pacifying. But, you know, is it real? Nah.
Because the other definition for it says scientism, thought or expression regarded as characteristic of scientists, excessive belief in the power of scientific knowledge and techniques. Excessive belief.
I won't lie to you, the way you just pronounced excessive, right? Yeah, I feel like you might have a problem with scientism, right? Which, to be fair, if you're going to become dogmatic in anything, then personally, I'm not going to get, no. But if you, currently, the scientific method is the best method to understand the world, the universe we live in. If there is another way, which I'm open to that, if there is another way, let me know. But
do you believe Ultra Funky? Example, do you believe in consciousness, that you have consciousness?
Yeah, I believe I'm consciousness. The problem is, though, Witness.
Has science proven?
Wait. Hold on. The problem with consciousness is I'm not at a level, and my education isn't at a level where I'll be able to break it down to you exactly what it is, how it works. But the fact that I'm alive and I'm able to communicate says to me I'm conscious. When I'm sleeping, I'm
Did you need science to tell you that, though? Did you need science to tell you that?
No.
Exactly.
No. Don't get me wrong. I don't believe you need science for everything. However, like, you can apply science. I'm trying to think of something you can't apply science to.
Real, I just asked you, consciousness. Has science been able? Has science been able to prove?
I don't need science to tell me that I'm conscious. However, science has, I suspect, has the ability to break down what consciousness is. But I don't need science to tell me that I am conscious. But to break down the how is probably, yeah, that's a scientific question.
But why would it only be scientific?
Well, how no, because it's the best way to explain the world and the universe around us. But remember, I did say if there's another way where we can explain what consciousness is, I'm open to it.
Yeah. So then you wouldn't fall. You're almost straying into the realm of scientism, but you're not a follower of scientism.
Yeah.
You don't show the traits of being scientism.
No, I mask them well.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that's more for the likes of Raf, Veli, Rob, those guys.
But are we? So this is not. I think the question then becomes:
But
are we necessarily saying that scientism is a bad thing?
Are you saying it's a good thing?
Let me give it.
But you just answered my question with a question.
Wait, let me give an answer.
I'm not prepared to accept that witness. Not from you. No.
Yeah, I do believe it's a bad thing. That's why the idea, because I gave you an example.
What's
the
that?
idea that you need science to tell you that certain things exist is it's the only way to tell you that certain things exist. It's ridiculous.
See, you used the word only again. No.
Yeah, but that's scientism. That's the claim. That's scientism.
Well, to be honest with you, if you think about it, witness, like, let's be honest. Like, is there another way, or is there some other? Is there some other method to get to the bottom of consciousness that negates the scientific method?
Yeah, you're an example. You believe in it, but you're not using science to believe in it, are you?
No. It's not the fact that I believe in it. I'm conscious because I can communicate with you. I have to be conscious. If I'm not conscious or dead, I cannot communicate with somebody. If I want to know, but wait. If I want to know how the consciousness works, that then becomes a scientific question. That's something we can apply the scientific method to.
But you see, you're still going against what you're saying, because you're saying you obviously acknowledge that you have consciousness. You've using certain things to prove that you have consciousness.
Yes.
But they're not scientific. But you were able to
honest,
use.
If you think about it, even the explanation I'm giving you is scientific. The example of I'm able to communicate with you, and if I were dead, or I wouldn't be able to communicate. That's scientific.
That's not, because then I could give you philosophers talking about consciousness. Would you regard what they're saying to be scientific?
It depends on who's saying it, what
exactly.
Said. No, because remember, if it's David Icke or that guy from InfoWars, I can't remember his fucking name, or Donald Trump, there's some people that are not credible out here. Like I'm sure the leader of the free world told me to inject Dettol to fight corona. These people are not credible, witness. It all depends.
Yeah, but the point is still. Sorry, what were you saying, Belly?
Yeah, I wanted to add something in, with the scientism sort of thing, because it was like what we done that with the experiment the other day with which one's most likely to be true. That was even an experiment for the people of science as well. Because like we said, there's only an equation and a possibility of it. But because it's got much more of an explanation and a possibility that it could be true. We're going to lean towards that one being more likely to be true. With you know what I'm saying? That so even if you don't believe that wormholes are a possibility or whatever, there's some sort of time travel, you can go back forward in time. You didn't sort of believe that. The only thing that with that wasn't the only thing that wormhole, because all depending on the size of the wormhole would mean whether it's traversable or not. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and even with wormholes existing,
Yeah, it's something being able to keep it open for the amount of time. So there could have been literally wormholes that have closed as well. So it's like yeah, with the possibility of it actually being real against the obviously you had a test that was able to look for what you would class as a soul.
No, no, no,
But
no. That he was researching it. He hadn't proven it yet. Just like the
yeah,
scientists.
no. But I'm saying that I'm not saying that he had he found the soul. I'm saying that although that my man was doing the search for what he classed as what a soul was, yeah, he was he still wasn't actually looking for what the general definition of a soul was. Do you know what I mean? So that's even that, yeah, was making it even easier to lean more towards what that Einstein and all them men are saying about the wormholes, and obviously the equations have got
So wait,
people have solved these equations now.
I just want to be sure. So you're saying that what if 1,000 or 5,000 people have the same definition for something, then that gives that thing credibility, because you have like 1 million people who have the same definition for that one thing. That gives it
No, I
something.
don't think that numbers don't give it credibility, yeah. But
Okay.
there being an actual a model for what the thing could be. So when you describe a black hole, yeah, each person that understands exactly what a black hole is will give you the exact same constructs for what a black hole will be. Like
No,
if we say a soul,
but you can't use the
wait,
black hole because a black hole exists. It's been proven to exist.
I mean, sorry, not black hole, not a black hole, a wormhole. Sorry, I didn't mean a black hole. I meant a wormhole. So, like, yeah, anyone that has studied science or astrology or anything sort of around gravity and all them sort of things, there, yeah, they would sort of be able to give a proper definition of exactly what a black hole was, that you'd be able to look up and verify and say, yeah, that's the definition of what the black holes are that people are trying to look for. When we're talking about soul, spirit, or whatever, there's a million different definitions. And like I was saying, the one that you was showing the research for is not the main version of a soul that that everyone knows about. Can you not do that? Are you deaf? Yeah, so I was saying that's why I was more, even if I don't fully understand what it is yet, because someone who does understand what the thing is can give a full breakdown of what the possibilities of the wormhole would be, what it would look like, what it could do, and everything like that. We can't do that with a soul. We can't do that with spirit or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? That we just we've got the religious definition, but then when we're trying to do the actual tests to find it, the only sort of thing we can find is things that we've already got other definitions for, like you were saying, like the energy and the spark and all them sort of things. Like, I mean, that gas is leaving your body.
What does a wormhole look like? What does a wormhole look like?
What does a wormhole look like? Well,
because you're saying that it would they've come up with an idea what it looks like. So I'm like,
yeah. So it would look something like they said that there would be on one side of it, yeah, there would be like
wait, hold on, hang on a minute, hold on a minute. James, oh, you're a dumb bastard. Says witness believes in science now. That's not what I'm saying. Are you mentally retarded, or did your mother drop you on your head when you were a baby? I'm accusing people like you of scientism. You, James O, stupid fool. You believe in the existence of time travel. You believe in the possibility of wormholes, you muppet. You're the idiot here. You're the one who believes in that. You know, Back to the Future, the movie where they go back in time and they go back to the future. You are the fool who believes in the scientific possibility of time travel. So before you go in the chat exposing your ignorance, best keep your mouth shut. Continue, please, Feli.
Yeah, so wormholes would look like obviously a traversable or even a non-traversable hole. We'll just call it for a definition. That will have two entrances, so you could go in one side and come out the other side. Yeah. So, but also a wormhole doesn't have to be traversable because it obviously depends on the size of the wormhole as well. You might not. It might be the size of a penny, and there might be something. Obviously, a human can't fit through the hole of the size of a penny. Do you know what I mean? That so it's
well, how do you know?
Depends on the size.
How do you know? They don't know this. It's all still possibilities.
Yeah, so, possibilities. That's what I'm saying. So it could. Yeah. That's why I said could. I didn't say it is. I just said could. It could be the size of a penny. So like I'm saying, I know that a human couldn't fit through. Obviously, there's no hole that's the size of a penny that I could fit through. Me personally, in it. So,
but you're willing to accept. You're willing to believe in the possibility of this stuff. You're willing to open your mind to the possibility of time travel, or the idea of traveling from one part of the universe built to another galaxy billions of light years away. You are willing to open your mind to that possibility. And I just see that's like scientism. That's so to me, it's like if you're going to criticize like people with fantastic, what you consider to be fantastic beliefs, like religious people who believe in like Jesus being God and doing all these amazing things, and you'll say to them, well, how could Jesus have brought Lazarus back from the dead? It's like, but you believe in the possibility of time travel. You believe in the possibility of jumping from one galaxy to another galaxy in the blink of an eye. It's like, how can you then challenge?
That's just a hypothesis at this stage.
That's
people are making positive claims. People are making positive claims that he's raising man from the dead. He's going to snatch you up. He's in the clouds. He turns water into wine. You're going to burn for all eternity if you don't believe in him. As soon as people make those claims, we shouldn't just be like, yes, okay, it's true, or no, it's not true. It should be, okay, let's look into this and let's find out what's most likely true.
If you're consistent, you would say that all of them are hocus. Yeah, but then you would say all of them are hocus pocus. Spirit, soul, time travel, jumping from one galaxy to the next until you have the evidence for it. All of it's just hocus pocus and shouldn't be taken seriously.
Yeah, but there's more, but we're saying there's more likely or possibility. It's not a confirmation of saying, yeah, it's 100% possible. You definitely can go from this time to that time, and so and so, so and so. That no one's ever made that claim that it's definitely true that you could do this Back to the Future sort of shit. And because I don't think that anyone's do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think anyone's sort of made that sort of claim or anything on this panel yet or anything like that. Like,
no, it's the idea of being open to the
being able to move at a speed faster than light. Then do you know what I mean? Like, so
that's what the charge is. It's the charge that you both of you are open. You are open to believing in it.
Yeah,
that's the charge.
But like again, it's like when you make the comparison to Jesus and Lazarus is death or whatever. Yeah. So if we're gonna go,
wait, hold on. Sorry, Veli, sorry. Raf just said, Renegade Raf said they provided you evidence. Stop being disingenuous. So Renegade Raf in the chat believes that they have provided evidence for time travel, and they've also provided evidence for the existence of wormholes. That's his comment there in the chat. They provided you evidence, witness. That's what he's just said. Rapper said that they provided evidence for time travel and evidence for wormholes.
It's not, but you can't say that they provided evidence for the possibility. You got to make sure that you're adding the possibility.
Yeah, he didn't. It's not. He didn't. His comment in the chat
he said they've just provided evidence there. They provided evidence before you witness, stop being disingenuous. Yeah, but that's the answer to the claim about the what wormholes can do and what you can, what possibilities are possible with a wormhole.
You're saying something different from him. He's just said they provided you evidence, witness, evidence for time travel. Raph is saying they provided evidence for time travel and they provided evidence for the existence of wormholes. That's his comment in the chat.
Yeah, so that's what the mathematical equations are, though, isn't it?
That's not
that's
evidence.
Why they're saying that's, yeah, but that's what the evidence is of the possibilities of them being able to be there at one time.
It is the mathematical equation is not fact. It is a prediction. You're talking about it as if it's saying 1 + 1 = 2. There's 1 + 1 = 2, which is a fact. And then there's mathematical equations which are being used to question the possibility of something existing. It doesn't mean that that thing exists. It's not evidence that that thing exists.
No, witness, you're missing no witness. No one's saying it exists. They're saying the mathematical equations make it a possibility that it can exist. It can exist.
But you know, with mathematical equations,
you're both saying the same thing.
Yeah, we're just saying it's a possibility. We're not saying that it definitely is.
Saying witness is going on the terminology of solid evidence, but then what Raph is doing is using the mathematical thing as a form of evidence, but the mathematical thing is just what we would call like a theory kind of thing.
No, but that's what Raph is saying. Raph is not saying the math prove it's real. Raph is saying the math make it a possibility.
What does he believe?
What the thing is of what the wormhole is and what the wormholes can do.
Yeah, but does he? But then the fact, the next question will be: does he actually believe that mathematical equation?
Exactly.
Well, people have completed. Because people have like because I've done a little bit more research in it. Like I watched a couple of videos and read a couple of bits and pieces. Yeah, and people have actually completed the equation what it was to show what, you know what I'm saying, like to say what the possibility of a wormhole could be. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's all just a possibility of what a wormhole could be if the wormhole exists. That's what it is.
But
because it's like me saying, no, I was just gonna say it's like me saying 1 + 1 = 2, but what makes me say that 2 is real?
Yeah, but all of these things are quantifiable. If you have one unit, and then these things are quantifiable. Math is like not subject to interpretation.
Thank you. Math is what? What did you just say, Ultra Funky? Math is what? Subjective interpretation.
No, I didn't say subjective. I said it's not subject to interpretation.
Not subject to interpretation.
If you have one unit, and you have another single unit, you now have 2 units. There's no other. That's not up for debate.
Good. Yeah. I'm glad you said that. If you have one unit and you have another unit, you have 2 units. There's nothing. There's no debate. So with the mathematical equation for the wormholes and time travel, what do you say to that?
I say if the math is correct, then they've proved that wormholes are a possibility.
But doesn't mean
plus,
exactly.
And there's a possibility that you could, you know what I'm saying, that you could move from one part of the galaxy to another part of the galaxy in a shorter distance of time. Obviously, because the wormholes created a shortcut. So, do you know what I'm saying? That so it's a possibility. It's not that. It's not that right. There's definitely wormholes out there that we're going to be able to travel through. We're going to be able to go back in time because, like, all the possibilities become a bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bit of a stretch. Like, it's like believing in a religion once. No,
but you're missing my argument. You're missing my argument. My argument is that you are both willing to open your mind to the possibility of traveling back in time and traveling forward in time. You're both willing to open your mind to that possibility. That's what I'm trying to point out.
No, but wait, witness, why are you pointing that out to me? That's not an argument.
That is part of the argument of scientism.
No, but that's the thing. Are you saying having an open mind is a problem?
I'm saying that it's hypocritical to have an open mind to the possibility of traveling in time. It's hypocritical to have an open mind to the possibility of using wormholes to jump from one part of the universe to another. But then when it comes to having an open mind to the possibility of an energy source within the human body existing, you saying, no, that's not possible.
Who said no?
Well, the people who have accused the likes of Veli, Renegade Raf,
Wait, yeah, but
Rob,
this is the thing. But this is the thing. Like,
repeat that again, bro.
The problem is, do you not see the problem with what you're comparing? We're comparing time travel and wormholes, things that we haven't conclusively proven, with things like religion, where we know it's nonsense.
No, you
But
didn't.
no,
Wait. You ignored what I said. I said energy being in the human body. Is electricity in the human body? Is that not part of energy?
Yeah, but wait, people don't. The scientific community don't disagree with the electricity being in the human body and all that sort of stuff.
But is that not part of energy? So when I talk about the soul and I talk about energy.
Yeah, but again, so when you're saying the soul, yeah, that's not the same energy that you just mentioned.
So when I mentioned,
when you're wait, because obviously when like I was saying, like we kept on going over this the other day. It was me, you, and Shax here, and we was and every time someone said soul or energy or spirit or whatever, yeah, I made a point of saying, yeah, but I know that what energy that you and Shaka was talking about, but I know for 100% fact that the soul, spirit, and so that the Abrahamic people were talking about, yeah, including the Hebrews or whatever, the Jews, anyone that believes in a soul, spirit, even the whoever, even if the Buddhists believe in a soul, if the Sikhs believe in your soul, that sort of whatever that
why are you talking to me about their belief?
Yeah, but
because when you listen, why when we're having these discussions,
you're projecting somebody else's belief on me. Because like I keep trying to say, when we're having these discussions, listen, no, but I'm not. It's not a dishonest thing. I'm doing it for the purpose of people listening as well, innit? So when we're having these discussions, like I keep trying to say, when anyone's listening from one side or the other, when they're listening from the side of saying they believe in a spirit and soul, like afterlife and all them sort of things, yeah, that spirit that you're talking about and that spirit that they're talking about is two different things. So then why are you constantly associating what I'm talking about with what Christians, Muslims, and Hindus are talking about?
Because the people will always keep relating it back to that.
But this is the thing where there's cognitive dissonance in the way people hear.
Witness. Let me just say something, yeah?
You know that's true, though. You know that's true, man.
Yeah, but let's look at it like this. Let's look at it on a scientist perspective. Would you say there is scientists that believe in the work and there's scientists that just look at it in the perspective of mathematics?
Who's that to? Veli?
Anybody. Because the thing is, let's take religion out of this equation. There's going to be scientists that are going to believe and there's scientists that are not going to believe. Because if you have for instance,
that's not the point of science, though. Science, it's not whether you believe or whether you don't believe or whatever. It's no, but wait. If you're honest scientist, yeah, and you're trying to find a solution to whatever equation you're providing, you literally just have to find whatever the truth is in it. So whatever the truth is of the answer, that's what that's
wrong, though.
Your belief.
But what is a true scientist?
Exactly. What is a true scientist? There are scientists who reject the possibility of wormholes and time travel, but you don't talk about
Yeah,
that.
but that's what, again, because they're trying to find. Yeah, because they're trying to find the truth.
No,
That
I'm saying there are
doesn't mean-
scientists that
but it doesn't-
reject
but
the
bro, it doesn't mean
possibility.
that- because
Did you hear what I
because
said?
because there's yeah, I heard what you said. Because there's scientists trying to find whether wormholes are impossible as well. It doesn't mean that it's not true. What they're trying to do, they're trying to find the truth.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. There are scientists who reject the research of time travel and wormholes. They do not consider it a possibility. And then there are scientists who consider it a possibility. So the scientific world isn't like 100% kosher behind time travel and wormholes. There are scientists.
I never said that.
But who's made that claim, Witness? That's not even a good point to say that not everyone's united on the same front. That doesn't
No,
even,
but
that's not even a good point.
it depends on the angles that you're coming from on the scientists. There is scientists that are Christians that do research. So what, are they not scientists?
No, but that's not even a good point either. Like
No,
there's people from every group that don't always agree. That's not even a good point to make.
But if I'm an atheist and I'm a scientist, then I'm not going to look at it as a possibility. I'm not going to believe in it.
Why not? Just because you're an atheist, that doesn't make sense.
Yes,
Being an atheist doesn't mean anything. All it means is if you're a scientist and you're trying to find the truth, that's it. Whether you're a Christian scientist or what, it doesn't matter.
Everybody has a
Trying to find out
biases.
that's what it is.
A lot of people that have biases. So even though you're looking for the truth, your biases
Whether
might
there's a bias or not,
right.
the bias, yeah, whether there's a bias or not, yeah, you'll be called out as a pseudo, innit? Once your thing has been able to prove that you've been trying to convince the whole science community of it with experiments, yeah, that are leaning towards your bias, and other people can perform them experiments and they don't get the same result, then you're going to be called out as pseudo. And it's happened
What is
a million times.
what
It's
is
happened a
pseudo?
million times in the science community. Someone that's just doing fake science, like when they're saying, "Oh, people with large heads have bigger, are smarter or something," or people with so and so with who do you know what I'm saying? Like all that dumb shit.
What were you saying, Terry?
I'm just saying this. I was asking someone to Google up pseudo for me, please.
Well, you Google it up, innit? Well, the rest of the
I'm just
all this pseudo stuff like this.
You have to be careful how we use the word.
We're not with that. We're not with them. The fake shit, bro. Man's just trying to come with like whoever finds the actual real answer. That's the truth. You can't disagree with that. Then that's what it is, isn't it? Like a possibility is like wait. When something's a possibility, yeah, we can just say, all right, cool. It's likely, whether I believe it or not, to be true. Yeah, if they can show that it's a possibility, then there's got to be a possibility. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is.
And remember, Veli, if there's a hypothesis, the scientists have to falsify it. Yeah. So it's not like we've got the math and therefore it's true.
It's not
No,
the same as believing in something is
exactly.
true. It's just faith. Do you know what I'm saying? Like with no evidence or no nothing, it's just faith. I just believe it in my head.
So then, when I mentioned the scientist who is trying to find out whether or not we have a soul, when I mentioned that scientist or that scientist, should they be ridiculed straight away?
No.
So in that sense, wormholes, time travel, and the scientist looking for a soul, they're all on the same plateau then.
Well, yeah, if the guy's got an idea, if he's applying the scientific method, why should he be ridiculed?
Wait, what man does, yeah?
There's a difference of opinion there. Ultra Funky's opinion is different from Alex.
Yeah, but that's because I'm an individual witness.
We don't have to agree on everything, man. Like we're not twins, and like we're not Siamese.
We kind of are. Like we're similar height, same skin tone, same choice in music. You know, we both got kids. We are kind of the same. Hold on a minute. There's some clown in the chat called Okingo Gold. It says, "Witness, you are a layman. How you come with that energy? Do you even know what the fuck we're talking about?" I'm not gonna lie. Witness is moving wrecky this morning.
I ain't got time
You're
for
not having it.
I ain't got time for low hanging fruit. You got people who are turning up halfway in the chat, don't know what the fuck's going on in the debate. They're leaving dumbass comments in the chat.
Yo, witness, but bro, like, all right, so let's go like this then, yeah. So if we went to the guy that's looking for that soul, yeah, would he sort of be able to give us like an actual definition that of the thing that he's looking for, and then sort of what would it match up with?
Yeah, he's giving a definition, but would that make a difference to you? Would you accept the definition? You wouldn't, though, would you? Because you have a bias.
What's the definition, though? Because I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you, witness. Personally, I don't believe. Listen to the B word. I don't believe time travel is currently possible by the machines and the tech and the knowledge that we have today. Could it happen? Could we develop something that can manipulate space-time later in a few decades, in a few centuries? Possibly, yeah. But I don't believe we have the capabilities of time traveling today. Likewise, I don't believe, because when people say soul, to me personally, it's my understanding that they mean it's your consciousness floats off and goes to either burn or into the clouds.
I'm not talking about that. So.
No. I'm saying that when people say soul to me, that's how I understand it. Now, I believe the conversation breaks down is when my understanding of what X is doesn't correspond with what your definition of X is. So going forward, it's important that we define terms. Yeah, because when people say soul to me, my mind immediately just defaults to the Abrahamics and what they tell me.
Someone's sleeping.
You see what I'm saying?
Now, witness,
that's your fault.
To making that point now. The other day.
Well,
no, but do you want?
No, but the ultra funky just gave a good reason though. He admitted that when he hears the word soul, he automatically exactly, and he said the solution is to find out the definition of the soul that's being discussed. So I'm going to give him the definition of what I'm talking about that's being investigated. Ultra funky, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So one of these scientists who is looking to find out whether a soul exists to help us answer that age-old question. What he's looking for is soul is the obligatory negative entropy, i.e. energy weight equivalent that is necessary to allow for the non-equilibrium metastable physical quasi-steady state of a living conscious biological system.
I won't lie to you, witness. I heard what you just said, and all I heard was the energy source that powers the consciousness.
Thank you. That's all that matters. You don't have to be an expert in understanding what he's saying.
No. I'm being honest. Witness, I understood everything you just said. It was easy to follow. But just to make it easy for those who maybe struggled, you just mean the energy source that powers the consciousness. We're trying to find what the fuck it is. That's fine. But see, for me, for you to call that particular energy source the soul, that's a new concept to me, right? Because remember, growing up in a Christian household, being on Hangouts not my whole life, but what feels like my whole life, being on Hangouts, all I'm told and force-fed all the time is, it's when you die, your consciousness floats off and you go to burn.
You don't need to, that's okay. You don't need to mention that. That's not what I'm talking about.
Perfect. So but can you understand why when someone says soul, some people might have a problem?
Well, that's their problem. They need to ask for the definition. They need to ask for the definition.
No, I think that's your responsibility.
That's not my responsibility. If you come up and say, if somebody says soul, besides, I'm not even going to entertain that because I've already explained what soul is in this.
You have now. But remember, if you have a definition of soul that is contrary to what's popular opinion or the mainstream narrative, then it's up to you to say yes or no, that's not what I mean.
Which is what I've done more than once.
No, you've done it, and now I know what
Yeah, but I've done this
means
before.
when he says so. Oh, I haven't heard it. I wasn't
Okay.
privy to that
Because
information.
this guy who I'm talking about in this definition, I gave it before on the day when we had the debate about what is likely to be true. So it's funny.
Remember.
So it's funny. Renegade Raf leaves a comment saying witness is misconstruing science on purpose because he really, really wants to believe in soul spirit without clapbacks. Just like you're really, really wanting to believe in time travel. That's what you want to believe in. You want to believe in what Marty McFly did in the film Back to the Future, going back
Witness,
in time.
I wanna
Witness,
believe
that's
in
not
that too.
witness. That's not fair, bro. You can't say that.
I will say that to him. If he says stupid shit, I'll throw it back in his face.
Yeah, but you're wrong,
Witness is
though.
going nuts today.
Yeah, but witness,
Hey,
you're
big
wrong,
up the
though,
panel,
because-
man.
What's up, Khalid? I'm coming for these followers of scientism. They
Yeah,
have the
I'm
audacity.
I see you, brother. I see you.
Hey, don't worry, man.
They have the
I'm
audacity.
scared to say the wrong
We're gonna
thing.
get witness
Hey,
after there. You got me.
Khalid,
We're
they have
gonna
the
baptize him
audacity.
in science all the time.
yeah, go on, Witness.
These followers of scientism, they have the audacity to ridicule and criticize Muslims, Christians, African spiritualists. But these guys they're willing to be open-minded to time travel or jumping from one part of the universe to the other in the blink of an eye. I'm like, that's hypocrisy, man. You can't.
You say pressure on the block. You're putting pressure on the block. I hear you, Witness.
That's it.
Nah, there's no pressure, man. Come on, man. This is like a massage, man.
Nah, pressure on the block.
Wait. What do you mean pressure on the block?
Really, you're not ultra in the corner. Ultra's in the corner right now. Hey,
I've defended witnesses' attacks, and I've defended and parried them with relative ease. Relative ease.
I see a bit of pressure. I see Witness putting a bit of pressure on the man. That's why I'm quiet. I get quiet. I don't want to get on heat. I don't want to get on heat. Science method. I'm gonna keep quiet. I'm just gonna mute. I'm gonna mute.
Listen, Witness is moving reckless this morning. I don't know who's got Witness upset, but when I've spoken to Witness this morning, it's been going well for me. It's been going well, Khaled. Ask Witness.
Nah, you can't pressure Witness. Witness has been. Nah, he's been taking a couple of bodies on this channel.
No,
I'm a big fan of Witness. He's been taking a couple of bodies on this channel.
no.
Hey, listen though. So, Witness, when you're giving your description of what a soul is, to the rest of the panel or everything else, do you know, and now do you understand sort of why we have to keep defining it between the two different definitions?
No, what I see is that you all have a bias. So it doesn't matter if I give you the what the scientist is trying to find out and I give you his definition, straight away you go out of your way to ridicule it. So when I brought up this scientist and I brought up, well, let me actually finish. You'll understand what I'm saying. When I first brought up this scientist and I brought up his definition and I brought up details of what his experiment was to try and find out, straight away people like Raf, James SC, and a host of other people went out of their way to ridicule the thing and say, oh, it's just impossible. It's stupid what he's trying to do. Regardless of the fact that the guy was trying to come up with equations, regardless of the fact that the guy was trying to implement research, he didn't say he had evidence for it. He was simply a scientist trying to help answer the age-old question for humanity. Do we have a soul or not? And straight away, that whole project was being ridiculed. But yet when people want to find out if human beings can time travel or find out if we can use a locator wormhole, for some reason, that's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, you can believe in that, but that's hypocrisy. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy in scientism. That's all.
Would you say, Witness, that I'm excluded from that?
When I first came on, I said that, but then when you argued for a bit, I was like, giving you the side eye. But I guess, I'll go back to thinking you're not a follower of scientism.
All right, now people, take a minute and let that sink in. Especially you, Somali guy. I swiftly rebuffed Witnesses' attacks, parried them, and walked away with no damage. Let that sink in. Peace. Really come true. Scientific method come true.
Yo, yeah, man. So, yo, Science, you there, yeah?
Yeah.
Your mic is cutting out. Go on. What were you going to say, bro?
Can you hear me, though? My connection has been fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I mean, like, I like Witness. Witness is a smart guy, a really good guy. I really enjoy being in his company. Good person to talk to. But the thing is, Witness, I mean, there's no other way of putting this, bro. You're just simply and categorically wrong about the way you describe the situation. It is not a case of scientism, and it's not a case of biasness. What you seem to forget here is that the concept of a wormhole, the concept of time travel, are not things that human beings made up thousands of years ago and forced upon people to believe, like basically 99% of the human population for 99% of our history. Now that's the difference. Is the concept of a soul is so loose and like
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you, innit? Is we don't have people talking about wormholes thousands of years ago and expect and also claiming that it's the central aspect of reality and existence and humanity and everything.
And what I'm talking about, people weren't talking about it thousands of years ago. I gave the definition of the soul, and the definition I gave that the scientist is looking for is not the one that was described thousands of years ago.
Just a minute ago, you said that the scientists today are trying to answer the age-old question of whether we have a soul.
No, I didn't say scientist. I said scientist. The one scientist that I'm using as an example. He is trying to help us. I didn't say scientist.
So hang on. If that's all you've got is one fucking scientist, bro. If one scientist said to you,
ridiculing.
Yeah, no, I will. If you've
exactly scientism,
bro, you let me finish. If one scientist came along and said, I'm going to work out equations to prove that dragons with 7 legs and 4 noses exist outside of, like, bro, he would be laughed at the same way that this idiot gets laughed at.
But this guy is not talking about dragons with 7 legs or 4
So what is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Again, I'll read it to you.
Exactly.
So it's the obligatory negative entropy energy weight equivalent that is necessary to allow for the non-equilibrium metastable physical quasi-steady state of a living conscious biological system.
Bro, is there something wrong with you? Because all you've said there is what Ultra said, is that he's adding an extra dimension to explain the origin of the energy that causes consciousness. We don't need to do that. Hang on. So far, Bro, stop this, yeah. So far in the scientific world,
that's not what Ultra said.
So far in the scientific world,
you've just lied about what Ultra said.
Bro, just shut up a second, yeah.
Yeah, but you're lying.
Just shut up, though. It's irrelevant. It is relevant
if you're gonna make up
stuff.
Bro,
just shut up, Witness.
We have a good
understanding.
If you're not gonna lie about what he said.
All right, ignore what I said. It's irrelevant.
No, that you lied about what he said.
Shut your fucking mouth, bro. You're being a
then if you're gonna lie, if you're gonna start lying, you're showing your bias. You're showing your scientism now.
Stop trying to jump away from
You're showing your scientism now.
Right. So we have a good understanding of where the energy comes from to enable consciousness. And guess what? It's the brain, you fucking idiot.
Give me the proof. No, it's not.
Bro, shut up.
That is still being studied. That is still being studied. Are you saying now you're making the claim to everyone?
This guy don't let me speak.
You're making the claim now. You're making the claim now.
Bro, I heard you talk about these things a lot, and I've heard you speak at length about them. But you don't seem to let anyone else get a full sentence out.
That's
right. Bro, you don't seem to let anyone else get a full sentence out. So
you just lied twice about consciousness. You made a claim that scientists found out about consciousness. No, if you're gonna lie, you're gonna get called out. You're gonna get called out.
No, bro, you're just talking shit. You're talking
shit. You just lied about consciousness.
Listen. Your scientist is completely making up and adding an extra dimension that is completely unnecessary as of yet. We have a very good, solid, workable understanding about energy in the brain and the origin of consciousness. A very good working understanding.
What is it? Tell me. What is it?
Bro, shut up a second.
What is it? Tell me.
Bro, just shut up. I'm not gonna. When you are talking something, yeah, and I'm trying to listen. If I keep stopping you every 2 seconds, it's not gonna happen. I do that a lot to people, but at the moment, I'm not even having an argument with you. I'm saying to you that you're scientists. Bro, you know what? If you don't shut up, this is impossible. But your one scientist here is simply making a claim that he can better explain that, or he thinks that he will be able to better explain the use of energy in the brain and the origin of consciousness and how it arises than the already established scientific facts we have about it. That's what he's saying. So he's trying to take it one step further and say all this work that scientists have done in neurophysiology, in physics, in chemistry, in thermodynamics, all this work that people have done has given us a good understanding of consciousness in the brain and the energy related. Now, he reckons he's going to be able to come up with a deeper level by introducing this weird soul concept. And he thinks that he's going to be able to mathematically align what's it called, equations that are going to match up to further experimentation that are going to show them to be correct. He thinks this, yeah. He's very positive about it because he's obviously some nut job in the spiritual religious sense. But the fact of the matter is, that's irrelevant to us, bro. Do you know right now there are probably 1,000 other scientists like him that have got at least 100 different other ideas talking about the next levels of where we might go in understanding consciousness and energy related. Just because he's one person who's doing something that you want to be true, you don't even know all the hundreds of other possibilities that people are writing just as much theories and just as much equations.
Have you finished?
No, I have not finished. Yeah, you don't even know. Well, just shut up and listen, innit? You don't even know.
I'll count to 60.
Bro, just shut up. You don't even know how many other people there are who on the same level as him. The same level as him, meaning that what he has provided, bro, what he has provided with us as a reason to entertain his dumb soul shit, yeah? There are thousands of scientists that provided equally good papers with just as good equations that can still be tested in the same way in the future when we go further and deeper into that field of science. Bro, for you to say that it's scientism to reject that is stupid. The reason that people... I'm not going to be able to talk if you're going to keep talking. You're going to keep counting.
Prove the scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness.
No, bro. You're not.
If you're going to keep on talking shit, I'm going to talk shit back. Prove that scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness. You said scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness. Provide the evidence.
I said we have a good workable understanding of it.
What is the workable understanding?
What, bro, if you're going to keep doing this dumb shit, this is stupid.
What is the workable understanding? You just made a claim.
Yeah, so we have a very good understanding of consciousness. If you don't know what that is, bro, then you failed.
No, I don't. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
You don't believe me. Okay. Okay. So the rest of it. Okay. So shut up yourself now. You don't know. You asked me a question to explain something to you.
Yep. Scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness.
Bro, say the fuck quiet, and I will.
Scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness.
Bro, shut your fucking mouth, and I will lecture you.
Yo, scientific. Yo, scientific.
Shut your mouth, and I'll lecture you.
Scientific.
You're not gonna.
I think you said shut up one too many times.
Shut up, man. Just shut up.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is that it's basic education, and you can find out from schooling, bro. You can go back to your school book and find out how much we know about consciousness.
So provide the evidence that scientists have discovered the origins of consciousness. You made it.
Shut up! I said we have a very good workable understanding. Bro, we have a very good workable understanding of consciousness. That's why we are able to do so much work in helping people. That's why we're able to do so much work.
So explain it, scientific. Explain it then.
He's just being stupid.
I want you to explain it because I would like to know.
Just shut up a second while I explain.
No, don't yell.
Consciousness is an aspect of the brain. Consciousness is an aspect of the brain. Consciousness is an aspect of the brain that we can check and get a number of different. We already have a good understanding of it. That's why it's so much better.
You're telling them to shut up. Are you stupid?
You
ain't fucking learning. No manners over the fucking.
No, people can say some dumb shit, and be telling me all day long. I told them to shut up. Somehow they told them to shut your fucking mouth.
You're not hearing your dead voice now, anyway. Shut up.
All right. So what? When I'm talking, a man's not letting me talk, and then I tell him to shut up, and then somehow.
Now, but I want to hear you no more. All you were saying is shut up. You're showing no type of manners, no type of respect. Suck out, you're fool. Suck out, you.
Yeah, all right. You do it, innit? That's what you want to talk about. You go and
do it. Man. Calm down.
You're done here.
Yo. Hey. Yo, you lot. Wait, chill out, man.
That boy ain't got no manners.
Wait.
Yeah, and he loves telling big boy from the club people to shut up.
All right.
You got some fool, man.
Like you can tell anyone in your
people to shut up.
Come around big people to shut up. Know your place. Answer. Know your place. Answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, let me finish talking, man.
Eastern.
You get me? Like, finish talking out here,
like gangsters. All these want to be
yo,
gangsters, bro. Some dumb shit. Nah, mate, fuck that.
Chill out. Like I said, when everyone's talking on this panel, yeah, you got to talk to each other with respect, yeah. Try to stick to the points, allow the personal attacks and all them things there, yeah. We can actually get through actual answers and questions, innit, yeah. So, right, if man answers a question, yeah, give a man a chance to answer the question, yeah. Like, if someone else is talking, let them finish their sentence, so someone else can come in and rebut them fully as well, yeah. So we can all sort of hear the shit, yeah. Like, I'm still here in the background. Back still, yeah. But
question. Yeah, you're right.
What was your question? Your question was,
he made a claim here that scientists had discovered and had proven the origins of consciousness. I asked him to explain it, and he said, "Shut up, shut up, shut up."
No, what I said was we have a good working understanding of consciousness.
What does that mean?
Its origin.
No, did you just hear what he said, Belly? We have a good working understanding of it and its origin. So tell us, what are the origins that they've proven?
Did I say anything about proven?
So what are the origins?
You see how dishonest this piece of shit is? Did I say proven? Bro, did I say proven? No, don't add words in.
Okay, you didn't say.
So what does good working example mean then? What does that mean?
For him to try and attack our position,
what does a good working example
you have to
mean?
Keep doing this. Yo. Listen, when one person's talking, let the brother finish talking, man. My man's asking the question, yeah. Give the answer to the question, and then if you want to answer, jump in after, and let the man let one at a time though, yeah. It don't matter who's wrong or right or whatever. We just want to find out the truth. I don't care if I'm wrong. I just want to find out what's the truth, bro.
So what are the words?
So I was asked, and this is embarrassing that a grown adult has to ask me this. But I was asked anyway, and all it does is show that he has to keep slyly throwing in absolutes. See what he means? He's not going to answer the question. No one said proof. So this is the answer, yeah. Is we have a good understanding of consciousness as a byproduct of physical animal brains because of all the testing and experimentation that has ever been done on any animal living brain. The matching conclusions that we have drawn from that, or experts have drawn from that, give us a very good picture of how consciousness works. Now, as for its origin, from the way we trace back the fossil record of brains and in animals, we see the sizes and changes in shape there, which match our understanding of how brains develop and how brains work, and where consciousness fits in, and the fact that certain parts of our brains grew bigger, allowing us to have a certain more detailed or more vivid experience of consciousness than a lot of other animals. All of this stuff and a hell of a lot more has been pretty well established. I never said the word proof because, you know, in science, we don't really talk in absolutes. But the fact is that before this guy that Witness is bringing up has come forward with his soul.
So now he's not going to answer the question.
Hang on. So before this guy that Witness is quoting came up with his explanation for
Did
the soul
answer my
somehow.
question?
Hang on, for the soul somehow being part of an explanation for the brain. I'm saying that we already have a very good understanding of all of that stuff, and what this guy is bringing forward helps us in no way at all whatsoever at the moment. So all he's got is the vaguest of a hypothesis, which at the moment has not even gone any further than that. Now, for him to say that we like this guy is explaining something that we don't understand.
So he's not going to answer my question.
I did. So what he's asking me to do is basically give him all the experiments, all the brains that have been cut up over the last 100, 200 years. Bro, you should have learned about all this in primary school.
Okay, I want to learn common sense here, right? Because you said I heard you say we quite a few times. Are you a scientist?
When I say we, I'm talking about the.
Yeah, I'm not. Are you a scientist?
No, yeah, I'm not a scientist. But when I say we, we're talking about human beings.
Where do you get your reference? I just want to know because I do a lot of research. I want to know.
So we're changing the subject now. Yeah, we're changing the subject.
No. I'm asking you a question. Where do you get your references from? So I can research myself.
Yeah, you could just type into Google, mate.
No, I want to know your references. I don't want to know.
What do you mean? references.
No reference.
You type into Google the question you want answered, and you will find links. Then you will see people. Then you will see people who wrote those websites.
Google.
No, you lot can shut up, because you know what? Tell me where you go as a better source for scientific
you was
information
coming
than
from
Google.
somewhere strong. I didn't think you was gonna send people to
like
Google.
Somewhere strong like what? The library.
Listen, don't tell no one to shut up again, man. Seriously.
Nah, I'll tell everyone to shut up because you lot are dumb. Yeah, what? Google's not a good resource. Tell me how you get information.
You're calling people dumb, but yet your reference is Google.
Listen, stop being silly. How do you get any information without using Google? How do any of you guys get any information?
You have not matured over the years, man.
Tell me, to go to libraries, and take out books on science. Shit. Is that what you do? Because if you do, you're wasting your time. You get the same information on Google as well.
So, 9099, Terry, Veli, did you actually learn from him what the origins of consciousness are? Maybe it's me. I didn't get it.
I didn't hear nothing. There's a lot of waffling, to be honest. I'm here to learn, but I heard a lot of waffling, personally.
Done out here.
Nah, the thing is, you can't always explain basic things to others because you won't understand it.
Basics.
Bro, if you know,
this is the man who said Google.
No, listen. If you guys think that
you just said that this is learned in primary school. Now we've all been to primary school, and none of us are any the wiser.
Okay. No, so consciousness is not really dealt with in primary school, but you should have learned about it in high school.
Oh, we're going to high school now.
Yeah, it's evolution that gets taught in primary school.
Oh,
but the thing is, you're acting as if the origin of consciousness is some big problem that hasn't been answered.
Did you answer it? No.
Well, if you didn't, bro, I did answer it. Yeah, it's a byproduct of the brain that we can see. Now, that's a very general answer, but there's no point in me going into the details because you can easily find that out yourself. Why? You know what I mean? Why don't you? If you type into Google the origin of consciousness, you will find a very good explanation.
You're still saying Google. Fuck's sake.
Bro, why do you not? You know what? You're making a fool out of yourselves by thinking that there's something funny about it. I'm openly telling you that I use Google a lot to find stuff out, and so do you. And so do you. So the fact that you're laughing at it means you're being a fucking idiot.
So Veli, that's the scientist. That's the scientist who has provided us with the origins of consciousness. He's called Mr. Google, Dr. Google.
Yeah. Thing, man. Shit. Is it? It's a controversial theory that human consciousness did not begin far back in animal evolution, but it's a learned process that came only 3,000 years ago and is still developing now. Sorry, that's a book I was just reading. I was trying to. I had something up, man, but sorry. God, carry on. I'll read it again still.
No, Veli, what do you believe that the origins of consciousness? Do you have an answer for that? Because according to science, okay. Well, at least you're honest. You're still trying to look for it. Myself, 90th99, Terry, we were waiting for the answer from answer for the origins of it, and we were told to look at Google. So, scientism.
But ain't that the same as saying go to the library to do a research on a book by so and so?
When you're
going for second or third or fourth primaries, that means you're going for the evidence of what you're looking for, and you're actually doing the research and doing the experiments yourself to get a better understanding.
Yeah, but bro, this is what I'm trying to say now. So that means like everything and anything that you talk about now, you have to go and perform an experiment for it. So
no, but what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is that you have referencing, and I was asking him for references because if I was naive, I don't know nothing. How am I just going to go to Google? I need some sources to find out where I'm going.
Where you might start from.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That you're starting.
That's all it is. I need info. I'm not just gonna say Google. Come on, bro.
But that's what man said, though, innit? Like, right, start from there, and then.
Nah, but you see the bias. You see the bias. When I was giving my description of the scientist, I had to give his name. I had to give details of the experiment he was conducting. I had to give all of that, but for scientific method answer, he can say, oh yeah, scientists have a working model for the origins of consciousness. You then ask him, what are the origins? Oh, check Google. And I'm supposed to accept that. Come on, man, get out of here with that.
No, you should have gone a bit deeper than that still. But like,
that's not a fair representation of what happened. I told you, bro, consciousness is something that arose in brains, as far as we can tell, as an evolutionary mechanism to support survival. If you don't know that, bro, then would you want me to explain shit like that to you when we're having a conversation about consciousness?
What created it?
What do you mean, what, bruv? It occurs in the brain. It's a chemical process that occurs in the brain.
The long and short.
Where's the what? There's no extra what required, bruv.
The long and short of it is that the answer to that question is not known. Yeah, the words like emergent are used, and if you listen closely enough to scientists of many different descriptions, some of them will accept that when the word emergent is used, it's really a euphemism for suggesting that the why is not quite known, but basically all the evidence that we have suggests that it comes from this. How it comes from this, why it comes from this, what makes it come from this is not necessarily able to be answered. But yeah, that's just what it is at the minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is, you can ask those questions about any established fact, like why does gravity happen? Why does gravity even exist as a force?
Well, yeah,
like, we don't know.
And the scientists will ask those questions. It's only and this is why.
Yeah, but what would they say?
This is why the conversation is an interesting one in terms of like the idea of scientism, yeah? Because like when you put the ism on it, it becomes ideological, and so the ism, the ideology, is not necessarily to do with the method, but what happens is there are certain norms or certain conventions develop whereby people attach the method to the popular manifestation of the community itself, and say anything that comes out of the community is by implication scientific, which is not necessarily always the case. You know what I'm saying? And so basically, but now what happens is instead of actually looking into the method of things, people are attaching the method itself as inextricably linked to the community and whatever popular arguments come out of the community. And I think that's partly the issue here, because the question of why or how it comes about is completely plausible from any perspective. Like it's a completely plausible question, and to say that we don't know is also a completely plausible answer. But the idea that we don't even need to know, why would we even ask that question, is just nonsense.
Exactly.
No, it's not that. It's not that. It's just that. Look, at any point of history, you can say that even today there is a given set of things that we know and can demonstrate about the world. There's a bunch of gray areas that we're still probing and finding out about. That we have some good ideas that we can say this relates to this. This comes from this emerges from that, but we can't explain things fully. Now that will always be the case. You come back 1,000 or 1,000,000 years from now, there will be different gray areas further away from what we know now. But there will still be gray. There will still be gray areas. Hang on, I haven't finished. So all that is, this is not scientism, bro. Putting more value in the consensus of specific experts in a particular field, yeah, is way more valuable than an individual in that field coming up with something which is far out of left field and not having any experimental backup. Yeah, him just not even having fully formed equations.
I'm not arguing. I'm not
hypothesis itself. But this is all it is, bro. This is not scientism. This is not scientism.
The argument is not about. The argument is not about. The argument is not about the plausibility of one idea over the other. The argument is about.
But it is though, isn't it? The consensus. Hang on. No, you cut me, bro. No, you cut me. You cut me. So you don't let me finish. What I was saying to you is that the consensus of specific experts in a particular field is far more valid than one outcrier claiming something outlandish in that same field. If you can't see the difference there, then I don't know how to explain it to you.
I haven't said anything about. I haven't said anything. I have not made an assessment of outlandish claims. What I'm looking at is the plausibility of questions, yeah, and the idea that this question, a question which is how or what is it that brings about consciousness, is one that is not a plausible one, because scientists already have a relatively good working understanding of the fact that it emerges from the brain, as though that that in and of itself, is sufficient in terms of exploration, is what I'm challenging at the moment. The idea that, one second, the idea that one shouldn't make outlandish claims based upon flawed evidence, I think we can all agree with that, but that's not what I'm talking about.
He never gave a source either for his claims.
Bro, Shaka, I'll talk to you specifically about what you just said, yeah? The fact of the matter is, yeah, is that do you think that because scientists have a working understanding of consciousness and that we can say it's emergent property of
I'm not sure that what you're saying is true though.
But you said it, but you said it.
No. I was paraphrasing what you said. I don't know that scientists have a working understanding of the brain, yeah. Say that
do they have some understanding of consciousness? Do they have some understanding?
Scientists have some understanding of consciousness as it relates to neural functions.
Is there anything else to relate to? Is there anything else to relate to at the moment?
Evidently so, because if we're talking about understandings of consciousness in terms of application, one of the major applications today is in the field of artificial intelligence. There is no scientist that will claim to be able to bring about artificial intelligence in terms of a self-conscious entity from a robotics perspective. Now, if the scientist had a complete understanding of consciousness or a sufficient understanding of consciousness, then that problem wouldn't seem such a mountain as it does at the moment. As I'm saying, so the reality that how consciousness emerges, how self-awareness comes about, is still a frontier that is yet to be.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me say something.
So
one second. Let me say. Yeah, wait. Let me say something quick here, because, all right. So I would say scientism is witnesses come up with this guy doing the experiment for whatever a soul is. Because we think the scientific method is the superior way of testing, we all start jumping to say, "Oh well, a soul definitely real now because this guy testing for it." That's more scientism than saying that we don't believe it still because he's not been able to prove it.
Again, scientists don't have a complete understanding of how life occurs. Yeah, what are the properties that bring about life? They don't have that. Yeah. They have a significant understanding of biology and how biology expresses life, but the function or the properties of life itself, no scientist will claim to understand. Yeah. So the idea, and again, I don't even really want to go down the spirit soul route, because I think that man's exhausted that. But people keep trying to say that man's adding things, and I've never made that claim. I've never made any claim to addition, only interrelatedness and interconnectedness, and that's what spirit really means from a non-Abrahamic perspective, which is like the majority perspective for most of history. Yeah, so that's a different argument. The only point that is that this idea that what the scientist has discovered up until now as related to consciousness, is sufficient. Like, not even the scientists themselves are saying that we've solved the problem. They're not saying that. It's people.
And no one here has ever solved that. No one here has ever said that either.
But so then why are we making? So then why are we talking as though the questions then that are further to be answered?
Because some questions are more valid than others.
So what? How is it? So how?
Some claims are more valid than others.
Let's say I agree with you. It appears to me that in the context of neuroscience, if one has mapped the brain but still yet to figure out how consciousness emerges from the brain, then that question is the paramount question. That appears to
bro, this is all waffle. I'm just gonna get straight to the point.
Waffle now.
I'm just gonna get straight to the point. Yeah. So we have an understanding of consciousness. We have some understanding of the brain. We have some understanding of their interrelatedness. Now, we are still progressing and working towards understanding all these things better and all the associated questions about the things we don't know. Now, for someone to come along with an idea that I think the soul is involved in this is a fucking ridiculous claim. It's just out of nowhere. It's a ridiculous claim. But again, hang on. There are a lot of people out there that are still working on this without adding magical soul concepts or God. There's scientists out there that are still trying to find God in our consciousness. That are still trying to find God and stuff. The point is, bro, is that not all of these endeavors are equally valid just because we haven't got a full understanding. The things that we do know, they are valid enough for us to know that whatever we find out in the future should reflect the things we know, because we're testing them and checking them and finding them out to be so robust.
So
now,
here's a problem with what you're saying, right? Here's the problem with what you're saying. That focusing on trying to negate some the question by the idea of adding in the soul is flawed, because even if somebody says the soul is involved, it, from a scientific perspective, it still wouldn't answer the question, because what is the soul and how does it emerge from the soul? How does the soul produce this? Yeah, that would still be the question. So wherever we're going to say produces it, the question still remains the same. That's the point. So the validity of the question, whatever context, from whatever explanation, whatever vantage point, still remains valid. That is the point. Now, the other thing to point out here is that when you talk about spirit and soul and them kind of things, there, not in all cultures are those concepts what's the word, detached from the idea of consciousness. So in terms of definition now, one needs to be clear about what perspective they're coming from. Even the term psyche, yes, in the English language derives from a Greek term.
You need to be clear. Look, the thing is this, in the scientific world, they work with well-defined concepts, testable ideas, things like that. Now, in the spiritual world or history of people's psyche making up this dumb shit, that's not the case. They have a free hand to do whatever and say whatever the fuck and feel and think.
But that's not. That's also not the case.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Yeah. All I'm saying to you guys, regardless of any soul or any particular thing this guy said, when it comes to the methodology of science, you guys simply don't understand it, and that's obviously why you don't appreciate it. So in this situation, hang on. In the situation of people having grey areas about some aspect of nature or reality that we have some understanding of, we're talking about the consciousness, there are obviously hundreds of questions that experts and non-experts come up with to find out more about the soul, to help it explain more for us, to understand it better. Now, in that world of experts doing this, there are some people, loads of different people are going to come up with different ideas, and then they're going to have to come up with all the ways of testing their ideas, and then the experts are going to have to come and look at everybody's and each other's works and make decisions as a community to say, we favor this as a better idea or that as a better idea for whatever reason, and they'll explain this. Now, in that world, we have found that people who make up magical concepts not make up, or who go back to ancient magical concepts like souls, they're welcome to do that. And at every stage, it's like God of the gaps. Because your stuff is so general and universal, and you insist that some people with their spiritual idea insists that soul and consciousness are entwined anyway, then obviously you people can be a perfectly good scientist, and every time someone says the word consciousness, you in your mind just add soul consciousness, and you carry on doing the science and sticking to the physical world in the way that people do. But what I'm saying to you is that you don't provide any value to the situation by that concept. You haven't isolated it as important or even existent to be with. Again, anybody can come along and do this. So hang on, let me just finish. All I'm saying to you is that the procedure of science already accounts for this thing of people making up stuff and wanting them to be true and claiming it. So we just have to wait and see, and over time the experts will see whether their experiments are reasonable or more reasonable than the other valid ideas out there. That's all.
So I just wanted to mention to you, Terry, and to you, Shakara, more than 15 minutes has passed. He still has not provided us with the sources for this model. That predicts the origins of consciousness.
I know some of them exist, but I do think that it would be beneficial to provide some sources other than Google.
That's what I want to learn.
Some reading. No, because what obviously whatever source he names, 9 times out of 10 we're going to go and Google it anyway to find exactly what he's talking about. But which is fine. I'm just saying that I think it's reasonable to say, well, what are you reading? What papers are you studying? What book? You know what I'm saying? Like what neuroscience? I think that's a plausible question.
Guys, what I'm saying to you is so general and is so like basic about how science works that it doesn't matter what topic you're not talking about. It doesn't matter.
So for example, scientific method, For example, scientific method. If I say Baroness Susan Greenfield, who is a neuroscientist who I've watched a few of her lectures and them kind of things there. It's like it's something more for people to go away and look at. Do you know what I'm saying? If I say Daniel Dennett, yeah, who is a philosopher of science, who is believes in the scientific method, but also challenges the idea that philosophy is irrelevant in this day and age. These are people that are in the field, that are prominent in the field, that if you give them...
The fact of the matter is that if I was here and I said a bone has been found and it's been dated to 6 million years ago, and a paper was written and said this, then yes, I should quote that paper. But I haven't said something like that. All I've said about Witness's claims about he's the one that quoted a particular scientist and said this guy has got an idea about the soul being involved in consciousness. So I'm just sticking to general principles of how science works, which is that okay, one person saying that is not very convincing. Even
what should be said?
Hang on. I already done this, yeah. So when he said there's one scientist who tries to involve the soul in consciousness, I say fine, of course there's bound to be. Now that doesn't matter to me because I hear this type of shit all the time. Now what really matters to me, what I said at the beginning, is that we have to wait and see what the community of experts in his own field say about him and his claims.
Which is fair, and I hope that that when it comes, because I think that there is a imbalance of criteria where this is concerned, because for those who are bringing other arguments that people that claim to be adherents to the scientific method don't bring, they want specificity right now. They're not inclined to the argument of, well, we've got to wait and see what the science or what the investigation, what it is.
Yeah, but bro, if I make a specific claim, then I should.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting that happens whether a specific claim is made or not, yeah, which is what I'm challenging. Yeah. At the same time, at the moment, at the moment, yeah, I wasn't trying to bring you a soul or spirit argument. I'm just saying that the questions that are being asked are very plausible and relevant questions, and the idea that we're going to shut down the validity of those questions is what I'm defining at the moment as scientism, in the sense of the fact that it is the conflation of the scientific method with an ideology, yeah, developed out of it or developed within the scientific community. And
you're completely misrepresenting the thing. Yeah, nobody is saying that people shouldn't ask more questions about the consciousness.
Really?
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Hang on. Nobody is saying that we should not ask any questions about consciousness. Nobody is saying that we fully understand it. If you're not trying to pretend that anybody said that, you're liars. Yeah, nobody thinks that. Yeah, we are happy to entertain ideas and questions further about consciousness. We have to. There's no other way of finding more about it. The difference is that when you make a claim about one particular explanation, like the soul being involved in it, which is what we're talking about, yeah, that's when we can now openly say, well, what are the good reasons for you making this claim, and why should we take it seriously? What does the rest of the community of experts say about it? And that's what we're doing.
But that's not what I'm hearing.
No, wait, listen. Hang on a minute. Then you lot are being paranoid. You're making paranoid about your magical nonsense. You're being paranoid about your magical nonsense.
It's magical nonsense now. He's admitted.
You know what? Nobody in the scientific community says we fully understand consciousness. We know there are more things to find out. However, bringing the soul into it is not validated yet.
You haven't so now can I ask a question in the comment, because we keep trying to go down this soul route, that's not where I was trying to go down in it, but it makes sense to me, yeah, that when it comes to a scientist bringing an argument for soul in relation to consciousness, it would make sense to actually explore how the scientist is defining either of those phenomena. Have we done that in this conversation yet?
Yeah, I did that when we first had the debate, and I did it more than once. I did it for Ultra Funky, and I did it again, and he heard the definition, which is why he jumped on to basically say it was ridicule it, and he lost his shit.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so you want a definition of consciousness, yeah? You want a definition of consciousness? Are we saying that we don't believe consciousness exists?
No. That's no.
From a scientific perspective, whether we think it exists, because life exists, but whether we think it exists or not, defining what it is as a phenomena would be imperative to any scientific exploration. Just having an experience of it, because anybody can experience anything, doesn't mean that it has definition in science.
All right, let me read something out for you, lot, yeah? I posted the link to it already. No one's decided to look at it, yeah? But I posted the link to it already.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Yeah. So, a new theory explains how consciousness evolved. A neuroscientist on how we became aware of ourselves. Ever since Charles Darwin published The Origin of Species in 1859, evolution has been the grand unifying theory of biology. Yet one of our most important biological traits, consciousness, is rarely studied in the context of evolution. Theories of consciousness come from religion, from philosophy, and from cognitive science, but not so much from evolutionary biology. Maybe that's why so few theories have been able to tackle the basic questions such as what is an adaptive value of consciousness, when did it evolve, and what animals have it. The attention schema theory, AST, developed over the past 5 years may be able to answer those questions. The theory suggests that consciousness arises as a solution to one of the most fundamental problems facing any nervous system. Too much information consistently flows in to be fully processed. The brain evolved increasingly sophisticated mechanisms for deeply processing a few select signals at the expense of others. And in the AST, consciousness is the ultimate result of that evolutionary sequence. If the theory is right and has yet to be determined, if the theory is right and has yet to be determined before anyone fucking wets their pants, the consciousness evolved gradually over the past 500 million years and is present in a range of vertebrate species. Even before the evolution of a central brain, nervous system took advantage of a simple computing trick, competition. Neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. At any moment, only a few neurons win that intense competition, their signals rising up above the noise and impacting the animal's behavior. This process is called selective signal enhancement. Without it, a nervous system can do almost nothing. We can take a good guess when selective signal enhancement first involved by comparing different species of animal. A common method in evolutionary biology. The hydra, a small relative jellyfish, arguably has the simplest nervous system known. A nerve net. If you poke the hydra anywhere, it gives a generalized response. It shows no evidence of selectively processing some pokes while strategically ignoring others. The split between the ancestors of the hydra and other animals, according to the genetic analysis, may have been early as 700 million years ago. Selective signal enhancement probably evolved far after that. One last bit, The arthropod eye, on the other hand, has one of the best studied examples of selective signal enhancement. It sharpens the signal related to visual edges and suppresses other visual signals, generating an outline sketch of the world. Selective enhancement therefore probably evolved sometime between hydras and arthropods, between the 700 million and 600 million years ago, close to the beginning of complex multicellular life. Selective signal enhancement is so primitive that it does not even require a central brain. The eye, a network of touch sensors on the body, and the auditory system can each have their own local versions of attention focused on a few select signals. The next evolutionary advance was a centralized controller for attention that could coordinate all senses in many animals. That central controller is a brain area called the tectum. The tectum is roof in Latin and often covers the top of the brain. It coordinates something called over attention. aiming the satellite dishes of the ears, eyes, and nose towards anything important. All vertebrates, fishes, reptiles, birds, and mammals have a tectum. Even lampreys have one, and they appeared so early in evolution that they don't even have a lower jaw. But as far as anyone knows, the tectum is absent from all invertebrates. The fact that vertebrates have it and invertebrates don't allow us to bracket its evolution. Bracket its evolution. According to fossil and genetic evidence, vertebrates evolved around 520 million years ago. The tactum and central control of attention evolved around them. During the so-called Cambrian explosion, when vertebrates were tiny wriggling creatures competing with a vast range of invertebrates in the sea. The tactum is a beautiful piece of engineering to control the head and eyes efficiently. It constructs... you still there, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So sorry about my reading. Yeah.
I'm not a good public reader.
The tactum is a beautiful piece of engineering to control the head and eyes efficiently. It constructs something called the internal model, a feature well known to engineers. The initial model is a simulation that keeps track of whatever is being controlled and allows for predictions and planning. The tactum's internal model is a set of information encoded in a complex pattern of activities of the neuron. That information stimulates the current state of the eyes, head, and other major body parts, making predictions about how these body parts will move next, about the consequences of their movement. For example, if you move your eyes to the right, the visual will shift across your retinas to the left in a predictable way. The tectum compares the predicted visuals to the actual visual points to make sure that your movements are going as planned. These computations are extraordinarily complex and yet well worth the extra energy of benefit to movement control. In a fish and amphibians, so I didn't know it was going on for this long, yeah. But in a fish and amphibians, the tectum is the pinnacle of sophistication, the largest part of the brain. A frog has a pretty good stimulation of itself. With the evolution of reptiles around 350 million to 300 million years ago, a new brain structure began to emerge. The whilst birds inherited the whilst from their reptile ancestors. Mammals did too, but our version is usually called the cerebral cortex and has expanded enormously. It's by far the largest structure in the human brain. Sometimes you hear people refer to it as the reptilian brain, or refer to the reptilian brain as the brute, the atomic part that's left over when you strip away the cortex. But this is not correct. The cortex in its origin in the reptilian whilst, and the reptiles are probably smarter than we give them credit for. The cortex is like an upgraded tectum. We have a tectum buried underneath the cortex, and it performs the same functions as fish and amphibians. If you hear a sudden sound or see a movement in the corner of your eye, your tectum directs your gaze towards it quickly and accurately. The cortex also takes sensory signals and coordinates movement, but it has more flexible repertoire. I don't even know. I don't know how to say that word there. Sorry. Repertoire. Has a more flexible repertoire.
Repertoire.
Okay, repertoire. Yeah, I thought it was that. Depending on the contents, you may look toward, look away, make a sound, do a dance, or simply store the sensory event in memory in the case of information is useful in the future. In case the information is useful in the future. The most important difference between the cortex and the tectum may be the kind of attention they control. The tectum is the master of overt attention, pointing the sensory apparatus towards anything important. The cortex ups the ante with something called covert attention. You don't need to look directly at something to covertly attend to it. Even if you have turned your back on an object, your cortex can still focus its presence. Can still focus its processing resources on it. So scientists sometimes compare covert attention to a spotlight. The analogy was first suggested by Francis Crick, the geniatrist. Hold on a sec here, I'm going to come and play in a bit, yeah? Your cortex can shift your attention from the text in front of you to a nearby person, to the sound in your backyard, to a thought in your memory. Covert attention is the virtual movement of deep processing from one item to another. Right, oh shit, there's still quite a lot, man. From
Can I ask
one
you
process to
questions
another,
on that? On what you've read
to
so
another
far?
item. Yeah, got it, man.
Yeah. So the questions, and thanks for reading that on that theory. At least you were able to provide something. Wait, first of all, are you co-signing and supporting that theory?
I'd
Sorry,
say
Brady,
that,
I think Emma's in the back, you know. I think Emma's in the back, isn't it, you know?
yes. I'm gonna let MA jump on, and he can take my place in the bit. It was already on the panel.
No, but I want to. But I want to quickly. I'll leave soon.
Yeah. I don't mind jumping off.
I need to ask you in regards to what you just read. The questions I'm going to ask you.
What it was, yeah, was that
the same questions.
What it was that, like I say, because like I don't understand the exact in and outs of science or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not expecting you to be a professor. That's okay. I'm not going to treat you like
that. So obviously, it seems like that seems like the best explanation anyone's ever gave me about consciousness.
Sure.
Can
I ask you questions on it?
Than I've ever heard so far.
I'm just going to ask questions.
Okay, fine.
The questions I'm going to ask are basically the same kind of questions that were asked to Shakara, asked to myself, even asked to Orthodox more. So from that theory you've read, which I find interesting, I was looking at, maybe you can show me, is there a mathematical equation for that theory? Did he place it there?
I don't think there was a mathematical equation. It was literally a study of. It's been a study of literally of the brain and the functions on the brain.
And he's giving a theory as to how consciousness evolved. So okay, fine.
How consciousness evolved.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Of the brain.
So he's giving a theory there, but from what you've read, there's no mathematical equation there. Okay. The second thing I was going to ask. I'm just asking the questions that were asked to everybody else. So I don't know why you won't let me ask them.
Let me give a full answer though, bro. Come on, man, you ain't got to run through them. You've got time, man. We've got time, B. Hold on a sec, yeah. Yo, so like I was saying, yeah, with the evidence, yeah, that my man's gonna look into, yeah, he might not actually need a mathematical equation to understand exactly how the brain's working in it. Like he can actually study the physical brain. He can take apart dead people's brains or brains that have been preserved and study them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so obviously that doesn't sort of require a mathematical equation for it. So
okay,
I wouldn't expect there to be any sort of maths in that.
We're going to disagree because I think that's a bias. Because for everybody else, that's one of the first things you demanded, a mathematical equation. It's not there. The second thing
bro, that's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. The reason why he said maths was because the maths for wormholes.
Witness ain't wrong.
They were comparing maths the soul to wormholes. And for wormholes, there were equations.
Not wrong. Not wrong. No, let witness finish.
They won't let me finish as well. You see that?
He's not wrong. He's actually not wrong.
So the first,
you're asking for mathematical equations about biology.
They won't let me finish. They're shook, the scientism guys. The first thing I pointed out, which is the thing that they've always demanded from us, he read out a theory. That theory does not have a mathematical equation at all. Second point, in that theory they read, I'm well within my rights to ask this question because you guys ask us this question. What are the details of the controlled experiments that he carried during that theory? That's the second one. And the final one, the final and most important question, the final and most important question, you read out, neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. At any moment, only a few neurons win that intense competition. So I read again, you said, in that theory, neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. What makes the neurons act like candidates?
What neurons act like candidates? Well, the neurons in the brain. But like I was saying, yeah, really and truly, yeah. While you're doing this, wait. Hold on. While you're being disingenuous, wait. Let me finish, yeah. While you're being disingenuous and dishonest now,
disingenuous. I'm asking you the same questions. I'm being dishonest for asking questions. Wow.
Okay, let me explain to you why. Yeah, and why it's disingenuous and dishonest what you're doing. Yeah, is because you're asking questions halfway through. I've literally just read the paper. Yeah, so you know that I haven't even read the whole thing yet to see what experiments or what thingamabobs they've done. I was literally just reading through it, innit? So it's like asking questions about that particular paper.
All right, can I just say, I have read this article and it doesn't answer those questions.
That's, you know what I'm saying that. So,
did you hear what Shakara said, Billy?
Yeah, he's read the whole paper, but I've never read the whole paper. So how was I ever going to be able to give an answer for that?
Okay, fine. So the answer to those questions is A, the theory does not provide a mathematical equation. B, it does not provide details of controlled experiments. And C, and 3, when I asked the simple question in regards to what you read, neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. I simply wanted to know what makes the neurons behave like that in his theory. I couldn't see it there. Could you?
Can I just say, yeah, the equivalent of what is being asked here is when he's asking like, well, is it electromagnetism, for example, when that claim was made, and when one says, well, I don't know, then it's like, well, so what are you talking about? Then you can't even define it. So it's like, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Man ain't making that claim, but that's the burden. That is the burden that is being presented, and I think it's a relevant argument. I'm not even saying that. I think, yeah. Anyway, the point is that if that line of questioning is good, or is plausible from a scientific perspective, then it should be.
Bro, listen, yeah. It's destroying a straw man the argument, yeah, by saying, oh, is there a mathematics? That means everything that you tell me about, you have to have a mathematical equation for.
That is the burden. No, but Veli, the point is, yeah, this probably isn't on you personally, but the point is that these are burdens of proof that have been imposed upon previous conversation. Yeah, so
it only makes sense in a
Veli. Let me sum it up for you. You guys were asking
about something that has to have a So if we're talking about something that has to include maths to calculate it or whatever, or there's some sort of experiment you can do to prove or whatever that the thing may exist. Yeah, there's nothing that you can like. Them people were talking about taking out brains and trying to do exams on actual brains. Like, so that's the actual part that they're working on. It's not like, so why would you need a calculation for?
Because neurons. Here's why. Because neurons, yeah, are quantifiable and measurable. Once they become quantifiable and measurable, they become mathematic in terms of how we understand it.
Veli, it's more simple than that. Isn't this what actually happened? Yeah. So somebody claimed that there was some theory or one scientist saying that some souls was a possibility.
He's running away from the question.
Hang on, guys. So eventually, witness came to you guys and said, "Oh, do you think there's more reason to believe in a wormhole than a soul, even though a scientist says a soul is possible?" Yeah. So the eventual answer to that was the idea of wormholes came about independently in the world of science. and also are much better well defined and have mathematical equations to define them. So that's a hell of a lot more for the scientific community to champion that over the idea, that one guy's idea of a soul. Yeah,
it's not even an argument.
Wait. Let me finish. So
let him continue with his propaganda of lies.
Veli, I'm talking to you. Yeah. So that
Scientism all the way.
That was the eventual result of that argument. Yeah. So what Whitney's done now was, when you're talking about a biological theory, okay, which does include neurons and which can be mathematical and it should be to some extent as well. Yeah. But the fact is that you're talking about biological theory, about history, yeah, and for him to bring in that thing that no, you demand equations to validate any theory, that's a lie. The only reason we ever mentioned equations was because you wanted to know the difference for validating a soul and validating a wormhole.
He asked three questions, not just one. So to focus on the one question.
Bro, listen, I'm talking about the general thing. What's been happening for
However, because this is what's being said in the sense of the fact that when we're talking about these things, yeah, there's an ideological bias, yeah, that has nothing to do with the scientific method, but it's claiming to cling to the scientific method. That's the point that's being made, isn't it? And the reality is, like, when it comes to a lot of these questions, yeah, because one has to look at, if we're talking about consciousness, yeah, that the serious question has to be asked, and it is being asked in scientific circles, as to whether you can fully comprehend what consciousness is from a phenomenological perspective, yeah, or basis, yeah, just by understanding the brain and neurons. And these kinds of things, because it's experiential, yeah. So how do we get to the point whereby our consciousness gives us a unique experience, yeah, on the world and these kinds of things? And is there more to be understood about consciousness by looking at consciousness in terms of investigating one's own mind? Yeah, can you do that? There's all kinds of conversations and discussions that need to take place around this.
You're saying consciousness is unique.
We're already doing that. We're using our mind to try and find out about our mind. So what are you talking about?
But no, you can't have things in consciousness, yeah, that we can't share them if it's just unique. And it's not your feelings. You know what. Like, no,
that's not the case, bro. That's not the case, bro. That's not the case. Unless we're, and I mean, there are scientific explorations into this. However, the idea that what you experience when you experience pain, I don't experience pain. I know what pain feels like for me, yeah. But your pain that you experience, I don't experience it. When you look at something, I don't see through your eyes. I think through my own.
But when we give it,
yeah, but there's enough commonality that you can.
Listen to this thing, yeah. If we looked at the same picture, yeah, and we're not colorblind and we have full vision of what we're looking at, yeah, we're in two different rooms.
So we can share experiences. That's not in doubt. We can share experiences, but even in the sharing of experiences, I experience from my perspective, and you experience from your perspective.
Yeah, but it's not you.
Everyone's consciousness is definitely different. Yeah, and everyone's consciousness. Sorry,
because man, it's like man want to try and mix up the soul and spirit.
I'm not. You see what I'm saying? You keep trying to do that.
Guys, everyone's DNA is slightly different. Everyone's DNA is slightly different. That doesn't mean we have 3 legs. Doesn't mean some of us have 3 legs.
Some people do have 5 fingers though. This ain't got nothing to do with
actually true. Some people have 3 legs as well.
That's cool.
That's a very poor analogy, scientific.
This has nothing to do with soul and spirit. This has nothing to do with soul and spirit. If we're talking about consciousness, these are some of the questions that are being discussed and asked. The idea, and it's flawed to say that once we understand the brain, then we will. What's it called? Then we will understand consciousness. I don't know if anybody can actually make that claim 100%. Right, just this. I'm saying.
I'm saying it's a fair question, yeah, of the questioning of the spirit and the soul, or even consciousness and everything. Yeah, it's all fair questions, yeah? And saying that you don't know or you're trying to gain understanding of it, yeah, is a fair answer. Yeah, saying you know, yeah, this is 100% right. I have a spirit, I have a soul, and it's definitely gonna do this, that, and the other. It's gonna go to heaven with God and blah blah blah.
You are bringing strawmans into the argument, innit?
Exactly.
It's because I don't know if anybody's saying that.
Nobody said that. You just made that up,
You don't know You man know why I have to keep mentioning that though, because when we're talking in January, yeah, we're talking on the panel, but we're talking to the people in the chat as well. So when the people in the chat are hearing, listen. Every time we hear spirit, soul, something to do consciousness, yeah, their man are associating it to you just as a ghost that floats up to heaven.
But I didn't say that.
That's not even what spirit or soul means. That.
All right, listen. Can I just say? Can I just say what I was going to say?
Shakara's talking. Don't cut him.
Shakara, do you mind if I just say something?
My only point is that when we're talking about these things here, like if people want specific definitions, then people have to not bring in non-specific things or things that don't relate to what the thing actually is. A ghost would be a manifestation of, not it itself. Nobody would argue, even from an Abrahamic perspective, that Duppy is spirit itself. Yeah, like that doesn't even make any sense. So if we're gonna have that conversation, then let's not make things up. I don't even abide by Abrahamic whatevers, but I know that that's the case. So why would I argue that's the case? But I know it's not. It doesn't make any sense.
So what's the difference between a spirit and a soul? What's the difference between a spirit and a soul?
It depends on what this is. I'm trying to say, like that depends.
Don't go into this again, right? You're not being through this so many times.
One second. So you know I'm not lying. Yeah. Google the word psyche. Yeah, the origin of the word of psychology. Yeah, right, and see what it literally means today. I'm not even talking about etymology. Just Google the word and see what it means.
But you see what happened when after Veli gave us the theory. I asked simple logical questions. One of the questions was in what he mentioned. He said neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. I simply asked, what is responsible for making... You see, now I can't finish the question again. Every time I want to ask questions, I never get allowed to ask the questions. But everybody else can ask us questions.
There's an interesting point here, you know.
You see that? You see the dictatorship of science. You know what? No, you see the dictatorship of science. They won't let us ask questions. We're not allowed. This is like Stalinism. Scientism is like Stalinism. They don't like you to ask them questions. He read something which says neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. I simply asked, what is responsible for making the neurons behave like that? I then asked for the mathematical equation. I then asked, what are the controlled experiments? That's all I asked. I have not received an answer for any of those three questions, which are directly linked to the theory read.
We can find them out, though. I can find out the answers for them.
And that'll be a good exploration. That'll be a good exploration.
One sec. But wait. Let me make another point though, yeah. Because like I was saying, yeah, when I was reading that explanation, yeah, true or false, was the man given or the woman, was they given like a metaphorical understanding of what they was describing of how neurons work? Was it like what, or did they actually say that this is exactly what's happening? The neurons are in there shouting like a fucking parliament and putting in their votes.
Exactly. He's just describing it. He's just describing it for people to understand what it means, bro.
And he's describing it. And
the question still, I don't know why we're even doing that. The question still stands.
So do you guys know how neurons behave? The thing is,
they won't answer the question. They won't answer
his description. Hang on, his description is based on the assumption that that the person reading his paper may have a basic understanding of what it's like neuron. Now, for you to come and act like
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, scientific method. If you read scientific literature, you know that the article was written for a layman. Yeah,
exactly.
You know, specifically, we know that.
Yeah, but all he did was use the word neuron, and this guy is having.
No. The analogy stands, but you know what it is? Yeah, this is the other thing about the concept of scientism. It presumes that all relevant questions or all plausible questions, yeah, are ones that can be answered via the scientific method. If it cannot be, if the scientific method cannot devise an experiment for it, then it's not a plausible question to ask.
No.
And I think that
you can ask whatever questions you like.
Right? And I think
Listen,
did you hear what he just said?
You can ask whatever questions you like.
Whatever questions you like. He just
you can ask whatever.
I asked 3 questions and he won't address it.
Bro, just shut up. You can ask whatever questions you like. Yeah?
But that is true though, because you say there's no God because he cannot be proven.
Me finish. I said 3 words, and you're not jumping on that. So you can ask whatever questions you like, yeah. But it really doesn't matter to anyone else until you can find a way of validating, demonstrating, or showing that there's any truth
I've got the answer now anyway. Hey, listen, I've got the answer for you, man. Now, yeah.
Which one though? Which answer?
You want the answer, witness? Witness, ready? Yeah.
I asked you 3 questions.
Yeah. The answer for the test. The answer for the test about neurons.
When you got about neurons, I got
remember you was asking about neurons, yeah? How they was able to make that analogy. How they was able to make that analogy, yeah? Because there's different tests that you can do, yeah? So there's the computed tomography scan, also called the CT or CAT scan. Is it electroencephalogram?
Veli, you got that wrong road. But Veli, witness was not denying that that's how neurons act. No, Veli, you got that on the unnecessary road. Witness wasn't asking. He wasn't suggesting that they don't act like that. He was saying, does the article explain why they act like that? Yeah, what is it that makes them act like that? What is it about their biological makeup, or what forces are acting upon these neurons in ways that make them act like that? That's what he was asking. He's not denying that they act like that.
Listen, man. All right, what I'll tell you what, yeah. I'm gonna tag in one of my partners from the ADL, yeah, Atheist Defense League, yeah, because he understands a bit more about science.
What are you saying, James Jones? Rob, yeah. So, can I say something, Vinny? Though? Can I say something?
Guess who it is, and see if you get it right.
It's our Lord and Savior.
Day done. It's gonna be day done. I bet you.
It's our Lord and Savior, Rob. All hail, Rob. Oh Lord, why?
So Veli couldn't answer the questions.
I was gonna make a suggestion, yeah, because I think this might be helpful. Right? What I suggest here is that there are a number of relatively good explanations in terms of consciousness and neuroscience and lectures and composite videos of animation and kind of things there on YouTube, right? So if heads want to watch one and allow it to inform the conversation as we move forward, I think that might be helpful. So we're not having a shouting match and a competition between whatever size people have taken on this at the moment, because like I said before, sometimes I feel like the idea of not taking an L is more important than the actual conversation, and I feel like just having a local watch of something might actually help the conversation. So feel free to do that. I'm gonna be on mute for a bit, but yeah.
Well, I'm gonna leave because I asked 3 questions in regards to that theory. Not a single one of them has been answered, and I know he's not going to answer them.
Witness,
are you going to answer the questions that I asked? Those 3 questions.
Let me say.
No. If you're going to waffle on something else, I'm not interested.
No. I'm gonna answer.
Are you going to answer those questions?
I'm going to address the point of the question thing that you're saying.
The 3 questions.
If I were to ask what's going on with the hollow unicorn.
I'm done.
No, witness. If I were to ask what is going on with the hollow unicorn, that is not an actual question that's worthy of answering. So because you ask a thing in a form of a question, it doesn't always mean that it's worthy of an answer. You insist that everyone should answer your questions, but is your question worthy of an answer?
You're forgetting the context. You're forgetting the context. You're forgetting the context in which you ask the question. No, but it's not fair to do that. You're forgetting.
Witness, don't run, man. Come back.
But to be fair, if we're being fair, we have to appreciate the context in which Witness asked the question.
Witness was being a bully to me.
He was saying,
I'm the victim here.
He was saying, and he's not wrong, that other people have been asked similar questions in relation to what they might deal with, or things that they're saying. All right. So if those questions are valid and viable in relation to some of our arguments, then why are they invalid now? It doesn't make any sense to say that from any level of objectivity. That doesn't make any sense.
First of all, I'm not entirely sure because I wasn't here for when he asked the question, so I don't know the actual questions that he asked. All I know is that a lot of people, theists and spiritual people, ask a lot of effectively invalid, unnecessary questions that are not even worthy of answer, because they themselves haven't established anything to even show that this question is worth asking. The other thing that I've noticed, Shakara, you dive into, or you'd run into very quickly as well, just like most theists do, is you are effectively using the spirituality of the gaps. The gap of, the God, instead of the God of the gaps, you just run to spirituality. Well, we don't understand consciousness, so every other crap that I can postulate now is got to be somehow valid.
Validate your statement with something that
you run into gaps. You pick a gap, you find a gap in our knowledge and understanding, and then you insert your spiritual woo in it.
Where have I done this?
Literally about consciousness.
How?
You literally said it a minute ago. Where you said, we don't understand consciousness, so spirituality and your spirit and your perspective.
No, I didn't say that at all. That's the point. I didn't say that at all. So I'm asking you, what did I say? What is it that I said that suggests that?
Because you started talking about how we don't understand consciousness, and so somehow recording things objectively is not valid. Of course it is.
But again, that's not what I said. So what is it that I said? What is it that I said?
Well, I don't know it verbatim. You repeat what you said.
If it wasn't that long ago, because I haven't been on for that long yet, go and find the statement.
And this is what I'm saying. That you were talking about. You don't understand consciousness.
Baxi, go and find the statement.
You're saying we don't understand consciousness.
Yes.
So what are you inserting in that?
I'm not inserting anything in it. The only thing I was saying that we don't fully understand consciousness. That's all I said.
Listen, Shakara's not the first person to bring up the idea of spirit in relation to scientific discovery or exploration of consciousness.
Yeah, but in this instance, he hasn't. So, Banksy, what are you talking about? You're coming with some preconceived thing, Banksy. So you need to deal with
again, it's ideological. Yeah, I said something. He heard. So I'm not saying what I said, even though I didn't say it because he's coming from a particular ideology.
You were not saying it verbatim, but you were postulating that we don't understand.
I wasn't postulating anything. I was postulating.
Yes, you were inferring that because we don't understand consciousness, there has to be something more.
No, I was challenging the idea of a sufficient understanding of consciousness as it stands right about now, and I'm saying that no scientist is saying that. No scientist is saying that because if they were, then we would have solved the problem of artificial intelligence. Yeah. So the idea that we know how consciousness arises or emerges from a phenomena is flawed. It's not the case.
No. First of all, you don't understand artificial intelligence.
That is the only point I've made. That is the only point I've made.
This is the problem. You don't understand artificial intelligence either, because you think we haven't got artificial intelligence. We actually have artificial intelligence.
Biased mindset.
That's not what he said, Banksy. Are you actually listening, Banksy?
He just said the words, we don't understand consciousness. That's why we don't have artificial intelligence.
Is that what I said? Yeah. All right. You know what?
But you're telling me you didn't just say literally a second ago. We don't understand consciousness. That's why we don't have. We can't solve the problem of artificial intelligence.
Baxi, I'm going to leave you. Baxi, I'm going to leave you to have the argument with what you said. I said. All right. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Did you not just say the reason we don't understand artificial intelligence is because we don't understand consciousness? You didn't say that. Those were not words that just came out of your mouth.
Yeah, he did say that earlier. He did say that earlier as well. He did say that earlier as well, but I thought what he was saying is
about 30 seconds ago that the reason we can't have artificial intelligence is because we don't understand consciousness. We are categorically wrong. We literally have artificial intelligence right now. Right now we have go to Amazon and you will experience artificial intelligence. Go to YouTube. Right now on YouTube, artificial intelligence is running on YouTube as we speak. So it's running also on Netflix as well. Any algorithm that is actually making decisions on whether to suggest the next video for you is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is running on your Call of Duty game. No, the thing is, there are stages of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence exists, just different stages. What he is thinking about.
Shakara, what did you say, Bob?
Well, that's what I mean. You can literally rewind the video right now, and see that he said the reason we don't have artificial intelligence is because we don't understand the consciousness.
If you rewind the video, you will not hear me say that we don't have.
Yes, I will literally. I can literally do it right now.
Do it. Take a look at 2 minutes and do that, and you will find that I did not say that we don't have artificial intelligence.
What did you say then? What did you say? You didn't say that.
Baxi, rewind the video and
okay. Let me rewind this.
Pull up.
Okay, you did say that, and you said that earlier as well, bro. You said exactly that. You said it earlier as well. Method.
Rewind it because you weren't saying that before, yeah. So you evidently you understood something clearly of what I was saying before. You brought the argument like you got.
It's on. No, I just didn't think it was important. I just didn't think it was important.
Method, you could do the same. Rewind the video and find me where I said it. I ain't saying nothing more on that.
Okay,
bro. I didn't think it was important, but like you said, I heard you say earlier on, as well as just now, I heard you say that we don't have a full understanding of consciousness, and that's why we can't produce artificial intelligence. You said that earlier, about an hour ago.
You just said it now.
2 minutes ago as well.
Find the video. Like I said, find where I said it. And the funny thing is, scientific method, yeah. The only funny thing is, yeah, when you actually find what I said, yeah, you actually find that just after it, you actually agreed with what I said.
Bro, I didn't think it was an important thing to pick up on, so that's irrelevant. We may have been talking about
it was important enough to agree with it.
No, I'm only agreeing with the fact that you said it because you did.
Pull up the video.
Not what you actually said.
Pull up the video.
Listen,
pull up the video. Find it.
He said you said it. I heard you say that exact sentence.
Go on mute, scientific. Pull up the video and find it for me.
Oh, bro, you said it twice. Forget it. So yeah, anyway, this always just goes into these silly semantics and linguistics and nonsense. At the end of the day, yeah, there's gray areas in human beings' understanding of every topic, yeah. You know, normal people come up with theories.
How come your language is so negative, my like?
Hang
why is
on,
it? How come? Hold
man.
on a minute. No. When it's not something that you agree with, it's nonsense. It's stupid. It's primary school. This, that, and the other. But when it's your thing, it's all high level. But yeah, you get what I'm saying to you?
So all I was saying is that there's a bunch of stuff that we understand about the world.
You don't even sound that intelligent when you use that
stuff we understand about the world, and there's grey areas about things that we're not sure of. We understand bits and not the full picture. So in that field, people come along and say, "I have an idea.
Let me ask you something.
This is true."
Are there things that science cannot prove?
The rest of the people say to them, why do you think that? You need to show.
I have the clip.
Play this game of coming up with a correct hypothesis.
Are there things that science cannot prove?
So that's what validates people's ideas. And over time,
I'm asking you a question. I know you can hear me, Bob.
We have seen over time that people who come up with ideas and then give us ways of testing their ideas are more useful because that helps us make progress. That helps us to at least eliminate bad ideas straight away. Yeah. So in that process, we managed to find things that are reliably true. Yeah? That's the way it works. Yeah. So these people come along and say, "Oh, I have an idea. This thing about the soul, which we've been talking about for thousands of years, people made up when they were, I don't know, desperate."
Method. Do you believe that there's anything that science cannot prove?
That idea in at every deeper and deeper level of reality we find out. And guess what? They always failed. Their idea was still there when we didn't know that much about lightning and that much about.
Let me know when you finish. Yeah.
But guess what? Every single time they thought the soul came and someone died of this thing or that thing or that thing or this experience or someone had this behavior and this explained it by the soul in the gym. Every single time that these people came along and their hypothesis or their idea was around, people thought that. But guess what? Step by step, the process and methodology of science have demonstrated, no, those are bad ideas. They were never true. These are better explanations. So these guys moved their soul and moved their God and moved their spirituality to one level deeper and said, oh, it works on this level now. And we think it's true here. Wow. And guess what? All it is we're now at the current state where basically we're going to find out at the next step that magic and stuff just still hasn't been found out. Guess what, lads? But the naturalism and actual demonstrable, reliable experimentation and hypothesis has led us to a further understanding. That's what's going to happen. Simple as that.
Have you finished? Do you feel better now? So I just had one simple question. Yeah. Like seriously, is there anything that science cannot prove? Method. Or do you believe that science
is there
can prove
anything that science cannot prove?
Correct.
I don't know. What your question exactly? Can you think about your question a bit better than that, because that doesn't make sense.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? I think it makes perfect
sense. Is there
anything
something that science cannot prove?
Cannot prove. Yes.
Science doesn't prove anything in the first place. So what are you talking about?
Okay, so let's try to put it a different way. Is there anything that whereby you can't necessarily apply scientific method to get to an answer?
Yes, at the moment there are.
There are.
Maybe there always will be.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to know that, Bab. You can continue now.
Yeah, I personally thought people already knew that. But anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so you can continue your ramble now. I just wanted to know that, man.
No, I mean, that wasn't a ramble. That was all I had to say about the current situation.
I do have the clip of Shakaraj talking about artificial intelligence, by the way. And he did actually literally say no scientist claims that we understand consciousness. That is why we can't solve the problem of artificial intelligence.
The problem of artificial intelligence. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's suggesting as if we don't have artificial intelligence.
No,
we have artificial intelligence.
That suggests that
we have solved the problem of artificial intelligence.
Relax, one second.
Listen, man.
I can show you multiple testimonies from scientists and philosophers who also highlight the problem of artificial intelligence. So self-driving cars, for example, they're coming up against a problem. Yeah, that problem is related to what consciousness. The problem is related.
Nothing to do with consciousness.
The problem is related to the function of the AI. Again, in relation to how the brain works, because we don't have that same problem. They haven't solved how to make an artificial intelligent car care enough, for example. Yeah, that sounds like a really airy fairy word, but that's something that scientists and philosophers have also postulated. You can't make them care, right?
It doesn't matter whether they can make them care or not. We're talking about artificial intelligence.
Nobody has said
intelligence that can operate without human beings.
Let me tell you something that you're doing right now. You're stunting a conversation based on something that wasn't said.
Yes, it was. He literally said that's why we can't. They don't understand consciousness. That's why we can't. Artificial intelligence. I literally pulled the clip.
The problem with AI. The problem of AI is a problem within the field of AI research.
No, there is always a problem within every research, within every facet of science. Science is not complete. That is exactly what scientific method is trying to tell you. But the fact is, we have AI right now. We have AI.
I bet you do me a favor and just shut up in it, because what you're doing is you're just making the thing like just.
No, because you don't understand what the fuck AI is. You're talking about a subject that is beyond you.
No one understands but you. And fucking method.
Yeah, because
everyone else is stupid. The man said the problem. You came in with your own perception and just started to ramble like method.
And scientific method, scientific. You should be honest enough to know or say that you understood what Shakara was saying. That's why you didn't react to it. Yeah, we all understand that there is a problem.
What are you talking about? I told you. Shut up, man. I told you already. I didn't think it was important. I didn't think it was important. So don't tell me you know. Don't tell me you know what reason I said something or what reason I ignored something.
The problem when you ignorant people.
Notice that
Baxi is not playing the video. I just didn't think it was important.
Notice that Baxi is not playing the video.
I've got the video saved. I can play it right now. It's just like this. I don't know if you're gonna. Okay, I'm waiting for a fucking moment where people shut up so I can play the video. Okay, let me turn it up. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I hope you can.
Listen, drop the needle, man, and just play the thing, fam.
Hold on. Let me play it. This is the clip.
Because if they were, then we would have solved the problem of artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Simple.
There you go. Exactly. Yes, we have artificial intelligence.
You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb.
We literally said we would have solved the problem of. What do you mean?
You're dumb. You're dumb.
Solve the problem of artificial intelligence. That's exactly what he said. That's exactly
You're a
what
dumb
he
guy.
said. If we understand
Scientifically,
that would solve the
Shut
problem of
up,
artificial intelligence.
Remember, you
That's
think all
exactly
black
what he
people
said.
are beggars. You
No,
can
the
fuck
problem
right
is
off.
you
Like,
guys
you're
are
thinking.
ignorant of what is
Shut up,
artificial
man.
intelligence. The problem is when you're ignorant of a
weak.
subject
You're
matter,
trying to claim that you
you
don't
don't
know.
Oh,
understand
fuck
what
off,
it
man.
is.
Don't come and start
You
telling
think
us all
you
that
know
bullshit over
what
here,
the
man.
problem
Fuck
is.
off back to
Yeah,
the
you're
and all that shit. Fuck
not
off, man.
contributing nothing to the conversation, bro. You're just stupid.
Because
Never
you're an
does,
idiot.
brother.
I'm sorry that
does,
you're
man.
ignorant of the subject matter. When you don't understand
Everyone's
something,
ignorant. You're
you can
clever.
pretend that you know what
You're the
you're
only
talking
one that
about.
went to uni. You're
No,
the
it's
only
not.
one that's educated out here. Shut up.
No, but guys, we're saying this about you because we've talked to you, yeah, and because of the things you said. It's not some random thing that we're saying about you.
I'm sorry you're ignorant of this subject matter, but
Yeah,
you don't
you're rolling with
understand what the
Shut up,
artificial
man.
intelligence is
You
and
come
what you're
in, you
talking
told,
about.
you said that the man said something which he didn't.
He just
Before
said
he said
it.
sorry,
He just said
you get me?
He just
And keep it moving. Now you're going into something else, man. You're an idiot.
Can we pull the
Telling
clip
He
back about
just
10
said
seconds,
it.
please?
You know
The
what?
man
You know
said,
what? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you guys are so dishonest that you
You're
can't accept that.
embarrassing
That what he said. That what he
Hello?
said was the same thing.
Yo,
Guys,
this
what
is
he
method,
said was
man.
the
You're a
same
Can you
thing.
pull
charlatan,
the
bro.
clip back? 1 second. Can you pull the clip back?
yeah, you go ahead and shout
Shut
him
up, man.
down.
That's
That's how
embarrassing.
you win
Shaka
arguments.
Raj tries to
Shows
spin
the
some
clarity
angle on
of
this.
your
Watch how
intelligence.
embarrassing this is going to be.
About
Watch
10
how
seconds.
embarrassing this is going to be.
Can you
Man
pull the
said
clip back
that
about
so
10 seconds?
clearly.
Go on. Pull the clip back about 10 seconds and play it again. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on,
I literally just played it for you, and I have to turn my volume extremely loud in order for you to hear it.
Yes. And I'm saying play it again and play it from about 10 seconds earlier than you played it from just a minute
The
ago.
thing
Go on.
is, this stream is constantly moving.
Play the thing, man. We don't want to hear you play the
Okay,
thing.
let me try to play it as far back as I know. Hold on. Let me see what this is.
Come on, a clever guy like
Just 10
you,
seconds.
Banksy,
I'm sure
you
you can
can
figure it
find
out.
it, man.
A man with the blessing of scientific method.
Of a sufficient
Get me?
understanding of consciousness.
Telling us you can't rewind the
Hold on,
stream.
play it again, rewind. 1 second, man. Play it again. We can't hear it. Play it again.
Sorry, are you guys gonna listen to this?
Yes. Play it again.
Okay. This is as far back, but the timeline keeps shifting because this is a live stream.
No problem.
Hold on.
Shaka was not the first person to bring up the idea of spirit in relation to scientific discovery or exploration.
Yeah, but in this instance, he hasn't. So obviously, not even anything about it. So we come in with some preconceived thing, Banks. So he's doing it's ideological. Yeah, I said something. He heard. So I'm noticing what I said.
Why are you playing that?
No, let him play. Let play.
You're not saying it verbatim, but you were postulating that we. I was postulating anything. I was postulating. Yes, you were inferring, but because we don't understand it, I said it has to be something more. No, I was challenging the idea of a sufficient understanding of consciousness as it stands right about now, and I'm saying that no scientist is saying that. No scientist is saying that because if they were, then we would have solved the problem of artificial intelligence. Yeah, so that
Exactly.
What are you hearing? What are you actually hearing?
No. A.M. Brown, hold on. Shakarad, do you think that we don't have artificial intelligence right now?
No, what I said?
Do you think we don't have artificial intelligence right now?
It's not what I said.
No, that's what you said. You said solve the problem of artificial intelligence. What's the problem of artificial intelligence?
Better question.
That's a better question.
Okay, what's the problem? What problem is it that you're talking about?
So the idea that we have to create a fully self-conscious robotic brain, it hasn't been done yet. One of the major issues with
so you're talking about
exploration. One of the major issues with that, and what I actually said was, and this is why I said to you to pull it back, is because I was talking about a full, comprehensive understanding of consciousness, and I'm saying to you that no scientist would claim to have that the scientific community has developed a sufficiently full understanding of consciousness. None of them would make that claim, and I used one of the frontiers in relation to the application of understanding of consciousness, which is artificial intelligence. And because of the fact that consciousness is not fully understood, there are many questions that are still being asked in relation to applying that knowledge to artificial intelligence.
Yes, but
so one of the primary areas that is up for debate. And by the way, there is a debate around the extent to which artificial intelligence actually exists, but we're not going to go into that right about now.
No, there isn't a debate that we have
There
artificial
is.
intelligence.
There is.
It's just that you're talking. Look, Chakra, I know what you're talking about.
However, the one of the issues is, for example, aesthetics. Yeah, that as human beings, we have a phenomenological experience or understanding of aesthetics and beauty and art and music, and we can appreciate these things from a phenomenological perspective. But where that comes from is that we have an understanding of beauty, yeah, and so we create things, yeah, for the purpose of experiencing beauty, so to speak. And there is questions around whether one could manufacture that or one could develop that sensibility in an artificial being. There's a question around.
You see, the thing is, what you're going into what is known as general intelligence. It's not just it's artificial general intelligence. It's what you're trying to talk about. That's what you're trying to talk about, arts, and would an artificial intelligence appreciate?
It's just one example.
Would it have a conscious? Would it appreciate? Would it have emotional connections to
It's
things?
just one example, yeah. And these are real frontiers within that
Yes,
field.
those are, but not artificial intelligence, because we have artificial intelligence.
Yes, they
we
are.
have artificial
Yes, they are.
intelligence.
Yes,
They are
they
just no, but this is what I'm saying about the fact that you guys don't understand.
Yes, they are. These are frontiers in the field of artificial intelligence.
They are the different stages of artificial intelligence.
Okay. So
we have artificial intelligence right now. We just have it at a much lower stage.
If that's the point you're making, if that's the point you're making, it's not a point that was being argued. So if you want to continue, we don't understand consciousness. That's why we haven't solved the problem. If you want to continue arguing that point, for whatever reason it makes you feel comfortable, then fine. It's not a point I was arguing.
Because but that's not what you said. That's not what you said. What you were thinking and what you said are two different things. When you're specific with the things you say, then we can argue that. But when you're thinking something but you don't actually express it, I can only argue the thing you are saying, not the thing you're thinking.
Yeah, but you said just say you don't understand. If you don't understand what you're talking about, then you have no reason to talk about it.
No, because he is talking. When he said we haven't solved the problem of artificial intelligence, from his words, I can infer that he's not. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Because if he was, he would have said we have artificial intelligence. We haven't solved the problem of general intelligence.
Banks.
Wait.
You can't do that. You cannot.
Wait. 1 second. Let me just say one thing quickly.
I can only argue of the things he said, not the things that he's inferring or he's thinking about.
Wait. Hold on. All you had to do, bro, was do what you just did. When he said the problem with AI, you shouldn't infer a whole bunch of stuff and interpolate a whole bunch of stuff. Just ask him, what do you say the problem with AI is?
Yes, but that's why I had to go
It's
back.
obvious that it means the problem that we can't do it, the problem that we can't replicate it, the problem that we can't make it happen.
The one thing, fam. 15 minutes to say the one question. That's all you had to do.
But the fact is,
bro, in that context, the problem of AI is quite simply the fact that we can't achieve it yet. If anybody thinks otherwise, they're being disingenuous.
It's because they try to
Jackarai is good with language. He knows what he's doing. So he knows that's the implication. He knows that's the implication in that context.
But there will always be a problem with AI, by the way. There will never be we can have a fully functioning Terminator running around like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there will always be a problem even with that AI.
Yeah, but his point is not attack.
There will always be a frontier to every science.
His point is not to attack the AI progress. His point is to point out the progress, the lack of progress in understanding fully.
But what is he saying? The fact is, when he's saying,
what have you come to say, Banksy? Because you've obviously come to say something. So what have you come to say?
I came to address this soul of the gaps or spirit of the gaps. Every time someone doesn't understand something, a theist runs towards the gap in our knowledge and says,
"Have you heard
we have a gap here."
About today? Okay, wait. Calm down. Have you heard that being spoken about today?
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
But it's ideological. So this is an ideological point.
all the time.
This is the same thing as me talking about getting rid of the borders on the continent. It's an ideological point for a particular reason, for a particular purpose. So whether he heard it or not, this is where he's comfortable ideologically reasoning from. So he's going to insert that in the conversation, even though he hasn't heard it, because that's where he's comfortable. That's what it is.
100%.
That's what I'm. That's why I asked the question. That was not what was being reasoned at the time. So,
and you know what? A lot of these guys, they do the same thing regarding, okay, man's not a theist, like in the same way that Abrahamics are and whatever, but they will wrap it all in one thing and you from that position. You get me? And it's dead.
And call you silly and all types of shit.
Yeah, fam. Yeah, exactly. All that kind of rubbish, man.
But listen, the next time that method comes on you, don't allow him to tell everyone to shut up, man. Like, seriously, you need to box him on the line. He likes to tell people to shut up. It's ridiculous. But anyway, listen, pick up yourselves, man.
We got 9. Hey, can I just take here? Hey, Shaka, are you? I haven't heard not even 95% of this, so I'm not gonna fall into any of the traps of this.
Be very careful what you tread, James Jones. There's a lot of landmines.
What I was gonna ask is, I have no fear though, because I'm honest. So I don't like.
Please.
So hold on. I was gonna say, are you familiar with the hard problem of consciousness, or what philosophers argue is the hard problem of consciousness?
Now the terminology I'm familiar with. The answer to your question is eluding me at the moment, but I have Daniel Dennett. I've watched a couple lectures by him where he's explained this.
Okay. I think it's Chalmers, something, the guy the philosopher that suggested it. Think in the 90s or maybe the 80s. But his issue, which I think, if I'm right, is what you guys are. The issue is the issue with phenomena and noumena, where you eventually there's going to be in a nutshell, his idea is there's going to be it's going to fall into a category error if you try to explain consciousness with physical and functional terms, or like through a formalist worldview.
Yeah. Which is the question I asked earlier. I don't even know if it's possible to.
So some people dismiss it. Yeah. So the issue with this argument, which I guess I argue in philosophy, it's definitely a valid argument. In science, maybe not so much, especially right. Is some people can outright dismiss it. They can just say, "I don't believe in no fucking hard problem of consciousness."
Yeah.
And other people will appeal to category errors in any kind of description, and they'll say, "Well, how that feels isn't a physical description, or that subjectivity in that perception is not a physical description. Therefore, you fall short. We got you." And then the physicalist can go, "You're retarded." That's usually how it probably will go, and that's how it's probably going to go now. But with
I don't know about
AI, me and you have had this discussion previously. There is AI, there is models of consciousness that AI that how can I put it? That producing a like third or fourth or fifth gen AI will answer. There are models of consciousness that it will completely describe, be able to describe. Some of them already exist, and some of them are sort of being formulated, and the base sort of levels of these ideas have been formed, and they're building upon them with the maths and the experiment evidence and data.
So no, I'm familiar with that. For example, in the creation or the development of the driverless car, there is a lot of experimentation being done in different fields. There's a university, I believe it's in Switzerland, where they're teaching a robot to put shapes. You know the baby thing where you put the
square
circle, right?
All that,
all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Now, bearing in mind that when you talk about intelligence, the fundamental component of intelligence is the capacity to learn. Yeah, that's what it's all about, right? So there is evidence of being able to. They taught the robot to tie a knot, for example, and if there's evidence of that, and probably a few stages above that even. So that's what it is. What I'm saying, the last point I was making though is the explorations of emotion and aesthetics, and these kinds of things. These are real, frontiers in terms of whether you can develop that in an artificial intelligence and an appreciation or an understanding for beauty. You know what I'm saying, and music.
These are category errors, but unfortunately, right, someone can reduce all of these especially if someone's like a determinist. They can just reduce it all to mathematical and scientific processes, right?
They can, but music.
You have your right of refusal. You can disagree with them because you're saying it hasn't completely been mapped.
It's about whether it works or not in a car.
That's what I'm saying. No, but computers can make music though, James Jones. That's not the problem. The issue is when we listen to music, there's a particular experiential value from that, so we can break down the melodies and the rhythm into mathematics, but the experience of listening to music or the experience of looking at a piece of art,
but the specific, right? And that kind of stuff. But your precise sort of biochemical composition at that stage, right? The amounts, the levels. So what some would argue is the what's the word? That can be replicated. Now the only issue you would have as the individual is you'd say, well, they don't know truly how I feel. But they're arguing, there isn't now, there arguably is a way to map someone's consciousness on to someone else. It's listen, if you believe in
that's slightly different though. That is slightly different. Mapping someone's consciousness, now you're getting into that's a different field. And I'm not saying it's completely unrelated, but when they're talking about artificial intelligence, mapping someone's consciousness is like, because the consciousness is there already, it's not artificially developed. You know what I'm saying? That being able to preserve consciousness.
You know what I'm talking to. So what's your point in a nutshell that everyone seems to get?
No, it was a conversation. I actually wasn't making a major point. I was prior to I was trying to define science.
What was MA saying then?
MA was challenging Banksy's interpretation of the point I was making.
Which was you weren't making a point. So what was the point?
No, I was saying all I was saying is that this idea that consciousness is sufficiently understood is flawed. That nobody makes that argument. But I think
no one
makes the argument. Yeah.
Listen, far be it from me to defend Banksy. I don't think he came on to defend artificial intelligence. No, that's what
no, he didn't. No, I use an example when he tried to jump. Banksy came in with no purpose at all other than to inject forces into the debate, like because what he brought was not actually being discussed. That was the whole point.
I'm happy to agree with that. But then because I need to jump off in a second. It just sounded like fun, so I thought I'd get my 2 cents in. But was it if human brains were so simple that we could understand them, we would be so simple that we couldn't. And I think that gives you a lot in what you need to know in these arguments of consciousness.
Well, yeah, but I agree.
You should be careful though, not to suggest in this gray area something which is truly, absolutely not understood, because then you just poison the well and muddy the waters and pretend that all of the scientific understanding all the scientific definitions surrounding or pertaining towards consciousness, you just absolutely destroy them.
Well, you know what? I would suggest
absolutely no definitions.
I would suggest that it's fundamentally also flawed to try and reduce consciousness down to neurological firing. I think that there's a flaw in that reasoning, and I think also that the brain as an object is a mystery as it stands at the minute, which is worthy.
Are you familiar with Roger Penrose?
One second. The brain as it stands is a mystery to us to a significant degree, a mystery that is not unsolvable. But how that relates to the functions of consciousness in terms of how we live our lives and how we express ourselves and behavior and well-being and mental health and them kind of things there, I think that there's more to that conversation and more to that exploration, in terms of looking internally as well. So
there you go. Metaphysics of the gaps.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
you find a gap and you go, well, we don't really know it, so it's woo.
How is that a gap? I don't understand what.
Because you're trying to insert metaphysics or some kind of woo in the place of the things we don't understand. So
No,
you keep constantly saying,
I didn't say anything about not understanding.
More to it than what we know.
I didn't say anything about. I didn't say anything about not understanding. I think that there are things that can clearly be understood about consciousness and mental health from inward looking, from other forms of exploration. It's not about not understanding. I don't know why that's why that's got to be the case. When you're talking about the discipline of psychology and these kinds of things, we're not only talking about neuroscience. We're talking about behavior. We're talking about experiences. We're talking about trauma. You know what I'm saying, and how and those things also do have an impact upon how the brain is mapped.
But can I quickly,
but 1 second, but the only point is that the conversation is not, it doesn't lie exclusively in that domain. Why is that?
But hold on, can I just say there's people working on 3rd gen artificial intelligence.
Yes.
There's people like recently I was listening to, actually James brought up James Steve brought up the other day. But Sir Roger Penrose and some other famed anesthetist working on some concept of how microtubules are responsible for consciousness or a specific composition or amount or whatever. There's also numerous that we were just talking about you can learn a lot about neuroscience in it, like a real word.
Yeah.
So and if those people are making the suggestion with clearly defined terms that anything that has been postulated earlier this week existed, maybe it would hold more weight. But the fact that you doesn't understand consciousness fully, I who don't understand consciousness, but at least accept there is a definition for consciousness. Everybody else on the panel who, again, some of which agree that there's a definition, some of who, like MA, probably agrees more with you that, it could be anything kind of thing. I don't think you should be making any assertions, postulations, or reading into it, given that you haven't defined either of the two terms of the things that you're conflating. And I think that is where.
What am I conflating? What am I conflating?
When people say dishonest,
what am I conflating?
You said, how can someone? This is a quote. You said, how can someone not believe in a spirit or a soul, but they believe in consciousness?
That's not what I said. That's I
think sometimes when you get angry, you forget where the argument takes you.
I haven't said that. And again, you keep.
No, not now. Hold on. Not today.
James,
have you not said that?
No, I have not said that. I have not said.
You didn't say with me and Esau, because Esau will confirm it when he comes back around. You didn't say with me and Esau. Oh, so you're scoffing at me believing in the spirit.
What I said was,
hold on. You said, but you accept consciousness. That's what you said.
Again, I noticed in these conversations that heads are more like, instead of like bringing an argument, which is normally what happens, like redefining my argument seems to be paramount.
No, but I'm making a point, and you're
the only argument that because I wasn't actually making a case. Yeah.
No, but just now, what I was
please. That is not what I said.
I have to explain why. No, but
what I said. Yeah, but again, that's not what we.
I have to explain why.
But again, that is not. But it's not even what we were discussing. So if I'm talking about consciousness at the moment and understanding consciousness, yeah, then like why are heads hell bent on having a spirit soul conversation? Especially.
Listen.
No. For me,
people like you.
For me, the distinctions. For me, my understanding of those concepts, yeah, may be different to yours. But if the conversation is quite squarely about consciousness, then why do we keep trying to have to go down?
Because what I'm saying to you is, you're somebody. Hold on, you're somebody who has historically poisoned the well when it comes to the understanding.
No, I haven't.
This is what's irritating. You have, and I've explained how you have, and now you're just going to say you didn't.
No, James.
Somebody like me that's honest. Hold on, somebody like me that's trying to be honest.
But you're not being honest.
You know what? I have to try to be, right. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Go and find the videos, and we can have a conversation about what exactly I said. Bear in mind, James. Bear in mind, yeah, that initially you came the same thing as last time when we were having this conversation. You came into a conversation for the most part you had not heard. Yeah, you had not heard the conversation, and so my arguments have been.
You could have listen. If I'm just trying, you could have just let me go on with what I was saying, and that's it. It would have had absolutely no relevance. You haven't said the things I've said. You've said. You wouldn't even need to defend them because it seems so illogical. the reality of this fact is every single one of these, like, this is where I say I don't care what anyone says, is the dishonesty, because you all of these are to make a far more subtle a tacit point, and which that point is you can't call me crazy for the things that I believe in. That's all this is. And you don't want, you're uncomfortable now being overt with it, because you know that it is illogical.
I'm very overt.
And someone could highlight the clear the clear lack of logic that most of these arguments possess. And one of the safe bets was to say that you don't, for somebody that doesn't define any of these things, there's no value in a conflation. So if someone says there's no clear definition for this, there's no clear definition for that, so this could be this, then anything could be anything. There's no logic to point to in a conflation of things.
First of all, if I was hiding behind anything, I wouldn't have been on content the other day doing a 2-hour presentation on
which I missed. I apologize.
Right, yeah, but the point is that man is not trying to stand behind a curtain with what man stands.
You are. So we're not having a soul conversation, but we are.
No, because that's not what that's not the conversation that we're having at the moment. I don't understand what that is. We'll talk about scientism, and then the idea of consciousness came into it, and people were asking questions about how consciousness arises, as an emergent phenomena, and then kind of things. That's the conversation that was being had, and you've done it. What's it called? Banksy's done it. Scientific Method was doing it earlier, and all they want to talk about is about you can't insert a soul.
Nobody
was asking about that. Nobody was asking about that.
Nobody was asking about that early on and says, "No, you're right. I'd agree with you. I don't disagree."
I understand. But
do we have a complete function? Do you have a complete understanding of the brain as we do a fucking kidney or something? No. Is the brain far more complicated than a kidney? Yeah. Have we fully created through artificial, or are we at 6th or 7th or 8th generation, 10th generation artificial intelligence?
James,
no, the clues in the name, 2nd generation.
James,
so obviously, all of those questions don't require a long answer or debate. What does require a long answer or debate is we say, in the penumbra of consciousness and artificial intelligence, could there exist a soul? Could a robot Jesus emerge and rise Lazarus in the same way, but just using fucking wires
there are all kinds of
circuit boards? No, there is no evidence for that. And to which you previously have done, to suggest that because we don't know one, therefore the other must be possible, in my opinion, is illogical, is wrong, and you haven't even defined the emergent.
Yeah, but when you say nobody else satisfied it either. But can I just ask? Because maybe I'm wrong.
I go flat. I know, big up everyone.
Anybody else that's been in the conversation for a significant period of time, does anything that James Jones just said related to the conversation that was actually being had, or am I just delusional?
I think James made his position very clear, and he kind of called you out on some of the dishonest sort of, if you like, debate tactics that you use. But that's what you do. You use lofty and undefined words so that later on you can go back and say, well, I didn't actually say that. What I really meant was this, whilst the person just addressed what you said, not what you thought. But it doesn't matter. I'm actually interested in what Rob thinks of all this.
That's what you call throwing the ball to the perceived quarterback. But we like that still.
Also, what I'm really interested in is to know how Rob managed to get that GIF image or GIF image as his image on StreamYard. I've been trying to replicate that, and I don't know how he's done this.
So I made a suggestion earlier, which I think is a good one, and I think that if we was able to actually, look into a scientist explaining, what I'm saying, where things are at in terms of understanding neurology or the consciousness in relation to neurology, that we'd, it would be a good exercise. Yeah. Otherwise, we're just masturbating, intellectually masturbating, for the sake of it. So yeah. If anybody wants to take that up, if anybody's interested in that, going down that road, then we can. You know what I mean? But the fact is though that when it comes to there are many gaps, in our understanding of certain phenomena. Yeah, there are many gaps. So to say that there are gaps and to understand that there are gaps, and also to appreciate that some of those gaps may not be may not be questions that science can answer. Science is a method, is a tool that is designed to answer very specific questions, and those specific questions, there are any number of possibilities, that are.
Shakara, you don't have to explain anything. He came on, as you pointed out when he came on, he didn't have a clue what was going on in the debate. He decided to create a straw man, left his shitty response, and he cut and run. I gave questions, the same kind of questions they asked you, me, Orthodox Mo. I gave it to Veli. Veli made no attempt to answer the questions, brought on Banksy, who didn't have a clue what was going on. He tried to derail the conversation. You, M.A. Brown, 90th and 99, duppied him up. He kept quiet, and then James came on and derailed. None of them addressed any of those questions, but they will expect you to answer questions. See the hypocrisy here.
I hear you, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Stop the blood clot lying, my yo.
Do you want me to ask those? Do you want me to ask those questions again?
He's absolutely correct.
Stop the blood clot lying, my yo. Chill out, man. Yeah, but like, man fully gave you the responses, yeah, because like you asked me a question. You asked me, you asked questions about is there any maths in the test?
In the article. In
the article or whatever that they've used to come to the conclusion where it was. And first of all, I made sure I read out it was a hypothesis, yeah. So it wasn't actual a finished conclusion test that they've come to the end of. So it was a hypothesis, and I read that at the start of the thing. And
that's
I make
the same as my own guy as well.
I make sure I read it twice, yeah, just so again, when people start wetting their pants again, yeah, this sort of stuff I can refer back to that just to say, yo, I did read that it was a hypothesis, and like it is something that they're doing that, but you can't really discount what they're you can't really discount what their the explanation that they've give of how consciousness has come about.
I haven't done that.
He hasn't done that.
Wait. You see, you're making straw man. This is scientism.
But wait, no, man. How's that scientism? This is scientism. Let me explain what scientism is.
Making up straw men that haven't been mentioned.
Listen. Let me explain what scientism is. Scientism is, when you try to use some sort of science, to prove your belief is true. And then when any sort of answer comes up with...
That's not the definition of scientism. You've just made that up.
Hold on a sec, let me give my explanation of what I say scientism is then,
Okay.
So science... so scientism, that I feel witnesses following, is that, he believes in a soul or a spirit or whatever. So he's trying to find any sort of scientist that's doing a test to validate that there is a soul or spirit. And then when he's found when he's found the guy, when he's found the guy,
lies. This is scientism. When he's doing it,
what's the problem? I don't finish, man. When he's found the guy, that's nigh on validated anything close to what a soul is. He's now changed his belief to what this could be a soul. Now, I'm never gonna follow that.
Scientism. You see, he's now gone off in another tirade, and he still hasn't addressed any of those questions.
But it's the L thing, fam.
What's the question then? What was the question then?
Oh, now you want to address the question. You stated.
What's the questions then? Because I
now you want to address the questions. You finally admit.
I'm going to give you the same answer 3 times.
Veli, you know what? It's very simple. The man asked you, does the article say that, for example, when it comes to the neurons acting as humans in an election cycle, does it say why? Does it give an explanation as to why? What brings about that kind of behavior? The simple answer to the question is no, it doesn't. Right? That's it. It doesn't need a big debate. It doesn't explain that. It just doesn't.
That's only that one article. That's only that one article. You're saying that do they use any sort of maths, a tool to validate how the neuron is that how the neurons work within consciousness?
Veli, the only point that we're
the article that I read out, it gave a full comprehension, gave a full explanation, on how how consciousness could have come about. Yeah?
No, and how it evolved. There's a subtle ballistic difference there.
Yeah, but and how it evolved in the brain working in it from becoming a reptile to becoming a mammal, innit? Yeah.
Yes.
Like, but in that then, so how does that include you having to do any sort of mathematical equations for?
Because again, once first of all, he was asking questions that were being asked of him and others. Yeah. So he was basically saying, well, these are the questions that were being asked of me. So I'm asking the same questions. One second. Right. It's valid. It's valid because once you talk about neurons, they are quantifiable and measurable. Yeah. So within it may not apply. You wouldn't necessarily ask for a mathematical equation just to do with the brain matter. But if we're talking about neurons, then their maths does come into play at some point. Yeah. Or it can come into play at some point, let's say. So it's not an implausible question. The article may not have done it, but then the answer is no. Then the question becomes, well, is there any maths? Yeah.
Yeah, but why? But no. The question is that why would there be a mathematical equation in that?
Because you're talking about because they're talking about neurons. There might be.
Again, bro, it's like, listen, you're not being dishonest. Like you're not saying
you're being dishonest.
You're saying
it's all part of the scientific method.
You said at the start, yeah, you only asked the question because I asked you the question. And now you're not saying that.
No, I'm going to ask you those same three. You see, you won't let me ask those questions. This is the dictatorship of scientism.
Witness, why did you ask the question?
I can't answer the question.
Why did you ask the question?
You want to know why I asked the questions? Why did you ask me questions? Why did you ask Shakara questions? Why did you ask Orthodox more questions? Exactly.
So you only asked the question because I asked you the questions then, yeah? That's what you're saying, yeah?
It's all part of the scientific method which you promote. I'm following your path. You are the followers.
I just don't get why the questions are not valid. Whether you know what I'm saying?
Because all right, so maybe if the question was relevant to what man was actually reading out there, then you could say, right, obviously that's a genuine question. How is it?
I'll tell you how it is. Shakara, I'll tell you. Shakara, let me see. He doesn't want to see. It's determination to not let me ask questions. They don't want to ask questions. You guys are
talking about the evolution of a brain.
So
what the hell is the evolution of a brain?
Let me ask the question. Let me ask you the question. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. You read something, and I asked you directly what it said. You said neurons act like candidates in an election, each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. At any moment, only a few neurons win that intense competition. Their signals rising up above the noise and impacting the animal's behavior. This process is called selective signal enhancement. This is what you read to us. I simply asked you, what is responsible for making those neurons act the way they do, act like candidates in an election, competing against one another? What is responsible for making those neurons act like that? You told us that. Why is that an irrelevant question? You read that out to us.
That's a fair question. That part, what is responsible for making the neurons act like that, yeah? But asking for a mathematical equation, it's like, bro, what's maths got to do with that then?
But what you're missing it.
If you said, wait, listen to this. Wait, listen, let me finish then, brother, yeah? Because you said, I read out the article, yeah, that showed that they're talking about, that gave a metaphorical analogy, yeah, of how the neurons were working, yeah? So it's just so we could have a layman's understanding on what the neurons were doing in the brain when these different choices are being made. Like now, if I decide to shout, if I decide to look left, right, up, down, do you know what I'm saying? Like if I jolt in my chair because I heard something behind me, if something touched me on my shoulder,
unbelievable.
Okay.
You told us, Belly, you told us selective signal enhancement. That's what you told us. The process is called selective signal enhancement. I repeat again, you told us this process is called selective signal enhancement, how the neurons behave. I'm simply asking you, what is responsible for making those neurons behave like that in the process of selective signal enhancement? That's all I'm asking you. That's one of the questions I'm asking you.
I can do research into that answer, but that wasn't the first question. You literally just revamped your question.
No. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. I had 3 questions.
Come on, man.
You see, you're doing it again. This is why there's confusion. You deliberately won't let me finish. I had 3 questions for you. I asked you 3 questions. That one is one of the 3 questions. I asked you 3 questions. I didn't just ask you 1.
So that was one of the 3 questions that you asked first of all.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
How they was responsible.
Yes, it was.
And what was my answer to that? What was my answer to that?
You went into you went into an explanation of an explanation of why the question's unfair, or disingenuous. I think is the word that you used. Yeah.
No, that wasn't to that question, man. That was only to the mathematics question. That was only to the mathematics question, bro.
But really, but even that,
bruv, come on, man. This is why I said,
he's freaking out. Scientism does this to the brain.
Veli, if you didn't hear it, but if you didn't hear it, he blatantly asked it. I heard it myself. That was one of the 3 questions. Yeah, he blatantly asked it in the sequence of the 3. That's not. Yeah, he did.
The dictatorship of scientism.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Don't really work. The dictatorship of scientism is trying to use science to prove stuff that you believe is like spooky shit. Like,
so answer the question. Answer the question then. Bro. You see, he won't answer the question.
No. We've already got a term for that. That's called woo. Yeah, that's called woo, isn't it? Right? And Wu-Tang is forever. Yeah. However, that's the point. The point is that heads are reluctant to engage a conversation in terms of an ideological perspective versus a scientific method perspective. So, like I keep saying, there are certain schools, that come with an ideology around the scientific method that is not necessarily to do with the scientific method, but from that perspective, they've decided that these questions are worth asking and these questions are not worth asking, and so they react negatively to any, even the inference. So even when the inference is not made, they find the inference in what you said, to attack you with, rather than actually deal with what it is that you're actually talking about. And I'm saying that is a thing. That is a thing. Right? Then the R factor is that the idea that the only questions that are worth asking in reality are ones that can be answered via the scientific method. And so if it can't be answered by the scientific method for whatever reason, and by the way, not all. That's your own conclusion, bro. Not all. That's your own conclusion. No. Yeah, it is a conclusion I've come to. That's your own conclusion you come to. That's not the truth, bro. I'm not an island. This is not my own personal conclusion. Divorce from other conclusions. Divorce from other people. Yeah, but however, the fact of the matter is that I would venture to suggest that there are some questions that can be answered via the scientific method that we won't be able to answer via the scientific method at this moment in time because we don't have the tools. Just like there were questions that we didn't have the tools to answer 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and so on and so forth. That didn't make them any less answerable via the scientific method, but we were not at a stage of development that would allow us to probably even ask some of those questions, or if we ask them, to realize that they can be explored scientifically. Yeah, and I give space for the fact that there are questions that we will not be able to answer scientifically until 1,000 years time. You know what I'm saying? I give space for that possibility.
Yeah, like we said, the people that say that use science for the certain points, like, because obviously, man, them don't say you have to use the scientific method for everything. Things that don't need a scientific method way of testing. If there's another different way of testing and coming to a conclusion that everyone will get the same result whether they use the same, as long as they provide the same test or whatever. Then yeah, we got that.
Can I ask a quick question to everyone on the panel, real quick, sorry, because I need to get ready to leave here. How else do you find out truth or fact about the physical reality? What other methodology do you guys use? Because if the scientific method isn't the only one, or any kind of syllogistic,
that's not what I said.
That's what Belly said. Ask Belly that question. He said
no, listen. I'm asking.
I never said anything about.
Wait. Listen, I'm asking everybody. So if your answer to that is there is none, that's an answer, or there is one, and you can suggest it, and Belly can answer it too if he wants. So what is?
I would suggest that as far as my knowledge at the moment, scientific method is probably our best tool for understanding the material universe.
Is there any others?
Yes, in the sense of the fact that all things in all of our experiences are not like material. So if we're talking about consciousness, we're not talking about.
I literally said the physical reality. So
yeah, so if we're talking about the physical reality, then fine. But I think that all of our life. For example, I don't know. For example, that we would use a scientific getting into a relationship is a part of our physical experience. I don't know if we'd use the scientific method to decide that for us. I'm not sure that that's the case. It could be, but I'm not sure that we would. I'm not sure that it's valid in that.
Into a physical relationship doesn't require the scientific method.
No, it requires empiricism, but I don't know if it necessarily requires.
I said, what do you know? I said, how can you prove a fact or a truth in the physical reality? So knowing your girlfriend was alive or not. You need to do some kind of
so I've already said that in terms of the physical universe, I'd probably.
Right, then that's it. It doesn't require a dissertation. And then witness your answer would be, or MA or Riggs.
No, wait. You know what he did. He said witness, MA, Riggs. Why didn't you mention Belly? Belly was the one who made the claim. Ask Belly.
Let me give my answer. Wait. Let me give my answer. But let me give my answer before the spooky lot give their little spooky answer. Yeah, because you get me.
Yeah, and we'll see if James Jones critiques your answer. Let's see scientism here at work.
I don't understand the problem.
Man are going to talk about putting frog legs in the pot and staring at it and all those shit. So you get me and all that.
I rest my case. Scientism. This is the deception of scientism.
Go on, Belly. Answer the question before you answer that. Go on.
Yeah. So basically, to understand if, like you said, to find out if my girlfriend's actually alive. Yeah, I didn't use a scientific method to find out if she was alive because she was there in real life. So I just saw her. Yeah, and she was breathing. She spoke to me. She responded when I was talking. And all them sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's that is the scientific method, in my opinion. That is logic.
Okay, well, scientific method, I didn't know that was a scientific method, and then I'll say the scientific method is probably is really going to be the only way to provide.
Oh wow! Wait! You just changed your mind. How honest?
I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Yeah,
it's funny how
I changed my mind.
Funny how no one else does that around here.
No, I'm trying to catch up because I was chatting to my missus, but I'm trying to catch up with the conversation right now. So
no, what it is, all that's happened.
Wait. Can everyone else? Because I actually do have to leave in a couple minutes. Can everyone else answer it, or if they feel comfortable answering it, can they answer just another way? So we can assume that maybe the default is a scientific method.
I will say that I'm not sure that the scientific method, and I'm saying I'm not sure. Is the only viable way to explore consciousness.
Right.
Well, that's not what see now you're doing what you accuse everyone else of doing. That's not why I asked at all. I said the physical reality. Yeah,
right. So I've already said.
I know. So you don't. It doesn't require. You're like I'm no disrespect, but we can witness that anyone else can feel free to jump in, or if they just agree that there is no other way, they agree with Shaka. I'll take silence as an answer.
Now the question then becomes: is the physical world the only thing worth exploring?
And I'd argue yes, psychology is an example of that. So quickly, is anyone else? No,
I don't know.
Psychology is by different.
No, I appreciate. Oh, no, that's honest. I appreciate that as well. So you're saying there may be another method, but
I'm saying again, I don't know.
And I'm
question again, James. Is James the question?
just to be clear, witness, you're saying you're saying I don't know if there's any other methodology, as in
yes, I do not have enough knowledge to answer that question.
No problem. I respect the answer. And,
sorry, James, what's the question again? Is there any other?
Is there any other way of proving fact or truth in the physical reality?
Again, you answered it many times. As far as man knows.
I said MA. We're talking MA. Can you hear MA?
So let everyone else answer, man. Let the vice president answer as well, man. Yeah.
Shakara, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
All right, cool. Yeah, James, ask it again quickly.
Yeah, so is there any other way of proving a fact or a truth in the physical reality other than the scientific method? Do you know of any other ways?
Would you say a baby is applying a scientific method?
They can do, yeah, obviously.
No, is that what they do? It's like if
they touch something and burn their finger and don't touch it again because they know it burns their finger, that's technically a scientific method, isn't it?
No,
in a very rudimentary sense.
Yeah, and that's what. Well, just quickly, man, we don't want to make this a debate on top of a debate. So I'm saying, do you know of any other way?
Is that
yeah, this is why I framed it. MA, this is why I framed the question. I framed it. Don't tell me what you think is like. Tell me another way that can't be the scientific method. So tell me a completely separate way that has nothing to do with experimentation.
But I would say, James, that be able to see something is not something that is intrinsically and only tied to this scientific method.
No, but to prove truth, I think it's a clear question.
What MA is probing is the difference between empiricism and the scientific method, because not all so the scientific method is born out of empiricism, but not all empirical
we're not talking about theory. We're not talking about theories.
I'm not talking about theories. I'm saying
so we're saying fact and truth. How do you find something to be a fact or to be true? It has to be demonstrable. Right.
So I'm
like that. That's how you would agree with it.
So what I'm saying is, for me to,
it shouldn't really be.
Hold on, wait.
Teeth,
for me to know that this table is real and is a fact, I just have to touch it.
That's an experiment, isn't it?
No, but that's not a scientific method experiment. That's just touching it, fam. The scientific method
is the table real.
Wait. The scientific method is made up of a collection of interactions with phenomena, right? That's a collection. It doesn't mean.
Can I just say?
It doesn't mean that individually. Last point. Individually, they existed before the scientific method.
No, they would have
connected into an actual whatever, right?
Just quickly, forget codification. Simply put, if you wanted to prove it was real, you see it, therefore that's your hypothesis that it's real. Because you see it, you believe it's real. But things that you see could often not be real at times. So to prove it's real now, maybe you touch it. Maybe you ask your wife to touch it. And then you conclude the fact that both of you have been able to see, touch, and conclude there is a table. Finally, your conclusion is there is a table that exists in the physical reality.
100%.
Tell me a way outside of that we can conclude if things are fact or truth in the physical reality. Reality implies objective, yeah.
Yeah, I think that as it stands, this is the best method that we've developed. Yeah, I think we can. I think for the most part, especially if we're going into deeper understandings of the nature of the physical universe, I don't have a conflict with the scientific method. So
okay, fine. So I want to make a clear point to anyone. Yeah, if you refer to people as being students of scientism, then when we're referring to the physical reality, any kind of description of the physical reality, then I'll be happy to, and I on a hand on my heart. When a commensurate or a relative method is provided, yeah, I'd be happy to explore that and utilize that as my instrument or apparatus. Outside of that, all we have is the scientific method when describing the physical reality, as evidenced by everybody's opinion on the panel, whether knowingly or unknowingly. But I do.
I never said that. I clearly said I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge to answer that question.
Hold on. He knows the science. This is dishonesty at its height.
So now he knows what's in my mind. He's using powers of telepathy. This is scientism. James Jones has powers of telepathy now. He can read my mind.
because he's used it. He knows. He knows about science. He knows about scientific method. He's used it in his evidence before. But
I don't have a problem. This is not a debate for me, though, fam. Like this conflict.
It's only one man just being stubborn on purpose. That's all.
Oh, so because you don't agree with the followers of scientism, you are now stubborn.
But
okay, that's cool. You don't have to agree. Man, don't say you have to agree, yeah. But if you're gonna say gonna say you don't know if scientific method is the best way of providing the truth.
No, he didn't say that.
Wait. So if you're how is it changing it? That was exactly what he said.
No.
Is the scientific method the best way of providing the truth?
No,
of finding a fact, a demonstrable fact.
Something about the only way.
No. Why else? Well, no, to be honest, to show that we don't lie. What I actually asked is, provide me another way, because everybody here in some form of
another way,
scientific evidence to prove some kind of either prove or disprove some kind of, there isn't a substantive evidence, therefore this isn't a fact, or there is substantive evidence, therefore it's a fact. Everybody here has used that in different iterations, and I'm saying, all right, cool. Well, seeing as some people are being accused of following scientism, I'm saying when it comes to the physical reality, because we don't argue in the gray areas that these people do. So we're saying when we've used it in the physical reality, demonstrate something in the physical reality. Are you saying, cool, maybe that's the case, but just for example, let me finish what I'm saying. If in the physical reality, if that's what we use exclusively, can we be if we can be accused of scientism, then show me what we should be using.
So James Jones.
Hold on, one second, because this ain't to you, and I feel like you keep running interference.
I thought he is finished.
I don't really want a response from you. I'm saying, if you're saying somebody,
I can't respond to what man's saying.
It's a monologue. This is what he does. He comes on for.
You can respond, but let him finish though. Let him finish though, man. Everyone gets their chance to finish.
No.
That's all right. It's all right, bro. Come on, man.
It's not that you can't finish.
You made a mistake.
You didn't accuse anyone of this. That's why. It's not that you can't answer. Of course, you can respond. It's that you didn't accuse me. So I'm interested to the person that accuses people of scientism, and they're saying that you're exclusively using the scientific method to prove what's in the physical reality. Cool. What are you using then? What should we be using then? What have we got wrong that you understand?
This is why I said I don't know is a dishonest answer. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you'd finished there as well. Why I said I don't know was a dishonest answer. Yeah, from Witness. Yeah, because it's not like he said the scientific method versus the so-and-so method is the best way. Is maybe between one of them, or he didn't give a comparison of different ways of testing. Just said he don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing though.
And literally, this is just to give your. This is like everyone was asking. James asked everyone for their own personal answer in it. Like, so it worked like you could give a wrong answer. It doesn't matter if it was a wrong answer. It was just like, what was the answer that you?
I don't mind
say.
Who's being deceptive? The reason he asked that was to trash any other idea that might be outside of the scientific methodology. Your tricks don't work on me, mate.
But it's more than that, though. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that. What happened is, as I said before, what happens is that people equate the scientific community with the scientific method. Yeah. And so the scientific community itself becomes what's the word? Infallible to some degree. And also wherever what's it called? Whatever.
Man, they never claimed that science is infallible, though.
No. But you not hear what I'm saying, though, innit? I'm saying that what happens is people equate. They make the scientific method synonymous with the scientific community, and so there are sensibilities that come out of the scientific community, which may not necessarily be anything to do with the scientific method. Yeah. Per se, right? But ideologically speaking, because it may come from or groups within the scientific community, it is considered science.
Can I ask you a question, Chaka? One quick question.
No, but wait. Hold on a sec, James, because because Witness used a guy that was using the scientific method to try to provide evidence for assault. And we don't believe it.
And what happened?
We don't believe it. We don't accept it.
Right,
hold on. hold on a sec. Listen, let me finish, and let me prove why you're following scientism and we're not. Yeah, because we believe in the scientific method. The man has gone through something what he's tried to provide as a scientific method to come up with a hypothesis. Yeah, we still don't agree with his hypothesis.
You're proving my point.
How is that scientism? How is that scientism? Because you're following scientism, yeah? Because you believe in the soul. You believe in the soul. A guy's done a test to say that there might be something to do with the soul, and now you're trying to hang on to it like it's factual. That's scientism.
Because really, the reason is that there's a school. Among the quote unquote scientific community, the people that do articles like what I haven't seen this article, so I don't know who it was or what was in it. But the term quack, is being used to explain to define these people. There's a populist school, like a lot of the people that you find on YouTube that are scientists. Right. So the point is that there is that school, and that school prescribes ways of responding to certain words, even not even the concept behind the word, just words. And so people respond to that, and it becomes ideological rather than scientific.
Do you know who Rupert Sheldrake is?
Yes, I do.
Right. So if I call him a quack, am I justified in calling him a quack?
Well, it depends on what basis you're calling him a quack.
What has he proved about let me help you. His grand theory, his grand unification theory of all telepathy and everything soul and spirit and woo is morphic resonance. By logic of morphic resonance, shouldn't we have seen an instant drop-off after the first population of COVID, of COVID-19? Shouldn't we have seen a clear drop-off? Shouldn't we have seen immunity? Shouldn't it been impossible for people to get reinfected?
I can't answer that question.
I'm helping you. So now if we call him a quack and we say that, yes, he's got various scientific experiments, all this telepathy shit, and none of it's provided no fruit, and anybody that's taken a cursory glance at his research has been able to debunk it theoretically before they have practically, all of the sort of the sort of cross contamination in his, the reasons, the psychological reasons that could be the cause of most of his thing, let alone the actual physical falsification, and let alone the fact that he hasn't actually provided compelling evidence for anything. If we call him a quack now, you might be like, you see how them scientists, but that is what the extra step on the science.
I don't know who the fuck Sheldrake is. I don't know what the hell Sheldrake is talking about. So I am not going to comment on Sheldrake. So you can't use him for me because I don't know him.
I've made a general point.
I'm saying, but hold on. Sorry, last sentence. Falsification is imperative. So if you say somebody is a quack and because their test has been falsified and proved to be stupid, and you're like, oh, it's bullying amongst the scientific community or it's ostracizing. No,
we're not even. That's not what, but again, so you've put things on what I've said that don't exist there. If Sheldrake is proven to be incorrect, Sheldrake is proven to be incorrect. Yeah, as an individual.
He's referred to as a quack. You use the term quack.
Yeah.
But bro, listen. Man's trying to say we're following scientism, for ridiculing things that have not been proven.
No, and if that's what you take from what I said, then fine.
What?
If that's what you take from what I said, then fine.
But that's what I'm trying to. No. That's not what you said.
Again, there's an ideological strain that comes from things. So there are some concerns, like philosophically speaking, that are not necessarily the domain of the scientific method, but the idea that these things are not worth exploring.
It's a philosophical discussion then, no problem.
Yes, but that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that heads will come in and say, "Well, that's a stupid ass question. It's not even worth it." And they're coming and they're claiming to be supporting the scientific method. And I'm saying one second. There is one of the things that I said was there is a judgment upon what is and what is not a viable question, and the only viable questions, would be those that can be applied through the scientific method. And I'm saying
no.
I'm saying that once again, but it's my point that you were responding to. So what are you talking about?
Shakwa, help everyone out. Give us the question that can be asked. That doesn't need to be
be honest with you, I would argue. I'm not completely confident that the scientific method can answer all of the questions related to consciousness. It may be able to be the case. Yeah.
That's fine. No, that's fine.
I'm not sure about that.
I respect that position. On God's honest truth, yeah. You can't be a physicalist with that kind of opinion, but you're not claiming to be. You are a vitalist, idealist at times. So I don't even think that my physicalist perspective is 100% proven. I just believe that's what I think is most likely the case. I don't see any reason to think otherwise. I respect.
When I say that though, it's based upon the understanding that consciousness itself is not material. It's linked to material. It emerges from material, but it itself.
Yeah. Like I said, you're an idealist, isn't it? Like kind of, like a Platonist. The things exist in the abstract.
They don't
know, but I'm saying they don't. I know the one he stole it from. Yeah, the guy he stole it from. Yeah, but what
I'm an Imhotepist.
Yes, facts, yeah. But what I'm saying to you is quickly, this is absolutely a quick move away from it. But I want to give you an example of prioritizing the scientific method over scientism. And Veli, if you're still there, you can attest to this. Somebody asked me and Veli a question, and Rob is one of them. Is Rob still on the phone? No, he's not. Rob was one of them, and
you mean Jesus?
Shakir Watch, yeah, sorry, the messenger, Allah's messenger, yeah. Sorry, no, God's messenger. He asked, sorry, I didn't mean that.
Peace be upon him. Peace be upon him.
Yeah. If he asked us, if all the scientific community got together and said that incest is correct, or pedophilia, or whatever, a 12-year-old child, whatever, something we think is abhorrent, and repugnant. If he said they got together and they said this is okay, would you believe it was okay?
Yeah.
And me and Veli both said no. And he was like, but then you're being disingenuous, then you're not being honest. Like the atheist position you use to criticize theists, you're not using. And I said, but wait a minute, and I ain't gonna lie, it was my get out of jail free card. This is always gonna be my get out of jail free card. But I myself am a scientist, as are you, as is Veli, as is M.A. Brown. Now, to make you understand that that it's wrong, I need to devise an experiment. But the hypothesis from which I start with, right, can be intuition, the way I see the world, my perspective. Now, to make it a fact or a reality, or to make it an objective truth, I must devise an experiment in which the conclusion is the same as my hypothesis, right? So up until the point of the scientific method proving me wrong, of me never being able to find an experiment, never being able to prove it physically wrong. Thankfully, we have experiments to prove that incest is wrong. We have experiments to prove that pedophilia is wrong. We have these, right? But he's saying if all of it was gone, and all the scientists were like, you're crazy because you believe something.
Can I say something?
You believe it, and we really both said no. So scientism, not so much. But Witness still believes in fairy tales that he was told when he was a child. These are the problem. Like his theistic.
Can I explain something? Can I say something?
Wait a minute. He did that deliberately, and the whole point he did that is to show.
Don't put no fire in the wood.
What, Terry? What did you say?
I said, don't throw no more wood, because that's what he wants you to do.
Yeah, he's the one though that believes in time travel's possibility.
That's a lie.
I don't know.
You believe in God. You believe in God though. Do you not? Do you believe in God or no?
No, I don't.
Here's the point, yeah.
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing to prove. This is the thing. This is the thing to prove that he's wrong, right? I have been caught on tape. I have been caught. You see, he deliberately does that to spread his lies.
Sorry.
I have been caught numerous times, CEO, various Dawa channels, where they have asked me the same question. And I have said to them, I don't know. I am searching for the truth. And I've been caught on camera saying that. And for a long time, the Muslims in the various Dawa channels would have discussions with me and try and persuade me that there was a God and that Muhammad is the prophet. In fact, the last video on one of the Dawa channels, they were trying to get me to take the Shahada. And I said that, listen, I don't know if there's a God. I'm open-minded to thinking that there might be a designer, but I'm still searching for the truth. But I never took the Shahada, because I don't know if there's a God. So for him to come up here and lie and say that Witness is a theist, he believes in God, proves my point about what a deceit.
You lied as well.
Hold on, wait. You always do that. Why do you always do that, fam?
Did he lie or not? I must chill out, bro. He's been lying.
Can I just say? Can I just make the
same thing earlier on, and you keep doing it. Why?
No.
Can I just make the same? Can I just make the
Wait, Shaka, please, yeah.
But wait, you know what's funny, yeah? A man them always want to call like, James said this, man don't ever call out anyone else's hypocrisy though.
Yeah, get out of here, brother. You dumb. And not only that,
everyone wants to think, James said this, James said that, man. Man don't ever call out anyone else's hypocrisy.
I'm gonna find the videos. I'm gonna find the videos to everything that I said. Yeah.
Hold on, Shaka. Wait, say about you for a second. Say about you for 1 second, please. Yeah. Are you mad, yeah? M.A. Brown, yeah. This guy has been saying that we follow scientism because we believe in wormholes. We categorically have both said we don't believe there is such thing as wormholes. We believe there is studies into things called wormholes. He's talking about time travel. We believe in time travel.
Lies.
You'd be a fucking retard.
Lies.
Time travel because time isn't static. So if you walk to the fucking shop, some time would have expired.
You see proof that he's a liar. I never said that they believe in time travel and wormholes. I said that they're open-minded enough to believe in the scientific possibility of wormholes. That's what I would. So now you see again.
To be fair, that's what I heard. That is what I heard. To be fair, that's what I heard him say.
Say that again, Chaka. Say that again, Chaka.
No. From when I heard I didn't hear the whole conversation, but when I did hear it, that is what I heard him say.
MashaAllah, for Shaka coming to the on the side.
No, sorry. No.
Don't worry, Shakira. Don't worry. Ask Belly.
He's changing his mind. He's changing his mind. Hey, be quiet with us.
Listen, what I'm saying is what witnesses said in terms of believing in the scientific possibility. When I heard the conversation, that's what I heard.
Yeah, no, you changed your mind. Yeah, cool. I respect.
I'm not changing it. That's what I meant. Can I say something?
On our side. Yeah, I'm gonna say
something. I'm just being honest. I am just being honest. That's what I heard him say.
Yeah, right? You're not on our side. You're on his side. I get it. Sorry, I get it wrong.
Got nothing to do with suicide, man.
Just ask Belly.
Can I just say? One thing, and then I'm gonna go. Yeah. I also want to explain something from my perspective here about the reason why I cannot fight down the scientific method. Yeah. Even from the basis of my spirituality, like my spirituality is essentially nature based. Yeah, it's based upon learning from and harmonizing with nature. Yeah, and to the extent to which the scientific method helps me to understand the nature more, I cannot fight the scientific method. I have to harmonize with it. Yeah, I have to learn from it. Yeah, and that doesn't mean that that's it. So I cannot be anti the scientific method. It doesn't make any sense to be anti the scientific method, logically speaking, coming from where I'm coming from. I just want to make that point, and I'm a duck, and you lot can continue this argument. Peace and blessings.
I need to leave as well.
In the name of the spirit of the oneness that is interconnected with all things in the universe, from which consciousness emerges as a phenomena of spiritual attainment and development. Ashe.
Okay.
Because I asked Veli and Ultra Funky this morning. I spoke to you, Veli, and I spoke to you, and I spoke to Ultra Funky, both you, Veli, and Ultra Funky. And my questions to you were, why is it that you were open-minded enough to believe in the possibility of time travel and wormholes? I never said that you believed in it. So don't lie, you forked-tongued snake.
Wait. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run.
Right, because I missed out. Because I missed out a whole bunch. I missed out a whole bunch of the conversation. I left it at the point where you were talking about AI and self-driving cars, innit? Can I just play something really quickly? Just the audio, and then I'm gonna have to bounce as well. Is that all right?
That's deep. I should have left early.
Another running spirit man, yeah?
Huh?
Another running spirit man, yeah?
You're a godless book, innit? You can't be on here for any extended period of time. Yeah, can I play this audio quickly?
Hold on. I do need to go. I just want to make a real quick statement. Yeah. If I find those, a witness was losing his marbles in the chat, and he was posting all those comments in what we believe in. If I find then are people like you and that going to call him a liar, M.A. Brown? Can I just know? Because he's comfortable to call us a liar, and you said don't lie on him. You always do that. You said that earlier. So if I find comments where we categorically said you lot believe in wormholes, you lot believe in time travel, which, by the way, you're retarded if you don't believe in time travel, because it's not a static thing. You can travel in time, like going forward in time is possible. He means traveling back in time, but he's not that clever, so he doesn't phrase that one properly. But if you're saying that we're misrepresenting him and as he's accusing us liars, and you're not saying no, they're not liars, G, because they're inferring something, then if I give you clear fact proof of him saying these people believe in it, he's fucked, because he's wrote it in comment form. I don't even need to get him his words. I just need to find his comments. If I show him that, would you call him a liar for the statement he just made that he never said that?
Well, the block just got pressured, man. Come on.
MA, would you say that? Would you agree with that? Hold on. Would you agree with that?
Hey, man. Man, I'm running right there, bro.
Are you mad? The block's been getting pressured. Are you crazy?
I thought we was in the mountains in Kenya or something, cuz. Man, never go for a run. Sorry, go through, Jay.
Are you
go through, man? Calm down, man.
Are you gonna call him a liar?
What go through, man?
You're on a delay. It's a delay. That's why there's a delay still. But are you gonna call him a liar, MA?
Definitely not gonna call him a liar, because I didn't call you a liar either.
Okay, cool. Say no more. Even though he's categorically he didn't say it, but he did. If I prove he did,
he said it, and he makes every time he says it, it's funny. But that it's inflammatory, isn't it?
But you wouldn't say he's a liar for that, no?
No, but I'll say it's incorrect, definitely.
Even though he's saying right now, I didn't say that.
No, yeah, 100%. If someone said something, or someone claims that they didn't say something, and it turns out that they did, then they're wrong, isn't it?
All right. Say no more, my brother. In a bit, you man. Anyway, man.
Running all over the gaff, man. There you go.
Hey, let me play this thing quickly, man.
Yeah, gotta pay that thing still.
Most of the man them have
dropped. This has been a sick movie still.
Conversation, man. Yeah, let me play this anyway quickly.
I'm just gonna say the block got pressured, didn't it? I'm just pointing that out there. Google block
no pressure, man. When man have to run off here, there's no.
Nah, man. I see you run off early, innit? Well, I saw you running off early, Billy. You had to put Banksy and Tim Jones.
You know what I do, yeah? I'll let man them come on and take my place all the time, bro.
The atheist defense league. Even Rob, big man Rob's here as well. Fuck, I'm done.
Anytime anyone jumps on, yeah, it's like you see, like now, yeah, someone jumps on and there's it's full. They'll take my space, innit, man? I'll let them take my space. Come on, man. You know how to do the panels right there, bro.
What's up, Phil?
As you said, atheists, they became fierce today.
We've always been in around there, man. You know how we do, man.
How you doing?
Did I witness that? M.A. Brown.
How you doing, G?
Just me. First class flights and all that.
Nah, man. I got pressure on the block today, bro.
Yeah, man. Bro, I don't know why Witness don't want to stay on the winning team, bro. You know what I mean? He was already on the winning team, bro. You get me? It's like, bro,
he's taking L's today, fam.
Nah, bro. He wants to feel like, I don't know, he must want to feel like what it's like to take an L's, or what it's like to be under pressure or something, man. Like, you know what I mean? And then he had to run off. You know what I mean? Like, so,
I didn't see no running, man. I see you, man. You have to go Banksy.
Hey, Witness, don't worry, man. Even though you run off, man, you're still my brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Even though you done the Usain Bolt down the road, like you're still my brother, man. No.
I gotta rewind the show, don't
I? Bro, you missed a lot, man.
Oh man.
The atheist is today. Certain man became fierce. I see certain shahadas, certain amounts of crosses. This I believe
Witness wasn't an atheist.
No pressure. That's what I'm saying. The only man that came a fierce on G Block here with Blood Clout Witness, bro. Yeah, he's like, bro, fuck that, man. I believe in God now.
But he was never an atheist, though. Witness never.
Religion.
No, Witness never believed.
You know, like that, man.
No, Witness.
No, it's okay.
He said religion. He said, man, fuck that, B. I believe in God now.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
it's fun
gonna
still.
lie,
But
man.
MA wants to play a thing in it. Let
Oh,
MA play the
What's up, MA, bro?
Go on, man. But I'm saying Google Block took a L today, man.
Wow.
Nah, man, you look the hardest, man. You get me? Man.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
There's no pressure on G Block, boy. There's
Hey,
just
yo,
loud
Rob,
talking.
I want to let you know
screaming.
something, bro.
I was
Those
listening in and I
AirPods,
wondered
man.
what the L was that G Block took there because I must have missed it.
No, you're atheist, man. Come on.
Exactly.
What was the
man,
L?
you're atheist defensively, bro.
Hey, it was like Whitney Houston and my members all up in the place with just bare emotion.
Bobby Brown.
It's like, right,
He's saying my prerogative.
Yeah.
Nah,
do you want to explain what the L was?
Come on.
Do you
Come
want
on,
to
the chief
explain what
guru's
the L
on the
was
pitch, man. Come on, man.
Do you want to explain what
Rob,
the L
the
was
chief guru of the
specifically
atheists is in the building.
G Block took?
Well, come on, you've been taking L's, man. Come on, man. You took an L today, man.
Explain it.
Tell us what the L is. Not talking what he's saying, but actually substantiating would be better.
I'm just saying, it's my opinion, innit? I'm not allowed to have an opinion, Rob. I feel it's not allowed to have an opinion on this block.
Hey, yo,
or do I have to clarify?
You can have any opinion you want, but have you got reasons for your opinion?
I was just listening.
Have you got reasons
chill,
for it?
bro. You need to chill, bro. Rob is literally a piranha, bro. He's gonna eat your fantasy up, so you better chill, bro.
What is? Bro, I don't care, man. You know me, man. The Somali Joe Mix out here, man. I'm just here, I'm laughing. Yes,
why
man.
do you have that opinion? Why do you have that
Because I can. It's having an opinion wrong. Am I entitled to have an opinion? Am I
have
entitled
whatever
to have
you
one?
like. I think for anybody else to take it seriously, you need to have good reasons.
No one takes it seriously. I don't really care. This is YouTube board. No,
okay,
I don't really care.
Obviously you can have an opinion, so we'll just continue. I've got an opinion too. Right, so let's move on.
Oh, you have your opinion.
And then
let's listen to your one, Rob. Let's listen to your one. Let's listen to your one.
I've just got an opinion like you, right? Just got an opinion.
Yeah, I forgot.
Normally, when we have a rational discussion,
you're entitled to one, though, Rob. Rob, you're entitled to an opinion.
Everybody can have an opinion. If you want to discuss it with other people, you would normally tell us why you have it, not if you have one. That's a trivial point.
I smoke L's.
I'm entitled to one, Rob. So I'm gonna have one, innit?
Yo, really?
Okay, if you're paying attention, I said you're entitled to have an opinion. If you want other people to seriously consider your opinion, you have reasons why, and you will explain it.
The thing is, I really don't care what people think.
Khalid.
Yeah, sorry about that, bro.
Get into the new part, man. If you wanna explain where you feel like man was getting drapes up and all that stuff.
The bit where you needed to call Banksy and Jim Jones. I don't know, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't need to call no one, bro.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Vels? Are you sure, Vels?
No,
I mean, listening,
bro. What talking about? James Jones is a regular here, bro. What are you doing?
I'm just saying the atheist defense doesn't come out and power.
No, members asking a question, about, I don't even know what he was asking about something about what test did they do to find out the stuff that was the hypothesis in the guy's paper that I read out. Yeah. And like again, obviously I read twice at the start that it's a hypothesis. Hold on a sec,
Yo, can everybody hear me though? Be real though.
We can hear you.
All right, how you doing? Hey Rob, I got those earpods from Apple, man.
Yeah, hey, say, man, say.
Fucking tastic.
Yeah, man.
What's that?
They're fantastic, bro.
Which ones?
I got these earpods. I got them directly from Apple. I didn't get the little cheaper.
Yeah, the AirPods work well, don't they?
Yeah, they're fantastic, bro.
You can move.
And then I had this app that if I lose one, I can find them.
I don't know if Veli can hear you though.
Oh.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me, brothers?
I can hear you. Can you hear Brad?
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right, cool. Go ahead. Come through. My bad, bro.
I can hear you, bro. So,
can you not hear me? Can you not hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. I can hear you, Khalid. Yeah.
No, buddy, let me play.
Got him. Actually, let him play the thing, and then we go get into that after. Yeah.
Oh, what's up, MA? How you doing, bro? Blessings to you, bro.
Yes, you see. What's going on, brothers?
I'm doing good, man. Living this black man life one day at a time. You feel me?
Yeah. Yo, Veli, do you reckon I can play the clip? Or do you reckon it will get flagged in that? It's a documentary from about 10 years ago.
Well, how long is it?
Yeah, depends on how long it is.
It's only about, the whole thing is like an hour and 20 minutes. I'm only going to play about 2-3 minutes.
Vel, do you know what's best?
The whole thing's about
pause it. If you pause it and then talk about it and then play it again, they won't stop you. That's what I mean.
What? I didn't hear you, bro. I've got the kids shouting in the background. Say that again. The whole thing was how long?
The whole thing is 1 hour 20, but I'm only going to play like 2 minutes of it. Not even that.
Like literally a part of the documentary, not the whole documentary.
No.
Should be cool.
Wait, can we play the audio though? Like, if we
Yeah,
just play the audio,
just play the audio in it.
Yeah.
The audio's, I'm going to try, but I think it might be a bit low. Let me try. Hold on one sec. All right, tell me if you lot can hear this. So this is a documentary called Being in the World from 2010, one of my favorites from Europe. And it's talking about the subject of Heideggerian, I can't say that word, Dasein. And it's talking now about the artificial intelligence debate. Tell me if you can hear this.
Using computers, we were finally in a position to test thousands of years of philosophical theory about how it works. To a lot of people, it seemed like the computer finally offered us a chance to construct a mind using as our model all the philosophical theories we've developed. Bert Dreyfus's genius was recognizing that this was what was going on.
The climate at the time was one of great excitement with regard to the prospect of artificial intelligence.
There were these people in the AI lab, artificial intelligence lab, claiming that they had found the rules and the symbolic representations that would soon enable computers to be intelligent.
Bert was a junior faculty member at MIT in the humanities department, not the most prominent department at MIT.
They were saying, look, we know how the mind works. You philosophers have missed it.
He was going up against very prominent researchers at his own institution who were in the more prominent departments at MIT, the engineering and computer science kinds of departments.
They were saying that we don't have to care about what Dreyfus says. He's just a philosopher. What programmers were doing was trying to make a computer intelligent by giving it the kind of thoughts that they thought humans had. So you make an exhaustive list of, there's a table in the room. The table is brown. The table is hard. The table is this size. And you can see that this can go on for a very, very long time. And it's got to do a lot with understanding what's relevant. What's relevant right now is that I'm sitting here talking to you, and the lights are relevant, cameras are relevant. If there's any dust on the floor under this chair, it's not. I mean, you just can't take account of all the facts in this room. There's an infinite number of facts about this room.
The systems would get hung up on metaphors or hung up on inferences that were dependent on knowledge of ordinary things in everyday life. Like if you pick up this piece of weed here and drop it, it will fall, right? And when it will fall, it won't make a sound because it's soft. Things like this that everybody knows. How much stuff like that do you know, right? 100 things, 1,000 things, maybe a billion things, right?
And I think the hope was that once we got enough of those facts into the computer, that the computer would start acting like we did. If Heidegger was right and Bert Dreyfus was right, you couldn't do that.
Bert really thought that the artificial intelligence community was basing their research program on a bad understanding of what it is to be the kinds of beings that we are.
Philosophy had finally discovered that this rationalist, atomistic, rule-following understanding of how the mind works is wrong.
They had the Platonic idea that the kinds of beings that we are rational computing mechanisms. We are logical sort of characterizers of the universe. And they thought that they could therefore replicate all of the things that we do just by writing computer programs, which after all are very logical and very rational and follow rules very, very well.
And moreover, sort of laughing at the philosophy classes where they say, look, you philosophers have been trying to understand perception and action and skill and all that for 2,000 years and you've got nowhere. We already have a very important clue, and in another 8 to 10 years, we'll have intelligent computers.
I mean, there was a lot of derision of Bert and his work.
Their name for me was the Weasel, apparently.
Bert, pardon my putting it this way, is kind of amusing looking character. He had brilliant orange hair and petite little guy sort of moved around, you know, like a, I don't know, an insect or something.
they said, Dreyfus doesn't know anything about programming. I have no clue. They're right about programming. How can he be telling us that we can't do this? In his view, it was sort of the emperor had no clothes. There was no support for this idea at all. So he started trying to show how implausible it is. Once I was really brave. They said, we've got a car that will drive on the street in traffic from here to there because it has with no human driver. And I said, I doubt it. And they said, we're telling you we've got it. And I said, I'm telling you that you haven't got it. You're lying. And I was right. I mean, it was just the reality was on my side.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, see, you know what, MA, that showed, yeah? Or I don't know if that was one of the things you was trying to show, yeah, but it showed that even if, yeah, the people in science make mistakes or get things wrong, they accept the mistake and then accept what the new concept is and include it into working models.
That's not the reason I showed the clip. The reason I showed the clip is because of the conversation about consciousness, sciences, or the scientific community's limitations in terms of their ability to understand and replicate human consciousness, and the conversation about the driving car, self-driving car that we have in earlier room. Maybe we can revisit it at another time because all the people that we're talking about are kind of left. But yeah, man, I hope James and Robin, all them kind of guys, and Chakara heard that thing. I'll play it again.
What was it? That's cool. Yeah, so.
G-Block took an L.
Devil boy. That's be crazy. Man, anyway, but
God of Jacob said it the best in the comment section. God of Jacob said it best, man. You lot took your weekly pill. Swallow it. Google block.
Nah, bro, come on now.
What did you call it?
You know what funny though, yeah?
Yeah, it's banter, bro. You know what it is? You know I'm banning you, Belly.
One sec. Yeah, of course, man. Of course, I know you're bannering.
Come on, man. You know, come on. Tell this out.
Saturday, bro. Relax.
You know what it is? Yeah, man. We gotta get pressure as well. Like.
Come on, nah. Tell the apartheid. Tell this apartheid next door. Yeah, it's all banter, innit? If he understands what banter is.
Yeah, it's chill, man. Everyone's chilling, man. Like, but
I know.
Like I'm saying that, yeah. So because people always throw accusations about, you might look on Google for answers or whatever, yeah. And I always reply with, how do you find the answers to questions that you don't know?
Well, you research it.
Anyone else use to research the questions to research answers to questions to things that they don't know.
You mean? I'll say you research it, bro.
Can we define
what method?
What research you use?
Yeah, it depends on what you're looking at, bro.
Methods you use.
I would also say that it's a bit dicey to make a claim or refute a claim before having done the research as well, right?
Say again, sorry?
I said I would also say that it's dicey to take a position on a particular claim or whatever without having done the research beforehand.
Yeah. But no one really. Well, that's more of a religious standpoint, isn't it? Because
no. Belly, you've done.
Yes. Yes, that is. Well, if you believe in a spirit and a soul, you're making full claims of something that you've got no proof of.
No, it's not a claim. It's not a claim, no. It's a belief.
Of course it is.
Hold on, wait, Belly. I'll tell you why.
So what is the belief? What's your belief? Okay, it's a belief, yeah? What is your belief?
Hold on, wait,
What's your belief? That you have a soul that may exist outside of the body when you're dead. Yeah,
Belly.
But you have a belief that a soul exists outside of the body after you die or whatever, or do you know what I mean? That some sort of stuff like that. Yeah, there's no way to prove it. That's making a claim of something that you can't prove. So that's why it's called a belief.
Hold on, because no. Wait, Terry, 1 second. 1 second, bro. 1 second. Belly, that's basically something that you do every single G block, bro. There's a limitation. There's a limitation to the amount of knowledge that you have, right? We all have limitations, yeah. But you've openly admitted that you're not a scientist like that, or whatever. But you take positions on certain things before you've done the research. And that's why even James Jones has said, Veli has the ability to change his mind. And it often happens because you haven't done the research yet. And when you do the research, your intellect comes into play and you're like, okay, actually, no, I think this now. So I'm saying that happens often. You can't just, I'm not a theist, remember that. I'm not a theist, I'm not even defending them, but you can't say that that's a uniquely theistic position, especially those theists who don't try to impose their own views or their own beliefs on other people. Shakara hasn't told everyone to go and believe that there's a spirit. He just said that that's his spiritual belief, right?
Yeah, but Mr. Riggs, can I point something out to you? The fact that somebody is overtly telling other people to believe it doesn't mean that if they claim that they are rational, they care about what is true, and they believe other irrational people should believe it too, then there is an inference that we should believe that a soul exists. The fact that he's not telling us to believe it doesn't mean that if he claims to be rational and cares about the truth, that he isn't inferring that we should believe it.
No.
Is that
that's your calculation, though. That's not the calculation.
No, but that's a logical
wait,
inference, unless you want to show that there's a contradiction or that my logical pathway doesn't follow.
So hold on. So are you claiming now that all theists are position themselves as logical individuals, and that all of the things that they believe in are logical?
No. Let me clarify it for you. I take most people to be rational, or at least I take most people to think that they are rational, that they care about the truth, and they infer that other people are rational. If you agree with me that those are a basic charitable presuppositions that we have of most people until demonstrated otherwise, and somebody makes a claim about something and they say, hey, I believe X, whether you use the word belief or no, I believe or I know X. Presumably, if they're rational, they care about what is true and they have some reasons. They then think that if the reasons are good enough, other people should believe it too. Do you agree that that's a logical pathway if you accept the propositions that I put forward?
No, not at all. I think that is a position that you've taken from your own.
Can you show where the contradiction is or the mistake is that I'm making?
Because it's an imposition. What you're doing is imposing a position upon people that don't have that position. So there's people that might be in the Amazon or whatever that have a certain type of, they can deliver a certain type of logic based on their environment, based on their experiences and their culture, right? They're not claiming, that you're supposed to have that same logic, but they're just delivering what they have. More time, they're delivering what they have because you've come over there to go and find out what they do have. Yeah, and once you found out what they do have, then you begin to impose your frameworks of logic upon them. So no, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, right. Let's step back a second. People who don't know what logic is and they speak to you in an intelligible way and try to put forward ideas, do you agree that they are using logic whether they know what it is or not?
No, they definitely using logic, yes.
Great. Okay, so the fact that they're using it but they don't know what it is doesn't mean that they don't expect other people to act in a similar way, i.e. be logical, even if they aren't using the word logical. If they say to you, hey, here's a tree, and you go, no, but that thing is an egg, or hey, there's both a tree and there's not a tree there. They will look at you like you are crazy, right? Even if they can't explain the laws of logic to you. So if they say to you, there's a tree, and they say, hey, here's evidence, go feel it, whatever, and you do so, they would expect you, even if they don't understand logic, to go, yep, you know what, Mr. Person in the Amazon, I agree, there's a tree there. Agreed?
Yeah, but Rob, logic is not how can I put it? It's a method of understanding things, right? It's used as a method to understand things. Now, the context in which you're understanding something can differ, right? And also individuals can learn from engaging with different and various other contexts that they're not used to. And so the logic of what they're seeing can change.
Okay. Is there a context in which the rules or the inferences of logic do not apply that people are using? Can you point out something like that for me?
Say that one more time, sorry.
Is there a context, because you used the word context specifically, in which the laws of logic do not apply? In other words, that people could be irrational, because not following logic by definition is irrational. So can you point out where you think logic does not apply? In other words, somebody that is not using logic, that they have a system that they're using that we should take seriously?
No, I don't think that I think, like I said, logic is not tied to scientific, the scientific method, for example. Logic
that's
is
not what I asked though.
No. But I'm trying to illustrate something. The way people understand their reality is based on obviously their experiences, brain function, or whatever you want to call it, right? But that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that well, number one, it doesn't mean it's provable. It doesn't even mean it's right from a objective position. It doesn't mean that it's right, but it's logical to them because of the framework from which they're working from and the context that they live in.
So I'll ask it again. Is there a
okay? So go back. Let's go back.
Is there a framework that you think people use where logic does not apply, and we should take it seriously?
And we should take it seriously. See why are you loading it with that?
Because I could speak gobbledygook to you. Hang on, Mr. Ritz, let me explain why I added that in.
No, you don't need to.
The reason I added that in is because I could go blah, 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 and I say, hey, that's my framework. And I say blah, 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 and you don't respond, I go blah, blah, blah.
I get it. The only problem is that we should take seriously. First of all, who is we, and what does it mean to take
somebody that's rational that applies the laws of logic?
Nah, see, when you say rational, you're thinking of a white mind, a white westernized mind.
No, I'm thinking of a human being that applies the laws of logic, whether they know about them or not.
That's exactly what you're thinking. What happens? I've already said to you. Sorry, Terry, I'm gonna leave in a sec. I've already said to you, Rob, that logic, is not it's not something. Okay, logic is not tied to those who practice or support or their whole reality is underpinned by scientific the scientific method or scientific proof, right? Logic doesn't belong to that, right? Logic is simply the functionality of human beings in understanding their environments based on the parameters they've been given prior to either engaging in this new thing or existing in this particular habitat or whatever or what have you, or a new piece of technology coming along, right? And you go to the Amazon or whatever, and you bring a television. And they don't know what a television is, and they have their own logical explanation for what a fucking television is. Yeah.
No, you've misunderstood. You've misunderstood. When you say they have their own logical explanation, what you really mean is they have their own explanation. The logic is simply that a television exists. Whatever they want to label it, it's still an object. So I think maybe you're not understanding what logic is and how the laws of logic are applied by every human being that is rational. Wherever they come from, whether they're the Amazon or anywhere else, they're still applying it, even if they don't know what it is. So when you say to me that somebody's coming in here and is not saying to us, hey, you should believe it too, you are mistaken. They are inferring that if we are rational and we follow the laws of logic, we should believe what they believe if they have good reasons. That is the case for every human that puts forward a rational argument.
We have to accept though, is that man's need to believe that so they can get into a combat. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. But at the same time, I'm willing to engage the conversation in it. Because obviously the example that was used was myself in it. And so you said that. I think you said that man ain't saying that anybody should believe it. And so the argument was given that man is saying that. So say again.
I dropped off.
What happened? Hello? Can you hear me?
Everybody's here.
Yeah,
we
okay. Go ahead.
I thought he said man dropped off. Yeah. So I don't mind exploring. I don't mind exploring this.
Can you not still hear me?
Yeah. Go. Okay.
My connection's gone funny.
All right, cool. Yeah. What am I saying? Yeah. So go on, Brad.
No, I just wanted to ask, was he?
Man, just went. Sorry, go on. No, Rob and MA just seem to have dropped off. I don't know what happened there. Maybe it's the power of the spirit that man came and the shadow. You know what I'm saying?
The blocks be taking L's all day, fam. Shut up, bro. They just don't want to
take L's though. This is where you're on the hub, bro. You take L's, bro.
Why are you being a cheerleader? Why are you watching it earlier? What do you mean, man? Come on, man. Brad, behave yourself, man. DC, Brad, I like you. Behave yourself, man.
You like the last Somali I like, so yeah, behave yourself.
Belly, M.A. Brown and Rob, after experiencing the spirit, they've dropped off, but they're backstage right now still. So Veli, Rob and M.A. Brown would like to reconnect with the rest of us.
No, I wanted to ask. MA was his whole premise saying that like logic is subjective. That was the whole thing.
Yeah, but that's where, as I said to you, when they start to play logic and they put rhetoric into the situation, they've been disingenuous to the situation.
Because I'm pretty sure that like if we look at moments of history, there'd be people that would say that the logical answer would be you know what I mean, like with the logical answer would be what is relevant to our experience. Yeah, because like for me, I look at how some things that are logical to me, my own brother sees that as like, yo, that's beyond stupid. You know, it's rational to me. My sister may say that's stupid. So that's what I think MA was trying to say. But, you know, I don't want to speak for the brother. I want him to speak for himself.
Where's MA?
I know Rob has...
I think the main point...
Brad,
is
100, by the way, 100.
Is that what you're saying? All right, cool.
I think, Brad, the main point is if somebody comes in and they say X is the case or is likely to be the case, they are inferring that they're being rational, that they are following some laws, and that other people are also rational. In other words, if you give compelling reasons and somebody is rational, they should be convinced. That's the inference that we all have, right? That's the inference we all have, unless we're irrational. So the fact that I say, hey, you should believe this because I've got good reasons, I just say it overtly. Everybody else that comes in is in fact saying that. They're just not saying it overtly, because if you follow that line of reasoning, you want other people to believe it too. If you claim that you are rational, other people are rational, and you have good reasons, then they should be convinced too. Now, if somebody's going to say, no, that's not the case, please put forward an argument for why you think that's not the case, and we can entertain it.
But Rob, if they have, but this is where I'm not trying to cape for one side, because I enjoy dialogues like this. But I have to say the point is still valid though, to the where it's like what you may see, because common sense is not common. What you see is like rational. What you see is logical. The person that's going to disagree with you is going to put forth their case. If you already have a bias in your mind that this is what logic is, this is what reason is, you're obviously going to burn them out. Like it's going to be like a what's the term that's always used here? A circle conversation, or it's just like you know everyone like.
No, it wouldn't be circular as much as it's like self-attesting. Like the moment we open our mouth and we want to communicate with some other human being, we presuppose that it's intelligible, that the other human being can interpret it, and that they can then evaluate it. And all of that presupposes that there's something that operates in an incredibly reliable way, i.e. like the laws of logic, in order for us to do that. That's implicit in everything that we do. And when somebody says, hey, I see a tree, but I also don't see a tree. Now, all of us immediately, we go, that is irrational. But both seeing a tree and not seeing a tree cannot be the same at the same place at the same time. And now, we might not know what those laws are, but we all instinctively go, hang on a moment, that's bollocks, right?
Yeah, but this is where I say it becomes subjective, because I'm not, God, I pray to God you don't hear me playing semantics. I'm not trying to play semantics and word games. I realize when the conversation goes to semantics and word games,
it's actually cultural.
It's about to happen. Yeah, I know. I feel like it's about to happen.
It's actually cultural. That's what it really is.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I hate when this happens. But like, what is defined as a tree to one person could just be saying like, God, like this is a deity, or this is
a
source of, you know what I mean?
That is semantic, Brad. That is kind of semantic. Let's make it easier for you so that you don't have to wander in semantic long grass.
No. But what somebody
says to you. Yeah, okay, but somebody says to you, there's something.
Brad, that was an emotional answer, man. I felt you like, I'm
Brad,
I'm just saying that.
Shut up. Somebody says to
you. No, you lot, I want to read something quickly, yeah? Obviously, you've got logic as a field of study, and I think this is what the Brer is chatting about, yeah? But then you have logic as a definition, right? Logic, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity.
So it is subjective.
Let's go deeper.
You think that's subjective?
A particular system or codification of the principles of proof and inference.
Okay, now I see where Rob has a point. Because you need to prove. Okay.
I can keep going. Rob is
inference.
So, Rob,
I'm not sure that you actually understand what the implications of what he said is.
Oh, come on, Rob, man.
But by all means,
Rob,
regardless
come
of
on,
what you
Rob,
think
man.
that refers to.
where's he going, Rob?
Because I think we've just got there as if
Come on, Rob.
somehow.
It's all right. Man's on the warpath for some reason, isn't it?
I know, bro.
It's like,
No, Shaka,
Just
I'm
the
not gonna lie
rational-
to you.
just
You
the rational
disturb the atheist
Rob
vibe,
is
fam.
the
They call the
intellectual
defense
bounty
league
Hey,
out.
I'm coming in here to talk about something I think is true. You guys all care about what is true or likely true, but I'm not trying to convince you. This is an error in thinking, and I want to squash this so we don't have this idea anymore.
All right, Rob,
That you can come in here and say something that you think is true, and other people who also care about truth are not supposed to be convinced by that.
No. Rob,
it's the idea that convincing people may not be a preoccupation. Maybe the exploration of ideas can be primary.
What's the point of exploring ideas?
For one's own edification and self-development.
Okay, but how do you know that it's self-development if these ideas don't make sense, or you can't make sense of them without applying the laws of logic?
Understanding,
then it's just gibberish, isn't it?
Understanding of the ideas themselves may actually contribute to your knowledge base in something, even if you don't believe in the ideas or agree with them. The understanding of the ideas is knowledge in and of itself.
But in order to understand it, you need to apply the laws of logic, don't you?
You need to apply the laws of logic to understand. Well, yeah, I suppose so.
And valid inference. Yeah.
So this method applies. No, not necessarily actually, because it's possible to understand an illogical idea.
Are you applying the laws of logic to understand an illogical idea?
No, you're applying the laws of comprehension.
Which relies on what?
Grammar.
Yeah, which relies on what?
Mutual intelligibility.
I'll shortcut it because you guys will dance around it. It all rests on the laws of logic. If you don't have these logical inferences, everything you're saying is gibberish.
We're just talking.
That's fine. That's fine. The only problem, the only issue is whether logic implies the intent of what's the word? Convincing others, if that makes sense. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That understanding could be just as viable a goal as convincing or influencing.
Yeah, I fully get that. I don't know what I mean.
In fact,
atheist defense leagues. Anyone understands?
In which case, the question becomes here: is it more logical to understand rather than to convince, or is convincing people a superior product of logic?
I understand completely.
All right, so let me respond to you. Being convinced of something is the rational conclusion if you accept the laws of logic and you care about what is true. So if somebody says, hey, I care about what is true and I'm applying these logical rules and inferences, then you would be convinced either for good reasons or bad reasons based on those presuppositions. So it is a conclusion to the reasoning process. So whether somebody wants to be convinced or not, they can pretend not to be, or maybe they can even claim not to be. That it's still an inference. If I come in and say, hey, I want to convince you the sky is blue. Somebody else comes in and says, hey, I want to talk about the sky. And we are both using the laws of logic. Ultimately, I'm telling you that I want you to believe the sky is blue. The other guy is inferring it. And by the time he tells you the light rays and the wavelength of light, etc., he will be saying it in a roundabout way. And we're both expecting people who are rational, who care about the truth, to be convinced that, in fact, the color of the sky as we see it during the day is blue, or at least has a blue thing, right? So we are both doing the same thing. I'm just saying it overtly. Some of you guys are going, well, I'm not trying to convince you. You are doing it overtly based on this logical chain.
That's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. It's based upon the presumption, though, that all dialogue, all conversation is based upon the dichotomy of right and wrong. So I'm stating what I believe to be correct so as to prove what you believe is incorrect. And I'm not sure that that's the case. I don't believe that all conversations take place within that strict kind of framework.
Do you think that most human beings claim to be rational?
I believe, to a degree. I don't necessarily believe though that rationality plays the same function in all cultures.
Can you be rational in one culture and rational in a different culture, and both of them not employ the laws of logic?
I'm saying that rationalism doesn't play the same role in all cultures.
If somebody in one culture says X about the world and somebody in another culture says Y, are they both employing the laws of logic, or is one culture employing something that is not the laws of logic?
Well, that depends on whether what they're saying is logical or not.
But are we inferring that human beings want to be logical and rational, or are we inferring simply that human beings want to open their mouth and speak some sort of sounds that they don't care whether it's logical or not, whether it's gibberish or not? What are we? What's the rational? What is the charitable or the presupposition that we all agree to?
To be honest, the question is not necessarily whether they're being logical or not. The question is whether the dichotomies of right and wrong are apparent in every conversation, and I'm not sure that's the case. So if let's say I'm in a relationship, for example, and there are many times where I have a disagreement with my partner. Me being right in an instance doesn't necessarily mean that she's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that depends if it's a dichotomous position, right? If it
that's
is,
the point I'm trying to make. So not all positions are dichotomous. That is the point I'm trying to make.
I'm not saying they are.
Right.
I'm not saying they
so
are.
that's
a separate point.
So then understanding
you're straight off the point.
I haven't. What I was exploring is because you were saying that in all logical conversation, if somebody's saying something rational about the world, then they are in turn attempting to convince others about what they're saying is true. And I'm saying, well, that would presume that all conversation and all dialogue takes place within the confines of a dichotomy of right and wrong. And I don't think that's actually the case.
Okay, but Chakra, here's all we need to ask. Here's the only questions we need to ask to find out if somebody either believes they're rational or other people are rational and whether they agree, right? All we have to ask somebody is, do you think you and other people are claiming to be rational? If the answer is yes, that's question number one. Do you care about what is true or likely to be true? Question number two. Do you think that both of the first questions rely on the laws of logic? Question number three. If the answer to all of those is yes, then by logical inference, the response or the conclusion is that other people should be convinced. I think you should be convinced of my worldview. You think I should be convinced of yours. You just don't want to say it. But in fact, it's the case when you come on here and you say X out of your mouth, if you're rational and you care about what's true and you think that you're using logical inference and you think I'm rational, then I should be convinced if you've got better reasons than I do.
Definitely cultural. Definitely expansion.
Definitely.
I mean,
think about it more, guys. We won't go there any further. You guys are caught up in a cultural thing. As if some other culture can open their mouths about reality and not employ that logical sequence. You're just mistaken. Nice try, though. Appreciate it.
He doesn't see himself in it, so it's cool.
Nah, we can see that apartheid.
All you're saying is that other cultures are being irrational.
Hey, come on.
Okay, if you want to say other cultures are irrational,
I'm not saying that. He's the kind of guy go over to the Amazonians or some tribe in the middle of nowhere and bring an iPad and bring flipping like all kind of shit and say, yo, you don't need to be doing this, bro. He's like a missionary, bro, but he's an atheist missionary. You get me?
No, this is about the laws of logic, not whether they're going to agree with what an iPad is.
The interesting thing is, what's being said is that by virtue of making an argument or putting forward a perspective, you are attempting to convince others of its truth. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that for a second. In relation to apply that to the conversations, though, in terms of the statement was made that man ain't trying to convince anybody, and you're saying that man is, yeah. So what is man trying to convince people of?
What they think is true or likely to be true. That's what they're trying to convince. We're all trying to do that to each other in a conversation. Unless you're claiming that you're irrational.
No. To be fair, sometimes whether one really thinks what I'm saying is true or not is less important to me in a lot of conversations than whether they actually understand what it is I am saying. Yeah. Their agreement or lack of thereof is secondary. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's irrational. That's not the point. The point is that you come into a conversation with a covert idea that you are rational, that other people are rational, and you're presenting what you think are convincing reasons to believe whatever it is you believe. And if that's the case, then there is an inference that those people should be convinced. And if they're not, either because they've got better reasons than you, or they are being irrational or stubborn or whatever the case
Not
may
necessarily.
be.
I engage with Muslims all the time. I don't agree with them, but it doesn't mean that I can't understand what it is that they're saying and where they're coming from or the concepts within their religion. And I'm not,
that's not the point, though.
And I'm generally not engaging because I'm trying to be convinced of what they're saying either. I just want to understand what they mean.
Yeah, but you might want to convince them that they are mistaken. I don't think they.
I might do, but I don't necessarily. Like when I converse with Muslims, I'm not trying to convert them. Sometimes if I'm asking them a question, I just want to know what they mean. That's it. It doesn't have to go any further than that.
And does it matter to you what they say?
Of course, because if I want to understand them, I have to.
If they give you gobbledygook or they give you a rational answer, does it make a difference to you?
It does make a difference. What makes a difference to me is whether I can understand them or not. Not whether I'm convinced by them or not.
Why is understanding them important to you?
Because comprehensibility. Because learning is important. Yeah.
But why is learning important? For what purpose?
Because through learning you gain understanding.
Correct. So there we go. The pathway follows around to what I said. And why is that important? Because you want to believe what is true about the world or likely to be true about the world.
No.
And you want other people to do that as well.
Yeah, you do want to believe what's true about the world. My point is that me understanding what the Muslim said doesn't necessarily mean that I believe what they say is true about the world. It just means that I understand what they mean or what they say.
Correct. But you think that they think they have good reasons. You think you have good reasons. You're trying to find out what they believe and whether they have good reasons. And if they were good enough, you could be convinced to change your mind, unless you're a dogmatist, right? I'm not saying that you are, or some people are, but most of us are not, right? In the sense that, hey, if somebody puts forward a good idea, we could be convinced to change our mind. I've changed my mind on a number of things.
Yeah, we could be.
And probably you guys have too. Why? Because you've had good reasons to do so.
We could be.
Which follows the laws of logic, which we all adhere to, whether we know about them or not.
Rob, have you always been an atheist?
No.
What was you before?
Cafeteria Christian.
Do you feel that it has any form of influence of you today?
Apartheid regime general.
Probably not. Not so much now.
Come on.
I've changed a lot of views, and now I use critical thinking, which I never used to do.
Have you changed your views on apartheid? Come on. I'm going to be making a show about this. I'm going to be making a show about this on my channel soon.
Okay. Yeah, so I use laws of logic, but I didn't always know what they were. But even when I was a Christian and, believing that sort of stuff, I was still trying to employ these laws, even if I had no clue what they were. It wasn't the case that I thought, oh, there's a God and both not a God and a God at the same time. That would be irrational. Even if I didn't know what those words mean, that would have been like gibberish to me. And everybody's the same. You go to any tribe or to any humans across the planet and you ask them some questions, they will give you what amounts to a rational argument or a rational response. Even if they don't know what rationality or laws of logic are, they're still going to say there's something there.
That which is rational is not necessarily scientific, right?
That could be the case. Yeah, it could be that you have something that is rational but is not scientific. That can be the case.
Okay.
But the main point to be made is that when people come here, they want to convince other people. I'm just overt about it because I know what the inferences are here. Some people want to go, I'm not really trying to convince you, but I'm not going to present an argument. I'm not going to argue with you.
If some people just come for conversation.
Idea that I have the good reasons and you probably don't. And that is just doing the same as what I'm doing, but just not saying it out loud. So I just want to squash the idea that people are coming in here and not trying to convince other people. You're not doing it overtly, but you are doing it covertly.
Cool, no problem. Can you explain the laws of logic or rationalism?
Did you say something there? I didn't hear you.
So I was saying, can you explain the laws of logic? As I think that's the term that you use.
Yeah, I mean, I use that term to refer to the law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. Those three laws, which we all presuppose when we open our mouths and have a rational conversation.
What's the last one?
Excluded middle.
Excluded middle.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I got it.
Can I just ask, Can I just quickly ask you?
I mean, popping and just asking questions.
Yes, Jim Jones. Well, go on. Say hello to the panel.
Yeah,
long time no see, man. Come on, salam alaikum, man. I saw you earlier saying mashallah, so I was like, yo, has he come to our side here?
Ramadan Mubarak, my brother. But seriously,
have you come
to touch on MA's Brown's point?
No, you're just trying it. You always.
No, I'm not. No, allow me, man.
It's the atheist defense league. It's the ADO.
You know, I shouldn't. Sorry, Rob. I'm the
ADO.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let's not digress quickly. Yeah, quickly.
JJ, no.
Tell man, it's serious.
Did you not just hear man say a stuff for a Rob?
Yeah, who said that? You say that.
I thought that's what sorry Rob meant still, but yeah.
Listen, peace and blessings be upon. Yeah, you're right. That's good. That was good. I like that.
The atheist defense league today. You not got taken apart, though, Jim Jones, man. Come on, man.
No, listen. I'm not in troll mode. This is serious mode. Yeah. All right, cool. So, MA Brown, the what me and you were saying in the chat, yeah. Can you just outline that? Because maybe I misunderstood. Can you outline clearly what you believe is the different? What essentially you believe logic is painted with culture, yeah?
Definitely.
Is that it in a nutshell? I got that, yeah?
Well, no, wait, not logic. What is logical? There's a difference.
Right, so now this is where I would disagree with you, because I'm saying the reason that there is a study of logic is because, and I've said this already in the chat, but just to expound on it, yeah, is because you yourself can prove flawed logic. So you yourself can put something into some kind of syllogism and say that could prove false results. You see what I'm saying? Like, so if you say A equals something, A equals B, B equals C, C equals D, and with every one of these premises, you can say that's coherent, that's logical. If we substitute A, B, and C for anything, it will always come out with the correct result, and it will always be a coherent response. If you put something in an invalid form, it may make sense superficially, but then we could remove it. You know, like that, like inductive and abductive logic. It's not that they're wrong, but they're not going to be as coherent and consistent, which is quite important for logic, for something to be valid, right? For something to be reasoned to be true, right? It could provide a false start. So if you go to an Amazonian tribe and there's something they believe in, and they've got some reason to believe in, it's not completely devoid of reason, but if you gave them another example of where they're using a different form of logic to understand some different phenomena, then you could prove just by that, by saying, look, but you wouldn't accept that to be true in the case of running water, for example. You know, let's say you deify the sun, but you don't deify water, or that's just an arbitrary example, but then you can prove invalid logic even without giving them the formal laws or the formal rules of logic. And that's how people say to people when they prove them wrong, oh, you're being illogical. Because if you use that exact same logic for something that you know to be true, or something that has an established deductive process, you wouldn't accept that as the truth in that instance. But you do accept it with this one, and you claim it to be logical. So I think, and that's the reason they make the case that logic is independent of humanity, right? Because that process, that sort of sequence, that pattern of creating sound and valid argumentation, that has been proven to work irrespective of human bias. You can't be biased when it comes to logic. In the same way, you can't say in my culture 2 + 2 is 26. You can't just say that. You have to prove it. And when you prove it, when you just use similar axioms and different result, it's invalid.
When you demonstrate consistency, that's what you're saying, yeah. It would okay. So you said a lot there. So again, what I'll say is, I'm not saying that logic itself is cultural. I'm saying what is logical, and that is founded upon the information systems and the cultural systems of those people, right? So I'm agreeing with you in that logic is universal, but the application of logic really depends on what is there when that logical calculation is being made. Does that make sense?
You lost me. Can you repeat that again? I don't understand what.
So, logic. Go on, Terry. Maybe you can explain it better than me, but I'll try again.
No, you said MA, but it's just I just don't understand why understand.
Yeah,
because we don't speak atheists, innit? That's the problem.
But can you say you said something like you said from
so
my,
what I'm saying,
this is where he's gonna put it on. Watch James now. Go on then, James.
what I'm saying is what is logical is cultural. Logic is universal, but what is logical is cultural. And
that is illogical.
No.
Like, you're saying the results of logic are cultural, but logic itself is universal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm saying no. I'm saying it can't. Then it's not logic. Then, like for example, if you say this white, if you say this European's imposition upon the Amazonians is illogical, you can prove it. And if you're wrong, you're wrong, and if you're right, you're right. That's it.
No, that doesn't make sense. I don't even know what you're saying there.
I'm being generous here. I don't know what you're saying. You're saying, I guess you're trying to make a point at the end of it, which is not everything the white man says is right. I'd agree with that. If you're saying that they've achieved that with logic, then I would say that most likely it's what's true for the white man is probably true for the black man from a logical perspective.
Did you hear me and Rob talking? And I said that what he's drawing from is the field of study that's called logic, as opposed to like what is defined as logic in the dictionary.
So there's a school of thought like rationalism and them kind of things that develops in particular cultures, and what people fail to often realize is that there are assumptions within how an ideology that develops within a particular culture that may go unquestioned. Right. Yeah, in the development of that particular ideology. So the systems that around which that ideology formulates may not be able to rise out of those fundamental unquestioned assumptions. So, for example, in a conversation like this year, I come from a worldview that emphasizes connection and interconnectedness with the universe, whereas the worldview that I exist within, what's it called, emphasizes disconnection from the universe. And so, even when you could argue that even when connection is with the universe is logically demonstratable, the general relationship with the universe still remains disconnected.
You've hit me up with a lot, yeah. Because we moved kind of from MA's. Sorry, I'm not gonna lie, no, but this is the problem when we don't. I know I speak a lot, but we're not really being concise. So just quickly, MA, law of logic. You said the law. You didn't agree with the white man thing. You laughed, yeah. So I guess that's not what you were saying.
I didn't say nothing.
I laughed. It wasn't.
You? Sorry. All right. So then what? So is that pretty much what we're talking about then?
No, let's not reduce it to that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm using my words in it. I'm using words, so let's stick with the words.
All right. So the words. So the sentence goes as follows. It says, "Logic universal. The derivations or what is derived from logic, cultural." That pretty much it.
Yeah. I would say that.
Okay. But then that's just bad logic. Then it's invalid logic. It's reasoning.
See, when you say everything, what you're doing is you're jumping. Well, I think anyway, you're jumping from definition to definition. You've heard what I've just said, but then when you revisit it, when you said that second part and you said, "Oh, it's flawed logic," the flawed logic you're talking about is flawed. The field of study called logic, not logic. Logic is a way that a human's mind interprets information.
But logic is just valid inference, isn't it? It's the argument. It's valid argumentation and valid propositions that lead to like some kind of objective truth or fact.
You're not a flat earther. You believe the world is round, yeah?
A globe, yeah. Like a
yeah. Were the scientists logical when they thought that the Earth was flat?
Well, yeah, but that's that. So, okay, so let me rephrase this then. Are you saying that some people are working with incomplete data and based on the data that they have, they're making the best assumptions? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, and that goes for European scientists too. They've got data that they're working with that is the best that they can do, and they may be wrong at times too.
Okay, that's a different argument. All right, so all right, cool. Then the problem would be then is making a definitive assertion based on incomplete data could be perceived as illogical. So like that's why the scientific method relies on theories and relies on falsification, because even when you prove something, you've demonstrated something 100 times, there is always the understanding that on the 101st time that they could be proved wrong, and there could be a superior theory that supplants it, right? That's they understand that, and based upon that, it's logical to say that there is no absolutes. That's a logical statement, because there's nothing that can be proved absolutely, because we have time and things could change over time. So now that I understand your point,
something that says scientific method earlier on, and man was trying to mock me. You get me? So I hope man's hearing that.
I think no, but I think even Rob, you would agree with that, innit, Rob?
You just got to be careful, James, of saying there's no absolute statements, because that's an absolute statement. So it's
exactly, exactly.
Yep.
No,
but I think if you care about what is true, we have some reliable methods that help us move in that direction, and some unreliable methods that are shown to move us away from that. So if the goal is to find out what is true or likely to be true, then we employ the most reliable, reasonable, rational methods to do that. And that's cross-cultural. Now, whether certain people will apply it accurately, that's a completely separate question. So somebody could look at data and be completely wrong about it. Somebody else could look at the same data and be very likely correct about it. But there is a methodology they're both employing, if it's using reason, and one of them is likely to be completely mistaken and the other is likely to be correct.
Oh yeah, cool.
And so they can both use it, but just use it badly. So there's no doubt that people can use things badly, and that could be cultural as well, whether it's European or anywhere else. But the way we're going to find out whether that's the case is employing that method reliably, and then we'll find out whether that's the case.
But again,
somebody could guess, right? Somebody could guess something to be correct purely on a guess. They could throw a dice and go, hey, the universe is made of 10 dimensions instead of this God belief or this atheist belief. There's 10 dimensions. Well, actually, that would be an atheist belief anyway. But they could say that it's 10 dimensions, right? But have no good reasons. Later on, we find out that, in fact, string theory predicts 10 dimensions, and maybe in the far future that becomes confirmed. Right, that guy was correct, but just for the wrong reasons, because he guessed it. Right, he wasn't using irrational inference. So you can be right about something, like almost irrationally right, and you could be irrationally wrong. But if you're going to employ this method, which every rational person does, then we're all going to use it in the same way. So if I come in here and say, hey, the sky is blue, I don't have to tell you, well, hey guys, I want you to believe the sky is blue. There's an inference there that I think the sky is blue. I've got good reasons, and if you guys believe in good reasons and evidence and you care about what is true, you would be convinced the sky is blue when I'm finished telling you why. I don't have to say it out loud.
It occurs to me that some decades ago, the person who thought that we lived in a multi-dimensional universe would have been considered woo.
No, but can I just say one thing?
I don't know that other people did that, or certainly they didn't refer to it as we did, right?
It's a beautiful.
Oh, hold on. Can I just quickly, Rob? Yeah, real quick. Sorry,
essentially though, when it comes to certain, anyway, go on, James.
Sorry, just to touch on MAs, because while you've not been talking, I've been thinking about it, and okay, sorry, just think. I just went there. Yeah, just thinking about that. What MA said earlier. There's still an argument you can make for it being invalid logic, right? And the reason is because when a inferior logic, I apologize, not invalid, inferior logic, which ultimately would become invalid, but let's just say inferior, because when somebody comes with a far more sophisticated experiment, it would, and then there's the paradigm shift, and everyone's like, oh, that makes so much more sense. That making much more sense means it's far more logical, which means whatever instruments you used, whatever evidences you used before would have provided incomplete truths. It would have and the evidence for that is the fact that now you can prove more descriptively or with a much higher probability that this is the objective, this is the truth about and like this is an objective truth, for example. Because you're able to prove it more, that would highlight the inferiority of a previously used methodology or a previously used logic, if you like.
But so, it won't necessarily change the paradigm, though, James. That's the point.
No, but then the logic in that instance becomes superior, because if you use some kind of inductive form of logic, now you're still using a form of logic to derive some kind of truth or understanding. But then if someone comes has they fill in that third blank with and they make it a deductive. They take a deductive approach. They can still be wrong with their deductive approach, right? But we're saying now that they've added an extra premise or an extra line or an extra sort of reason,
okay,
that becomes superior. If it's sound, it becomes if it's valid. Sorry, it becomes superior.
Are you saying that deduction is superior to induction?
Of course.
And that's a universal truth.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay.
It's more, yeah.
I want to highlight something.
I would say that there are areas where that would be the case. I would say that there are areas where the opposite would actually be.
How? Show me how. Explain that to me.
I would say so. I would say that to a significant degree, I would say that mental health would be an area in which induction would be superior to deduction.
Explain that. That's vague. Explain that. Explain that.
On that note, madam, I'm gone. Yeah, you lot take care, my brothers. Yeah. Rob, no, I was bantering earlier, man. Yo, Jim Jones, Mr. Riggs, shout out my brother.
Man. Khalid, big up for your solar return. I forgot to say that as well. Still,
say that again, G.
I said big up to your solar return, your birthday, man.
Come on, my brother. Thank you. Bless. Yesterday.
Khalid,
Happy birthday, man, for yesterday.
We're too spiritual and connected to the universe to say birthdays. We say solar returns around there, fam.
So, yeah, come on, big up my African spiritualist brothers out there, man. You know, man, we like your thing still. You get me? Don't tell all the Muslims though; they might put a fast on me. But listen, I'm gone. Assalamu alaikum. Bless him, my brother. Bless him.
Hold on. But
can I just say, Can I just say?
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to say quickly, yeah. I want to just big up scientific method because I find him to be a model of rationality in the way
he's a troll in the chat. In the chat, he's not. In the chat, he's a troll. In the panel, he's a serious person.
That's what I say.
Hold on, hey, Shaka. So go and explain that to us. Hey, Rob, you still there?
So I was just saying. All I was saying is, and I'm not even. I'm saying this definitively. I'm just thinking aloud, really.
No, mental health. Can you explain that?
I'm glad to. So I'm saying that the capacity to stay in good mental health. So, for example, I would consider meditation to be a ritual that is inherently inductive. Yeah.
How are you using the term inductive, my friend? I think we're lost there. Because inductive reasoning isn't the same as is how I feel.
Right, maybe I was inferring something that wasn't there. So explain what you meant then.
So, deductive reasoning is the most superior form of reasoning or rationale. It's like a simple way of doing it is A equals B. If A equals B and B equals C, therefore A equals C. Simple to understand, isn't it?
Yes.
So, and it follows that but all the premises have to be coherent, right? And inductive would be something like if all people that wear headscarves are African spiritualists.
Yeah.
No, sorry. If my dad is an African spiritualist, then all dads are African spiritualists.
Okay, right. No, yeah, that would be flawed. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So inductive reasoning is inferior, and abductive reasoning is akin to like almost baseless hypothesis, where you need like one continuous.
It's reasoning to the best inference, but that inference itself is potentially subjective, right? But inductive is like all swans are white. That's an inductive. It's not a deductive conclusion, right?
Point taken. I misunderstood the levels. That's incorrect. See, man's supposed to.
Yeah, no, that's we respect that over here.
You should applaud man the way you applauded Velia a while ago, James.
Huh?
I feel shortchanged. You should applaud man the way you applauded Velia.
Yes. Listen, this is evidence of African spirituality's humility and honesty.
I just want to say I love you, brothers. Yeah, except for Rob. I don't love Rob. Hey, James. James.
How you gonna disrespect the prophet of atheism like that, man?
That's deep, fam. Like, man,
That's really tough, fam.
Yeah.
Yo. James.
Yo, bro.
James.
Oh, troll, troll. How about you? Talk about troll. You're the biggest troll here, bro.
Yeah.
James. I'm
No, but so let me explore this now, yeah. Because when I came on, it was about this attempting to convince people with and illogicality and rationality and these kinds of things, yeah. So in that respect now, because like people like to use the word magic and these kinds of things, yeah. Like I'm really interested in where the magic is.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to go deep on this.
That's Rob, get in there.
James.
Like, where's the magic?
Well, Rob,
sorry, did you say something, James?
Should huh?
Wait, Terry, can you hear everybody, Terry?
Yeah, I can hear everyone.
Yeah, he's just trolling.
He's messing about. He's messing about.
I just want to know why James has got logical biases.
I'm the opposite. I believe that logic is free from bias. But Rob, the question is, how do we infer magic, or how do you infer magic? Because you've used the statement as well. I've used it as well. How do we infer magic?
I don't use it that often, but I guess if I were to use it, I'd be using it in the sense of something that's unexplained or likely can't be explained through our current understanding of the world.
Supernatural, basically.
Okay, so
yeah, I mean that's the magic in terms of, like, when people say like somebody resurrected or their spirits or whatever, not like David Blaine or David Copperfield magic, right?
No,
which are
but
just tricks.
Can I just say quickly, Shaka?
Yeah.
Everyone always has this aversion to the term supernatural, but I did this with Dan one time on the panel. Whereas it's not necessarily miracles. It's the fact that miracles, by definition, are inexplicable or cannot be explained with science. So when you say stuff like X is greater than the sum of all its parts, well, that means it can't be explained. And the second it can't be explained, even though you're saying that in your opinion it's completely physical phenomena, we're saying in actuality that now is in the realms of supernatural.
Maybe, but if that's it, say okay, I'm not sure I've said X is greater than the sum of all its parts. At the same time, I would suggest that there are instances whereby that might be true. And again, this is just me thinking aloud, yeah. But when we use terms like emergent, yeah, we are talking about something that, by implication, is greater than the sum of its parts. We're saying that from this, we understand what the parts are, or we have some understanding of what the parts are, but this is emergent from it. The explanation as to why or what is emergent from it is not necessarily a part of the explanation. So would that not be an example of something being greater than the sum of all its parts?
I feel like such an asshole literally right now, yeah, because I just googled a comment in the chat, that quote from Trotsky: "A does not necessarily equal A," and I swear I feel like such a freak. I zoned out for like 2 seconds, but could you condense that for me real quick? Or
we'll revisit that in a minute, James. Yeah, go on, Shakara.
No, I was just saying, in answer to the question, I'm saying that I'm not sure. That I think that there are instances whereby that would be manifestly true, in the sense of the fact that it, like, staying within the realms of the consciousness. So, first of all,
you're saying consciousness is greater than the sum of its parts.
So I'm not sure that I've said anything about anything being greater than some of all its parts. However, I would venture to suggest that there may be examples of that statement being manifestly true, in the sense of the fact that if we understand, the general makeup of the brain, and then we say this is emergent, this concept called consciousness is emergent from it, yeah, that what emerges or how it emerges, and then we're yet unable to define, and them kind of things there, but we have a general understanding of the parts that make up the
that's not I don't think that's so. I think the issue is when it resides in the inexplicable. That's the issue.
But there are many things that are inexplicable. That's
no,
so,
but there was a period in time, you know, less than 150 years ago, where we didn't even know that there was electricity present in the body.
Well, yeah, I think I made that point in the previous conversation that you didn't hear.
Right, cool. You know what I mean? And it took a scientist who died a physicist at the time, who died a real poor man. So it wasn't lauded for any success or any scientific breakthroughs to make that suggestion, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, though, there was the reasons that we're not. I'm not going to say the two S words, right? But the reason that people are not allowing you to posit any of these ideas or compare them to something like consciousness is because generally the effects of consciousness are completely understood, right? And
I'm not sure that's the case. I don't know that's the case.
I think they are. We can decide if someone's conscious or not conscious. So the effects of it are clearly understood, isn't it? And the
okay, I'm not sure that's clearly understood. I think that's
how it emerges.
Yeah, go on.
No, but how it emerges, like it's precise. So, for example, if we understood its atomic composition,
yes,
we maybe don't know how that combination exactly provides the consciousness itself or produces it.
Right.
Yeah, that I would agree with. But in that sense, we understand the parts and we understand the effects and essentially its properties.
Right. And
we
so
just haven't yet made the bridge, the connection. And it's the same way that you knew somebody was alive, not necessarily because of the electricity.
Yeah. So let me ask you this then. Yeah, we know all of the factors that and all the chemicals here that make up the human body. Yes.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, have you ever watched Full Metal Alchemist?
It was like a
manga.
It's a cartoon. No, I think I've seen it. No.
All right. So it begins with this with two boys who's lost their mother. Yeah, and they basically bring together all the chemicals that make up the human body. Yeah. And now what they have to now try and do is bring back her soul or her consciousness, yeah, to that body, yeah, and obviously they fail, all right. But I'm using it just as an analogy in the sense of the fact that if we were to bring together all the elements, yeah, that make up the human body and bring them together, would we have a living being at that point?
But this is why so many people rest their arguments in the quantum realm, because now we're saying that we don't fully understand the level below atomic. So while we might super, it's like building putting the panels of a car together and saying, why doesn't it drive?
So you're saying that, so by inference, are you saying that what produces the phenomena of life is in the subatomic realm and we don't yet understand it?
Oh, now life is different because life is organic material, isn't it?
Yes, but I'm saying that if we brought together all the organic materials, yeah, just brought them together, right, would we produce life just by bringing together the materials? So all the chemicals in our body, we can find them in nature, yeah. Yes.
Say again.
All the chemicals that make up our body, we can find them in nature.
I'd have to answer yes. That sounds
as far as I'm aware, like the biologists have a full appreciation of the chemicals.
Yeah, like proteins and whatever. Yeah.
All of that kind of stuff. So if we brought them all together, yes, right, we had a Frankenstein experiment and brought together all the elements that make up the human body and brought them together in their respective quantities, would we have life in front of us?
I mean, the assumption is, do you know how this is difficult? Yeah, just because obviously I'm not as au fait with the science, but I've heard philosophers and neuroscientists say that we understand the atomic composition of a human and still can't produce consciousness. So I'll have to take their word for that. But I reckon there's probably some revolutionary physicist or something who's got an experiment that he's like, bro, that debunks that shit easy. So I don't want to take a hard position on it. But again, I'll say that based on what I've heard and shit, yeah, that sounds right. Like the complete atomic composition of a human, not the quantum particle fucking composition, but the atomic at the atomic level, from my understanding, there isn't a way to deduce from from that, like, so working backwards, a way of saying this is the key component of consciousness.
No, but that's not what I asked. I'm saying that if you brought together all the chemical,
that is exactly what you're asking. I'm saying what is the like the look, I'm going to use a magic term now. What is the stardust, the magic dust? What is the thing that creates the consciousness?
No, I'm asking about life at the moment. Yeah, so,
no, but life is different because there are many experiments and they believe they're very close to producing abiogenesis. So that would be
very close to. Where are they at though?
Hold on. But hold on. But even any of the scientific theories that, like, as in, consciousness is far more of a gray area than going from organic to inorganic matter. And there are and you know what the simple proofs are as well. A lot of simple proofs. They're like a lot of simple proofs of the universe in different states and different stages that are considered to be definitive. So they can pretty much they can reduce it down to a few options. Whereas consciousness, I don't think it's so much the same. I don't think it's like organic matter, therefore consciousness.
But I'm not suggesting that's the case. All I'm saying is that having the atomic understanding, or being able to collate the atomic understanding, doesn't necessarily produce the phenomena itself. Yeah. So in that regards, then that isn't it manifestly true that the sum of the parts of something don't necessarily completely what's the word, account for what it is.
Yeah, but that's not a problem. Can it be explained? Yes, of course it can. Like I told you, Sir Roger Penrose is doing work with this anaesthetist on micro, because the other thing is like M.A. Brown said earlier about being a flat earth and a globe earth, whatever, or what people talk about dark matter, and it is about to the data you have, the instruments you're using and the data you have access to. In the past 100 years, humans have innovated more than in the whole of history, however hundreds of thousands of years combined. So what to say that in the next 50 years, consciousness gets reduced to some simple, previously unobserved quantum
possible. It's possible.
So just based on that, that's why I would say it's not the same statement.
But I'm saying it's possible. I don't know that anybody who's in that field is saying that though. They're saying that they may be able to produce certain things rare.
Roger Penrose. Hold on, sorry, I don't mean to cut you. Hey, Rob, are you there? Because Rob knows.
Yeah, I'm listening in.
Yeah, you know about this Roger Penrose. He wrote a book on consciousness. I haven't read it though.
I haven't read that book.
But you're aware of its existence, right?
What is the name of it? I'm more familiar with his work in cosmology.
Yeah. Book. Shadows of the Mind, The Emperor's New Mind. How conscious?
I'm not familiar with that.
Quantum.
Yeah. By the way, he did a good interview in March with this guy called Lex Friedman or something like that. Same guy actually interviewed James Sylvester Gates some time ago. A very good interview as well. I would encourage everyone to watch.
He has a completely physical theory for consciousness, right? Roger Penrose. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, and I don't think he would even go out on a limb and say it's completely right.
Correct. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But I'm saying that usually they're using terms like emergent in it. And I said, when you dig deep enough, and there are scientists that will tell you this, that when they say emergent, what they really mean is we don't know. Yeah, we don't know what exactly.
Okay. If someone says to me,
that's not that's not an indictment against the scientists. I'm not expecting them to be able to answer all questions. But because really, remember, this has come from the question of where's the magic? Yeah, and I'm failing to see it.
But I'm going to explain to you, like, if someone says to me, one of the best, this is another thing I can bring Rob into. Me and him had a discussion on this. Rob and that ginger guy at Speaker's Corner having a discussion, and Rob was talking about how Noah, like, we should be able to see evidence of Noah's flood. And when he started making logical points about if the guy is meant to believe in science on Earth, but he's saying science can't be used to describe God, but he's saying, well, science, but we should be able to use science to describe the effects that God has had on the world, isn't it? Provided he's had some interaction.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. When people rely on concepts like you cannot use God. So they say like, you know, we say magic. They say we don't believe in magic. Are you dumb? But then you say, but you're literally saying that science will never be able to explain your God. Now, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but if somebody applies that to something like consciousness, we can say no, because not knowing something is not the same as never being able to know something. These are two completely different things.
I don't make the argument though that one will never be able to know. I do question whether there are limits to what we will be able to know. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, based upon any number of different things.
So then in a nutshell, then, if I was to say to you something like, why are we alert?
I see consciousness as a product of life.
But I'm saying what's the scientific reason we are alert, for example? Or why? You know what? To be honest, I can't do that because
I don't know why. I know what the functions of being alert are, which are the 5 senses.
Okay, and then if I was to say that, furthermore, that's why it's difficult with your thing, because there isn't a clear definition. Like,
but you keep saying that. All right, clear definition of what?
So this one I was trying to get to it, but maybe I spoke too soon and I didn't formulate it better in my mind. So no, I'll be honest, I didn't like, as soon as I said why we alert, I answered my own question because we're conscious. That's the answer to the question.
Clear definition of what though?
We're going back, yeah.
Rather than just ask you arbitrarily, I'm just going to try to formulate it in a logical structure. Let's see if I can put it together.
Your girl, hey, wherever, I don't know if you get married or if you got a girlfriend, she must have a hard time with you, bro.
I don't think I've ever discussed true politics with a chick without taking the piss out, like without listening to them and laughing about it. I don't think I'll ever have a political like
levels of misogyny there, yeah.
Not even political. I can imagine just
them levels of misogyny, fam.
Yeah. No. Oh my.
Yo, Jake, tell the truth, yeah. Do you do that? Oh, she said, oh yeah. Do you do that, yeah? He mimics that. He takes the piss. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie. I do genuinely. I am a genuine piss taker. I don't have these conversations with anybody in my day-to-day life. This is why I'm fucking enamored with this shit, because this is like, just having these discussions, yeah. Bad immediately makes me smart as hell, because I'm like, okay, let me make sure I don't lose the next one. So I just go research something. This is the most.
I told you, it's the L culture, fam. People are more inclined about the L culture and everything there. Anyway, but I want to know what is it?
Sorry. All right, cool. Can someone take over for 2 minutes while I just quickly structure something really quickly?
I mean, this chat about consciousness is interesting. What's the end point with the consciousness? I think we all accept that the phenomenological experience of consciousness exists, and that it seems to be tied to a brain, and that's all interesting. The exact mechanisms, the neuron firings, and how that gives rise to first person is still a mystery, and that's all fine. But what's the whole thing around? I think we seem to all agree mostly on consciousness. What's the point about bringing up consciousness? What is the actual end point?
The actual end point for me would be to maximize the capacity of our consciousness, and I'm not sure that we do that just through neurology. Life is, put it this way, our life, phenomenologically speaking, is inextricably tied to our consciousness. And so if our consciousness is the primary tool through which we navigate this experience of life, then we should be primarily concerned with developing it in that kind of way. And I'm not sure that for the most part that is a primary goal.
When you say developing it, in relation to what though?
In relation to any number of things, in relation to health, well-being, in relation to relationships, socially speaking, in relation to our understanding of the universe, in relation to how we can better the lives of those around us, in relation to our capacity to store and apply information. in relation
yeah, I think
our ability to process information in ways that are beneficial rather than detrimental to self and others.
Yeah, I think you did use the word there, which is well-being, which is obviously the view that I take. So if that's the end goal of how we, quote unquote, improve our consciousness or use more of it or use it more effectively in relation to the well-being of other conscious creatures, then sure. I did get the hint though that there was that the whole thing around consciousness was still somehow to be equated with soul or spirit, and obviously you and I have gone around the houses with that. But I wonder, and I've spoken to Witness about that.
It's quite.
But I wondered if there was some link to that, or we'd moved on.
Well, what when you go into certain schools of thought, again, we're speaking English, yeah, and so when you go to certain schools of thought, when they actually what has been translated as soul for them is actually consciousness. And so the fact that they see consciousness as connected to spirit would be sacrilegious, so to speak, with regards to certain schools of modern day science, but it doesn't make it any less their concept. And consciousness is viewed as emergent from the universe itself, and therefore connected to it in a lot of different ways. Yeah. So there are schools of thought whereby they have 8 different ways to dissect and analyze what is consciousness. Somewhere there's 12 or 9, you know what I'm saying? And these are all relating to how the psychology operates and the brain operates and them kind of things there from our experiential phenomenological perspective, not necessarily from the perspective of cutting open the skull and delving into and measuring the neurons firing in the brain or anything like that. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure.
So when you use the word spiritual, then would it be more accurate for you to say, hey, what I mean by spiritual is actually consciousness, but what my ancestors used to think was spiritual is actually consciousness. They just used the word spiritual.
No, what when I say spiritual, what I'm talking about is an interconnectedness with creation. When I speak of consciousness, I'm talking about how the universe or the fundamental properties of the universe manifest in unique ways to form me. Yeah.
So if it's an interconnectedness, that's a concept, right? So you're just saying that spirituality is like conceptual, like the idea of being superhuman is conceptual.
Yes and no. I've said this before, that it is philosophical. It's a philosophical understanding, but it's based upon an empirical perspective in the sense of the fact that we are quite literally connected to the universe. And then yep.
Connected spirit equals connectivity. The universe being connected. That's it.
Spirit equals the universe being connected. Yeah. So there's a fundamental primary phenomena or force or energy that from which all that is arises, and we are all connected via that primary.
Okay, but there you've added in the word source or energy. Yeah. What is that? Apart from the 4 fundamental forces, what else is there?
So,
can you just say
so now we get to the point that Witness was asking earlier. When the concept arises not out of an understanding of quantum theory, but out of an empirical appreciation of the universe that we live in and the fact that we are connected to it in various different ways. If I eat food, the food becomes my body. Yes. If I drink water, the water becomes my body. If I die, I go to the earth and I become indistinguishable from it. It didn't take for scientists to come along for us to realize, for people to realize, human beings to realize that, well, actually, there's a connection between what we breathe and these trees that are around us. You know what I'm saying? And so quite literally, when we breathe in, we are breathing in things that came from the trees that are around us. It's a thing called oxygen. We never use the word oxygen and them kind of things there, but connectedness to the universe was observed and systematized into a worldview long before we were able to identify atoms and break that atom.
But it's just like spirit means everything, though. That's what that means. It means.
Well, you could say that, but you could make that argument. It
then why would we use the word spirit? Why wouldn't we just say everything?
Because again, spirit, the concept of spirit is it gives expression to a specific idea. Yeah, and you're right. Maybe that there are some cultures in which there's not as one word for spirit. There's only words for spirit as manifested in different forms.
You're missing the point out that the spirit has its own intelligence.
I'm not even sure. I'm saying yes. I guess I am to a certain degree, but I'm not even saying
that's why we don't use the word everything.
I'm not even saying, but I'm saying that its own intelligence is when it's manifested in a specific form. I'm saying that the intelligence, or sorry, the universe itself comes out of things that may be without form. Yeah. I was listening to spiritualists and say, when they say, one spiritualist I listened to some time ago said that when you're talking about spirit, and he's differentiating between certain schools of thought and other schools, and his own school of thought, and he's saying for us, the unit, like we only understand like 4% of the matter in the universe. Yeah, in fact, most of the universe is actually space. Yeah, so you've got material and immaterial. When we're talking about spirit, all we're referring to is the immaterial, which most of the universe apparently is.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a misunderstanding. It's not immaterial. It's material that we haven't yet discovered. Its composition, its makeup. What does it mean to be immaterial?
Particles have mass. You know, particles have mass. Yeah.
Yes, and
it's not immaterial. When you say immaterial, it's not immaterial. It's like a unicorn or something.
But most. Sorry, is it incorrect to suggest that atoms, yeah, themselves are mostly space?
You mean space is comprised?
Oh, you mean in between the things? Sure, but they have a weight, and that's what we call material, right?
Yeah.
So in between the particles of an atom, what is
there? There is nothing.
There is nothing.
Well, we don't know if it's nothing or if it's just quantum.
So there is no thing. Yeah.
No. I wouldn't.
The quantum nothing is not the same as what you consider nothing. You're talking about like abstraction.
Define nothing.
You're talking about that's a big topic in philosophy and science.
I know.
You're talking about when you say immaterial, the only thing you can confidently make that is agreed upon as immaterial is abstractions.
You could argue that, or you could you.
No, that's a fact because you. Well, then all right, then hold on. You provide us nothing then.
I'm not trying to provide nothing. I'm saying
then you can't speak about it, isn't it?
The concept of spirit. Right. I'm explaining to you where the concept of spirit comes from, and I'm saying to you that it's coming from an idea of interconnectedness with the universe.
No,
yeah?
but
one second. Exactly exactly what the properties of whatever it is that connects us all was not explained by the ancients. The isness of the fact that we are connected is what was explained, and then it was given expression through different ideas and philosophies and so forth.
Yeah, but we're saying like a reason for so this is a concept you're saying, right? And this is a concept that's lending on many other concepts. So, like, you know, be it connectiveness, be it life, be it vital primary life force, be it source, all of these things it's lending itself to. So it's a jack of all trades and a clear master of none. But when you were trying to explain it now, you just gave us a physical example of a reason for us to accept that or a necessity of spirit. And we're saying that, and we were saying that, no, that concept of immaterial, because that's one of the you've used immaterial in one of your definitions before, but I won't quote you on it, but I feel like you have, yeah.
I have.
Yeah, right, exactly. And we're saying that you can't provide it. And the only person who's given you kind of close to that is when Moore says, are you saying spirit is energy? And one time you said no, and one time you said yes. When it was
no.
He asked me,
like, I didn't say no. That's the point. I didn't say no.
Through your parachute.
You said no. What I said was that's not the argument that I'm making. Yeah. If I'm not making an argument at a particular moment in time, and I'm trying to get an understanding of what it is I'm actually saying. If you ask me a question that doesn't relate to that, I'm going to say to you, no, that's not the argument that I'm making. If you ask me whether spirit is the electromagnetic fields, for example, yeah, and I'm not making the argument, and I'm going to say to you, that's not the argument that I'm making. I may think that spirit relates to, or this interconnectedness, that we experience here, that we exist within, relates to the electromagnetic force, but that's not the argument that I'm making. Moore's explanation, I understood it and I can resonate with it, And I could agree with it to some degree. But when we were having the initial argument, I was actually talking about what is plausible as a question from a scientific perspective.
Right, but forget. I'm just saying that.
So
it seems like when we've tried to ascertain it's like I don't know how you don't see that. I don't know how you don't see that these conversations go through bare blind alleys. Like
it's
like,
not a blind alley, bro. I'm
something.
explaining something in the sense of the fact that if you was to ask me, can I ask a question? Gravity, not dark matter, but dark energy. Would you describe these as material?
I don't think you can describe energy as material.
Okay,
I'm not sure. And
yeah, that's right.
And gravity is a force. So again, I'm not sure you can describe
it as material.
But actually, wait, hold on. Maybe you can. Hold on. There is I was reading recently about graviton. Rob, do you know about gravitons and?
They haven't discovered them.
They haven't found that yet at all.
Right. No, so technically, now I would argue, but
dark matter would be considered energy, just not a form of. Dark matter would be considered matter, just not a form of matter that we've yet been able to detect. But it would presumably have mass. It's in motion
as matter, but there is also dark energy. Right? Is dark energy?
No. I said to you, but hold on. But Shaka, can I just say one real quick thing? The phenomena are precise and defined. And the effects are precise and defined. I'll give you an example. Gravity gives me weight. My weight is exclusive to gravity's interaction with my mass. Yeah?
Yep.
Dark energy is the reason we know it exists, and the effect of dark energy is the expansion rate of the universe. Right? We know about it exclusively because of the expansion rate of the universe. Dark matter, we know about it and where it resides because of the observed effect of dark matter. Now, if I asked you the same question about something like a spirit, you would tell me 1,000 reasons. Nothing's exclusive about it. It's about life. Is it this? It's not that. Is it? It's about.
I've just said again.
It's about this. Is it? No, it's not that. Is it material? It's immaterial. So for that reason,
I've just said we're talking about
No, but I'm saying for that reason. Hold on, but for that reason, this is. But I implore you going forward to restructure your arguments because. But every time you say, actually, let me ask you a question. You think about, do you believe in this? You are making a comparison. Whether
I'm just asking you a question. You said to me that I haven't, and I've just said to you that I have. Now, if you say to me, I've given you an example, an explanation as to how the concept arises, interconnected with the universe. Okay, I've explained that. All right, I've given you another example, from a particular individual, and we're talking about what is foundational and primary that brings about life, and we're saying that we're connected through it. Now, science is the domain in which the properties of things is discovered. We're not in conflict with that idea. But even when
where the properties are defined and measured.
Right. Are measured and defined and so on and so forth and these kinds of things. And I'm saying that when we measure these things, we're not saying that electromagnetism, gravity, strong and weak forces are applicable to some parts of existence but not others. We're saying that they're applicable to all aspects of existence. Correct me if I'm wrong. There is no part of existence and reality that we know of in which gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak forces are not applicable. The known universe is connected via these forces.
There's no gravity in a black hole, is there?
And governed by
the laws of gravity
and governed by. I don't agree with that. Governed by, they're governed by these laws, and not only that is that the case, but these forces in creation are not independent of each other. They're connected to each other.
You seem to be making our argument now, right? You seem to be suggesting that the core forces are in fact what exists. There's no use in postulating anything else. If you're going to postulate something else, it's just a misunderstanding of those core forces in operation.
I have never postulated something else. And so maybe you're just understanding my argument a little bit better. How about that?
Well, I think you're not entirely clear purposefully, so that when your feet are held to the fire, you can step back and go, I didn't really say that. I don't really mean this
your
that,
judgment,
so.
your judgment in that regard is entirely your own, and you're entitled to it. Yeah.
And it seems to be borne out by your.
I'm explaining
way
to
of operating.
I'm explaining to you because I've never claimed that that although there are some allusions to certain things in terms of what's the word, more in-depth definitions from an ancient time that would give expression to certain things, but that's fine. The point is that from a nature-based perspective, spiritual perspective, yeah, it is not necessary to disavow new knowledge about the universe. You learn about the universe and you incorporate
do with spirituality,
the universe. Well, I've just said that if one is not able to comprehend the idea that a spiritual perspective that is fundamentally nature-based seeks to learn about the universe and the nature of the universe, and has done so for millennia. Yeah, that's just a reality.
Even if we prove that everything is interconnected via this spiritual network, like motorways spanning the British Isles, what they're not asking you for that. What they're asking you for is when you say, I'm a spirit which can connect to all these things, like I'm the car that drives on the motorway, and they're saying, show me the car.
No, that's not.
No, we're actually asking what is the car. We're actually asking what is
Rob,
the car.
you get what I'm saying? That
no, the car,
that
the car is matter. The car is
it's not something that has wings and is in mobile, is in operation above the ground. It has four wheels. It has an engine. Now I know what a car is. You tell me a car is something that is streamlined with a propeller behind it that operates in water. I'm going to say, hang on a moment. No, that's not the case.
And it has
so
a
we're
force
actually asking
driving
what
it.
is the car, and we've never heard an argument for what the car is. We've heard it's just something that floats about.
Wait a minute! I swear I had the fucking coffee. What about my coffee?
About that at all. One thing that we can glean from, because using James's argument from a while ago, yeah, that there was a time where we didn't understand that electricity exists in the body. Now there is actually some evidence of the fact that ancient peoples did understand that electricity exists in the body, but I'm not going into that right about now. The point is that there was a time where we didn't understand that magnetism and electricity were a part of the same force. Yeah, they were considered to be separate and distinct forces. Yeah, within the universe. Okay, so if one understands the properties of the primary forces at the foundation of the universe, yeah, that govern the universe, and one's own spiritual consciousness speaks of interconnectedness with the universe, and that there is or there are fundamental forces that connect the universe, then how does a discovery of electromagnetism and gravity cause one that has that worldview to be now in conflict?
Well, because that worldview just is vacuous. I was going to ask you, what's the difference between a spiritual consciousness and a non-spiritual consciousness?
You'd have to define non-spiritual for me.
No, you said your spiritual consciousness. I picked up on the word. You were talking through that, what you were just saying. You said,
yeah,
hey, spiritual consciousness.
I've defined spiritual consciousness.
What's the difference between spiritual consciousness and just consciousness?
So for me, again, spiritual consciousness is understanding oneself as an expression of nature, as a part of the universe, as within the universe, and the universe being within the self. Yes, and then
I can have that, and I don't use the word spirituality.
And you're entitled not to use the word spiritual. The fact that I do.
So why are you using it though?
Because
what does it add to the conversation?
It doesn't take anything away from the conversation. That's really the point.
It's superfluous. I could say, hey, I've got a wooey-woey spiritual.
Try to police my language.
I have 50,000 words in front of the word consciousness.
I would argue.
It makes me feel good. How's it valuable then?
I would argue.
Just tell me it makes you feel good rather than it has a rational.
I'm not using the word. I'm not using the word.
See to that. Tell me that it makes you feel good to throw the word spiritual in, and we're done. We never have to have this conversation. Would you do that?
I'm not using the word spiritual because it makes you feel good. Doesn't add anything more to the conversation.
No, does it make you feel good? Is that the reason you're using
it? Furthermore, trying to police my language doesn't add anything to the conversation either. It's not
He's not saying that. He's not saying that.
He's saying he's
if you just
painting
say,
with
"Hey,
three
Rob, it
colours,"
makes me feel
you've
good
added
to
the
throw
fourth
that word
colour.
in,"
He's asking you,
great,
what
we're
does
done.
that colour bring to the table? What is it
Yeah,
explaining? Why use it?
I have not said anything about a fourth color.
No, it can't stop. Why, Shaka? Just answer
Why what? Why what? Sorry.
He's saying he's got one understanding. It's far more concise. Your understanding is two terms instead of one. Why? He's saying why? Why add the term?
Because again, it's very simple. Connectedness to the universe is a foundational understanding of the nature of being. Yeah, and so that is expressed in and we're using the English language. If we're using another language, you're not going to call it spirituality.
No, you're not talking about connected consciousness. We're talking about your conscious. Hold on. You're conscious. Hold on. You're conscious. Rob is conscious.
I didn't.
If you ask Rob, hold on. If you ask Rob what is his consciousness, he would say his consciousness. If you ask you what is your consciousness, you would say your spiritual consciousness. And we're just asking why. Why did you say it like that?
Why? Sorry. Why? Sorry. Explain what you just said and substantiate it.
So Rob would say, okay. Rob would say someone's consciousness.
Sorry,
could I say spiritual consciousness?
When I said spiritual consciousness, what I was referring to was a state of mind, not the fact of mind.
So consciousness that believes it owes it to its spirit.
No, when I said spiritual consciousness, I was talking about a state of mind, as a way of understanding the universe. Yeah, so consciousness can be the fact of mind.
So Rob is not spiritually conscious,
or it can be referring to the state of mind. So like if you're let's say that you've got split personality disorder, yeah. Effectively, what they're saying is that your mind is operated is occupied by different conscious.
So you're not using it. You're saying consciousness.
No. I said yes. When I said I'm explaining it to you. Listen, when I said my spiritual consciousness, I was talking about my state of mind.
Yes, like you're spiritually conscious. Like that man over there is spiritually conscious, and that man over there is not spiritually conscious.
Yes. So in terms of the thoughts that are in his head, yes. In terms of the thoughts that are in his head.
So your consciousness is exclusively your consciousness, though.
Yes.
In terms of how I experience it, yes, definitely.
Halas, yeah. Then you don't need to argue because he's saying Rob's asking you why is something spirit. He said superfluous because he means it's not necessary to describe something as spiritual consciousness. But I think even Rob would agree someone can be spiritually conscious because we sure shit ain't. You know what I mean?
I don't know what it is though. It doesn't add anything to the conversation. I could say I'm emotionally conscious, or I could say I'm rationally conscious, or
no. Again, I've already
another word I can throw in front there. What does it add to the conversation?
Consciousness, I was talking about literally the thoughts, that one comes up with. Spiritual consciousness is in terms of how man thinks and perceives reality, or understands reality. Spirituality is a way of life based upon an understanding of interconnectedness with reality. That's what it is. To keep saying that man is not defined. So and then we can now deduce from that there are those whose fundamental understanding of reality is from the perspective of separate and distinct or unconnected, with the universe, in which case,
what does it mean to be unconnected with the universe?
It's about a perception. It's impossible, but it's about a perception. It's about a perception of a fundamental distinction. Whereas from a spiritual perspective, there is fundamental connection. What's it called?
So either we are fundamentally connected or we are fundamentally disconnected. Correct?
Can I ask a question quickly? What do you like when you not hear the word connected? How do you interpret that? What does that mean to you? Connected
to me or to Shakara?
To you. No, I know what Shakara thinks already. To you and James and.
The only thing that it seems to me is when you say connected, you kind of want to say more, but to me, connected means we're just made of the same stuff. We're made of the same subatomic particles as all other matter in the universe.
Sorry to stop you.
If you're saying something more than that, then you need to demonstrate why we should think that there is something more to that.
No, Rob, you're jumping the gun. I'm just simply talking about the word connected or the idea of something being connected.
Yeah, I think it's a bad word. I think we should say we're all made of the
Rob
same
would
stuff.
admit that he's
connected.
shoulder
It's
connected.
just like it's kind of a
Hold on, I'm asking
a vague term that doesn't have any
Wait,
substantiation. So
bro. I'm asking a question.
it would be more accurate to say, hey, we are made of the same stuff rather than we are
So
connected.
it's linguistic, isn't it? It's linguistic.
Bro, I'm asking a question. I'm asking this. I'm not asking you to use a different word. I'm saying, what do you regard connected as meaning? What does that mean?
So what I mean by connected is physically connected or emotionally connected to somebody. I'm physically connected to my family, or I'm emotionally connected to my nearby family. That's what I term connected. Now, if you mean something different,
how are you physically connected to your family? How are you physically connected to your family?
How am I what?
How are you?
You don't have to define the term personally. Just define it like objectively. What does connected mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
At a fundamental level, it would mean that we are somehow in contact. That's what connected means, like
Yeah.
in contact, right?
Associated with, linked to.
If my hands are linked to James and James is linked to Khan, Khan to Shakara, are we connected?
Yeah.
You're in contact. So in that sense, I would
Energy-
say, if
energy
you want to
can
make it
pass through
synonymous,
us.
then you could say we're connected to each other, i.e., what do we mean by that? We are in contact. Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to duck in a sec.
Anyway,
I've got things to do in my house and that. At the same time,
Shaka, let me ask you a question before you go. Let's end on a high.
yeah, no, one second.
Do you believe the human body is a...
One second. I just want to say again that
Oh, sorry.
if one is saying that me using a particular terminology doesn't add to the conversation, I mean you're entitled not to use the terminology, and also I'm not sure
We're asking you.
I'm not sure where interrogating my use of language adds anything to it either. I think what it is I'm referring to.
Anything? What did you say? Anything? Say that again?
I'm not sure that interrogating my use of language adds anything to it either. I just don't get it.
Either. I thought you said, but that's ether is a good way for spirit for you, isn't it?
So I've never been able to pinpoint what people mean when they say ether.
It means a bunch of things, to be fair.
Yeah, it means
in that context, it just means what you tried to describe earlier was like basically.
No, I've said that there are fundamental phenomena. The idea of spirit comes about with the understanding that there is fundamental phenomena, force or energy that connects creation. Yeah. When the idea comes about, the properties of said force, yeah, were not what's it called? Itemized, yes. Except for in specific manifestations of, yeah. So, and we're talking about natural forces. So, if you look into ancient societies, when they say elements, usually they're referring to fire, water, earth, and air. Yeah, usually speaking, from a scientific perspective, these are not elements. Yeah, they wouldn't be considered elements.
Right.
Perspective,
like
right?
gold and copper.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what they're referring to. But they're seeing themselves as fire, as a combined manifestation of fire, water, earth, and air. And within fire, water, earth, and air, there is a fundamental force that brings all of those things into manifestation, and us by implication also into manifestation. The properties of everything, and then life becomes the journey of developing greater understanding about nature and about those forces, and about the different manifestations of those forces. Yeah, that's the whole. What's the word? You could say it's the purpose of nature-based spiritual philosophies, that nature itself becomes our primary tool of learning, of understanding the self. So I don't need to add anything more in, or I just need to understand what is. Yes. And then my spiritual consciousness, what's the word? Maintains the idea that I am connected to all rather than separate and distinct from all. The universe is an object for me to have dominion over, rather than what's the word? A phenomena of which I am a part and contributing to evolving.
All right, Shaka, let me ask you a quick question here. It's going to be multiple choice, 1, 2, or 3. Do you believe that A, the human body is a conduit or a vessel that this spirit resides within? Do you believe, B, that the spirit is part of a human or life or fire or whatever, and the connection is always there anyway? Or do you believe, C, which is that the spirit emanates from outside the person and is their like outermost spiritual or distant part of their consciousness that basically
I would
starts,
say,
yeah,
I would
pick
say
one,
not,
please.
I would say not three. The 1 and 2 are actually interrelated from listening to them first time. And maybe if you say it again, but
well, what I'm saying is there a connection spiritually between things, or is there a way where external spirits can enter you?
No. Well, can external spirits enter you?
Are you a conduit, like a cup that carries energy, and that energy comes from the peripheries?
So being connected to doesn't mean that we're manifesting all energy at once. The only thing that manifests all energy at once is the universe in totality. Yeah. So obviously I am a distinct manifestation of creation, if that makes sense. That doesn't make me any less connected to it. Does that make sense? Like I can understand, like my consciousness gives me distinction. Otherwise I would just be the all.
I understand. So you're picking B, whereas these guys would pick C. So, you know, we're talking about spirit, but in a different manifestation. In their version, in the physical realm, yeah, it's part of your psyche, like the Greek version of spirit, where it's just like the most extended part of your consciousness that touches the universal oneness of everything and harmonizes with it, but doesn't really enter it. Whereas you're saying, no, we enter it and everything's interconnected, and there's a part of you that spiritually connects to a part of me.
Well, quite. But even purely biological, that would be the case.
Right. What I'm saying is that is that I can see two different versions of the use of the concept of spirit. Get me? So what we need to understand is what is the basis, like what is giving weight to one argument over the other, and that's reason. We're talking about things that's based on reason, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but this is the point. Sorry, can I just because I'm just watching the chat, which I don't normally do, but the Dark Magician has said something here. It says the African Convention on Human Rights actually reiterates this idea that we belong to the earth does not belong to us. Yeah, and again, so that idea of connectedness or spirituality is manifest within that kind of ideology. Yeah, whereas you know a different understanding of reality or the universe would produce different results. Yeah,
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? So that therein lies the fundamental process. Man doesn't have to add anything into the universe. Man understands manself as a part of the universe, and so understanding the universe is also understanding the self. The only idea is that there is connectedness and interconnectedness at the very foundations of the universe. So if now we call that in science dark energy, dark matter, what's it called? Atoms, strong and weak nuclear force, electromagnetism and gravity, etc., etc., etc. This is not a conflict for me in terms of spiritual philosophy. It doesn't. I've never looked at these things and thought, right, that contradicts my thing. Yeah, man's got to fight it. It's not just not where I come from.
Yeah, because your thing is so broad that it can incorporate anything that we find out about because you want to hold on to it.
And I appreciate that you know.
I don't agree with that, Rob. I think
this is an emotional thing for you, and not a rational one, right?
I appreciate that.
That's what I like to see you concede.
That fact generates hostility, right? In certain man.
Yeah, I mean, you can label it whatever you want, but we're looking for a rational argument, and you're giving it an emotive one.
And I've given one, so you know what I'm saying, like
you're giving an emotive one.
Because I want to close just by you know, giving praise to my African ancestors who developed, you know, these beautiful philosophies of life and ways of life, yeah, that enabled us to develop ourselves as human beings in harmony with the universal order that is. We give thanks, yeah, and we also acknowledge that, you know, there are many who don't appreciate you know what I'm saying, those understandings and those traditions. And we allow
amen.
Yeah, amen. Your religious brother agrees with you.
Ashe, tenda mwari. Mwana mukuru kuru. Kuzai muzimu mukuru. And
so maybe human beings will eventually update their beliefs. But hey, if you just say it's an emotive belief, I like the idea of spirituality because I can incorporate just about anything that comes about. I can incorporate it in and it really makes me feel good. Cool. Just realize you're not making a rational argument. You're making an emotive argument.
Are you suggesting that like people don't want to get caught out, so they lie?
I'm saying it's an emotive argument, not a rational argument. And if you would concede that, that's fine. Okay, well, you agree. But right. I don't think he's prepared to agree. I just want him to concede, hey, I use spiritual because it's emotive. It makes me feel good. I love the idea of whatever it is, even if I can't describe it. And the fact that humans didn't really understand the universe or the reality around them very well in the past, so they described it in these more esoteric terms. Well, hey, I still want to use that today. No matter what we find out about the world today, I don't want to be more accurate about the world. I want to stay a bit more esoteric and more vacuous because I get a good feeling from that rather than just calling it matter and energy. Nah, that doesn't feel so good. Cool, just say that, but that's an emotional argument. Don't bring that as if that's a rational argument. It's entirely emotional.
Blah, 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 blah. That's what I mean.
But yeah, one minute, Rob. Surely the most important thing of any process is the end product, right? So if we're saying that if people believe these sort of things and phrase it in these kind of ways, the end result is, for example, Dark Magician's contribution, which was that humans then have to say that, you know, the Earth is something that we're responsible for. And you can say, oh, yeah, we can arrive at that without using these frameworks and this and that. Yeah, but the fact is, these men done it 6,000 years ago.
Yeah,
you're just doing it now.
Who say we're just doing it now? Don't talk nonsense.
We are just
doing it now. Do we want to accurately represent our reality around us, or do we want to use vacuous terms?
Yeah, but what I'm saying
is our ancestors did so that makes us feel good. If you want to feel good, cool. But don't come and tell me it's the best way to talk about reality that most accurately represents it. It isn't.
They're not even, here's the thing, they're not even doing it now. Like, it's not even a case of 6,000 years ago, and now these lot are catching up. They're not even doing it now. Rotted, what's going on?
Yeah, you're right, because the Earth's smash up.
But you've got a different definition, presumably, anyway, Khan. These other guys haven't
say
quite...
that.
So, Rob, I can't hear you.
I don't know.
You can't hear me?
No, I mean, everyone was...
Can you hear me, Rob?
Right. I can hear you, yeah.
Stick a pin in it, Rob. Get back to that.
Yeah, the other guys kind of want to have this emotive term. Presumably, Khan, you think that a spirit or a soul is something in reality that you can argue for rationally rather than emotionally. You could say to me, hey, Rob, it's X, Y, and Z in reality, and here's the reasons why I think so, rather than, hey, it's
what I'm going to say, Rob, what I'm going to say, I flirt with all three of the versions that I've demonstrated for Shaka. And sometimes I flip from one to the other to the other. Do you know what I mean? Like, as a Muslim, some days I wake up and I don't even believe in God, and I'm like, there is no God. And then I just say Toba, and I'm like, back to believing in God again. And it's something I flip in and out of. And I don't think that, like, on a spiritual level, we should be able to pin people down as hard as everyone.
Hang on, Khan. What's the difference between a spiritual level, a rational level, and an emotional level? Can you articulate the difference between those three for me?
Well, when I said spiritual, I meant in terms of like religion and spirituality and that kind of context of like what you actually believe. I'm not talking about the difference between that and...
Let me ask it to you another way.
And reason. Sure. Yeah, go on.
Let me ask you another way. Does spirituality incorporate rationality or emotionality or neither of them?
Run that by me again. Go on.
Does spirituality, whatever you refer to, does it incorporate rational thinking or emotions or a combination of both or none of them? Which of those four options does it?
Would be a combination of both. Would be a combination of both.
Okay, so but if I said to you, hey, I'm reasoning about the world.
It will basically be my rational explanation of an emotional experience. So if I can't put it into words and conceptualize it, then it's just a feeling that would just dissipate. But once I transition from a feeling into a explanation and a rational position or reasonable, if it's reasonable for me to believe it, and I'll hold on to it, and then it will develop into becoming a concept. You see what I mean?
So spirituality for you is just a label you give something that you can't adequately rationally explain.
Yes.
So why don't you just, okay, that's fine. Would you agree that that's synonymous with saying I don't know?
Yes, but when I'm dealing with more than one person and we're sort of all talking about the same thing, it's sort of very easy to just stick a label on it and call it one thing.
Do you think that people understand better what I don't know is or what spirituality is?
Well, it's about what is more to the point, really. Like when you say I don't know could encompass the universe. Like it's just a never-ending term. Whereas when I'm talking about spirit or spirituality or these type of things, I'm looking at myself as like a tuning fork. You know, without the fork being tuned in or being activated, those sound frequencies still exist. But when I then activate my spiritual self, I can pick up vibrations or thought processes or things come to me from an external source, which as I am a very a person with an external locus of control, for me that's almost a real thing. Whereas if you're a very internalized person like you might be, you might not even be tuned into those things and you might not even detect them. They do exist though.
But hang on a moment, Khan. You said that you agreed that spirituality was synonymous with I don't know. So when you said your spiritual self, if I replace it with my unknown self, does that make sense to you? If you replay that sentence and insert my unknown self, do you think that you've said anything substantive?
Yeah, so it goes back to the argument that, the 3 points that I put to Shakara, which is, do you believe that humans are a conduit for an external spirit? Do you believe that spirit is just something that binds matter together, like an electromagnetic force or whatever? Or do you believe that it's just a part of our consciousness? In other words, it emanates from us, we generate it, and we create our reality, we create our spirituality. And when we're dead, it switches off and it's gone.
Okay, but
so it could be any one of those 3 things, right, Rob?
You've left out a 4th option, which is, is spirituality simply a label that people like to give to things that they, quote, to use your term, I don't know, or to something that gives them an emotive feeling which they can't describe in any coherent way?
So in that way, what you're saying, if I did come across something that I didn't know, that I couldn't rationalize or reasonably believe in, I would discard it.
No, you'd call it spiritual.
No, I'd discard it.
Okay, so spiritual is not the same as unknown then.
See, what I'm saying is in spiritual, there's the things that you can use and the things that you can't use. Like there's things that you can channel into reason and there's things that are just gobbledygook that you need to reject. And you become the tuning fork. You become the thing that decides that through your own reason as a human. Like you're using reason to derive something. Same way we derive ethics and morals, we're deriving something which is like panning for gold in a river. You know, you're using your sieve to pick out the little bits of gold through massive tons of shit and massive tons of fucking mud. You're picking out those little gems.
That's a process, right? That's a process.
Yes, yeah, so you have to have that. Yeah, exactly. You have to have a process,
rationality,
and a methodical,
emotionality, psychological. Where does now if I add the word spirit there, it is completely superfluous and completely uninformative.
No, it's not, because the spirit is the source. The spirit is the step before everything. That's the origin of everything. That's where everything comes from. Before it becomes
before what? What do you mean step before?
It's the potentiality of existence. It's the existence before matter. Is the potential energy that becomes material energy. It's the step before everything.
That's just the 4 fundamental forces acting on matter and energy in a certain way. But you want to call that spiritual? We know what that is. Sean Carroll.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When we're talking with but what I'm saying, when we're talking with a certain group of people that identify it in a certain group in a way and define it in a certain way, we put that label spirit on it. Like, what difference does it make what you call it?
Yeah, why?
Because that's what we all understand it as. That's what we've traditionally been taught it as, and for millennia, that's what people know it as. So when I say spirit, you know what I mean. Only becomes a problem when you say, give me the scientific explanation and the physical demonstration of spirit, then it becomes a problem. Am I articulating or?
Yeah, I get you.
I'm sort of freestyling. You get me? Like, I haven't written an essay on this. It's just off the top of my head.
Rob's about malfunction, mate. Rob's programming is I don't know what's going on.
I think what Rob fails to realize is when we kind of like become purists. Like, I think Rob's a purist. He's trying to refine things down to a pure level, which is good. It's admirable, but you lose a lot of stuff. You lose a lot. If you start saying concepts are just concepts, like, and when we boil it down, they just emanate from human reason and human reason. Then we ask, what is human reason? Where does human reason come from? Why are humans reasonable? And then we start boiling it down and boiling it down. And like, the thing is, he stopped somewhere in the middle and he's balanced there. And he's like, yeah, this is a cool little sweet spot here where everything makes sense. But why don't you just keep going? Why don't you just keep going back down and boiling it down to the essence of everything what you're saying? Do you get me? You're either moving to the center of things, or you're moving to a distant. You get me?
You know what? When I was at uni, yeah, for the little time I was there, there was we were studying linguistics at the time, and we were going into a guy called Roland Barthes. And the idea of dissolving structures that exist and reducing them to their smallest part. But like sometimes when you get rid of a concept, there's empty space left where the concept used to be, and some people are happy to just stop there. You get me? I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm probably not making any sense.
No, it's like you're exactly saying what I just said, which is a bit spooky. That's a bit weird. Yeah, but go on. It's like I'm listening to myself.
Yeah, no, this is it though. This is this is part of my studies. You get me?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got the academic kind of.
Wait. Yeah, but they see the difference between someone practicing the scientific method. Yeah, they're looking for the answer. They're not coming in with an already answer that they're trying to justify with science.
But hold on, a dark magician earlier on said something. Yeah, he said something about it was about absolutes. He was talking about absolutes and the problem with absolutism. And that's what, and it's something that we do see in the scientific industry, not science, but in the industry that we call science. There's a problem there whereby not everything is worth exploring, not everything is worth confirming, as long as it can be used for something in the short term or even in the medium term. So
like a dogma, a central dogma. Everything else is like hinged to it, but like it doesn't really matter. You can change the central dogma and put in a different central dogma.
Like I asked a little while ago.
It serves the purpose though.
Explain what you did again. Explain what you did again.
Who?
MA. Say what you mean again.
Which part? Sorry, which part? Sorry.
About the second part what you was talking about.
I can't even remember, bro. If you could be more specific, I can maybe try to remember what I said.
Say something about when people have a belief, like say they believe I don't know, man. They believe something in a religion or whatever, yeah. And then they'll use science to try to come to that belief or whatever, or to try and falsify the belief or prove it's a fact or whatever. Like, but
I'm confused. I didn't say like that. Well, when I'm talking about absolutism, that part.
Yeah. That's what I said. But then you said something about.
Yeah. So no, I was relaying something that Dark Magician was talking about earlier on. So in the conversation we were having at the time in the hangout, someone brought up the point of obviously there being no absolutes in science, but it's still used for something. And I was just pointing out the fact that within the scientific industry, so the commodification of scientific discovery equates to scientific discoveries that are not complete, and they don't necessarily have the entire full understanding of the particular pursuit, but they get to a point where they understand it enough that they can use it for something. And then because they can use that for something now, because that something can actually make money, that is the only thing. They don't go any further than that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. What the way that I understood it, that how science does is confirmations on what is and what's it's in probabilities. So it's not that it's 100%. That's definitely 100% right, unless it's beyond all reasonable doubt. And I don't know if science works like that.
I think another way to do this, Philly, is to ask somebody like Khan or MA or somebody, hey, if I said to you guys, science should investigate linergy.
What's that?
What would be your response? If I said science should investigate linergy.
What's
what
that?
would be your response?
What is it?
Okay, so
I would say science is a process of investigation itself. So to say science should go and investigate something don't make sense to me.
It's exactly what I meant by the scientific industry, bro. Go on anyway.
Okay, so linergy is love energy. And I propose that love energy is this invisible, unknown energy that I have when I look at my wife. Do you think that we should investigate linergy?
You know why that's a stupid question? Because it's not the everyday layman that is going to scientists and telling them, yo, I believe in this shit. Go and investigate and spend $20 billion doing so. No, the scientists themselves are taking it upon themselves to do this. Trained professionals, not like yourself, are doing and have done since the beginning of scientific exploration. You get me? So I don't know what you're talking about. We have no say, and that's a sad thing as well. We have no say in what the scientific community investigates and tries to prove right or wrong. So I don't know.
I'll say it again, because obviously maybe I wasn't clear enough. I gave a clear, I think, concise explanation of what linergy is. It's love energy. It's the unknown force that I feel with my wife. If somebody came to me and said, Rob, it's a biological and emotional response based on your psychology when the photons from your wife hit your eyes, I'm going to go, no, I don't accept that. There must be something more. You know what? Because that's too reductionist. I like this idea of love energy.
Not really. I can reduce it even more
energy,
and take it down to the
this
hormone
invisible
called
force
oxytocin.
between me and my wife. Should science investigate it?
Should science investigate? You know what, Khan? You can answer that
Science
question.
has investigated it. Science does know about oxytocin and hormones and how they make us feel and where love comes from and why men love women and some men don't love women and why women prefer certain alpha type males that aren't capable of loving them.
You've gone off on a side tangent there, almost over the cliff. Should science investigate love energy, as I've defined it, called linergy?
This is a straw man argument.
Yes.
It should.
Yes.
Okay, and remember what it is, right? It's my proposal that there's some invisible, unknown force between myself and my wife. I don't know what it is, and I just don't accept the biological, science, emotional, and psychological explanations that science given us. I want something else because that's too reductionist. I think it's this invisible energy.
That last little caveat that you've added takes it out of the realm of science.
What?
When we're investigating something, we have to look at everything, right? You're taking certain parts out. That's not science.
What part am I taking out?
You're saying I'm not happy with the scientific explanation or the physical explanation, and I'm looking for something extra. No, it doesn't go like that. We have to look at everything, and we have to balance things off against each other. We have to ask ourselves, is love based on a hormonal reaction to a situation, or is it a spirit from Jesus that comes down and blesses us? Like, we have to balance both off against each other to employ the scientific method correctly and come to a conclusion on what is most likely and what is reasonable to believe.
Yeah, but I'm coming to you.
That is science. But obviously, you know, you have to be science trained to know this.
Khan, I'm coming to you in this scenario and saying that that's all good and well, but I still think there's something missing. That doesn't fully explain what's going on here between myself and my wife. And I want to, and I feel like it's better, or it's more fully explained with something that I like to call love energy. If I try to explain it more than that, all I'm going to say to you is that it's some invisible, unknown energy between myself and my wife. And should we investigate that?
What I'm saying is, in science, we start from what we already know. Yeah. We can't just come and just say, okay, like, leave aside what we already know and let's explore this new field that Rob's proposing.
I'm accepting
in science, it doesn't work that way.
Khan, I'm accepting that science has investigated what it's investigated. And in this scenario, I'm suggesting to you that I think that there's something missing, because as we know, Khan, and you always say, right, science isn't complete. Right. So this incompleteness of science in this scenario, I'm putting to you that, in fact, I'm proposing that there's linergy between myself and my wife, and I've defined it to the best of my ability. And I'm saying to you, should we investigate this?
Right, putting aside what you just said about I've said science is complete, because I don't remember saying science is complete or incomplete. I don't even remember using the word complete, but just leave that to the side. If you're saying, should something be investigated by science? I'm saying you can apply the scientific process and see what the outcome is. Run the program, collect the data. Let's see the end result. Draw your conclusion based on reason and apply your critical thinking. You know, what's wrong with that?
Okay.
You can do it N=1 study. Do that.
Let me help you out then, because because you're not being entirely clear. Let me just make sure. So you're saying that we should, in principle, investigate energy. Because I've proposed it, and because I'm not happy with the current scientific, incomplete current specific understanding of what happens, and I'm proposing something additional.
Everything needs to have our scientific method should be applied to everything, and it should be basically employment of the critical thinking process and the scientific method and the writing up of the scientific report, that method itself with references and everything and Harvard referencing, that all should be applied to everything. It doesn't mean that it's going to work, but you should try.
Okay. So you think that that we should employ what you consider critical thinking and start to investigate my proposal about this unknown force that I've given a label to.
Yeah, but it becomes scientism when you believe that the scientific method gives you the answer, and if it doesn't give you the answer, then it's not worth investigating. Then it becomes scientism.
That's a completely separate point. That's irrelevant to this point.
I know. I just wanted to add it in and answer the question of the day.
All I wanted to find out from you is whether you thought that it was a legitimate scientific endeavor to investigate something that I think, that sort of makes me feel good, and I think science is lacking.
Are you a scientist? Are you a scientist?
I'm not a certified scientist, whatever that means.
No. I didn't mean that.
I'm just asking you.
I mean that. All right, let me elaborate. Do you employ the scientific method in how you relate to the world or how you think in general?
I try to, yeah.
Right, so you're a scientist, let's say, for argument's sake. The same way Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, all these guys, let's call them scientists as well. Maybe their science field was different, mine's different, yours is different, but we all employ the scientific method when we're interfacing with the world. In other words, we don't take anything at face value. We investigate phenomena. Even if it can't be explained, we attempt to explain it, and we lay down what we know so future generations can build on it, and it's called the scientific community, right? Now, we now know that science is better at explaining certain things and not so good at explaining other things. That doesn't mean we're going to stop using science or stop drawing on the legitimate investigations of previous generations. So yes, everything should be investigated.
Every idea that somebody puts forward without good reasons and evidence, we should investigate, right?
What do you mean, including absurd things?
Well, what's absurd? How do you know it's absurd when you haven't investigated by your standards, right?
Well, I don't know. I just used the word absurd, and you seem to understand what I meant by that.
Well, I don't know. I understand what the word means, but I'm saying in your context, what does it mean? Because you seem to be of the view that we should investigate everything, but then you say, hang on, we shouldn't investigate absurd things. Well, how do you know something's absurd if you haven't investigated? Remember, I'm using your standard here. I have a different standard to yours.
No,
I'm using a reductio to see whether your standard is rational.
By you? I'm asking you the question. I'm trying to work out your standard. You're saying, should everything be investigated, whatever's presented? And I'm saying, what, even absurd things? And you're saying to me, what's absurd? And I'm saying absurd is like, we can use, for example, you put forward a question, right? To me, there might seem something, I might see something there that's worth investigating or delving deeper into. You might look at it and say, there's nothing of value there. Someone else might look at it and say, that's complete absurdity. That does not make sense. It does not fit in with what we know up until now. It's just a fantasy. It's not real. And that person definitely ain't going to look into it. So like the person who looks into it might actually, using the scientific method, come up with something that you, as the person who originally thought that it was absurd, might then read that and think, wow, this guy's actually done this subject justice.
So that's why it's a community. That's why, like, we can't all be the same. That's why you're good at your job. You know, you might be a very good policeman. I might be a very good butcher. He might be a very good plumber. He might be a very good physics teacher. We can't all interchange and swap around and be all
Just
like.
to be clear,
you understand what I mean? It's not Lego.
You think that a priori, so in other words, the starting assumption for something like Lenergy is we should investigate it, correct? Just so I'm clear.
Yes. To me, it sounds plausible.
Great.
And it sounds like it's worthy of investigation. And I think that the outcome would benefit other people more than me. And the energy put into it would yield results that would surpass the cost of it. So it would be worth it.
Okay, and how do you establish that it's worthwhile investigating by your standards? Just
through
as long
human
as it sounds
reason.
good
Like
to you,
I'm using my reasonable. I'm being reasonable. I'm using my judgment, and reason to listen to what I'm hearing and initially make a snap decision based on reason, not on emotion, not on anything else. I'm just being reasonable with it.
Okay, so I guess you would agree that making snap decisions is probably not the best way to then come to a conclusion about how to use our scientific.
If we investigate the whole field of intuitive thoughts, like snap decisions are based on intuition. Intuition sometimes can guide you better than cognitive thingies, wrestlings. You know what I mean?
All right.
So there is a space for that as well.
Let me give you my reasoning then, because you feel like what you've done is a critical evaluation.
I've tried to meet you halfway. Like I've genuinely.
Yeah. So your view is we should investigate it based on what I've said to you, right? Because it sounds plausible to you. In other words, it's not contradictory.
I think it would be really interesting. It would be a really interesting study, actually.
Okay. And obviously the reason why I'm bringing this up, because to me this is synonymous with spiritual or spirituality. Now, if somebody came, if another version of me, if my brother or my clone came to me and said, Rob, said to me exactly what I've said to you, I will say to my clone version of me, I will ask questions. I will say, well, what is this love energy? And remember what I said? No idea. Can't explain it. It's just this something that I feel. And I'll say to her, but hang on, we have a very good explanation for what happens in a biological way when you feel what you call love. So clone Rob, let's just say CR, clone Rob. Clone Rob, my default position is we're not going to investigate this because you have proffered this because you don't like or don't understand the implications of the scientific explanation, and because it makes you feel more comfortable. And furthermore, you can't even explain what this is. And CR, clone Rob, we do have a good understanding of how the 4 fundamental forces called the core theory operates on matter and energy. And it's very likely, CR, that what your sort of vacuous explanation is just this 4 fundamental forces acting. As Sean Carroll said, people used to use the word vitalism, phlogiston, etc. They came up with words to try and describe something that they didn't know about because they didn't have a better understanding. Today we know that those are simply the 4 fundamental forces acting in a particular way on matter. So CR, clone Rob, no, that's not something we're going to investigate. You would have to present something more than what you have, which is your personal feeling, and because you don't have a better understanding of science. So I would not waste my time investigating something that you've brought up simply because you don't have a full understanding of science and because you've dreamt this up overnight and you like the idea. That's not the way we proceed.
But what it seems that you've just done there is that you, Rob, have said to clone Rob, do you believe that this thing's worth investigating? And clone Rob said, yes, even though like you're the one who proposed it to him. He's answered yes, and then you're like, no, you're wrong. Go away and bring me evidence of why it should be investigated. Like,
no.
Not
clone
really...
Rob presented it to me. The critical thinking Rob, saying, hey, I think we should do it. When he presented it to you, Con, you said, yeah, science, we should go and investigate this based on the reasons you heard, right, which you thought were reasons to investigate. I heard those same reasons. And the version of me, the proper me that's now speaking to you, would not take a moment of scientific investigation for some, at this moment in time,
let me get this right. You dismissed
that
it
my clone
based
version
on the
came
fact
up with
that
because of their ignorance and because of their emotional feelings.
Science has adequately explained this for you, and you're happy with the current thinking on this subject. So on that grounds,
and until somebody presents good reasons to suggest that there is something else, some unknown force investigating something that doesn't seem to add anything to what we currently understand about this, what love refers to, isn't helpful. We've got so many things that we want to investigate.
Well, it isn't helpful to you because you wouldn't be motivated to go and explore it.
Well, the person who brought it up
might be useful to them.
Yeah, but Con, the person who brought this up couldn't explain it adequately and revealed that they didn't really understand much about science. And more importantly, they just didn't want to accept it because it didn't feel good to them. They felt like there was something missing, and they just labeled it something else.
Let's go back in time to the times of like Louis Pasteur, right? People had microscopes. They were looking into them, seeing germs and bacteria. They didn't understand what they were seeing, right? So no one was really motivated to kind of investigate things like cross-contamination, bacterial infestation, and the like, right? So only when I think it was the wine industry of France started having massive amounts of barrels of wine turning out to be vinegar, right? They basically couldn't find the answer to why this was happening. They looked at everything physically, what was available, like the caskets and how the process. And we've been doing this for ages and it's been turning out all right. Now, all of a sudden, the wine's turning out to be vinegar. What are we going to do? So they turned to a scientist called Louis Pasteur, paid him an amazing amount of money because he was the, I don't know, was it chemistry, the head of chemistry department at the University of wherever. They said to him, you know, like, can you answer this question for us? Because don't forget, back then, the belief was like illnesses like such as malaria was, you know, as the name explains, mal being bad, area, obviously air, malaria, bad air. So they believed that the air itself was causing this problem. So people were picking up bad air and getting ill, getting malaria. The wine was picking up bad air and such, right? Only Louis Pasteur realized that, you know, it's worth investigating because he had been given an incentive, right? The incentive was a financial one. He's been offered a lot of money to sort this problem out. And obviously it was a matter of pride for him, you know, like as he's the top guy and he needs to come up with an explanation. So he set about his scientific studies in his investigations. Now, someone else might not have been bothered. Someone who wasn't into, like someone who wasn't French or didn't care about the French wine industry or the economy of the French country, or might not have cared, might not have just been, like, he might have said, who cares, man? Like, let's just carry on believing in malaria. Yeah. But Louis Pasteur, he was motivated because, you know, this was his field.
So let's break down your example, which you think is analogous, and I think I'll explain to you why it's disanalogous. Right. Firstly, there was a phenomenon that was actually happening that people could investigate. This water turning into wine turning into vinegar. So there was a phenomenon. They had an idea already. Okay. They weren't sure of it. There wasn't obviously enough scientific endeavors put forward to give a good account of this, right? So there was a postulation about malaria.
No, it was based on superstition. It was a superstition. It wasn't a
even worse. Okay, so even worse. Yeah. It was a superstition, so even worse. So science wasn't even used there. It was even worse. So they now employed somebody to use a scientific method to investigate a phenomenon that they could see was happening. Right. He went ahead and did that. Now, using your analogy, Con, because you somehow thought that this is analogous with the lineage that I was talking about. If somebody comes along today, Con, and says, hey, do you know what? That process of wine turning into vinegar, I don't agree with Louis Pasteur. I think that it's energy. It's a mystical energy that under certain circumstances that I can't explain, and an energy that I can't explain, turns water into wine, right? Because now we're using a more accurate analogy. We already have a good scientific explanation that has been verified and confirmed through through Pasteur. But somebody comes along and says, nah, I think it's energy, because I just don't accept this. Should we investigate their claim that it's in fact like some mystical water energy that changes water into wine?
Right. My answer is, are they being reasonable to believe that? Like, people can do things based off of beliefs. Yeah.
If it's reasonable. How do you decide
that? That's what I'm saying. As humans, we have this faculty which is enabling us to be reasonable and to reason.
Okay. Well, in the example,
it's intrinsic to being a human.
Like,
okay, so
it's
walk us
something
through
that a human
okay,
contains, reason. Yeah.
Walk us through Khan's version of what reasonable is in the scenario. You are now the scientist, or you are the person that somebody's approaching and says, I'm coming to you, Khan, and I'm saying, hey, Khan, you know what Pasteur did with the science? Nah, I just don't believe that. But I've got a theory that it's Wenergy, and this is some mystical force. I don't quite know what it is, Khan, but I think that it transforms wine into vinegar, and I want you to investigate it.
And
Walk us
I
through
think you're
your
being
reasonable
unreasonable.
process
You're
of
being
how you
unreasonable.
reason. Walk us through
You're
that.
being unreasonable. Like, you're basically saying that there's all this evidence and all this study and all these new things that have been discovered off of the back of this work, and now you're turning around and saying something has been applied to 4 or 5 different industries. Like, for example, the man cured anthrax, the man wiped out rabies, the man invented inoculations, all off the base of his own theory, and you come along and said, well, I don't like it. So you're the one that's being unreasonable. Because you're not using reason, are you?
Good. Okay,
reasonably speaking, yeah. If one thing that somebody's come up with can be extrapolated, continuously without it basically contradicting itself, to me, that's a reasonable belief.
Okay, good. So your level of reasoning is suggesting that I'm coming up with something that is kind of just like ad hoc, that doesn't have any good reasons to investigate when we already have a good understanding of that process, and you would label that unreasonable. Yep.
Right. Yeah.
Cool. I'm fine with that. Now let's apply that to other claims.
Yeah, we did. We applied that to your previous claim, and I said to you, it depends on how much you're prepared to invest into it and what you're going to get out of it. So if you're going into some new realm of science and you're uncovering some new belief, yeah, then that's all good. Like, it might be worth the investment of the time and the energy, the application of the scientific method to write up something. But a lot of science comes up with dead ends. Doesn't mean it wasn't worth doing.
In the example of my Lenergy, we have a good understanding of what happens from a biological, psychological, and emotional point of view when I say that I'm in love with my wife, right? So we already have that. Like with Louis Pasteur, we have a good understanding of what is happening there. I'm coming along like I did with the Wenergy, and I'm saying, no, it's Lenergy. What is different in your mind between those two examples, such that you would ignore Wenergy, but you would take more seriously Lenergy?
Okay. Lenergy, compared to what we currently now believe as the reason for people like being in love and having these attachments and all this coming from like this evolutionary DNA that basically led us to form societies and families and whatever. If you want to put all that to the side and say, I want to believe in love as this external force that's floating around, and you know what I mean, it has this external aspect to it. What you're studying is something outside of biology, outside of humans. So you're looking at something that is extra sensory, right? So because you're studying a new field that could be like bringing a little bit of extra knowledge into this area, it would be worth doing.
How is it that can bring extra knowledge, but Wenergy, which is also a new field, it's some mystical force that involves the water, isn't bringing new information?
Because that has adequately been covered to the point of there is no new area that you're unraveling. You're just basically saying, I don't like the old one, I'm going to find this new one. And you're not really saying what the new one is, you're just calling it Wenergy.
So what is it that Lenergy then brings to the table that Wenergy doesn't? That's what I'm asking you specifically.
Wenergy, you haven't clearly defined what Wenergy is.
Water, it's a mystical water energy, and Lenergy is the mystical love energy. What? Because you seem to think that Lenergy is more, should be sort of scientifically investigated more so than Wenergy. And I'm asking you why. To me, they're synonymous. There are people who are making up something because they don't accept or understand the full scientific explanation. They can't define it properly, and it seems to add no value whatsoever to either.
The thing is, you've already stated that you're happy with the status quo and you're not actually motivated to actually look into these fields. So you're already biased.
Why am I not motivated? I explained that, right? Why am I not motivated?
Because you're happy with the current status quo.
Why am I happy with the current status?
Because you're saying it's adequately explaining things from a physical standpoint.
Correct. So if somebody comes along and says, no, it's not, I can't explain what it is. I've got this feeling about it. I'm going to tell you this thing that we should investigate. I think you and I would agree that that's unreasonable. So again, to me, it seems like both analogies are equally bad, and yet somehow you want to give more weight to Lenergy being investigated as opposed to Winergy.
I think I've adequately explained my position and answered your questions fully, and you're trying to make out like both my answers were the same, but they weren't the same.
No, I know they weren't the same, but it didn't seem like that you added anything to the Lenergy. You seem to think that that's a worthy scientific endeavor, and Winergy isn't.
But I did, and you're saying I didn't, but I did.
No.
You're just saying that it's not something substantial enough for you to take on board.
No. Well, it's not just substantial for me. For anybody who's listening, and even if you listen back to this yourself, you haven't provided anything that is substantial. That why we should investigate Lenergy over Winergy at all.
No, but we're not really supposed to be thinking about what other people would think about X, Y, and Z. It's based on our own individual reason, isn't it? That's what makes a scientist a scientist.
Okay, but remember what you said, Colin.
We're not working for ICI. We're not working for a big company like Procter & Gamble or whoever. We're just scientists, isn't it?
Khan, let's play back what you said. You said that Lenergy is bringing something new to the table, even though you agreed we had a good understanding of the psychology, the emotionality, and the biology with regards to that feeling. You said we had a good understanding, similar to the understanding we have about how Louis Pasteur worked this out. So we have a good scientific understanding, right? But now you're saying with Lenergy, it's bringing something new. All it's doing is bringing a new label to something that cannot be defined in any way, for which we already have a good explanation.
Let me explain something quickly, right? So if we define what a human being is, right? Originally, a human being was thought of as just being a physical person. Then we added on a physical person plus a mentality or a psyche. Then we added on a physical person plus a mentality and a psyche, living or growing or thriving within an XYZ environment. So that is what makes a person, right? There's social implications matter too. Now, as a person who believes in things like spirit and religion and God and things like that, to me, there is an extra part of a human which hasn't scientifically been proven or accepted yet as that person's spirit or their soul. Yeah. Now, this might never be. Hold on. This might never be accepted. It might never become science. It might never, ever, ever, ever be anything more than people just believing in it, right? So that's my standpoint. So for me to investigate something that is no, 1 minute. So for me to believe in something that is external to humans, yeah, like love, love existing outside of humans, like Jesus's love or compassion that comes from Buddha or whatever that we may call as external to humans, like extrasensory phenomena, yeah, for me might be worth investigating, and for you as a materialist, it might not be. So, when I do my investigation and I write it up, you're going to have to test me on how good my science is. Yeah. And for you, it might just amount to just an interesting read. And you might say, all right, he's ticked all the boxes. He's done this subject justice, but it doesn't really take me anywhere new. So you wouldn't be able to refute me, but then again, it wouldn't really help you in any way. But on the basis of science and me, using critical thinking, or me, you might be able to be the teacher that marks my work, even though you don't believe in my beliefs. You'd be able to test me on my science, innit? You'd be able to say that this guy carried out a full investigation. He has a full grasp of the concepts. He's done it justice, basically.
Okay, so
and his conclusion is reasonable.
You're the scientist. Tell me how you go about investigating something that the person who claimed it doesn't really know what it is. We already have a good explanation for this. Tell me how you're going to scientifically investigate this.
No. We don't have a good explanation for it. I'm saying it's investigating a phenomena that hasn't previously been investigated. Like, what did you call it?
Hang on a moment. No. We have it. It's not even at the stage of a phenomenon. It's a claim phenomenon for which the person can't even give you an adequate account or explain it. He just thinks that it is, and he's not happy with a scientific account. So tell me how you go about scientifically investigating something like that.
Well, I would look on past studies. I would look at.
There are no past studies. I just made it up.
do you mean he made it up? What love energy is made up?
He's telling you that he thinks it's love energy. You're the first person he's coming to, so you can't appeal to anything else. Nobody else has gone down this route. You're the first. You're the first version.
There are studies been done on this.
You're the first guy that this guy has come to.
Hello, Rob. I don't know if you realise, but maybe you chose the wrong thing to use as your example, because I'm taking it that you know that there are studies being done on this. They're like, a guy got 2 plants and loved one of them and hated the other one, and they just measured how quickly the one that was hated died. That's science. You might not agree with it, but it's science.
How did they measure that? What scientific endeavor did they do apart from observing one plant?
The life cycle of the plant.
And how do we know that the plant was affected by him?
Repeated tests.
Done.
How do we know that the plant that was acted poorly was affected by his quote emotions? Because it's an emotion, right? It's not an energy.
I'm saying to you, Rob. I'm saying to you, this is a scientific study, and it takes M.A. Brown to come in and intervene and say it was repeated. You should know that it's repeatable. You should know that.
Khan, this is why I'm struggling to think that you are a scientist. If something happens...
but you is the one that got it wrong.
Okay, stop talking for a moment and listen. This guy that is saying he loves a plant or whatever the case
I'm not living in South Africa.
Is he using energy or is he using emotion? What is it that you claim that he's doing?
Look, you said love energy. I'm saying to you there's studies been done on love energy.
No, Khan. There's studies being claimed to be done about something, and I'm asking you, what is it specifically that they are claiming to study?
The energy known as love. But obviously, this is like turning into a bit of a dead end, Rob. Like, there's no point continuing.
Khan. How do we establish that such an energy exists?
You'd need to go and read the studies done. But the point me raising them wasn't on the actual conclusions derived from these studies. My point of raising this was to say that I would go and look at studies already being done. Now, if you're saying, no, Khan, you can't do that, I'm saying I can, because work has been done on this subject. Now, if you want to say, all right, imagine it wasn't love energy and it was something else called XYZ and nothing was previously done on it, and it was a phenomenon that somebody claimed that had no backing scientifically, had no way of you actually being able to relate to this subject, then that would fall into the basket of being absurd. So we then come back to my original argument of not investigating things which are absurd.
Sorry, Khan. I don't want to interrupt you yet. I'm
no, Pepper, please.
You are going to do it anyway.
Feel invited. Feel invited.
I'm only going to be 30 seconds, yeah, because I forgot to read this when I had it, but it got distracted. But when James was asking me questions earlier, so I just wanted to contribute this because it may shed some light on the conversation. It says in the beginning. Sorry, 1 second. In the beginning, nearly 14 billion years ago, all the space and all the matter and all the energy of the known universe was contained in a volume less than 1 trillionth the size of the period that ends this sentence. Conditions were so hot, the basic forces of nature were collectively describe the universe were unified. Though still unknown how it came into existence, this sub-pinpoint size cosmos could only expand rapidly in what today we call the Big Bang. Yeah, I was trying to say that. I'm done. Peace and blessings, brother Moore. You done know?
Hey, peace. You know. Hey, did Witness ever get his questions answered earlier?
Say that again? Oh no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm being unfair. The real answer was we don't know. Yeah, and to whatever extent we do know the answers have not truly been discovered to a lot of those questions. So yeah, you know what I'm saying. But I just figured I put that in there because of the idea of the unified forces and all these things. Anyway, I'm gone. Blessings, peace.
Okay, so that didn't add anything to our conversation, but that's fine. He was obviously answering somebody else's query or whatever prior.
Okay. Rob, sorry, like when you said love energy, I didn't realize you was deliberately picking something that you felt was
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I was just.
I thought you meant like there is a real energy called love. So I took it seriously. Sorry if I wasn't supposed to.
I don't think there's an energy called love. I think love is the label
No, but I'm
we
saying
give
when
to an
we're
emotional
faced with
response.
this proposition, you, on one hand, don't take it seriously, whereas I, on the other hand, do take it seriously. Let's say we're both scientists and we both employ the scientific method and critical thinking, then we're both free to basically act on whatever motivates us to carry out our studies. Now, I might choose to study a certain field, you might not. So everyone knows, in your final year of university, you either have to choose the subject of your dissertation or one's given to you. So by force, you have to come up with a dissertation, which is like a big percentage of your final grade on a subject that you might not even be interested in. And this is very difficult. So what you really need to do, go on.
That is irrelevant, because it was the principle of somebody coming to you with an idea that they'd made up because they were unhappy or ignorant about the well-established understanding of a particular phenomenon, and they wanted to put forward something else additional to this. And the question
so I gave
was,
you the example of
is
Louis
it
Pasteur,
a good idea for
took
a
a
scientific
superstition
endeavor?
and brought the scientific process, the scientific method to that, elucidated it, and now we have a whole new world where people can have like medications that help them live longer because of this one guy.
And I've explained to you why that's not analogous.
Can I just come in really quickly on what Rob said?
Please.
It's been mentioned a few times over and over again, and it's a bit weird that like no one's picked up on it. He keeps saying, not even just him, but mainly him. He keeps saying that the spirit conversation or the spirit proposition is being made in hindsight or retrospectively after the scientific discovery, and that's not the way it worked. It worked the other way around. I don't know why Rob keeps saying that. Basically, Mandem is unhappy with the scientific explanation, and so we've gone out of our way to find an alternative.
But MA, did you see he tried to do the same thing with my Louis Pasteur? With my Louis Pasteur thing.
Hang on a minute.
I'm saying Louis Pasteur brought like knowledge to a subject what was basically superstition, and then he tried to turn it around and say, well, what if I wanted to take Louis Pasteur's knowledge and then go further than that? No, bro, that is called moving the goalposts. Literally.
No, you're misunderstanding. Emma, with regards to that, I've never said that spirituality came afterwards. I've said consistently, I think, that people thousands of years ago came up with what you or some people label spirituality to describe the world around them, because they didn't really have a good understanding, so they used labels to the best of their ability to understand something. However, since then, we have understood a lot more about the world. So ideas like vitalism, phlogiston, for example, are now being put in the waste paper basket, because those ideas that appeal to a new substance were in fact shown that all it was we now have a better way of understanding how the four fundamental forces operate under those circumstances. So bringing up those labels is no longer valid. So I've never said that spirituality. What I am saying, though, is people today that want to hold on to that term now want to incorporate science into it and go, that's what I really meant by spirituality. Not this vague, esoteric term that my ancestors talked about, but today, look what science has shown. That's what we really mean by spirituality. And that is a post hoc reasoning.
That's right. Your reasoning, is jumping from one position to another. So your analogy or your metaphor or whatever you want to call it about the love, what was it again? L'energy or whatever, suggests that there was already an explanation for what these people are calling l'energy. There's already an explanation that existed there, and that people are now piling additional definitions on top of it. And in fact, that's what you said pretty much. So maybe you're making a mistake in the way that you're trying to argue the point in that particular instance, but yeah, that's not correct.
Okay, so with l'energy, the point was specifically to Khan around whether we should investigate essentially ad hoc ideas by people when we already have a good scientific understanding.
This is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to use that as an argument against something like spirit, which came way before the scientific methods discoveries, right? That doesn't really equate to this l'energy analogy, does it?
Okay, but the term spirit, well, I think it does in reverse, because even though the term came up before,
why are you reversing? Rob, nobody has made that argument. So why are you using that as an analogy? No one, nobody has come. No one on the panels has come to you and said, "I don't know." Like I said, "Oh, I understand the scientific explanation for this, whatever, for animation or whatever, but I don't think that's quite enough. Let me go and investigate and find out other way." No, they've come with a precondition or a pre-understanding, whether it be religious or non-religious, of what animates beings, right? And they've also, in hindsight, I would suggest that they either learned that when they were children or at school or sometime in the past. And now that they've become old enough to understand the complexities of some of these scientific equations and whatnot, now they have a secondary opinion or something to hold it up against, right? And they're saying that they and even further than that, they're not even saying that. And I'm talking about Shakara. He's not even saying that he has an idea that's called spirit, and then there's the idea that science has, and that they don't connect. So, and this is why Shakara repeatedly is like, I don't understand what you lot are even like beefing me about. It's not like he's against the scientific method. So just do away with some of this shit. Do away with this analogy of the love, whatever, the love and energy.
Okay, if it's confusing for you, I won't apply it to you. Don't worry about it. The point remains that we have this vacuous idea, or this general or esoteric idea, for which we have better, more accurate understandings today. So if you want to keep the idea of spirit or spirituality, which you can't accurately define, but you can esoterically define, then just admit that it's an emotive thing for you and not a rational thing, because we have much more better understandings and accurate understandings of the world around us. We don't need to employ that. And if you do want to employ it, just say, hey, because it makes me feel good, I like this language.
Yeah. Nonsense. So let me ask you a question. When science comes up with an explanation for phenomena that other people defined in a different way, do you believe that what should then happen is that the scientific explanation should completely supplant the previous position, or is it a worthy endeavor to try to synergize if synergy is possible?
Okay.
What do you think is the goal?
Yeah, so the answer is number one, and particularly in relation to things like spirit, vitalism, phlogiston, right? These labels should be done away with, because now we have an accurate understanding. Those labels were applied when people didn't understand how this happened. So they gave it a label and said, hey, we think that fire, what's going on with fire is phlogiston. Actually, now we understand much better and more accurately what fire is, how it operates, etc. And we don't need this phlogiston label that was really a vacuous label that was slapped on something we didn't understand. Once we understand something, we don't keep with old labels that don't have any value anymore.
But Rob, do you understand that you're doing away with human reason by relying on the scientific method?
I'm
for doing
improving
away
human
with
reason.
Human
I'm
reason.
doing exactly the opposite. I'm improving human reason.
The problem here is that, like, it's in the word, isn't it? He's saying vacuous. What did he say? What was the word that you used, Rob? Just quickly, vacuous. What?
The vacuous, esoteric nature of phlogiston, vitalism, spirituality. Where today we have a good understanding of what those things are.
It's those two words. Vacuous. That's how he regards the positions of what he probably would regard as well primitive beings or societies, and the discoveries that they made, the scientific advancements that they made. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's probably how you regard it, because there's no reason.
What's vacuous?
Wait.
What's vacuous, MA? Instead of you misrepresenting me, what's vacuous is holding on to an idea for which we have an accurate understanding today, and that is no longer needed, and in fact doesn't tell us anything informative.
All right, let me explain to you why this is cultural. Yeah? Let me
just say, there's no reason for any individual to claim that spiritual beliefs are vacuous. That's ridiculous. Vacuous.
What does it explain? Right. What does it explain better than what we understand today?
I'll tell you why this is
MA, what does it explain better? I'm sure Shaka wants to interrupt incessantly, just jump on and get his way the moment he comes in, but I won't allow that at the moment. MA, what about spirituality or spiritual is not vacuous? What does it inform us today that science doesn't inform us? Please explain to me.
You're asking me a question, sorry.
Yes, I'm asking you a question. What is it that spirit or spirituality does to inform us, that is informative today, that science or our understanding of the world does not give us? What does it inform us?
I'm not interested in that question, I'm interested in this.
Okay, we'll leave it at that then.
All right. So if we're leaving it at that, am I allowed to speak now, Sergeant?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Now in relation to this conversation here, why I keep saying it's ideological and it's cultural is because it's difficult for some to reconcile the fact that not all cultures on the planet have had the same struggle between their scientific development and their spiritual development, or even their religious development, so to speak. European cultures have had battles between quote unquote science and religion that have affected that society in one way or another. And I'm talking like serious battles. You know what I'm saying? Scientists were negatively treated within European society and these kinds of things. But that is not a universal truth. But I want to say though that European society, even in its development, is very good at preserving the philosophical ideas and applying the philosophical ideas of its ancient cultures. And the most brilliant example of this is the term atom. Because if you look at the why the term why the name atom was given to that particular particle is because of the fact that in Greek the term atom means indivisible. It's a Greek philosophical idea. That I think it's called atomus. In fact, let me actually just do the Google block, innit? We're on Google block, so we just do the Google and get up the etymology. All right, 1 second. Get up the etymology of this terminology right now. Okay, atom, late 15th century, as a hypothetical, indivisible, extremely minute body, the building block of the universe, from Latin atomus, especially in Lucretius. And by the way, a minute ago I read from the book Neil deGrasse Tyson's Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, and he actually quotes Lucretius at the beginning of a couple of these chapters. This is before the scientific method. All right. Lucretius, indivisible particle, from Greek atomus, uncut, unhewn, indivisible, from a knot, and temus, a cutting, from temin, to cut, root term tem, to cut. An ancient term of philosophical speculation, in Leucippus and Democritus, revived scientifically in 1805 by British chemist John Dalton in late classical and medieval use, also a unit of time, to 22,560 to the hour. Atom bomb is from 1945 as both a noun and a verb. Compare atomic. So they took this old Greek idea, philosophical idea.
No, Latin, not Greek.
No. It's from it comes from the Greek, and then it was given. Then it was Latin.
Oh, okay.
Right. So from the Greek atomus. What's it called? All right. So they took this old Greek idea, and used it to define what they consider to be like the number one particle at the basis of all matter, but and because it means indivisible. Come to find out that the atom is actually divisible. You can divide the atom. Not only can you divide the atom in terms of separating it into parts.
Constituent parts.
So proton, neutron, electron, but also the whole science of the atomic bomb was about splitting the atom. So now that we know this, they have not done away with the terminology atom. They've still kept the terminology, but built upon it with a new understanding of what it is and these kinds of things. And you can find examples of that throughout the sciences, in terms of how these old European philosophical and even religious ideas have been preserved through the language that is used to define knowledge and phenomena in today's world. It happens all of the time, over and over again, right? So again, it is cultural, because what is happening is that
is that when it comes to the spirituality of things, we must now do away with that when Europeans are constantly preserving their ancient cultures. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so they decide what is worthy of being preserved and what is not worthy of being preserved. This is why I'm saying that the conversation is cultural and ideological at its very, very foundation. And I'm done.
And just to add on to that, you know what I'm saying, as another proof.
Before you go, I need to ask you, that thing that you said, the word tem, yeah, where does that come from? Latin or Greek? I need to investigate that.
So let me just reread that again. Tem from the... It's all saying Greek, to be honest. I'm not seeing any Latin here at all.
That's crazy, because there's a word tem in Turkish which means root, like temel. Like we know. So I think I need to investigate that for my own personal. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, the etymological online dictionary is quite a useful resource for these things. So yeah, to check it out. In fact, there is an entry for the prefix tem there as well. Yeah, so proto that's
some might say it goes back to Kemetic as well.
Yep. Proto-Indo-European, meaning to cut. Yeah. And these kinds of things. Okay. So now if I go into now Ifa, and the or Dogon, yeah, and Amma's egg, for example, yeah, which is called the Po, yeah, which is the primary particle from which the universe is said to have expanded. It's infinitesimally small, yeah, right? So if you look at the Dogon creation story and look at just narratives for the Big Bang, you're going to find a lot of correlations in terms of ideas, yeah. So but if we now call the Big Bang the expansion of Amma, yeah, because Amma is a name for a deity, it's invalid. But all the days of the week are named after European deities, and we never questioned it. The months of the year, yeah, all these, you know, anyway, sure. Let me stop, yeah. We're done, yeah, and I'm not coming back again until maybe this evening. Bless.
Bless, brother man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Run, Spirit Man, run, Spirit Man, run. Yeah, me. Run, Spirit Man, run. Yeah, me.
I gotta dash out myself pretty soon, right quick. But before I do, I wanted to ask Rob a question because I came in late and I wanted to make sure I understood what he was saying. Because I came in when you and I think M.A. Brown were talking about somebody was talking about what you don't accept and why you're not trying to accept it, or why you're not trying to investigate certain things, etc. Whatnot.
It's all right.
Something about the status quo.
When I say things, it just goes unnoticed. It's like I'm invisible. I say things, my words work their way into the conversation, but somehow I don't actually ever get to manifest as a being. But anyway, continue.
He's saying thank you. He's Khan saying thank you, Orthodox more.
No worries. Yeah, so I was trying to understand the framework of what you were saying. You weren't trying to investigate in what status quo you were already okay with, etc. Whatnot. Just so I could have a full understanding of what you were saying in the conversation. So I wasn't attributing something ill to you, you know what I'm saying, or something that you didn't say to you.
Yeah, the analogy when you came in was that we have a good understanding scientifically of a particular phenomenon or whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. Somebody then proposes something additional, ostensibly for bad reasons and out of their ignorance. And the question was, should we investigate this? Should we take the scientific time and effort to investigate what appears to be on the surface spurious claims, especially
not based off
if there was a gap in our knowledge and somebody proposed something and they explained what it was and how we could go about investigating, that would be a different story. But when somebody presupposes or puts forward speculation about something because they like the idea of it, because they don't accept the science, mostly out of ignorance, very likely, and they can't explain what it is or how we test it, then why?
Yeah, so you're saying when somebody puts forth something not based on observation, right? Just pure speculation.
And like I said, I think the idea of a spirit or soul can't be clearly delineated, and there's no gap that it seems to need filling. Like at least with God, right? With God, you could say, "Hey, we don't know how the universe got started, or if indeed it got started," and God is a candid explanation. Mm-hmm. Now, because we don't have that explanation, you could say God is an explanation, and that wouldn't be unreasonable. But where we have got an explanation, to then say, hey, we need to have this additional explanation, which doesn't seem like it's necessary at all, It's like a spirit of the gaps, but there's no gap. At least with God of gaps, there are still a few gaps that we haven't uncovered, where you could say, hey, well, God is a likely, or some people might say more likely explanation. But with the whole spirit thing that can't be clearly defined, God is defined as supernatural. Even that's kind of vacuous, but at least we got some delineation between God and nature. You might not accept that, but most theists do. But there's a delineation between creator and creation, right? There's a distinction there. And this explanation could be an explanation for beginning of the universe, could be for the consciousness, or could be for beginning of life. Right? I don't think it is, but those things we don't have definitive answers for. But where we have got good answers to then go and say, hey, no, let's add something additional. I think is vacuous. It's uninformative and it doesn't help us. And we have better explanations. So adding something in there is unhelpful and uninformative. Yep.
I'm also trying to make sure I'm not overlooking something you might be saying. So are you saying that Shakara's argument is that he's basically making the vitalist argument?
Yeah, that's what he said originally, right? So we looked it up and he made that. So I think at this stage, I think we can be safe in saying
he said that he believes in vitalism.
Yes, because I mentioned that and he used the word, and then I pointed out that it was something that was coined in 19th century, at least according to Sean Carroll.
Like vitalism or vital energy?
Vitalism, the idea that there's this vital force around life or whatever the case is, right? Now, other people might actually have had that idea way before the 19th century, called it something else. Whoever came up with it, I'm fine with whoever came up with it. But the label vitalism or whatever the case is, unless you're going to say vitalism and spiritualism are the same, cool. Okay, so now you're claiming that there's this mystical life energy or life force. Why do we need this? What does it explain that we don't already have an explanation for? And if you're going to say life, well, we understand the biological essence of life. So again, how is this useful? It seems to me there's no gap that needs filling, and certainly not filling by something that is completely ununderstandable at this stage, and somebody's giving it a label. Why would you do that? The best we can say is, hey, if there was something, we don't know what it is. But to postulate something that is unclear, we can't test, and we have no good reason to believe, I think that's not a good idea.
So don't try to.
To me, it comes to reason again. You mentioned the word reason. No good reason. I know you use that as a turn of a phrase, but really, as humans, we're relying on our reason. And obviously, we all have different experiences, but we process it the same way, and that's in a reasonable way. So if someone believes something, it might not be what I believe in, but I'm asking myself, is it reasonable to believe that?
Okay, but is it reasonable for somebody to postulate something that is additional to what we already have a good understanding for? If we don't have an understanding and somebody puts forward a postulation, they give us a clear understanding of what it is they're postulating and how we might go about investigating it, I think that is a reasonable thing. When somebody doesn't do that, I think that's unreasonable, and we should reject it until such time as they can fulfill those criteria. Otherwise, anybody can make claims about anything and suggest we investigate it. That's not a reasonable position.
You can speculate something. You can observe something that you're like, oh, that'd be a nice thing to test. But like, even if you can't talk about how you're going to test it, or you can't specify how it's going to be tested. It's just pie in the sky.
Okay, sure, but you said the word observe. How do you observe a spirit or soul?
So that is the current position.
No, exactly. In order to be able to, hold on, real quick, so in order to be able to do that, you have to have a scientific definition for it, right? And that's where we agree. That's where we agree on the concept. Like it's a fruitless conversation based upon the fact that there's no singular. Like, you could talk to a million different people who believe in the concept of spirit, and someone get a million different definitions, right?
Correct. That's my entire point.
So exactly.
This is a vacuous term. When you speak to people, they sometimes want to equate it with consciousness. Sometimes they want to make it consciousness plus something else, or sometimes they want to make it something completely separate, but for which we have no good reason, right? So at this stage, it doesn't inform us. And the moment somebody says this, the first question is, what do you mean by that? And why should we accept your definition as 100%. Opposed to the person who thinks that there's a spiritual energy of femininity floating in the universe, right?
More. People who believe things that aren't like scientifically backed are not asserting that these things are true. They're saying, we believe this. This is our faith. And what we got is people who are saying, if something can't be proven scientifically, then it doesn't deserve even entertainment.
No, that's not what we're saying. That's a misrepresent. I mean, I've explained it now multiple times. You aren't listening, or you are listening and you're misrepresenting it on
I'm polarizing the positions to give a distinction, clear distinction between the two groups of people here. And I don't see people like Shakara asserting that his beliefs should be accepted by the scientific community. He's saying these are our beliefs, traditional,
Let me
historical, cultural, and whatever.
let
Right?
me ask you some questions, Khan, to see whether that's the case. Do you think Shakara is a rational human being?
Yes.
Do you think he cares about what is true or likely to be true?
Yeah.
Do you think that he thinks the rest of us also have those ideals?
Yeah.
Do you think he believes what he says is true?
You mean true in a way that is scientifically provable?
It's true to him, whatever that means.
Okay, yeah, then yeah.
Okay, if you follow that logic, Khan, then in fact he does want us to believe what he believes if he's got good reason for
No,
it, because
that's your
he believes we're
extrapolation.
rational,
You're
we care
taking
about
his
what's
position
true, and
and
he's
you're
got something that he
extrapolating
thinks
from it.
is true. Follow the
Okay,
logic,
cool.
my friend.
All right, Rob. Like, I'm not going to argue with you because I've got respect for you, and you know you're entitled to your opinion. But what you've actually done now is gone into the realms of opinion-based conversation.
Yeah,
So
you maybe
I
a half
asked you a
too far
series
up
of
there.
questions that came to a logical conclusion that you were either disagreeable with or uncomfortable with. Show me where the flaw is in my
your
logic.
conclusion was not based on logic; it was your opinion. So I'm not really gonna
All right, we'll leave it
like
there. If you're not sure what
yeah,
logic
let's
is,
agree to disagree like on that one. Like, but I'm saying, Rob, yeah, like nothing you lot say to me is like wrong. It's just that what you do to put your argument across, you make other people to be wrong. And no one's saying what you're saying they're saying. And it's like Emma Brown just said as well, like people ain't coming out saying, oh, I want science to accept my spiritual beliefs as real physical manifestations of real things. Like no spiritual people are saying that. Yeah. And on the other hand, like while I got you here, Rob, let me ask you a question, yeah. Like, you know, if you allow me to ask you this question, I'll appreciate it. What it is, yeah, in my opinion, right, I'm hearing people saying you shouldn't believe in something that's not really backable by science or fact, yeah. Now, if we was to go back in a time machine to ancient Kemet and convince people that all their spiritual beliefs were rubbish, we wouldn't have the civilization that we have today.
what's your
And
evidence for that?
people like you wouldn't have the luxury of saying, oh, I'm an atheist and I opt out of this civilization and this everything that's brought us here so far. I think we should stop the car, get out the car, cross the road, get in another car and carry on in another
You've
direction.
kind of made the point, although it's sort of rather long.
Okay.
So let's break that
I'm
down.
sorry.
I don't have a problem with
I
people
thought older
believing.
people were supposed to be more patient, not less
I don't
patient.
mind people. Yeah, but I understand the point. So you're sort of laboring the point. I don't mind people coming to the best explanation they can based on good reasons and evidence at the time they were making it. That I don't have a problem with. As time improves and we get better explanations, the old ones should be given up. You agree?
Yeah.
Good. So whether it was Kemet or anybody else, if in fact I went back in time and I was with those people, and I knew what they knew, and they were using rationality and they were using evidence around them, and they came to that conclusion, they were entirely rational at that time because that's the best they could do. I don't have a problem with that. But if we went back in time now and we said, hey, look, Mr. Kemet, look at all the information. Let's show you what's under a microscope. Let's show you subatomic particles, etc. Now, would it still be rational for the Kemet person to go, no, you know what? I don't care about that. Or, hey, that's what I meant all along when I had no clue about that. It wouldn't, right? Hopefully the Kemetan person will go, you know what? That's new information. You verified it. You've used the same method I did.
They would be under the obligation, like you made a very good point, Rob. They would be under the obligation to update their thinking. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about them basically having a process, yeah, and us saying that this process yields in nothing. So we should eliminate this process. And I'm saying, no, we should update the end result and the product of that process using our method. But we shouldn't actually eliminate their process because their process is what got us here.
Okay, Khan, let's use the example of phlogiston because it's an easier one and it doesn't go back to particular cultures. Well, maybe it does, but it's a term anyway. So people didn't understand fire, right? It was kind of a mystery, right? And they used the term phlogiston to appeal to something in there that sort of gives rise to this flame, because it didn't look like matter. It didn't look like solid, liquid, or gas. It was something else. It was kind of mysterious. and they gave it the label phlogiston and they tried to investigate it. That I don't have a problem with, right? They labeled something they didn't understand and tried to investigate it. Now we know that the label phlogiston doesn't work. It was just a label for them because they didn't understand it. They had to call it something, right? They could have called it gobbledygook. It's fine. But now we understand it. Anybody who comes today and says, hey, do you know what? That idea of phlogiston, I think that's a valid scientific inquiry. We should say, sorry, buddy, that has already been surpassed. That term no longer applies. If you want to call what we today understand by the physics as phlogiston, you can, but that's confusing, right? Because the people back then didn't know what it was, and actually their thought about it doesn't reflect reality today. They thought there was some mystical force that made fire work. In fact, it's not a mystical force. It's the four fundamental forces acting in a particular way they didn't understand. So that label, we can say, thanks very much, as Sean Carroll says. We don't need that. We just apply the four fundamental forces, and we can show you how fire works, how it comes about through our better understanding today.
Yeah, but you're basically giving a beautiful example of superstition. I'm talking about metaphysical processes that you're trying to replace with physical processes, i.e. the scientific method, and say, well, we need to get rid of this metaphysical that verges into physical, and believing that everything exists in this like potential realm of spirit before it manifests into the physical world is useless. Let's get rid of that and just stick to what we know and what we see and blah, blah, blah. But the thing is, as we see, the more we learn about physics, the more we push it to the other end of the spectrum, we're then going from we're then going from matter back into like dark matter. So to eliminate
so
the original...
Are you claiming that spirit is dark matter?
No, I'm saying these concepts...
So what's the point of using the word spirit anywhere in your conversation?
These concepts that are based on processes, yeah, shouldn't be eliminated because they got us here and they're obviously the future. So this little middle bit where we're solid and where we're good is all well and good, but we can't burn our bridges at both ends. And that's what you're sort of asking us to do.
When people use the word spiritual today, or you use it, or Shaka, or anybody uses it, what do they mean?
We've already been through this. Like we've been here for 2 hours talking about this.
And would you agree with Moore that everybody has their own definition of what they mean by spiritual?
No, I agree that there's more than one definition of spiritual.
Correct. So there's more than one, right? So we're not clear on what this in fact is. Right, like with phlogiston, the definition of phlogiston.
But real quick, Rob, just real quick, to be clear, Rob, whenever I've stopped Shaka Ra and been like, okay, like, so he keeps saying that when he's describing spirit, he's not describing a scientific principle. Like when I hit him on when I just close it off, I'm like, okay, so when you adapt it to science, are you talking about energy? He says, yeah.
Yeah, so he's talking about
hold on, real quick.
So
the two naturalist kind of spiritualists on the concept agree that it's energy and whatnot, right? So at least give us that one little comment.
Okay, but Moore, are they saying that it's part of the four fundamental forces, or are they saying some mystical energy?
So this is where I keep talking to you and asking, are you familiar with the concept of the fifth fundamental force that they're talking about right now? And again, they're even to back up what Shaka Ra was talking about earlier about like the Greek names, etc., whatnot, right? We've talked about this before about them naming the fifth element quintessence, right? Like the quintessential element, right? The fifth element, right? And that's literally what they're calling. Or a lot of people are postulating the name for it in terms of this fifth force that they're talking about right now.
What is
so? And if you study and what they're talking about with the fifth force and other stuff and whatnot, it gives right. So this is what I'm saying. A lot of what Shaka Ra is talking about, right, is based upon like when he's bringing up the scientific stuff, is based on like the real cutting edge stuff at the moment, right? So I've even had to like actually brush up on stuff to understand some of the stuff that he was talking about. Right? I didn't know they were talking about that stuff yet. Right?
Okay, so let me ask you something. If we find out, we haven't at the moment, right? And at this moment in time, it's speculation. But let's assume that there is a fifth force that is not one of the four fundamental forces. And Sean Carroll, at least he could be wrong, of course, but he's fairly clear that there is no fifth force in the sense that will have any meaningful impact on the world as we understand it. The four forces are well understood. I'll find you and I'll quote for you what he says about this. You could disagree, of course. I'll quote for you why he feels like he's so positive about the core force. But let's assume
who's he? I didn't hear that. Who's he?
Sean Carroll, the physicist Sean Carroll. Right? In his book, The Big Picture, recommended reading for everybody who cares about wanting to understand more about the world. But so let's assume there is a fifth force, this quintessential force, whatever this is. I don't know if anybody can even describe it, but let's say this
The whatever
indescribable
is
force.
pretty important though, because the implications of what they're saying that whatever is matters, because that's what certain things are being referenced to it and whatnot.
Would you agree, Moore, that the first thing that, quote, spiritualists are going to do is say, that's what I always meant by spiritualism, this quintessential force that we didn't know existed?
No, I think they're going to try to say like. So hold on, real quick. So you're talking about the your opposite. Your default is to talk about the external spirit, the people who believe that God is external, right? So we're talking about all of them, like we're talking like me and Shakara as well. You're talking about like people who believe
I'm
in
talking about this
external
fifth
God.
mystical force, or this quintessential force, to use the language you used, that they're investigating. Let's say that in fact somehow they demonstrate this. It hasn't happened yet, but let's assume in the future we come across and we go, there's this fifth force that we didn't know about. Sean Carroll was wrong. There weren't just 4 core forces. There was a fifth one.
So, right, this is what I'm trying to clarify right quick. So again, me and Shakara, when we're talking to you, we've both said that we agree scientifically that we're talking about energy, right? Like, so most people who are you calling spiritualists or whatnot, they don't believe that concept. They're going to say, like what you're talking about, woo. You know what I'm saying? So are you talking about like me and Shakara as well, or just the woo people?
Well, what differentiate you from, quote, the woo people? What's the difference between the two?
Because you could test the stuff that we're talking about based upon the same things that you would test energy on. Like, so with the woo people, there's no frame of reference.
Okay, if we have a good understanding of the core fundamental forces, how do we test your version of this fifth force?
My version of the fifth force?
Oh, you're not talking about the quintessential force?
I don't have a version of the fifth force. So I'm talking about what the quantum physicists are talking about, what they're talking about the fifth force is, right? So I'm not even talking about that in terms of being. I'm not saying that the fifth force is the spirit of the soul. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying we're talking about energy of this concept, right? So that's what so typically when you're talking about this concept, you're talking about people who have an external view of God, to which I agree with you. So I'm trying to understand if you're just applying this to them right quick, because again, when you're talking about me and Shakira, it's a whole nother conversation. So I was just I'm not trying to make this a complicated one. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, so you can go on.
Yeah, well, I need to know what it is when you say this fifth energy force, whatever it is. What is it that you're referring to? Because the woo people just refer to it. They don't know what they're referring to, but you, in your mind, seem to have a clearer idea of what you're referring to.
So there's physicists right now who are looking at another observation in the universe that there's postulated being a fifth fundamental force, right? But they're looking at it being too weak to potentially test at this juncture, trying to find another way of testing it and whatnot, right? And so that's not me. I'm not proposing that. I'm asking. I asked you earlier if you're familiar with the concept at this juncture, right? That's either a yes or no question. If you are, cool. If you're not, cool.
Okay, if what you're referring to is dark energy, I'm familiar with that label.
No, it's not dark energy.
Okay, then I'm not.
I literally gave you the name for it. They're calling it quintessence at this juncture, right? Like,
yeah.
So,
okay, so I thought you made that.
Bro,
okay.
you can literally just Google this in 2 seconds. You're not gonna ask me.
Okay, so there's a hypothesis that there's a quintessential force.
Multiple hypotheses on a fifth fundamental force.
Multiple. Okay, millions of hypotheses, whatever. However many hypotheses.
No.
Sorry, guys. I need to call Veli. In the back, yeah? James Jones. Sorry, guys.
Well, the panel's full unless somebody's going to drop out, right?
I got to duck out in a second. They can have my spot. But I'm trying to understand.
There's multiple okay.
But I had a basic question I was trying to get to, right? I just wanted to understand. I just want to understand what was the status quo that you were satisfied with that you didn't want to investigate further.
Shaka does not agree with you. He doesn't. You were there when you asked. You said, "Shaka, do you mean X?" And he said, "No, I don't mean this energy."
You gotta show me that, because when I've talked to him, he said, "Yeah." He said the opposite.
And he literally said, "I'm not limiting it to anything."
So right, like I said, when he was talking about his esoteric concept of spirit, he wasn't giving it the scientific definition. So when I cornered him twice on the scientific definition.
Okay, well let's leave Shakra, because he changes his mind.
Hold on.
It's never clear what he's actually saying.
So again, I'm trying to get understanding from Rob, and I'm really not trying to slow down this structure, right? I'm literally not arguing with nobody. I'm trying to understand some stuff.
In physics, hold on, but Rob was right, because Rob said you said quintessence, and in physics, a quintessence or quintessent force is a hypothetical form of dark energy. So that's literally exactly when Rob said, "Is that what you mean?" He was accurate to ask you that specifically.
Did he say dark energy or dark matter?
He said dark energy.
Dark energy.
He literally said that.
I just said dark matter.
And then that. So are you saying that dark energy is spirit, which is a fair question?
No, I'm not saying that. I literally said that prior to. Like I said, I'm not postulating any of these physics. Like when he said something about you would admit that the spiritualists are going to be the first one to jump on the fact that this is evidence for whatever. I'm like, no, like I'm not saying when he said this, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it's just energy, right? So I was trying to understand what he was saying. Like when he said spiritualist, is he talking about?
Why? Like, why can't you just use the word energy? That's what he's going to ask you next. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun, but why?
Yeah, you are jumping the gun, and I'm having a conversation with Rob if you don't mind.
Sorry, boss. Carry on.
I'll forgive you one day.
I forgive you right
Rob,
now.
I'm trying to figure out exactly. So, what was the status quo that you were accepting, and what you didn't want to investigate past?
So, with the example of what I called linergy or winergy, right? I put it to Khan that when we have a good understanding of something, and somebody postulates something, that they don't know what it is, they've got no way to test it, and the one of the primary reasons for them believing it is because they like the idea and or they don't accept the science or don't understand the science. Is that a good reason for science to start investigating some hypothetical or
we already agreed
spurious claim?
that wasn't a good idea. But like, so I was trying to understand, like, so what was the status quo that you weren't trying to investigate past?
When we have a good understanding of something that appears to give us either a complete or near complete, if not complete understanding, and somebody postulates something additional to that, I'm going, that needs to be rejected unless until you can show that it's either necessary or you've got a good criteria for explaining what it is, how we investigate it, and how it helps us in some way.
Yeah, so you're just talking generally. You weren't talking about like you weren't arguing over specific status quo, like there's only 4 fundamental forces or the only whatever, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm at this moment in time, the 4 fundamental forces govern everything that we understand, right? So this dark energy, whatever it is a very weak force, and I'll see if I can find the quote for you. Carol talks about even when we discover what it is, it's going to have a negligible effect on the world around us. Our predictions work, even though we don't know what this is, our predictions work incredibly well without this, right? So the 4 fundamental forces seem to encompass just about everything that we need to make sense of the universe, and the bits that we don't, okay, there's still a few explanations, but it's not like we're going to discover dark energy and suddenly we're going to go, do you know what? Einstein's theory of relativity or quantum mechanics, we can throw that out the window. It's complete bollocks now.
No, I'm not saying that. I wasn't postulating in any way, shape, or form. I was and nowhere am I trying to say anything like that. That's how I'm trying to understand. Like when you're talking about like people who believe in spirit or whatnot.
But
I'm trying to understand your perspective on it. Like who specifically you're addressing it whatnot. Go ahead.
That's fair enough. What I always ask people like yourself, Khan, MA, Shaka, whoever it is, right? What do you mean by spirituality? And you were very clear that everybody has, or pretty much their own definition. So when they use the word spirituality, it really is I hope you will agree, it's kind of a vacuous statement. Because if it can mean anything, it can mean nothing, right?
I agree with you 100% in terms of there's no scientific definition for it.
But Rob,
I want to see if you agree whether it's a vacuous label.
Rob, you guys were just having a tete-a-tete, yeah? And he's explained it to you as far as you're concerned, like you just said, he's got an individual one. What is his one? Could you say it in his words? What is his understanding of spirituality?
Whose understanding?
Moore's. I assume that you know what his understanding is.
No, I don't actually understand his one. He appealed kind of to the dark energy, but he said that's not what he understands by spirituality. So I do want to know what it is.
I never appealed to dark energy.
No, that's fine.
I've never made an appeal to dark energy. Not one solitary time have I made an appeal to dark energy.
1 second ago, you just said you said scientists are looking into this extra force. You said me and Shaka. Yeah. So what
postulation I make based upon that?
So okay, so why and what is spirit and why do you believe in it?
So we've had this conversation
as concisely as possible with it.
And ironically, you can't look at the live chat from it.
I'm asking you though quickly. Is it?
How about you go rewind our conversations and listen to it?
For the record, you're not prepared to explain.
No, we already had this conversation. I don't like repeating myself.
But Rob didn't understand, so maybe I'm a bit biased. I'm too close to it. Rob also said he didn't understand, so maybe just for the sake of
Rob never asked me directly.
Well, I mean, okay, I don't want to be childish about it, but Rob, would you mind asking?
And if you don't want to be childish about it, go rewind the tape that we've talked about this multiple times, bro.
Well, if anyone
like I said, ironically, you can't check out the live chat from a few days ago.
No, it doesn't.
I was dying to go see what it was saying.
It's off. It's off. I swear on my life, it's off. Even TD Stable was saying that the other today, earlier on. But that's irrelevant. Anyway, you're not prepared to explain what.
No, I was prepared, and I already answered the question.
No,
it went over your head the first time. I'm not trying to go down the same road.
With absolutely greatest of respect, and I hope you appreciate the humility. I honestly don't remember, and I apologize for making you repeat yourself. If you wouldn't,
all right, I'm not going to repeat myself, so you're not going to make me do it.
You're not prepared to do it, so
I was prepared to do it before I did it, and it went over your head.
Okay,
You started calling me insincere, whatnot. I'm not going down that road.
This is the height of insincerity. Someone else is telling you, someone you just excuse.
Have you
discussion.
telling you to go reference where we had the conversation before is not insincere. It's telling you to go do your own homework on a question you've already asked, and a question I've already answered from you, bro.
So does Rob have to go do homework if he wants to know your opinion?
No.
So Rob, then, if you don't mind, I know it's a bit immature, but would you ask the question for me, because I'm really intrigued as to know the answer. Because I thought for a minute it was the quintessent force, and that's why I wasted my time googling it. But apparently, it's not dark energy.
I mean, it's up to Mo if he wants to explain it to me, because obviously he might feel like he's explaining it to you again. I don't know. I would like to know what you mean by spirit and why you believe it. What
I would
makes
be
it different
more
to
than
chakra
happy
or
to break
whatever.
that down to you on gin and tonic, bro.
Stop it! Don't do it to me, man.
Hey James, I tried hard to like you, bro. I stopped trying.
That's what I still love you, brother. Don't worry, man. It's good.
That's cool. I would advise you don't waste your energy.
What my spirit? It's my spirit.
Oh, so see, you already know what time it is.
Come on, bro.
You already know what time it is. You already answered your own question, bro.
Yeah, it's dark energy, man. You're the naturalist that doesn't.
I never said dark energy.
You're
Not
the
once. You can't put no time stamp on me ever saying that anywhere. Anywhere. In fact, if you actually go rewind the conversation, you can't see nothing close to the sort, bro.
Real quick, I'm just saying bye to you lot, innit? I'm gonna go and
big up, mate.
Big up you lot.
Yeah, but I got to do too, fam. Y'all have a good one, man.
Big up.
James, it's only a couple days old. Go check out the conversation, bro.
Your naturalism is a thing of beauty. No evolution theory. No. Your naturalism is a joke, man.
Well, we'll talk about that at some point, I'm sure.
Anyway, Rob, why have you got us here, John, and use us as guinea pigs and run some scientific experiments, thought experiments, maybe? Got any
I think
question?
I've done that. I think I've been through that with you. Have I not? Already?
Yeah, I just thought like it was interesting. It was fun, actually. That was.
Can I make a quick request, though, Rob? If you do, can you do me a big favor?
Does he do requests as well?
I can't guarantee it, but I'll attempt to. Go for it.
I would like you to make sure that Stops is the lead interrogator. If more ever finds his way, I just think, because I feel like,
remind me. I'm happy to take a back seat and let Stops do the talking.
No, listen. I think you're just as good, if not maybe better in some aspects. But with that one, I just would prefer.
That's fine. Just remind me that if Mo does come on and you happen to be a panelist, say, "Hey, Rob, you promised that you let Stops do it." And
I would never intrude. I'm going to be an avid sort of chat member of that debate.
I'm fine with that. It's all right. Let me read you something here, if I may. What page is this? Let me just see here. Page 189 of the big picture. We've already alluded to the most obvious repercussion of the core theory. You can't bend spoons with your mind. Actually, you can, but only by the traditional method, sending signals from your brain down your arms to your hands, which then pick up a spoon and bend it. The argument is simple. Your body, including your brain, is made up of only few particles, electrons, up quarks and down quarks, interacting through a few forces: gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces. If you're not going to reach out and touch the spoon with your hands, and any influence you have on it is going to come through one of the four forces. It won't be through the nuclear forces, since those reach only over microscopically small distances. And it won't be through gravity, since gravity is far too weak. If you didn't know about the core theory, you might think that you could imagine simply increasing the strength of gravity or otherwise manipulating. In the real world, that won't work. A collection of particles, such as your brain, creates a very predictable gravitational field determined by its total energy. We don't live in a science fiction movie. We're left with electromagnetism. Unlike gravity, the potential electromagnetic force from your body actually is strong enough to bend spoons. Indeed, that's what happens when you use your hands. All of chemistry is essentially due to electromagnetic forces acting on electrons and ions, atoms that are charged by having more or fewer electrons than protons. To greatly simplify a complex biological process, muscle contraction occurs when calcium ions provoke one kind of protein, etc., etc. It's an interplay between a relatively modest collection of electrons, ions, and electromagnetic fields, but it's enough to provide the necessary oomph to bend the spoon as you will. So through all of that, maybe
It's talking about the ATP. ATP.
Yeah. Well, what he's basically breaking down is why certain things are unlikely to be the case, i.e. that you can manipulate things. And that would be the same with other sort of claims like this, right? So we can get rid of certain forces, the three of them. So we're only left with electromagnetism. And how strong is that? It gives off an electromagnetic field, which is very predictable and is measurable. So the idea of like Neo bending the spoon in the Matrix is simply science fiction. Now, if in fact there's a fifth force and it could be employed in such a way, then you would have an idea that would be the case. But the fact that the fifth force cannot be measured at this stage means that it is so weak that with our best detectors in the world, 2 miles under the earth, trying to get rid of any chance of cosmic rays or anything else, they can't detect it. So if in fact we could detect it eventually, the chances of it having any measurable impact in our world is negligible to non-existent. So even if you are going to appeal to a fifth force, it isn't going to help you. And he's broken down, and I could carry on reading for those who are interested, or I could recommend the book. He's broken down to why that's the case. So even if there was a mystical force, it wouldn't have any impact on the world as far as we can tell, certainly within our macro world.
Hey Rob, was I being obtuse? I honestly thought that the reason I jumped on was because he said the first thing he said is me and Shaka's understanding of thing was energy. Then you brought up the thing about there's only 4 fundamental forces. So what other force would it be? And then he said scientists are researching the fifth force.
No. He never said that. He actually said, as far as I remember, I know you're asking Rob, but let me answer quickly. He was saying that there's 2 types of people. Ones that believe in this thing called the Wu, which is meaning is like this outside spirit, this outside God, and him and Shakara, which believe in internal spirit, internal spirit, basically, yeah.
So you haven't helped me at all. So back to what I was saying, I don't mind giving you the space to speak, but when he mentioned the fifth force that scientists were researching, as it pertained to what? What did it relate to? Why did he bring it up? Because Rob said there's only 4 forces, fundamental forces, responding to his definition for spirit as being the same as Shaka's as being energy. And then he tried to say, no, there's also a fifth force that scientists are postulating. So why do you say that? For what reason do you?
So let me just take this opportunity to say I wasn't trying to help you. I just didn't want you to misrepresent the guy because he's not here. But anyway, continue.
But then tell the truth, innit? So what did he mean? Rob,
So I think that's a good question to ask. Right? Was it to correct me in the sense of like, hey, there aren't these 4 fundamental forces, which I think there are. It's called the core theory that I just mentioned, but that doesn't mean that the label dark energy doesn't refer to a force that we haven't discovered. That's true. We haven't discovered it, and they label it an energy or a force, whatever label you want to give it. But I think the core theory stands. So he could have been making a point that, hey, there's not just 4 forces, there's this fifth one. Or he could have been making the point, or additionally making the point potentially, that might in some way relate to what he might call spirit in some way. But at the end of the conversation, he seemed to be very clear that he wasn't saying this quintessential fifth force was anything to do with spirit. That was my understanding at the end. Whether that was your understanding at the beginning or not, whether he changed his mind or not, I'm not sure. So I'm not going to make a judgment on that. But it seemed clear at the end before he left that he's saying, no. This fifth force, whatever it is, however, whenever we might discover it, that's got, my understanding, my summary is, that's got nothing to do with what he would call spirituality or a spirit or a soul or anything.
No, that's what I'm saying. So this is what I think it's really, I think we are the most mistreated sort of I guess if we share any kind of ideology, anti-theistic ideology, we're the most mistreated people on these panels, especially this panel, because I think that's like a really fair question to ask. Like, so what do you mean by that? And all now, a month, over 30 days, no one has given anything clear and defined, and yet there has been numerous appeals to the authority of the science that we take our definitions from. So
I think, James, people have given what they thought are explanations, but it's either been things from thousands of years ago, which people at the time gave labels to, like phlogiston, as I'll keep using that as an example, to try and understand something that they couldn't really understand. They saw something was going on and they gave it a label. I'm cool with that per se, right? But once we get past that and we understand how it works, then to continue using those labels to refer to things that no longer have that understanding, I don't think that's useful.
Witness used the definition of Platonism, of some Platonic understanding of the logos, something and something.
Yeah.
I said, what does that mean? He said, I don't know. I'm not 100%. I don't fully comprehend this theory. Okay, so that's not a definition then. That's not a definition even.
Yeah, but I think he's, as I understood it, so I always want to be
hold
charitable
on,
with people.
Then he gave a scientific definition. We said the scientific speaks of consciousness. We said is spirit consciousness. He said, I don't know. Shaka said it's a primary vital life force. We're saying, is it reflective of the core theory? He said, I don't know. Moore said it's energy and a force that is it purely energy? No, it's not purely energy. Is it this fifth fundamental force, which is dark energy? No. Where is this definition that you've received, other than Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, a real Abrahamic or magical supernatural one? Where is the technical definition that you've received? Because I've received absolutely none.
But I think Moore was quite honest in the sense that he said that everybody's got their own one, and I agree with that. Right? Everybody, whenever you ask them, they use the label, and instead of people ask, that should be the first question that anybody asks anybody else, even if you are quite a spiritualist, because what you mean by it is probably very likely very different to what somebody else believes. So when they say have a spiritual, the people who are quite spiritual all sort of just go as if they all agree, and the chances are that almost none of them agree with each other.
But they say you're the person that started all this shit. They say you are being unscientific by rejecting them. So automatically they're making appeals to authority, to the scientific community with their own understanding. They're saying that if you reject my understanding, you're being ascientific. That's a claim. That is a claim that has been made, right, about you and subsequently about me, Belly, everyone else. So what have they told you that is a scientific definition of a spirit or a soul?
No, well, they haven't, and that's the thing. They've appealed to a definition by somebody at some point, and then sort of wanted to add something to it.
Never been fleshed out, not once on all of these panels. So I think my point stands. This is this is an unfair. It's either disingenuous or what's the word? Like they're highly ignorant, because it's a bit unfair for us to continually entertain this. I've jumped on now, and he's treated it like an ambush. And I go, I'm not going to answer your question. I don't like you anymore. But why are you allowed to speak at length, ad nauseum, about something that you're not even prepared to define? And yet we have to field all of these questions, and we have to constantly correct. Like, bruv, it's actually, it borders on lunacy now. I think this is the last day I engage this nonsense.
I mean, yeah, maybe I'm super charitable in the sense that I do want to answer questions. If I don't know something, I'm going to say I don't know, right? So when somebody says to me, why are you rejecting this? I'm quite happy to answer the question, right? For me, it's like something superfluous. It's like Lenergy, right? Somebody's coming to me with something called Lenergy. And when we have a good understanding for something, and then saying, hey, I think you should believe in Lenergy. I don't quite know what this is or how you do it. I'm going to go, nah. Right? And so I think, but that's my reason, right? So, because I want to try and answer to the best of my ability. I can be wrong about it, but I don't want to dodge it. And if other people aren't giving clear answers, I think we can elucidate that, and that's the best we can do.
But I think, like, I'm not going to lie to you. This is the only reason I'll say someone like stops me to say that, because there's going to be a point where someone just agrees, and we have to be like who did it the best for me the other day? Scientific Method, because Witness conceded. He was like, you know what? A soul. I said, are you saying a soul is consciousness? And he said, because it was the end of the day and everyone just wanted to forgive and forget. He was like, yeah. And Scientific was like, you can't say that a soul is consciousness, because you believe a soul exists after somebody dies, and people believe that your consciousness what's the word? Dissipates. That's the generally accepted theory on what consciousness after you die. But you believe that it endures, the soul endures. And instantly there, I was like, yeah, I was being like Rob, I was being too charitable and saying, you know what? If he wants to have an attachment to the word soul, but it just means consciousness, I don't mind accepting that. But as Scientific Method rightly proved, no, one of your earlier definitions contradicts that position. And I think like now I know that, yeah, like why are we being called ascientific, or we follow the followers of the Church of Scientism, and yet you can escape from not being considered as disingenuous and deceitful and insincere, because you're changing the goalposts are moving fucking every second, every time. If there's any point in a debate where you feel like you're in uncomfortable, uncharted waters, you just change your idea of everything.
I think that's the danger of not getting somebody to be specific about what they mean by certain things, right? Because then when it becomes uncomfortable, somebody can shift the goalpost, and that's particularly the case, right, where people aren't clear on what they mean by something. And not only are they not clear, but why we should accept their definition when there are, to use Moore's view, and I agree with him, hundreds, if not thousands of views on this. What makes their one specific? And at this point, to my ears, I've heard a lot of rhetoric, but nothing, I could, maybe not everybody's like me, I understand it. And I'm listening for the parts that are substantive, because in between the rhetoric and the long explanations, I'm looking for the parts that I can go, okay, that's what he means. Because I'm trying to ignore the noise in between the substantive parts that I'm trying to pick out. And to me, I just haven't heard that myself. I've heard long explanations that sort of ramble on, but I'm looking for the specific bits that I can go. I could summarize. It's difficult for me to summarize. With Shakara, I could summarize as vitalism. With Moore, I can't actually summarize it. I could summarize Witnesses one as being the appeal to the Platonic, the three things that he talked about with the Platonist view. With Khan, I'm not entirely sure, but I could probably
Noor, in it, that that what God breathes, is it ruh or something, what God breathes into you or something.
Yeah, and I don't know who's that is. Somebody's phone going off. Is that yours, James, or
no, I don't deal with no Nokia.
Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Riggs. Okay, no, that's fine. I think, like I say, I think the reason, because you asked the question, why are we seen as anti-scientific? And I'm just listening what I hear from them, right? So I'm not saying that I necessarily agree. I don't agree, but the answer as to why they think we are unscientific is because we're not prepared to investigate, to me, these sort of esoteric, almost vacuous terms today, right? They may have had some value in labeling what people didn't understand years ago or thousands of years ago. I can understand that, but to bring those labels forward today and say, hey, we should still use those labels when they weren't clear about what they meant back then, and we have actually got better labels that do clearly identify what we mean today, why we should still use the old ones. No, but with the word atom, right, because I heard Shakara bring up the word atom. Atom is still used to define a particle. A particle is another word for atom. But that had a pretty specific meaning, even though they weren't clear on it, right? But atom referred to the smallest indivisible particle. They thought it was indivisible, but it was still something that was incredibly tiny, invisible, whatever, that made up the constituted, human. So it wasn't like somebody could use the word atom and say, hey, what I mean by atom is just the energy that's floating about, right? That's not what you couldn't take, or you couldn't easily take the word atom to mean, hey, just the wind that's blowing or whatever. Now, somebody could try and be a bit dishonest and go, hey, but that includes atoms, so therefore, yeah. No, we're talking about the constituent part in atom. So that's still used today, but like spirit, soul, whatever, those labels have, like phlogiston or any of those sort of things, they've sort of been left by the wayside, but people still want to use them, mostly for an emotive reason, it seems to me, not because it's entirely rational, and certainly not because it appears to be necessary.
To answer your question about what you said earlier, M.A. Brown is the only person that actually does that. Like, M.A. Brown doesn't lie and says, no, there's a reason I want to use it, because I think this is it preserves my culture, and I'm not trying to be scientific. And he believes that most modern scientific definitions are only a reflection of like Western culture and Western values. He even described different types of logic, or different types of manifested logic or whatever. So he's pretty honest with that. He's not really striving for the most concise, precise definition. He's looking for the one that preserves his culture the most, which is honest and fair.
Yeah. So that's more an emotive thing, right? It's not a rational thing, because you'd want to have the best understanding of reality around you. But if somebody's going to kind of see that, hey, it's an emotive reason because I have this feeling of X, Y, and Z, then I'm going to go, okay, right? You're not trying to convince me that it's true. You're trying to convince me that you feel like has some pragmatic value for you, and it's an emotional appeal. Okay, I do realize that when you use that word, it certainly isn't. We're going to kind of dismiss it, and I think we've given you reasons why. So I don't think somebody like Emma, if indeed that's his position, could reject us or could push back against us rejecting it, right? Because he's not putting forward as a rational argument. If I said I made up something because it gave me emotional appeal, I'm not going to try and get other people to believe that it's true. And certainly if somebody says, hey, why you believe that, I'm not going to try and push back against them and say, hey, you're unscientific for believing whatever, right? So as long as he doesn't push back against that idea, he can question us, sure. But I don't think that if that's his position, that he's then in a position to say that we're anti-scientific, because he's not putting forward a rational argument. He's putting forward an emotive one.
Yeah.
But other people who are putting forward rational arguments, right, they need to defend it.
I've told him many times, of all of them, it's the most sincere, because he's unapologetic with the fact that, like, again, I'm not like, obviously, you know, his sort of political stance, even with the way that he told you that, like, one of the main reasons that you're the major person people seem to want to jump on and argue these points with is because they believe that your scientific position is a cultural imposition. That's what they believe, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, listen, again, I disagree, to be honest. I don't know why I'm acting like I disagree with that, right? I disagree. Maybe on some level you are, like, we don't know each other personally, but from what I've heard, no, your rhetoric is attempting to establish the most objective position in these discussions and debates. And I think MA is honest. And he's like, I don't give a shit what your intention is. I care about who the person who is providing this information is. That matters to me. Whereas Shaka is trying to say, no, this is an unbiased reflection of your atheist, ascientific worldview. And I'm saying, bro, that's insincere. And one of the sickest examples of that was just how Moore dealt with the thing. He's happy when he's, and sorry, one of the sickest examples why you're too generously charitable is Moore was happy until you'd act like I come on and actually insulted him. I came on and literally asked the question. For people listening, you're not really defining any of your terms. So, and you're saying that you agree with Shaka, but you're clearly on record disagreeing with each other. You asked Shaka, do you mean this by this? And he said no. So, and like, yeah, it's all tight. M.A. Brown in this whole shit, M.A. Brown has covered himself, has given the best account of himself as a sincere interlocutor, because he's putting his actual position forward. Whereas everybody else is, they say we're trying to win, but they are clearly trying to win something. I don't know what exactly, but they're trying to win something.
Yeah, I think M.A. Brown's got the burden of not being having a rational position, but more of an honest emotional one, whereas the other guys have the burden of presenting a rational position, which they're battling to justify. So either way, I think there's a burden there, and they both have their own pitfalls and advantages, right? At least the rationalists are trying to go with a rational argument, whereas the emotionalist is not. But then obviously they're not playing the game, so they then have to acknowledge that they're a spectator. They can't then jump into the game as if they are being rational. That would be inconsistent.
I mean, he will. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not gonna say his fucking etiquette or whatever is perfect with regards to debates, but he will obviously appeal to the science that he believes is imposing culturally on his own culture, yeah. But at the same time, at least when it comes down to the root, you don't reduce it to the point of unintelligibility. And he said, "Oh, I'm not going to answer any questions or reticence." Like, he will say, "Nah, I don't have to believe your shit." Like, you know what I mean? I don't have to. Which is, I guess there's two ways to look at it. You can not respect it for being irrational, or you can respect it that is the reason why you're meeting some resistance. Or and even with Shaka, there's at least a bit of honesty in that he'll show you there's a cultural bias. But then Moore and Witness, I honestly, it's not even a criticism against the individuals. I don't understand what it's like. Both of them accept forms of naturalism, but are so insistent upon making us look like we're being ascientific for accepting something that has no definition whatsoever. It beggars belief. But yeah.
Yo, Jay Jizzle. What did I miss?
Okay, that is. Ultra, I'm in my yard today. You know, if I got to get beaten someday, if you're about later, we can do it.
Yeah, I'm furloughed, man. So
Yeah,
I'm home most days.
Do you know what I ask? Can I make one request of you, my brother?
Yeah, go on.
Broadcast a perfect anything. You can broadcast anything you want to the world. Just give me a right of reply. Like, give me a rematch whenever I want it. That's what I ask.
Wait. I can't broadcast
anything. I don't have the means to broadcast our match, so it'd just be me and you private.
No. You think I'm gonna lie? If you beat me, I'm gonna tell people. If you perfect me, I'll tell people. I'm champ. I got championship fettle. Like I'm real. You get me? If I lose, I'll take my loss because when I win, I want my team proper. Just make. All I'm saying is, don't do like what you did to me with the thing, because I'll actually come and find you.
Oh, you mean when I tortured you? They're mind games.
I don't think
that was brutal.
That's kind of immoral, though, isn't it? Kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, I won't lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. It's just I smelt blood. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, I went into a fucking feeding frenzy, and yeah. But you made it easy, though, innit? Like your reaction has made it easy for me. So
I know.
But you've learned. And do you know what the funny thing is, bro? This is what I'm saying. Like I'm like 17% responsible for making you Mayweather. If you think about it, maybe more.
Making me what?
I've made like you're known online. You're known as Mayweather. Yeah. And if you think about it, I'm 17% responsible for that.
Now listen, you're the skipper. Belly's the gaffer. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I owe all my success.
And you're the top striker. You're the top striker, bro. Come on.
To you, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
If we called you guys MSN, who's Messi, Suarez, or Neymar?
Well, I don't like to bite people.
We're not all playing.
I think probably James Jones is Messi. Yeah. But if I had to compare myself to any footballer, I'll be like John Barnes.
No. We're doing it. Belly, is Pep Guardiola. Yeah. Ultra is Xavi or Iniesta. You can choose whichever you want. Yeah.
Ooh, wait. Hold on. Which one of them two dons is Blick?
No, they're both white. We're all
I
white.
know who Xavi and Iniesta are. I know who they. No. I'm Patrick Vieira. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Captain Fantastic. Okay.
All right, Skipper.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Oh, but you can't call Belly Wenger. You can't call Belly Wenger, man. That's a disrespect, G.
No.
I'm Bill Shankly. I'm a black Bill Shankly.
Yeah. Fuck you, no. Jeez. No, listen. What? Like, I feel like I missed something significant because the conversation is kind of feels like we're responding to something.
Do you know what it is? I was gonna ask James. Yeah, I don't know if James can hear me still.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, Carl. You said that M.A. Brown's position is that he's always accepted that he's got a bias, but from when I talk to him, his thing's been always like, what's it called? Science as well can test for soul and whatnot. So I don't know where he's okay to say, yeah, actually we can't prove soul without science. So like, you know what I mean? Like if he was saying that, cool.
I don't hear him say, like, if I heard like, I'll challenge anything I hear that I don't understand or doesn't make sense. So if I hear him, if he says that when we're on the panel, then I was just like, if it's in the chat, I ain't gonna like YouTube be going back and forth. I don't really read all your messages.
No, of course, but like in the chat, in when he's been on the panel with me, like the way I've understood the way he defends the whole thing, he's like, basically you guys are trying to say that science will never investigate this type of stuff, and therefore, and meanwhile, you know, that you've got a guy who's looking into simulation.
I mean, you know what's so sick, and I fucked up because I got caught up in a discussion and then I had to go do something, and then I come back out and I still haven't done it. But I'm gonna do it. If I ever get time, I'm gonna look back at one of these tapes. But I wanted to explain to MA and Shaka, like, Rob, you still there?
Yeah, listening in.
So first of all, when you gave them the definitions of laws of logic, because it took me a while to understand, like, excluded middle thing, are things true or false? Identities, can things be true? Shit like that, right? Like, when you look into formal logic and you understand like it's about consistency or coherency, so you can take a proposition that may be true, but if you change some of the variables in that exact same structure or that same sort of syllogism, it can be proved wrong. I was going to, when I had time, because Shaka was talking, I almost said it off too quickly, and then I would have definitely made an error and embarrassed myself. So I said, all right, let me take time and structure it. But do you remember that debate you showed me about with the logician versus the Christian guy, the theists? And the guy didn't even understand, and you showing him how the proposition was incorrect.
Which one was that?
The one where something like laws of nature, therefore God, and it was like the second premise and the conclusion were the same thing, and the guy couldn't understand that. Do you remember?
Oh, you're talking about the Matt Slick and Alex Malpass teaching him about his transcendental argument.
Yes, thank you. It was transcendental.
It's called TAG, Transcendental Argument for God.
Oh, okay, cool. So that one, yeah, I'm either drinking whiskey or not drinking whiskey. I'm not drinking whiskey, therefore, that. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Yep.
I want to try and put what Shaka's saying with the non-defined terms into some kind of not in exactly a similar syllogism, but some kind of structure to just point out that, bruv, this is just stupid. Because it doesn't matter what you tell me people are searching for. You're gonna have to, when you're talking about scientific research, you're gonna have to describe something like consciousness or this quintessent force or something. And then when we ask you, okay, does that mean so? You're gonna say no. So what are you talking about then? It's like it's so because they're adults. We're all adults and we're all quite fairly intelligent, all of us. Like,
But
how do
James,
you not understand this is what the criticism is?
James, from the beginning, yeah. I remember it was on a Monday where James, Shakara jumped on the panel to question Rob about this whole idea of questioning certain what can scientists look into and whatnot and everything. The conversation ended, yeah. Then the next day, because I was interested in it, I said, Chakara, could you jump on the panel and we talk about this? So he jumped on the panel now. We're talking about this. Me, Veli, and even Rob came in later on, and we were questioning him about it. And one thing we asked him, sorry guys, it just keeps vibrating there, but one thing we asked him straight up, and we said, what is your definition of a soul? Chakara did not want to answer that question. Instead, what did he come? He came later on in the night with a whole presentation about James Sylvester Gate, or whatever his name is, yeah, talking about how what's it called? He looks into simulation, and therefore the reason why it's just if a guy can entertain the idea of computer simulation, why can't they entertain the idea of a soul? That's what Shakara's argument was.
Yeah, I think that's not a good one, obviously, because you haven't defined what a soul is, right? So even if there is a simulation, okay, so simulation is, seems to be like the Matrix, if we were to extrapolate that. But again, what is a soul, right? And when Shakara said today, it's the interconnectedness of everything. I mean, that's such a vacuous statement. What does that mean? How do you falsify the interconnectedness, right? Then he'll say, oh, well, if you can show me we're not connected. Well, I mean, how do you show we're not connected? What is your definition of connected, and how is it falsified?
If the simulation is going to exactly simulate what a true universe, I use that term loosely, would be, then you will never know the difference. So do me a favor, don't waste your time thinking about it. And this universe is one in one. So how can you prove that seeing some kind of pattern is an example of this not being the real universe? What do you have to compare it to?
I'm not sure that was the claim, though. Was that the claim, that because you see these patterns, it's a simulated universe? Or is the claim rather?
Yeah.
Or was it? Oh, okay.
No, the claim was that.
That's James.
Yeah, so go on, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the claim?
James's
that
gate,
because you have these
James
codes, it's more likely
Yeah.
that it's simulated than naturally occurring. Is that the view?
Yeah.
Because it's consistent with a computer simulation.
It's a possibility. I don't think it was like it was a possibility.
That's the
sort of
evidence.
thing that James Gate was saying, and then Shakara was saying that. Yeah, so he was saying that if this scientist is looking into it and saying it may be a possibility, then why can't use what's the matter with me looking into the existence of a soul and saying that has a possibility?
Yeah, because like obviously, as we pointed out many times,
That
what is
was
the soul? How do we define it? And then what is it that would take to show it or to disprove it? And if it's unfalsifiable,
Well, we did.
Mhm.
You was there, Ralph was there, and we did ask for a definition of what you are classing as the soul in it. Yeah, because that's really where everyone knows they're sort of going to hang themselves in it. When they give their definition of what it is, then you have to stand on that
That's
point.
the problem.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah, I think that's the difficulty, right?
but
They're not clear.
Everyone's staying
Do you know the real reason me and
what a soul, what a spirit is, what a soul and soul.
Yeah.
I think you got a delay though. So sorry, I'll cut you. I think you got a delay still.
Valley.
What, it's got a delay on my side, yeah?
I think so, because that's why I keep cutting you by accident. I think you're taking a break, but you're still going.
Yeah, but basically that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying that everyone was being disingenuous today, because I was saying, well, you might not want to give stand on their definition of what they're saying the soul is and put that to the test, innit? Like man wanna just once, like Rob was saying before, once science comes up with something, then we're gonna say, yeah, well, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's it. And not only that, yeah. When I remember we did actually push him on it, and eventually, in the midst of it, he went, "It is similar to the Abrahamics, but not the same."
Well,
that's what
Abrahamics believe, right?
Oh, you know more, yeah. Moore's disingenuous because he just said to Rob, "Oh, that may be what other people do, but I'm not the kind of guy to do it." But his whole argument, I remember, for these two reasons in the same argument of how man's disingenuous or forget disingenuous. That's a bit inflammatory. What he does, what Rob said. The first one was he said that he brought up the nuclear base pair argument. And then when I said, you know about human chromosome 2, he said, when we were talking about Neanderthals. And in that argument, he was like, in that argument, he asked how many chromosomes Neanderthals had. And I said to him, I think I did some Google that day, like a quick bit of research. And I was like, they may have the same or they may not. And then Googled it and I found out that, or at least the first result I got was basically that they have they may have 3.7, but as James S.C. rightly pointed out, they haven't got a complete genetic profile, so they can't guarantee that, and a lot of it may be repeat, whatever. Long story longer, now that became the fundamental bone of contention for his second argument. So literally, his first understanding of like, oh, they've got extra base pairs, and then saying that's actually evidence of the shared common ancestry between human and chimps. He used a corollary sort of piece of evidence to build his whole second point. So clearly confirming a bias. That is clear of the gaps. And secondary to that, he came up with this understanding of traits in stasis and in the same debate, which, and I think James S.C. rightly kind of debunked the other day, because he was like, basic. And I think my examples is like saying someone who's the same race isn't necessarily going to have the same genetics as somebody else, and vice versa. So like homology is weak. So for asking for these distinctive traits or asking for there to be a specific carryover of traits isn't necessarily it's not scientifically accurate. Then his whole second thing with you the other day, Vel, was I want to see a missing link. Sorry, I missed the point. I said to him, you're basically asking for a missing link, because if we're saying we went from these traits to that trait, and you're saying I can't see the connection, these traits in stasis, he kept using this jargon. I was like, oh, you're asking for a missing link? I said, because they don't have one. He said, no, I'm not asking for that. I'm not being childish. I was like, cool. Literally, I heard him with a debate with Veli when I'm not around, and guess what he's asking for? A missing link. So he's going to reframe his argument all the time. He's going to reframe it because he's got a bias that he's trying to confirm, and whatever. Yeah. Rob just said it now. He's like, no, I'm not that kind of guy. You're literally exactly that guy. You're literally exactly that guy. But go on, sorry.
Yeah, because man was talking about, like he was just talking about then, we had the video on the screen, and it had how how the dolphin had changed from the whale, sorry, from a land dwelling mammal to to be to a sea mammal, yeah. So we was looking at all the different pictures, and it was showing how the legs got shorter, the neck got longer, and then the neck sort of disappeared and went into like more of a fish sort of shape, and the front legs disappeared. And he was like, what he wants the skeleton for in between where the legs have got shorter and where it gets into a fish. And I was saying, well, obviously, if the time of evolution between that one and that one, there may be skeletons in between that. But if they're going to chart every single change that makes, like every small change in the thingamabob rather than the big leaps, like along the millions of years, and obviously the chain of skeletons that they're going to have to provide is going to be like endless. Do you know what I'm saying? That so they won't ever get to the end of providing evidence, man.
Exactly. But
a billion chains in just one.
Yeah, that's and that's why. What's it called? That's what you mean by people being intellectually dishonest, because their whole premise was set up to say that what's it called, evolution is not factual because I cannot find the link between, or I can't. First, he started off talking about the connection between what we know as Homo heidelbergensis and humans today. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he started off saying, and now he went.
You know, he thought, yeah, that it was generally accepted that I always mess it up, but you know, heidelbergensis, that one, yeah. He thought that was a direct ancestor of Homo sapiens.
No.
So that was his whole original argument was, in the same way you test a mother and a child, why can't you test the same with the heidelbergensis? Why can't you test the same with a chimp? And the man had to explain to him, like, they could be shared ancestry. They're not necessarily our ancestor.
Yeah.
And when, like, bro, it's the shape shifting of these arguments is so funny. And whenever we say, that's how you know the mark of these, man. Shaka's lucky because I can't remember when we had that debate with me and Issa and that, so I'm not going to bother to find that. But he said one night when I had Issa on my side, and you know that's a mad thing when Issa selects on my side, you know, it's all mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, more just trying to do it, like go back and look. Oh yes, Rob, you still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, you let me down that day, man. I'm not even gonna lie, you let me down hella that day when the other day when we was having an argument, because he categorically said this gap in the wave function, whatever kind of jargon he used, quantum entanglement, entangled states, and all that. He said that that being possible is the evidence for him believing in God. Believing in spirit or soul. Then you said, okay, how do you disprove that? And then he said, if it's not possible. Take a minute and think about what that proposition is. He's literally saying, if what is possible is impossible, then I would believe that something is impossible.
Oh yeah. I remember that. I did briefly challenge that, as I remember. I said you're like making an unfalsifiable claim there, because if we've observed something already, and you're basically saying, well, basically what he's saying is, hey, if that observation turns out not to be the case, then it'll be disproven. But then you could say that about anything, right? I think that borders on being unfalsifiable.
Exactly. But everyone kept saying, I'm misrepresenting him. And I was like, it actually really got me frustrated, because I was like, it's unfair to have a conversation where all you're ever going to do is force me to go rewind stuff, bring you the evidence back, then agree with it, and then change it again, and then again, and then again, so that I'm the only one who's being serious here, and you just get to say anything at any time about anything, and then call me dishonest or a liar when I'm not. I don't exert the effort to go back and find every one of these clips, because I gave an analogy and you said, I don't quite understand your analogy, And that gave credence to them saying, you see, you're misrepresenting him. You see, you're lying on him. It's like, bro, he literally said, I believe in this because of this. And then when I said that, that's what he said. He was like, no, I didn't say that.
Is that on the show just before you and Witness had a little bit of an argument?
Yeah, and then Witness tried to say, oh, and that's how you know he's a fraud too, because anyone that's listening, both times, have you noticed the pattern simple? When he's talking to Rob, he gets comfortable. When I come, he seizes up. Because he knows that Rob, he can go to Rob. Rob, you're the nicest guy ever. He said,
yeah, Rob, nice though.
Rob said to him, what do you mean dark energy? He said no. Rob was like, okay, fine. Yeah. He said, go look. The audacity of the man, he said, go Google it. I said, all right, I Googled it. I said, let me Google it. Literally saw dark energy. I said, I have to come on and roast him.
Yeah, I don't look at the phone, right? I do take people as being charitable. Maybe I should be a bit more, go look it up myself, but I'm on the phone and I'm often doing something else. So I assume that what they're saying is what I would Google. And maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. But I don't often have the chance to Google straight away when somebody's saying it, unless I'm in front of my computer.
No, it's not about you being brought. It's just about, that's just disingenuousness. And going forward, like, that's happened probably 5 or 6 times if you're discussing with certain people. You can't keep doing that to people, because then you're doing like what you say to me when you're like, if you make any slight concession, you're going to give credence to some of the nonsense they're talking about. Well, in that moment, people can have whole lengthy discussions with you, and you're the only one saying anything. And then at the end, there's a viewing audience like, well, the fact that it took 2 hours to have this debate means they must have been saying something important for Rob to be listening for this long. It's like, actually no, because what did you learn? Nothing. You already knew what he just said. What he was talking about, he presented it to you as if it was something new. You already knew what it was.
Yeah. Sometimes they do go around in the houses, and I'm hopeful that I can have a breakthrough or come from a different idea, and maybe that will be useful to the viewing audience. But you're right, there can be certain occasions where that isn't, and the fact that it's been long somehow in certain people's minds gives it more substance. That would be an error in thinking.
Yeah. Another thing I want to ask as well, this idea of how shall I say it? Yeah, how basically the idea of being able to wait, hold on.
Talk about time travel.
Bro, are you listening, bro? I'm right now I'm doing some cleaning, yeah. Yeah.
Cleaning out the closet.
If I walk in it, better than dead. But if I walk from one side of my room to another, guess what, bro? I just fucking time traveled. I traveled in time. I traveled in time, in space and time is where I just traveled. Anyone that doesn't believe in time travel, I don't know. They're living in. They have access to outside the universe, so they need to tell us about God in them one day. You're talking about traveling backwards in time or forwards in time at a previously unseen rate or whatever. Then
So he's talking about a whole different time machine rather than a wormhole in space where you can go backwards and forwards through. So if there's a possibility that you can go backwards through the wormhole, you can go forwards through it, yeah, and skip the amount of time that someone's taken to go around the long way, and then go backwards through it. Like, that's the only sort of time that you could sort of realistically go back in time. I don't know. How would you go back in time?
Isn't that just moving faster than the speed of light, though? Really?
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. But also because general relativity allows closed timeline curves, CTCs, right, which is the Gotten-Lee model, he proposes, and this is serious, right? And we interviewed him. Well, I listened while Skydive filled it. He's got the model where a universe creates itself. Now, to most people who don't understand quantum mechanics and especially don't understand general relativity, that sounds nuts, right? But it's only because it's counterintuitive, and those topics are counterintuitive. But in fact, he's got an entire paper on this, how a universe, because of how time can bend space, that it can bend it so much that it can actually bend back on itself, and a universe creates itself. So the picture that's shown is like a little a circle at the bottom, and then the universe sort of expanding outwards. And that's his model called the Gotten-Lee model, and it specifically references closed timeline curves, which are these things that bend space and time such that you can go back on itself. Which to us, just means, it sounds very odd, doesn't it? Counterintuitive, because we see time as the arrow of time moving forward. So to be able to go backwards just sounds nuts, but there's nothing in general relativity that prevents it.
Yeah, but this is the main point of that as a proposition is these are clearly defined terms. The only difficulty is we've never observed it. So if you were like, for example, I don't know, man, a spirit is a unicorn, and I've seen a physical picture of a unicorn, and you're like, a unicorn exists out there, trust me. How do you think people have managed to draw the picture of the unicorn? It's because they've seen it, blood. And that's your fucking argument. Fair enough. There's and any scientific evidence that's like, bruv, there's history of fucking a skeleton of a fucking horse-shaped creature that has a, you know what I'm saying, a horn, a rhino fucking horn on its head, and it may potentially have had fucking, I don't know, multicolored rainbow hoofs. I don't know, but the point is when we define these terms, now you build a better picture, and then it's like it's more, maybe even less reasonable, right? Depending on what, you know.
Yeah, but general relativity predicts that it's possible. Now, whether we, as you say, whether we can actually verify that, that's a different proposition. But the theory of general relativity, which is incredibly well tested, predicts that you can have closed timeline curves. So it's not as if somebody's sucking this out of this time. It's not like somebody claiming to have a spirit. There are predictions about these sort of things. The fact that we can't predict it, that we can't verify it as of yet or maybe never, doesn't mean that it wasn't born out of the predictions. Like, nobody went, hey, do you know what? There must be a way to travel backwards in time. Okay, let's make something up so that we can have a prediction that shows that we can go back in time. It wasn't that at all, right?
Hold on. Even if you said, the only thing I have is Back to the Future and a DeLorean, and everyone accepted that is exactly what time travel meant, then that would still be a better proposition than a spirit that no one can define, or a soul that no one can define. That would still be better. Even though they both have zero supporting evidence, it would still be better because it has a definition. So when we finally do observe it, we know what the fuck we're looking at. Not it's a soul and then I prove consciousness. Whoop-de-doo. But consciousness isn't soul by your measure, so what did that experiment?
That's what I was trying to say earlier. You know?
What does the experiment mean? What did
I
it
did try
mean?
to say that earlier, right at the start, right? It was like kept on getting missed. I was like, well, obviously, if the two, I think it was a couple of days ago as well. If there's three definitions, yeah, and two of them are not agreed on by the general public or whoever, yeah, and one of them's able to be demonstrated as it's likely, then you got to go with the one that's more likely over the ones that can't even be defined. Like, you can't even get a definition of what an actual soul or anything, spirit or anything is. How you're going to measure it, and then how you're going to test that a spirit or a soul is a spirit or a soul.
Precisely, bro. And you know what's sad, yeah? Like, we're all in agreement here on the panel, so it's like a real calm atmosphere where everyone's saying what they're saying. But if everyone talks about the truth and being interested in the truth, but it should be like that. It should always be like that with everyone, if everyone's actually interested in the truth. But everyone's just speaking and waiting for people to speak. And the only time people have asked questions and no one's even attempted to answer it is them and not us. Man will ask a question, man will not answer the question or prevaricate. Man will ask a question, they'll answer a question, man will say, so are you saying this? And then they'll call you a liar. That isn't honesty. That is not honesty, bro. Man will repeat themselves 1,000 times about liar, 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 this, and a third, and will not engage. So man will say, okay, fine, I'm wrong. Do you mean this? Do you mean that? And then will not engage. That isn't intellectual honesty, bro, at all, man. That's the actual polar opposite of intellectual honesty.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's been a dope week, though, still, man. Can't lie, man. You got me.
You lost witness, boy.
Hmm?
You lost witness, boy.
It's all right, man. It's all right, man. You know? It's always next week.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you, yeah? Can't really argue on my side no more still.
Yeah, but that, like, obviously, man can't be like a religious don, innit? Yeah, and say like, if man says something that's true, now you just can't agree with it just because he's like not in your sector or whatever.
No. I mean, you see that tactic, like what he does with Walter and them man there. I don't really blame it. Like, it's funny when, but seeing how.
Sorry, carry on. Carry on.
No, just see how it is as a debate tactic. I don't really want to go through the news. I don't really argue with him. He's talking all the shit and stuff. I don't really know the things he did. Like, he's very specific and shit. I don't really know this shit.
Somebody's doing their washing up. I can't hear James very well.
Oh yeah, sorry, man.
No worries. No worries. I thought it was James washing up.
No, I'm doing something similar still, but yeah, no. So I'm saying I'm doing the washing up as well. I'm just rinsing plates out of the dishwasher, but yeah, Vel. Rob. Yeah, I don't really. I'd agree with anyone that's saying the truth, but I don't agree with this tactic of putting forth a position and then screaming liar, liar. I think I can't really support everything there because I like taking souls. You know what I mean? No pun intended.
Yeah. Like, you really get them with the words of actually being wrong, innit? Like, let's show where he was wrong and point out the mistakes and whatever.
That's like some sick shit. Like, I'm not trying to disrespect man, but that's some 6-year-old. You get it though. Everything's either a lie. Yeah. It's like if you say something and I say, "Did you mean this?" You liar! You liar! Like, that's a different level with the immaturity, like.
Yeah, I think the liar claim gets thrown around a lot, right? That's a very strong claim. You would have to demonstrate that the person is knowingly saying something they know to be false, right? More likely they're mistaken or they're misrepresenting or whatever, whether on purpose or not. But to suggest that somebody's lying is a strong claim.
Or they themselves are the liars, and that's the irony. Because you yourself have said something. Like, I think what really upset him was he said that he gave the platonic understanding, and I guess you didn't challenge it. I'm going to assume I didn't hear. But I instantly challenged it with, well, we can prove that your anger emotion doesn't come from your heart. Like, any neurologist in the world will tell you that that's not accurate. How? What function of the heart provides the cause for anger? Or better yet, you're making the claim. So show me how technically anger comes from the heart. Or show me how technically your desire comes from your gut. The only desire I can imagine that comes from your gut is not wanting to eat too much. And even then, that would be as a some pain receptor that comes from your brain, right?
Yeah, I think really what's going on is a biological thing that your brain is interpreting as a desire, right? So if you're hungry, then the stomach might be giving off some sort of signal to say, hey, it's time to put something in there, and then you're interpreting that as a desire, which you could claim that it's a desire, but ultimately it's a biological process that's going on there.
Right.
So, like the heart pumps blood. I'm not sure what else the heart does. A lot of people appeal to the heart because, again, it sounds like a nice thing to appeal to. But
exactly. But then, so I say that, and then he said I'm lying about that. He never said it was whatever, and I'm like, bruv, you know what you know. It's kind of the onus is on you to tell us exactly what you know so that we can understand it. And if we misunderstand you, for maybe it's my fault. I concede it might be my fault. I might be stupid. But you can't just say people are lying because you're the one who's chosen to embark on this definition, like on discussing this definition. You're the one who knows it, not everyone else. What are you laughing, bro?
Yeah, so I thought I was on mute, man. I was just laughing at man in the chat. Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's funny.
Right, it's echoing, man.
Huh?
It's echoing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, man, it's been an interesting week still.
Yeah, it's been mad still, can't lie. Yeah, man. So, boy, obviously, we've found out nothing much more about spirits or souls this week.
I suppose what we could do, since there's nobody else on, we could have a quick chat, because I think I did hear earlier, James, you talking about the position that I attributed to yourself and Veli on the scientific thing, that if science showed that incest was right, then you guys wouldn't accept it. So actually my position is, if science showed that it had no negative effects, what do I mean by negative? In relation to the well-being of people. So it's a descriptive claim, and it would only become prescriptive in virtue of the well-being. So science itself we would say, hey, let's investigate, let's say incest, for example, and if in the test came back that there was no psychological or biological or sociological or any other negative effects, then I think science could say, okay, there isn't a negative effect in relation to well-being. Now somebody could come along, and that would be my position, and say, okay, based on that methodology, it would now become prescriptive, i.e. now we could say that it was correct. Whether I agreed with it would simply mean that I'm mistaken about my internal belief about it. But as I hear it, you guys don't want to make that step. You're happy to say that science could describe it as being overall have a positive effect, but when it comes to the prescriptive claim, at that point you don't, as I hear it, you don't want to go, yourself and Veli don't want to go, well, okay, it would be right under our model, even if we still think it's wrong. You still want to pull back against that one. And that's the one where I thought it would be very difficult for you to do that, depending on what your theory, your view on morality is. If you take a particular methodology and have an end goal, then you have to see it all the way through. Now, if yours is different from mine, then you might have a way where you can still object to this. But it would sound like it's a personal objection or a subjective exception rather than an objective one.
Yeah, I mean, so like I always say to you, I think all morality begins from a subjective base. It would have to, right? Because even the acceptance of any form of morality would have to be from one's own perspective, therefore entails subjectivity.
I would agree with that, right? So if you took a subjective starting point and then you went, okay, so from my subjective starting point, I have this methodology, and within that, I can make objective claims, which is what I'm attempting to do. Then if in a hypothetical, it all tended to be that way, I would have to accept that based on the system I've put forward, that in fact it is the case that this is correct and it's right for people to be able to do it.
Yeah, but like this is what I say. So it's like, for example, I eat nice tasting food, but that nice tasting food makes me feel bad. I eat food that makes me feel good, and what used to taste bad now tastes good. So now and I know we're talking about desire or whatever, but just for example, right? So this is a way that what previously I believed was referred to as good is now bad, and what was bad is referred to as good. And I've got an objective standard, be it my well-being, be it maximizing my pleasure and pain, be it whatever. I've got this objective standard to which now I can actually categorically say eating healthy food is better than eating things that seemingly taste better but are actually not healthy, right? I can do the comparison.
Did you mean to say that you had an objective or a subjective point with well-being?
So I'm not sure. So forget well-being, because I think that might be a red herring to what I'll say. The reason I use this example is to say that that's how somebody could say this morality is objective, because in actuality, on the superficially, it feels like eating the junk food is good because it's pleasurable. But then being the junk food means I'm fat, and it means I can't play sports, and it means I'm not attractive to chicks, and it means this, it means that. So when now I look at the total, the net, what's the most beneficial thing? Eating healthy food. And guess what? Now I've eaten healthy food for so long, I think junk food makes me feel like shit. Therefore, I don't like it, even though originally it tasted really nice. So now somebody can argue that this is objective, because my subjective perspective was I just like eating junk food. But when I put it into a coherent system, it means now that I picked what arguably wasn't even my perspective in the first place, but I've been forced into it because it's the objective standard. Now, if I use that with something, if I use the same example of something like what we're talking about now, I think like I would still be consistent in saying that just because a group of people are saying the tests don't affect it, I would start from the exact same position. And if I myself was to do the experiment and I was to prove that in my family, it would first of all, it's repugnant, and second of all, let's say I asked every member of my family. Therefore, I know now, using the same way that I derived objectivity previously, which is, this is a really uncomfortable discussion to have because the experiments you'd have to do for this are disgusting, right? So,
but I think, James, if I just jump in for a second, I think the point is you could imagine a world where, despite your objections and all the science, it could be the case that it showed that it had a net positive effect. That's not impossible, right? It's not a case that is impossible. It's just a case that it's improbable and unlikely. And there may well be tests that show that, but we couldn't categorically say it is impossible. We could in the future find out. And that's the critique that's the hypothetical that's put to yourself and Veli. So pointing to whether you could find something doesn't actually answer the hypothetical that's been put to you, right? So the theist is putting to you the ultimate hypothetical where it has been demonstrated, unless you could say to them, you know what, Mr. Theist, that hypothetical is impossible, and here's the contradiction. If you can do that, then you can escape the hypothetical. If you can't, then the hypothetical is there. And for you to say, hey, well, I'm going to test it myself is really irrelevant, because at this stage, they're putting to the hypothetical that it has already been tested and that it's the case. So you couldn't, in the hypothetical, come along and say it's not the case. You would be an outlier, and very likely you wouldn't be taken seriously in the hypothetical. So it's either for you to say, hey, I disagree that hypothetical is possible, or I accept the hypothetical and I've got some other way of avoiding, coming to that conclusion.
So not waste your time, I'll say the first one, obviously. That's what I'm not happy to give people sound bites, right? So I've already said to you that there's no such thing as absolutes, right? And I get the paradox. I said absolutes.
Yeah, of course.
I've already said that to you, so you kind of know my position without having to delve too deep. I'm not correct, so I would say what you said. I don't think it's possible. I'm not going to accept the propositions or the premises in your hypothetical. But the greater reality is, the only reason I brought that up in the context in which I brought it up is people are accusing us of scientism. And I'm saying, no, this is an example of actual scientists who actually have done research, speaking to my intuition, and saying that their research overrules my intuition, and me saying, you know what, no, give me my white lab coat, I'm going to be a scientist and I'm going to prove you wrong. Now, if Zachariah had something clearly defined, like the statement that he said is wrong, and that's what he was doing research to prove, we wouldn't be arguing with him because it's very coherent. Whether it's right or wrong, it's very coherent. They're saying we are followers of scientism, me and Veli, and I'm saying the whole scientific community could be saying something we actually disagree with. That's the only reason I brought it up. But like I've said, I've tried to defend scientific method, and I've tried to defend you without actually taking your quite brave stance, which is saying that if something bad was good, you would be forced into accepting that it was good, which is fucking obvious to anyone that's paying attention. But for me to say it on record, you know what they're gonna do? James Jones, the guy that agrees with incest. I'm not saying that because I don't.
All right. So really, the reason you don't want to, what's the word, bite the bullet on this is because of the implication that they'll take a soundbite and then you'll have to defend, a dishonest claim against you. Okay, well that's a pragmatic.
More than that, I don't mind if anyone takes offense to me answering it the way I answer it. Because I am being honest though. Like I am saying that even if the whole scientific community said something, I don't think I would agree. If you're saying if you thought it was good, would you think it was good? Well, that's the tautology. Of course I would.
Yeah. No, I don't think that's the case, right? I think what you're sacrificing, though, if you don't bite the bullet, is your consistency. So if you're going with a pragmatic view, hey, I don't want to be seen to be saying this because people will take a soundbite from this, even though it's dishonest, it's taken out of context. Then in order not to bite that bullet, you have to bite the other bullet, which is you're not being consistent with your methodology, stopping short when your methodology in principle could show that it was positive. Now you could get out of this, like I say, by saying to the theist or putting forward, they're going to ask you, right, James Jones, if you're saying either you're saying it's impossible, or you have to take on the hypothetical. Now you, James, could say, well, okay, I'm going to give you reasons why this is impossible for it to be the case. Then you get out of the hypothetical genuinely and consistently.
This is what I said to you. I said, if you're saying something that is bad is good, and then asking me, therefore, can you confirm that it is good? Well, I don't really have much option. I'm not giving you a soundbite because I don't have to. And I'm saying to you that is tautologist. I have to. Like,
okay, but
I don't
ask
people those hypothetical questions unless we're in a situation in which they're pointing out our flawed logic, right? That's the only reason I do that. All the things where Veli's asking people if God asked you to do this, that began before I got there, kind of thing. So whenever go on.
But remember what they're doing. They're not saying that it's wrong from our perspective. In fact, what they're trying to get us to agree with is that it's correct in our perspective. So when you say, hey, what is, they're trying to get us to say what's wrong is right, they're actually trying to get us to admit that we can't say it's wrong, or AKA we have to say that it is right. So they're not coming with that perspective. You are coming with a perspective that it is wrong. So your bias is it is wrong, and it's either improbable or impossible for it to be right.
No, but it's demonstrated that it's wrong. They're saying if it was demonstrated that it was right. So this is purely hypothetical now. I'm saying I believe it's wrong because the overwhelming evidence, as well as intuitively, proves to me that it is wrong. And they're saying that basically if I was left with just my intuition, would I accept that it was right? And I'm saying that my intuition would be the motivation to do the same exact. The reason we believe that it's wrong, is because of the science plus, let's say, our own subjective opinion. The science isn't the scientists; it is the method. So if you now remove all of the weight of scientific evidence and say you're left with just your intuition that it was wrong, would I still believe it was wrong? Yes, and then I would validate or make objective my claim by doing the exact same research that I believe these people haven't done to reach their conclusion. Now, if I proved myself right, again, that's tautologist. And if I myself didn't have my intuition, then again, it's tautologist. So it's not really a good hypothetical claim to say, remove absolutely all the evidence that something is bad, therefore rendering it good, then asking me to confirm whether it's good or bad.
No, okay, but hang on a moment. I think there's maybe that's what they've done, but I think somebody who's articulating it clearly would not say throw out the scientific evidence. They would say in a world, because they would say to you, hey, James, do you agree that scientific evidence could change or it could be updated? You would have to, unless you're an infallibilist, say, yes, it could. Could your intuitions be wrong? Yes, it could, but most likely it's not. But you'd have to agree that it's not impossible for those, both your intuitions and the scientific claim, to be mistaken. If that would be a very high bar. I don't think you would want to go down that route. So you have to agree that.
Hold on. So they're saying, is it possible that there could be a universe parallel to our own in which I still think what I think, but all of the research that I've read is just clearly wrong, has been falsified and been proved to be lies, pack of lies, and there's contrary research that exists that actually proves it's the best thing in the world for you. It builds stable relationships. It makes your children, super babies if you have them with your sibling. And my intuition is like I've been given cause to think it's wrong. Like I've sat down with a therapist, and a therapist has been like, "Oh, in actuality, you're one of the rare species of backward Homo sapiens, where everything you think is right is wrong, and everything you think is wrong is right." And somehow I take her to actually be right when I should be thinking wrong. If all of these conditions were met, would I think something that was previously wrong is right? I guess so. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I wouldn't put it quite like that. I'd say that in another world where you were brought up, because somebody could say, hey, the reason you believe this, James, is because of your environmental upbringing. It could be that if you were brought up in a very liberal community where that sort of thing happened, you would then potentially not see it as wrong, right? So you can imagine a world where you're brought up in let's say an incest community, if such a thing exists. That's not inconceivable, right?
No one ever explained any scientific study, and no one explained any kind of moral understanding of why it could be wrong. Yeah, I've missed all of that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So at this stage, your intuition because you brought up, and because remember that, you know, I'm not sure if it's been proven, maybe it may not be, that would be a point in your favor. If it could be proven that from like 2 years old or something, there was an inherent pushback against that, then that would be more likely in your favor. But let's say that hadn't been the case, and you were brought up in an incestuous community where you saw it happening.
Can we just explore that for 2 seconds? If I find a woman unattractive, and one of the reasons I find her unattractive is because of like breeding compatibility, like she will not provide me, you know, children with a more symmetrical face. I don't know, but you know, whatever, or you know, she looks infirm, whatever the reason is, and that's the biological sort of definition of my attraction, to physical attraction towards her, then arguably, and I don't know what way, whatever, everyone's got different ages for like sexual arousal or awakening or arousal or whatever, yeah. But if so, let's not use 2 years old because that's a bit, right, especially in these kind of. But let's just say whatever reason, at whatever point you find the opposite, or same sex, even if that's what you're in, you find the people, whoever you're attracted to, attractive. Then logically, you'd say that if there is a biological reason for not for incest having a negative effect on like breeding potential, or whatever, then arguably it would be intrinsic, it would be innate. Whatever reason, whatever point you found another human being attractive or unattractive, technically, unless by some anomaly or aberration, you should find a sibling unattractive sexually, innit? By that same measure, if it can all be reduced biologically, like attraction. No, or yes or no? You don't agree with that?
Yeah, but I'm not entirely sure on that. What I think, I guess what we would just have to see whether you concede or not that it's hypothetically possible that we could be mistaken about our intuitions, and science could be wrong. If in fact science, as you say, shows that it's wrong. If you concede that is possible, then in that sort of scenario, the religious person is putting it to you and saying, hey, if all of your conditions are met and it shows the opposite of what you think, would you concede to it? And I think that's where
Rob, I don't mind being disingenuous. I want to hear you say that to yourself one more time. Can you ask that question one more time?
Yeah, so a hypothetical world where it's the case that science has shown that incest has a positive effect, and your intuition doesn't tell you that it's wrong. If you say that is impossible, now you've got a bit of heavy lifting to do to convince somebody that hypothetical is impossible. Now you could always attempt to do that, of course. I'm not sure that you could meet that bar. So the question is, can you entertain that hypothetical? And if you can, you know, are you going to be consistent in the answer or not? There, now, like I say, you could reject a hypothetical on the grounds that it's impossible.
Rob, I'll answer it simply. Of course, if someone's saying all of the reasons for you thinking something is the opposite, would you think the opposite? Of course, I don't have a choice, and that's why it's a waste of time, because what they're saying is you have no objective standard of understanding that this is wrong. We've got a magic puppeteer in the sky telling us it's wrong, but you don't. And we're saying, no, look at this wealth of research. And them saying, okay, what if the wealth of research said it was right? Okay, what if your magic puppeteer in the sky said it was right? He will never say it's right. Then the research would never be wrong.
Yeah, but they're being inconsistent there, right? So they're being dishonest and inconsistent. I think if it were the case, because really they're just testing. If we're saying that we have a set of morals and we have a criteria by which we can judge things right and wrong, then they are going, okay, well, let's test your morals and see what happens. You know, and if we use your morals and your mechanism, and it turns out that something that's disagreeable for you is the case, you know, we want to know, you know, are you going to bite the bullet and accept that it's disagreeable, but that your methodology is shown as true, or are you going to do potentially what yourself is doing, go, no, I'm going to draw back from that, and I'm going to appear inconsistent because there's a pragmatic value to me not admitting it because people are going to take sound bites.
That's me being honest to you. I'm saying to them that if Belly says, oh, would you kill, what if God asked you to kill your son? What if God asked you to do this? What if God asked you to do that? And they say, you know, you know, we don't want to answer your hypotheticals. Legitimately, your God has asked you to do most of these things. Your God has not outlawed it. Yours is coming from a specific perspective, yeah, from a perspective of this deity who understands everything
and he's given us clues to how he thinks, and we're saying, okay, so what do you think about how he thinks about this? That's, I think, a fair hypothetical scenario, because it's like, you're not Abraham, but God has asked Abraham to do it, and God still exists today, so God might ask you, right? That's a fair hypothetical. It's actually it's grounded in reason. You asking me if the whole fabric and nature of reality was different, would it would reality be different? Yeah, bro. Would you think if we were in opposite land, would you think opposite? Yes, bro. Yes. No problem.
Yeah, no, but they're not quite saying that though, because if you agree that your intuition and science could be, yeah, I think if you agree that your intuition and science could be wrong, then you do open up the possibility that what we've believed up until now or thought up until now could be mistaken in the future. It could come up 200 years from now, and the majority of human beings could accept that incest is correct because the overwhelming majority of evidence has swung in that direction, and people no longer have that intuition. I don't think that's impossible to imagine.
Listen, if there was no genetic defects, actually the contrary. If incest was creating super babies, and if my intuition was absolutely gone, I was attracted to everybody that was related to me. Yeah, by definition, I think I would think it was okay. I don't really think we need to ponder over
that.
Yeah,
but they're quite smart with this, right? They are avoiding the biological side of it and saying, hey, if it's two males, or if there's protection used such that it's impossible for a child.
So now they're grounding most of their proposition in reality, but then they're going to suspend a portion of reality just to make the point that our position is inconsistent. That is in itself a flawed argument, because if you're asking me in its totality, where if you're saying if there's absolutely nothing wrong with something, would it be wrong? No. But now you're saying we know it's wrong biologically, right? We know it's wrong biologically, but like, let's say that the studies that prove that don't extend to non-reproductive interactions or whatever, or relationships. But I'm saying, but it literally does. By definition, it literally does. It's the social implications as well. It's the social implications as well as the physical implications. So if you're saying suspend all of it, I'm happy to answer it. If you're saying suspend some of it, but why? Like, why? Because if what's good for the goose is good for the gander in that sense. Like, if there's psychological implications, if you're going to accept the psychological implications of a man and a woman that are related, why are we going to accept the psychological implications of a man and a man?
Well, they could give you the man and woman. It doesn't matter. But what they're going to avoid is the biological thing. They're saying if the biology is put aside, because you can put the biology aside, right? In the sense that you could have safe sex. They're going to say if you put that aside, right? If that's part of your argument against it, and we put that aside because that's certainly conceivable, then what other arguments have you, James, got to bring? And obviously you can bring other science to that. And they're saying, well, what happens if that science changes? And then you'll say, okay, but my intuition doesn't change. And they're going, well, okay, your intuition doesn't change, but all the evidence has potentially changed. And if you're using that as your criteria to measure morality, not just your intuition, but some other criteria, quote unquote, objective, then you got to see that all the way through. Because remember, when you ask them, hey, would God ask you to do this? In their world, they would probably appeal to the Bible or something else and say, no, God couldn't do that. He would only do it for Abraham. But we know that he would never test us that way. How do we know? Well, because of the Bible, X, Y, and Z. So for them, it's inconceivable sometimes to ask them those questions. They think that hypothetical is just as inconceivable as the hypothetical you think they're asking.
Yeah, but I would do the research. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, if that's what, if you're saying the intuition changes, you know what I mean?
But even if your intuition didn't change, right? Even if your intuition didn't change, but your methodology for assessing right and wrong actions was independent of your intuition, you would still have to answer the question. So let's say
no. Then, like I said, if I did experiments and you're saying that I proved myself wrong, then I'd have to agree, wouldn't I?
Even if you didn't do that, even if you didn't do that, even if you accepted the scientific evidence, because otherwise it sounds to them as if, hey, you're going to accept science.
I don't have to. Are you mad? I don't have to accept science, bro. Well, I went to the doctor one time. I went to the doctors one time, and they prescribed. I think it's omeprazole or mesoprostol. I can't remember what the fuck it was called, for acid reflux. And I've done far better on my own without using that bullshit. And literally, you'll find a sleuth of. Is that the right word? Did I use that correctly? Like a lot of people. Anyway, the point is, you find a lot of people online that are saying that this is forces you to be dependent on this drug, right? And it eliminates, like, I think it's called a PPI, and it basically is meant to reduce your stomach. It can reduce it to critical point. Now, there must be some scientific research out there that condones the use of this and gives credence to the use of this under the prescriptions. But in reality, it hasn't been beneficial for me. So somebody could argue, oh, you're flying in the face of the wealth of scientific research. I think, no, I did my own research into this. You know what I'm saying? So why can't I do the same thing when it, I don't know what that noise
Yeah, I
is,
think the reason why, James, I think the reason why somebody might object to that, James, is because
no,
then they
you're not
see
on
you.
mute, you know? Really, you're not on mute.
Oh shit, man.
You didn't hear nothing, don't worry. What's on?
James, I think the reason why they'd push back against that potentially is because then they see you as being inconsistent again. You're only challenging science when it goes against what you disagree with. When it goes with something that you're okay with or doesn't have an impact on your life or doesn't press your moral buttons, then you'll accept the consensus of experts. But if the consensus of experts came back and said, hey, James, this is wrong, in a case that you didn't feel comfortable or disagree with, suddenly they would say, but now look, James, now you want to do your own experiments. Well, be consistent, do your own experiments for everything. Don't just do it when it's uncomfortable for you, because you don't know about cosmology or evolution or whatever else. So you're comfortable. That's what they could say to you, right?
It's not going against my intuition. So like, why would I?
Okay, so you're saying that you'll only challenge the scientific consensus when it goes against your intuitions.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, would I believe that the Big Bang and all the scientists, all the cosmologists that have that profile Big Bang cosmology, would I believe they were liars if I intrinsically believed in a God that had nothing to do that? And I'm sorry, if I intrinsically believed in young Earth creationism, of course I think they were liars. I don't. Therefore, I don't have a reason to disagree with them.
No, but what you do though, what a theist might object to, I'm playing devil's advocate, right? So that you can hear the strongest things, because maybe you don't come across it that often, but here's the strongest things I think they could say to you, right? They could say, okay, James, so with the young Earth creationists, you can see they're being inconsistent, right? They're rejecting science because it goes against a particular core belief of theirs. But hey, James, you are rejecting the scientific consensus in a hypothetical where it shows that there's no where there's a positive overall effect in incest, and the reason you are doing that is exactly the same as what the young Earth creation is doing, is because it presses against a deeply held belief of yours. So it seems like the theist might. Yeah, but the theist might say to you, James, it seems like you are doing a similar tactic to the young Earth creations, which is accepting things that don't push against your intuitions or your deeply held beliefs. You accept everything else, but as soon as it comes to those, you're pushing back. And we would call out the young Earth creationists being inconsistent when they appeal to science and other things and reject science here. So
that's what you're missing.
Like you could be vulnerable to that claim, right?
Yeah. For a period of time, yeah, I would be. You're right. But they have the opportunity to do whatever research they want. They can set out their experiments. Because remember, what they're saying is you cannot derive morality objectively without God, and you cannot use logic, rationality, reason, empathy, the scientific method, so on and so forth. Let's use scientific method and logic interchangeably. And I'm saying you can. Who's that? 1 second, Russ. I'm saying you can do that, right? So if now I'm in exactly the same position as a young Earth creationist, I have the opportunity to prove what I'm saying is correct, in that I'm going to attempt to derive some objective morality from this. So I feel it's wrong. Remember what we talked about with the food and the junk food and the bad food? I have the opportunity to prove. I may end up proving that junk food is tastier, or I may end up proving that the junk food is tastier, i.e. incest is wrong, or I may end up proving that healthy food is tastier, i.e. it's right, and it produces super babies. Instead of babies with defects, super babies. I may go to Tower Hamlets, sorry Muslims for that joke, or Bengalis or Pakistanis, but I may go somewhere, where there is alleged to be a high rate of childbirth as a product of incest, and I may prove that these babies have the fucking, the best genes ever, and then I may prove that all of the relationships are really stable and fruitful, and it's like, oh, you know what, the fact that we're first cousins or brothers and sisters provides, we share each other's culture, we know everything about each other. This is retarded, sorry, but anyway, I may do the experiments and find out it's positive in this parallel fucking universe. then I'm not the same as a young Earth creationist if I change my opinion. But I would need to do the research, and the basis for me embarking on that research is my intuition. So when something doesn't necessarily contradict itself and doesn't make me think, oh, that's a bold-faced lie, then why would I have the reason to argue with a scientist? If something makes me feel like, oh, this is positive, it creates super babies, and I'm like, no, that's repugnant, and I know about lots of kids being born with 5 ears, then I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to prove that this idiot's lying. And if I can't prove he's lying, if I prove in actuality he's right, super babies are the way to go. I may not engage in it myself personally, but I would be forced into agreeing that it was right, isn't it? Because it's the methodology. It's not the scientists' words that mean anything. It's the methodology. Sorry, I need to take a call. 1 second.
Yeah. I was gonna say still before I jumped off in it. Another thing I've heard is that the argument of if you cannot atheist or someone who doesn't believe in a god cannot disprove a creator or cannot come into a conversation with a theist unless they understand what is it, understanding evolution and the Big Bang. What do you guys think about that?
Sorry, the claim is that you cannot have a conversation with a theist if we don't fully understand the Big Bang or evolution. Is that
yeah
No, that's patent nonsense. Why would you need to do that? Who would make such a silly claim? Because essentially what that claim is, if you unpack that claim, right, the claim is that you have to have expert knowledge in certain scientific claims in order to have a conversation with a theist. Okay, cool. If that's the standard they're going to use, we can say the same to them. If you're not an evolutionary biologist or a cosmologist or whatever, you're in no business making claims about reality, right? Because your book is a set of claims. It's not evidence of anything. So if you're going to appeal to your book, then you need the same standard, right?
Yeah, but this is the thing is that it's not even that it came from a theist. Well, at least there was one theist arguing that point when it was told to me. It was actually M.A. Brown that argued that point to me. So I was like to him, hang on a minute. Why should I have to understand it to be able to debate with a theist on this topic when all the arguments like from the Kalam, the ontology, define hiddenness has nothing to do with scientific understanding of evolution or what's it called? Evolution and Big Bang. So he said, yeah, no, watch. He said he's going to test it out with me. He's going to debate me and he's going to prove that I will have to run to examples of belief in a creator to be able to debate whether or not run to examples of the Big Bang or evolution to be able to debate him on the existence of a creator. So yeah, I don't know if anyone can hear me still. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. We hear you.
Yeah.
Yo, you see that?
That was my point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Shit, you don't know. Yeah, when you're I swear down, if you listen back to the shows, yeah, sometimes you're like, you might be Nicki Minaj in disguise or something.
Okay.
You're always in it.
Yeah. I hear that. My connection is shit, bro.
My
My connection is shit.
You'll see sounds.
I was just coming on quickly just to make that point in it because I found it weird. Like the atheist claim is that we don't believe in the creator, and so why do we need to understand evolution or what's it called, Big Bang, to be able to debate with someone on existence of creator? Do you understand? So that's where I was like, you're making the Muhammad hijab argument basically. Yo.
Okay. Yeah. I hear you, man.
Hello?
So you're saying that man's arguing, man's
I need to come back in again.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You probably cutting out. Yeah. Yeah, but we hear you. I heard your argument, man. Still, so yeah, it's mad still.
Yeah. Could you couldn't hear me?
Back now, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we heard you.
Yeah.
You couldn't hear us,
Yeah.
or you
Sorry,
couldn't hear
man.
me.
But yeah, that was my
Yeah, it's cool.
argument. Like, that's why I don't understand. Like, how would you say that you have to be able to understand these premises or these topics to be able to debate someone on the existence of a creator? It don't make no sense. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, man.
Wait, who's that laughing?
No, it's me still.
Oh shit! I thought it was someone else.
Yeah.
I thought it was Terry. I was thinking, how's Terry's avatar not moving and he's laughing like that? Shit.
Yeah, this man just jumps to the panel, goes, sleeps, and just stays on mute, fam.
Yeah, he comes in halfway through the arguments or whatever. Yeah, but what do you think?
Man.
What did you think about that then?
That, yeah, obviously, like you're saying, for you to say that you don't believe in someone's claim that the evidence that they're putting forward for a god, you don't have to understand evolution, or the Big Bang, or whatever is for that. Usually, because when with you even trying to get an understanding on that, that's your own research on trying to get an understanding on how life started, or how humans became how they got to the stage where they're at now.
There are atheists. If people are not aware, there are atheists that reject the Big Bang and reject evolution. So how are you now going to come and tell me that these men are not atheists or real atheists if they reject the Big Bang? Because like atheists don't have some type of book that they follow in it. So I don't know why people do that anyway.
Even like I said something earlier when I was saying like any man just doing like real science tests. Yeah, when I was saying that, I meant anyone that's actually doing an objective test where they're trying to get results, not a test that's skewed and they're trying to make the results fit something that they believe already. So that's what I mean.
100%. That's what.
Like even the guy that's looking for the soul, I can't say that he's doing skewed testing there. He's trying to find what he feels might be a soul, but he's just trying to find whatever the life's full energy is or something like that. I don't know his belief.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Apparently he's not. He's an atheist too, isn't it? But this is where I was talking to Witness, and I said to Witness, but you know that the definition he gives is different from what is understood to be a soul. So this is what the question I'd ask that guy: why are you using these words to describe something that has nothing to do with what's understood historically? The age-old question. That's what Witness said. The age-old question. So,
well, what's the meaning of life, or how did life start?
Yeah. Like he can't. Why is that guy using that word to describe a soul when that's got nothing to do with a soul?
Yeah, but that's why I kept on having to say, well, it's not the same version of a soul that everyone generally uses. When if you say that soul, a spirit, or whatever, they're generally talking about either like a ghost or whatever they think is you that goes to heaven or hell or whatever after you die.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it's still you, but it's not actually physical you. So it's like, what?
Exactly.
Everyone knows that's what everyone's talking about when they're talking about spirit or soul. But because you've got your own little niche meaning of what it is now, it's that means really, like Ultra said, it should be on you to give your definition of your niche meaning of soul every time you define it or every time you say it.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't know the definition. He just reading out someone else's definition and saying that is his. But he actually started off trying to get the gotcha question that, oh, you guys believe in wormholes the same way I believe in a soul.
That's the perfect way to describe it. That's his shit. Works with like Torok and Walter. But like Witness ain't equipped to argue with atheists, man. He needs to stay the fuck away from them.
Yeah.
Cool when he's on our team. It's like he gets a pass, so he thinks that's making him levels. Like, bro, man, the levels to chat to man about nothing, bro. Like, you don't know shit, bro. How they talk about Platonism And you, sorry, how dare you talk about use Plato's definition? A man probe you. You said, bro, he said quantum teleportation. He said he believes in it, and he said human. He said, "Really, it's not even possible." He's like, "You believe in things that are not even possible." The man just showed him that there's proof of quantum teleportation, and man ducked off the panel.
Exactly.
Not built for this. This one ain't.
But even before that though, even before you came with the proof for that, yeah, we were saying, well, when you keep saying that, yeah, you need to say that what you're saying is not possible. We're saying because they've shown there's a possibility of it, then there's a likely possibility. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that, yeah, it's definitely possible, and there's wormholes out there that you're going to be able to travel through, and we know the size and the shape of them and what they're actually made up of. It's just they've come through.
He don't know, bro. Like, this is what
he
don't know what he's talking about. Huh?
Yeah, sorry, say that again.
No, he don't know. Like he doesn't know what quantum teleportation is. He don't know half the things he's talking about. So if he says, oh, you know, this is what I believe in is a soul, and he doesn't know what it is, but and I believe this is equal to something like quantum teleportation, and he doesn't know what that is. What fucking position are you to tell anyone they're right or wrong for saying one's superior over the other? You don't even know what either of them are.
Yeah.
Like, it's just dumb.
And not only that, I talked it through him. I told him, listen, this is the reasons why scientists came to this conclusion about the wormhole. Because if you look at all the testing they've done before, when you talk about general relativity, that includes the Big Bang, and from that equation that they've used to get to the Big Bang and whatnot, yeah, there might be a tweak in it where now later on in the future wormhole can't exist, but from the equation that they got so far, it's the best they have, and this is what they're showing you how the wormhole can exist in this universe. Obviously, you cannot see it, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't that doesn't exist. But from the calculation that they've done till date, it's been accurate.
Yeah, everyone that's been like saying man took an L or fucking man's putting pressure on. What are they saying? What are they?
No, that's the.
Take your L. Take your L.
He can say to us, yeah. He can say to us, we believe in this thing, and I will say we don't believe in it though. And that's it. That's the conversation. Man, say that the other way around.
Terrence, yeah?
There's Terry.
Terrence is back now, yeah. Man, yeah, man. Like we were saying, man, it's like obviously when man was gonna give man the chance to define what the actual L was, yeah, it was like because I asked because Witness asked a question that I didn't answer, and I was like, well, in my definition of what I was able to research for what the consciousness was, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like what I read out, yeah, obviously I didn't even know half of that stuff, what it was, yeah. It was just that because man was saying, you're not willing to research so and so what it is, yes. So I googled it quickly and then come up with an answer for it, like from a scientific sort of definition. And
but let's not. But hold on. The idea of
that answer was it's the best answer I've ever heard for.
But that's the thing.
Ever. Yeah.
But Veli, that's the thing though. When you're going into consciousness has nothing to do with science in general. Consciousness is just another phenomenon from philosophy. They're conflating philosophy and consciousness.
Raf, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Why?
Raf, you're wrong.
No, consciousness is fundamentally scientific, in my opinion. You know what? Don't do that because that's what Shaka tried to do the other day, saying that that the definitions for consciousness are not.
Get him!
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, though. Yeah, when you go into what's understood, if you're talking from a scientific understanding of consciousness, yeah, this is mostly the fact that they'll tell you it's got nothing to do. It's got to do with the brain, innit? It's just chemicals and nerve systems and nerve endings or whatever.
Yeah. It's a product of brain function, yes. But you can't say
Hey. But when
let me read this from the Reanimator. Let me read. Sorry, let me read this. I'll let you carry on. Yeah, after. Let me read it. Yeah. It says, "Listen, Einstein didn't believe that black holes exist, even though his calculations said they did." So, you know what I mean?
What's the point?
The point is the point is that like even the guy that made the calculations for the thing, there was things like that. We can prove that black holes exist now, but he didn't think that the shits existed, even though it was included in his calculations.
Okay.
Okay,
See?
yeah, I'm lost anyway. I forgot what I was going to say. Carry on, sorry.
You were thinking we're talking about consciousness and the fact that it was from a non-scientific.
Oh no, that's what I was going to say to Benny. But you know when man's talking about negative entropy and all of this shit, yeah? I was like, bruv, you're talking about we got to explain quantum teleportation to you and explain it to your jump in the wormhole, go back in time and explain it to the 7-year-old witness, yeah? But you don't even understand what the fuck that definition means. Quasi-stable state. This
exactly.
Man, you don't know what any of that means, man.
Hey James, get back on Ralph. Get back on Ralph. Stop changing the subject. Get back on Ralph.
But you see, like this is the thing. You see how the goalpost moves, and I'm gonna be honest here, like, and this is real shit. It's not because man are intentionally being deceptive. Maybe with Moore and maybe with Shakara because they are a bit smarter. But it's because man doesn't really have a good understanding. And that's what I mean about I won't debate on someone's side now that I've seen, because when it's Turok or Walter or something, this kind of badgering someone with a one-dimensional perspective works because they genuinely don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But when you're talking to someone and there's far more subtleties at play, it's like it's not a like-for-like comparison. And the fact that you think it is, and the fact that your brain can't expand past that point and see when you're doing the things that you're criticizing people for doing, you're bringing an example post hoc or ad hoc that you don't even fully understand. So why should we take it seriously? But you won't define what you mean, but we're supposed to accept that it's comparable to something we think. When we can define it. When we asked you what's the definition for wormhole, you tell us, do we believe it? We say, we don't know. We asked you what's the definition for soul, and you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, but you believe it. See, that is retarded. So that's a double standard.
Come to Africa and I'll show you a wormhole.
Yeah. My top comment. Do you see my comment yesterday? I said I've got wormholes in my garden. I've got 2 souls on my feet, and I got spirits in my cupboard. I can define my thing. You get me? Man can define my thing. Certainly, you get me?
I'll show you God himself.
That's what I'm saying. The only you know what? Fuck it. Shall I just lower the bar to the Yo, the only spirits that are in Africa are the ones that the Europeans traded for slaves.
Because there might be a spell that you might be spitting out.
If Shaka asked if I said that, yeah, just say no.
James,
Shakara, if you come to 8:56 and the 30th second, you'll find what James said.
Be careful what you wish for.
Hey, damn, hey, you know, Raph posted that. Raph posted that in the side chat. I just repeated what Raph said.
Hey,
you're funny.
Don't worry.
Funny.
He's had a bad dream the other day.
There's no sign.
I tell you, know you're the funniest guy in the thing, yeah? Because I don't think you realized it, yeah? But I told Shaka still I snitched on you, I can't even lie, yeah? One time you were like, you're like the African spiritualists, yeah? You were like, they traded liquor with the Europeans. They traded slaves for liquor with the Europeans because they needed the liquor to do libations for their god, yeah? How could you be like, you were like, but they didn't even know, yeah? They didn't even need liquor, they could have just used water. And Shaka was on the panel, yeah, and he didn't say anything. It's traded the slaves for nothing and wasted the lick off for no reason.
Uncle the one that got hypnotized by Christianity.
I don't know why that's so funny. Bro. It's like you know, tell advisor back then told him like, bro.
But that's history facts. You have to understand certain facts.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, they did trade him for alcohol.
But come to the cave and I'll show you something.
I ain't know it. Yeah. I'm gonna go
Terry took Muhammad to the cave.
I want to see
Terry took Muhammad to the cave.
I want to see.
Let me go back on you.
I'm telling you, mind what you preach for.
I want to see if I go to the cave. I want to see Witness with some tribal paint on his face, and I want to see Orthodox Moore in, like, you know, them little judo gis or something. You know, his little Orthodox Moore gonna be in this little karate outfit.
Hey, and then out of the shadows, you're just gonna see Shakra step out. Me, you, and Rob are gonna train that boy. Man's gonna they're gonna let Ultra go.
Yeah, Ultra gonna. That's what you wish for. They're back there phenomenal coming.
Oh mate.
I don't want to see Shaka. I don't want to see Shaka Orthodox Moore Witness in the streets right about now, boy.
They're not Russian still.
Hey, if Shaka wears his hat, you're finished.
I know.
You know that if he wears the Raiden hat, man, it's got razor blades in it as well, yeah. So if he throws it, it might lick off 3 man's head.
But you know, I'm lucky. I know he's not gonna. I know he's not gonna harness any lightning, yeah, because lightning is white, isn't it? And Shaka don't deal with it.
White lightning.
Hey, James,
cider, innit? I thought that was cider.
James, one day you might get a tap on the shoulder.
What? Say no more.
If you see one fucking tall brother with one gold tooth here, then you know it's fucking brothers everywhere.
Man, start talking. My gym's all a private members club. I'll tell them, hey, excuse me. What is this? What is this man doing here? Okay, what is he doing here?
James was flipping to the posh accent here. I'm sorry, I don't know this.
Mr. Terry Riggs is our managing director, and I want
ejected from our premises. Man, hey, that was fucking shit. Man tried to stop him, man. Style him, man. Man ended up being the managing director of the shit.
I reckon, I'm not gonna lie. I reckon Terry, like we saying, you're really on side, innit? Like, you're with the blockers, then, innit?
He's with the what?
You're with the G Block manner, then. I like.
No. Terry still believes Sebi. Terry still believes Sebi's the man.
Hey, Ralph is just a lost soul.
Hey, Tony's a businessman, man. Yeah, he's a businessman. He's like a strictly business.
Terry was a real businessman, yeah. If Terry was a real businessman on YouTube, he'd be a Muslim by now.
Oh shit! Shots fired.
I need to come off the panel now. That's a bit too far, mate. Savida's gonna jump on the panel.
Hey, my dad's a Muslim.
La.
Oh no! Look at this.
My dad was a Muslim, so peace rest upon him. My mum was a Christian, so you know, I know about all the Orthodox, but I tell you, you need to come to the cave.
You're a scary motherfucker, bro, man.
So come to the cave.
I'll see you in the cave, man.
Hey, this is what's mad about Terry though, yeah. It's like he'll tap you on the shoulder. That's what you see when he said that tap on the shoulder, cuz. He'll really do that, cuz. You just be like, bro,
Yeah, I don't dispute that, man. I'm just lucky I pissed toe off. These times everyone would have had you on everyone would have had you on the back job. I lied. These times I'm like, cool, yeah. Terry inside. There was a cool one time. People said they wanted to take toe on the moves, fam. Oh, he was certified like that. So they were saying.
Who you know?
Hey, it tells the cash box driver.
I'm a tech shifter, you know. I'm a tech shifter.
He's the carnival shifter.
You know,
that's where man will catch the carnival when you're slipping, holding on to something, and you get put a tap on your shoulder. Like, well,
you see, there's a next minute, I'll be your best friend.
People like it.
Hey, listen though. You know something that we don't do enough on here though, if I'm honest.
What's that?
Yo, ridicule man.
The ridicule man.
Yeah, man. I feel like more got away with it. I'm talking about natural. I don't believe.
You know what? I think what it is, yeah. It's a thing in between, innit? Yeah, because like I said, I don't mind the roasting and so and so, yeah. But like, as you can talk, like people get in their feelings about shit, innit, man? So it's funny and it's not funny. You know what I mean?
What's not funny?
Yeah, it's all fun to me.
What's not funny, yeah, is when it's like I don't know, like when the brothers like, oh, they want to actually fight that person and all them shits there. Yeah. That's like, and they're like, oh, can we link up at this place or whatever? It's like,
yeah,
when you get angry and you're showing emotion or whatever, it's like obviously it's not funny to the people at the time, but it's like, yeah, that's like levels. That's okay.
I think it's
it goes past.
I think it's all.
Wait, who's trying to fight?
Yeah, it's all funny still, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Who was trying to fight though?
That's why you have to be careful of what you say. Words are very powerful. In the fact that you might
people get in their feelings, man. What do you really trying to fight? Like, James has had the most death threats and the most threats of violence in less than a year.
Who else? James.
G-Block ain't even been open for a year yet, bro.
That's pure fact.
And even what do they call it? Pre-G-Block and pre-G-Block era. You know what I'm saying? That shit, he was receiving death threats.
What you've got to watch out for is not even the ones in the front of you, it's the backstabbers that you've got to watch out for.
Yeah. Man is sending fucking numbers. They're like, yo, listen, I'll pay you 50 bags for James' address. I'm like, James, I'll give you the address, yeah, and we split the money.
No, you know what? It's levels, yeah. Like obviously, none of you know that about. I don't even know how to explain what I'm doing on YouTube and that more time, yeah. So like, like I feel like sometimes I want to tell my brothers like, yo, you know this Fasio counted at £20,000.
Wait, hold on. Did someone actually count? Did someone actually ask for money to get your address?
No, man counted 20 grand for my address. Counted it out.
Who did that?
That Dave Smith. Obviously, he's a bailiff or something. Like it's I don't know, but it wasn't serious. Like he just wanted to stunt and show that he had racks. Yeah, but like obviously for me, because I'm out here taking the piss out of people. Like that was like a proper like because obviously to make someone that don't swear tell you to fuck yourself and say they want to fuck you up, yeah, is fun. That's funny, innit? But like someone like it's like. I might tell you that and you might say, yeah, so that's not that serious. That happens all the time online. But like, it's a step far, my man counting at 20,000. To be honest, obviously when he said it about Dan, but Dan kind of took his foot off the gas when he thought the threat was real. And obviously I turned up. I turned it up more to make it more funny.
Yeah, but listen, even if he counts out the money, he ain't gonna do it, fam. You get me? These people are just talkers, fam.
No, but if anyone, do you think I would have given my address if I thought I was gonna get the money? I would have given my address. What fight? Wait, what fight? Do you know there's some pro boxers that don't get that much money, you know, for a fight? 20,000.
Yeah.
Like, really £20,000 for a scrap.
No, I hear that still. I hear that still.
5 racks. Yeah, he said, "No, I've got 5 racks."
Plus, yeah, like, even if I lost the fight, I don't give a shit. What for 20,000? 20,000. Right, mate. Like, who's the dickhead? Yeah, like, let's say you take a dub. Yeah, let's say you took the dub and you're walking home like, yeah, I've got that James Jones guy. These times I'm going on holiday with your dough, like, safe. Safe, I might buy myself a little. You know what I'm trying to say? A little GM.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? safe, Dave. That's legit. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do. I will buy the Pepsi. If Dave, if I got that money off Dave, I would have bought myself a little Pepsi. Probably gone on holiday with the rest.
That's a little Pepsi. I'm done. I'm actually done. Nah, fam. Come on, man. This is YouTube, fam. Man, them can't be taking that serious, bro. You get me?
Trust me. Martin.
I don't know why people are taking that serious. But that's the thing, yeah. You see the roasting thing, yeah? Yeah. You see the roasting thing, Carl. You was gonna do that to start, innit? I remember you was talking about, you said we were gonna get Sia Live on here. We was gonna get her to go back and forth with the roasting thing and whatnot and everything. And yeah, fam, it was like I was gonna get popping off here, but obviously I don't know why you didn't make it happen still.
Yeah, you know what? It's like it's different niches you can go with. You know what I mean? Like, see, like, I don't know if that would have had as much legs as asking general questions about generally everything. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what it would have been? It would have been good to have that type of platform. Cause I know Jedi's doing it now. So obviously, you know, like anyone who's got personal issues with people, I reckon people who have issues with each other should go on there and just roast each other. You know what I mean? Like, get all the frustration out, and then afterwards everyone will be cool again. Like, that's what it all comes down to. If you can shout as loud as you can about a certain person, how you met a certain person making you feel, after that you'll be fine. So yeah, I feel like the roasting is a good thing, innit? Gets it out of your system, gets you happy. That's a normal though.
Yeah, to be honest, I never stop. I don't need no on switch for the roasting days. I just do it whenever the fuck I want.
Yeah, I heard that. But it's
like I'm saying, man. I don't mind roasting, man. But like, you get me? So roasting is roasting, bro. Like, man, then you can jump on. We could like I said, bro, man could go out, could stack cameras on and pepper if you want, bro. Or we could just have discussions about topics. So it is what it is, man. But like I'm saying, like, people that want to talk shit don't want to put their camera on and talk shit. You know what I'm saying? Or even have a picture up and talk shit or whatever. I just want to fucking hide or sit in the chats and type shit. So it's like, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how much legs you'll be able to have with it, with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard that still.
Yeah, because I'm not for the money or nothing, yeah. But I had some funny jokes to say. The Jedi, we were on Jedi stream the other day. But I think there are people in the chat was like, "Oh, James, you should jump on. But I was like, you know what it is? I think I was pretty clear with the he wanted people to turn their cameras on. Like, you know, that was the rules of the thing. So
So I came back here because I realized that like James might be missing me still.
Trust me.
Get me.
I always say they should have Monday remix every time the Spirit Mans jump off.
Say again?
Have you had my new tune every time the Spirit Mans jump off? Every time the
I can't even hear you because James was chatting. Sorry.
Sorry, have you heard my new tune? Every time a spirit man jumps off, what I've been singing.
What the run spirit man run thing? You're a chief, Reggie. Do you know what though? Do you know what though? Yeah, I'm gonna do something for James here. I'm gonna do something for James right now. Yeah, because he keeps trying to say that he keeps trying to misrepresent my argument in it. Like, so I'm a clarify whatever he needs me to clarify right now. In it, if he wants me to clarify anything in it, you get me.
Are you asking me to say something?
I'm not asking you to say anything in it. I'm saying that like you keep saying I said this and I said that in it. So instead of just saying that I said it in it, if you want to ask me exactly what it is I'm thinking or saying or coming from, then ask me in it.
Can you, because I said, I ain't gonna lie, when I put no one was looking, I said a bag of shit in it. So now,
well, I since I got jumped off, I ain't been listening. So yeah, you can say what you want in it, but yeah.
All right. No, I'm joking. But if there's anything you specifically heard me say that you didn't respond to,
no, you keep saying I said I've. So one thing that you said is that I said that it's not that spirit is not electromagnetism. Yeah.
Yeah, you did say that.
Right. No. Let me clarify. I'm not saying this is not electromagnetism. I'm saying that it is, but I'm not saying that it is either. Hold on.
So you don't know.
Yeah, well, but remember, it will be it. Did you also hear me say that my definition is not scientific?
Is that what you're saying?
No, hold on. Did you also hear me say that before?
No.
I might have said it. I've said it more than once, yeah.
So what do you mean by it's not being scientific?
It would be a contradiction to say that and then say that. What I mean is that the definitions of spirit that I was giving were philosophical.
Okay. More come on, by the way, because actually now that you're reminding me, more jumped on.
More gave a generic definition of the basic energy or that combines all matter. 1 second, a basic energy or force that combines all matter on and all forces. You know what I'm saying, them kind of things. And I said, yeah, that's that. I can agree with that. Yeah, but if you're asking me 1 second, if you ask me specifically, first of all, remember in the conversation that we had it was based upon a conversation that I was having with the Prophet Rob. Yeah, so when it came to indeed when it came to what I was actually saying, yeah. But the point I was making is that I am not trying to pin down spirit to any one of these forces. So I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not saying it is. That's not the argument that I was making. The only argument that I was making is that from a scientific perspective, the concept as defined as this is not implausible for exploration.
Of course it is.
Well, okay, that's your entitled to your opinion. My point is that my point is not.
Hold on. You don't have a definition. Of course it is. What's the hypothesis based on? Oh, you know that thing, yeah? What thing? You know that thing? What thing? That thing. This is the experiment to find that thing. That makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, but the point is that within the context of the conversation that was being had,
appreciate the sarcasm
within the conference within the 1 second. Wait there. I'll come back. 1 second.
Okay, did anyone appreciate the sarcasm there, or did they think I was being serious?
I didn't even hear his sarcasm. What was he sarcastic about?
Yeah, sarcasm. You know that thing, Aaron Mosele? You know that thing?
What?
That thing.
What thing?
That thing, man.
Which brings us.
Hold on a second. I'm doing an experiment. Aaron Mosele, you know that thing?
That thing. What's that thing?
That thing.
I don't know what that thing is.
Prove that thing in it.
Oh, okay.
Is that like a Lauren song?
Yeah, cool. That's
okay. So are we at the point? Are we at the point at which you say that I never defined what it is?
Okay, go on. We're waiting now. Go on.
No, is that where we're at? Yeah, is that what we're saying?
Just do it. So you save me from misrepresenting you.
So basically, yeah, the idea is that all reality, the idea is that all reality is arises.
I'm guessing you guys can't hear me no more.
We can hear you, bro.
Shit. Well, so strong.
Shaka only gives respect to certain Africans. That's really go on.
I'm confused. Sorry, I didn't know he was trying to say something. I thought I was answering the question. So I'm the point. So if once I've said I've said I'm giving a conceptual definition from a philosophical perspective. hold on a second, please. Yeah, but I'm not saying that it has been scientifically proved. I'm saying that
Yeah,
the
how
scientific.
can I?
Let me finish, please. The scientific exploration is not invalid, yeah. And initially we were just talking about life. Then we began to talk about reality in general, yeah. So I was saying, so first of all, from the perspective of just talking about life, the question was the understanding was that there is a something within the human makeup here that allows us to house or manifest or be expressions of life in it. And we understand that there's a living and a non-living, yeah, right. So what is it that about the human makeup that sparks life in it, yeah, or that allows it to manifest life in it? That was the first thing. The second thing then became that when we talk about all reality is that there is a all reality it arises out of a single force, yeah, or energy in the universe, yeah. And I'm saying force or energy because we can define these things differently, but let's say phenomena, yeah. And so the exploration, so if one defines spirit, yeah, as basically the essence, yeah, in all things, yeah, that brings it, that gives it validity, let's say, in reality, yeah, then what that thing is worthy of scientific exploration, discovering what that thing is in it, yeah. So if we say,
I'll be real, man, you lost me a little while ago. Like, remember, we're talking about definitions, you know, and you just
yeah, so all right, so let's try this. When indigenous people talk about spirit, they are basically referring to the life force in everything.
Okay. I don't think there's such thing as a life force. I don't think there is.
You may not think so, but do the words.
There's being alive. So you're saying they're referring to everything that's alive. That's spirit.
You could say that, but so you don't think life is a force. So basically, what you're challenging is the idea that life is a force.
No. So yeah, there's four fundamental. I think Rob called it core theory. From my understanding, we're just talking scientifically now.
Okay.
If you're saying like what you know to be life force, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I don't know it.
You don't know, right? Okay, cool.
So the forces. Hold on, the forces that govern what I understand, you know, be it wind, lightning, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Atmosphere in the sky. This is gravity. Electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Strong nuclear force. Particle decay. Weak nuclear force. These are the things that seemingly explain all interactions of energy in the universe. That's what seemingly you're saying now. There's this thing called a life force. So I don't know it, and it's not one of those four. So what is it?
Right. So when we say life force now, coming from a conceptual philosophical point of view, we're not adding into. We're saying that there is something in the universe that manifests in this thing that we call life, and we're seeing it from its fundamental perspective. Yeah. So in the sense of the same, the fact that let's say we have life and the trees have life. The life that animates us is the same life, but it manifests differently in form.
So organic material. That's what you're saying. That's what you just described there.
You maybe can say that. You maybe can say that. I'm not sure.
Because that's not really.
Yeah, hold on. Because all organic material doesn't necessarily manifest life. Yeah, and when organic and when we die, we're still organic material, but we're not at that point in time projecting life. Yeah. So now it doesn't mean that our impact upon we are to it, but we're not in the same way. So in the sense of the fact that our life, well, let's say energy, you know what I'm saying, becomes a part of the earth, and then that fertilizes new life in the forms of plants and other things there.
That's that definition, because I don't like we just having a whole conversation about.
I'm clarifying. I'm just clarifying. I'm not. This, you're
smart enough to know the two points you come on to raise, which is one.
I haven't come to raise a point. I'm coming to clarify.
Hold on, two. No, that you raised already. So you raised that. Number one, you're saying that you've never said it was scientific. Fair enough. I appreciate you access into that. And two, you're saying that you feel like you have defined it. You can see from my perspective, if this is what you're calling your definition, And if you're also conceding that it's not even scientific, Rob's got every right in the world to dismiss all of this nonsense, bro.
Anybody's entitled to dismiss.
But the
fact of the matter is that when we went on in the conversation, what I was saying is that there appears to be evidence of there being a fundamental or vital force, yeah, or phenomena at the foundation of creation, yeah. So we're not adding to, we're trying to understand what is, yeah. Now let me ask you a question. Do you regard stronger nuclear? By the way, there is speculation regarding a fifth, yeah, force, yeah.
Dark energy, is that what you're talking about? Because this is what Moore just came on, got fucking absolutely embarrassed himself by, he came on saying that there's a fifth force that scientists talk about. He described it as quintessence, a quintessential force or quintessence, and a quick Google search provided that was apparently that accounted for, or that was a description of dark energy. So if that's what you're saying is the fifth force, then are you saying that? Actually, sorry, let me rephrase. Is that what you're saying? Is yes?
No, 1 second. Sorry, can I clarify something here? You've identified strong and weak nuclear forces, yeah?
Yeah.
Gravity and electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then dark energy would be a fifth, right?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's what Moore said. I don't know.
What? Sorry, 1 second. When we're speculating about dark energy, are we speculating about a fifth, or are we speculating about one that is a part of one of the others?
There's a fifth force, and he called it quintessence.
I'm not sure if I don't know that there is a fifth force. What I'm saying is,
he said that there's a postulation, a scientific postulation.
Right. So but I'm saying that if there's a scientific postulation about dark energy, then it would be fifth, innit? In terms of the.
You're not talking to physicists, innit? I don't know. I never.
No. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm saying that unless the physicist is saying that dark energy is strong or weak nuclear forces, electromagnetism or gravity, then it would be talking about a fifth. Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm confused. I'm saying that.
Do you want me to say yes?
No. It's not about what I want you to say. I'm saying that we've got dark energy. Sorry, we've got electromagnetism, gravity. Then we've got strong and weak nuclear forces. Yeah. So if dark energy is not any one of those four, then it would be a fifth. Yes.
If it was not, yeah, obviously, if it wasn't governed
right.
by
It's not one of those four. So, and what you're saying at the moment is that you don't know whether they're saying it is one of those four or it's not one of those four.
Yeah, because from my understanding, force doesn't necessarily entail.
Right.
From my understanding, I could be wrong.
Okay. Now, from me listening to people that are working in this field, I have heard them use the language. There is speculation about a fifth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what more. No. I'm not gonna.
I'm not saying I'm an expert on the thing, you know. I'm just saying that's the language that I've heard them use. So that's
what Moore just said. I'm not even trying to trap you. Moore said that. Then he called it quintessence. He said a quintessential force.
Yes. Okay, so I am more familiar with the terminology of dark energy. I'm not sure if the term quintessence is synonymous with it or not. So I'm not going to speak on that. Yeah, but let me ask you this: do you see? Let's forget the fifth for a second and let's deal with the four that we understand. Yeah.
See the effects of dark energy. Yeah.
Say again.
Do they see the effects of dark energy? Yes.
No. That's not what I was going to ask you. Forget the fifth for a second and let us just deal with the four. Yeah. That we have more information about. Do you see those four as independent of each other?
Do they work in? Do they work congruently? Yes, they do.
I'm asking you.
I mean, yes. By definition, yes. They're categorically.
They're independent of each other. Yeah.
No. So by definition, they're categorically different. Do they work?
I know. I'm not. So are they different in the same way that protons are different to electrons?
What, the forces?
Yes.
Yeah, obviously they're different forces, isn't it? They're not the same force because then.
Right, but I'm saying, do they operate independently of each other?
So, okay, let me try and get this straight. So if they operate in the same arena, but they've got different tasks. Are they independent in your opinion? Because I'm happy to answer either way. Are they independent or are they dependent upon each other?
They could be like I'm saying that they could be completely.
I'm not Rob, innit? You know when you try to do this whole connection thing, I don't waste my time arguing with people over stuff that if it exists in the universe then it shares similar composition. It has to, innit? And it shares similar origin if it all begins if it all is within the same universe. That's kind of the definition of the universe, the sum of all things.
Yes.
So,
Yep. All right. So let me put it this way. You see, when we deal with like quarks, yeah, and these kinds of things, yeah. Yeah, and all them something there, yeah. All of those particles that operate on that level, yeah. They generally, not generally, they come into they're identified in complementary pairs or triplets, yeah. Right, these kinds of things. So it effectively one doesn't exist without the other, and that's not just quarks. That comes.
Did you get
again?
Did you get the definition? This will help your case a lot. Did you get the definition that someone tried to mock witness by saying quantum teleportation in the chat, and he giggled and was like, look at the nonsense people believe in. And then I did some Googling.
Yes.
And I found out about quantum teleportation. It basically applies the principles of quantum entanglement, which is every single particle in the universe has a corresponding particle that's moving in exactly the same pattern as it in some at distance. And one of the ways they're able to use quantum teleportation is to alter the atomic structure or the quantum condition of a particle in another place, i.e., and like me and Bailey was talking about some days, like a simple way of using it. A Schrodinger's cat for this would be something like, do you remember that movie where the magicians were teleporting? You know what I'm talking about, Christian Bale.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not that you're teleporting from one location to another. It's almost like you're dying here and being recreated there.
So let me ask you this then.
As far as connection goes, that's like clear evidence of there being some clear correlation, the universe being quantumly entangled. Yes.
Entangled with what? Sorry.
So as in to say that there is some connection between each particle, or there's some mirroring or some connect. I don't know what better word to use. I guess mirroring or reflection.
Right, but so the mirror particles, do they exist in this dimension?
The ones that you're making, the ones that you're altering the quantum condition of.
No, so I'm saying you've got a quark here. Does the mirror of the quark exist in this dimension?
Obviously, yeah.
Right, and so we're dealing with.
Wait. So I don't know, man, because when you start talking about like string theory and all this other type shit,
there's a lot of grays. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
That word dimension's tough, but if we're talking about like the things that we observe in this universe, like quantum teleportation, is that happening within the space and time dimensions? And that, from my understanding, yes, it's happening within the 4 dimensions. Right?
Okay, and have you seen the stuff whereby like the particles disappear? They don't know where they disappear to.
That's like Moore's bag.
Which, to my understanding, it's kind of what brought about this whole idea of string theory, anyway. Because in terms of in trying to answer where they disappear into, they've come up with this idea of multiple dimensions, of which they believe there is 10, possibly 11. Yeah, right. Yeah. Now, the 4 fundamental forces that we were discussing earlier. Yeah. Are you positing the idea that so in terms of them being distinct, are they always distinct?
Are they always distinct?
Yeah.
But you know when you say distinct, yeah, like if someone was analyzing something, would they say that as a result of gravity, X would occur, and then as a result of, or you know, these electrons, you know, like the hadron collider has
Okay, let me ask you this here. If there was evidence of the fact that
when you say that, when you say that, do they cooperate? Is that the same as saying dependent? Because I'm not sure.
No, I'm actually saying more than that. I'm actually saying do they exist without each other? So cooperation, because like anybody can.
No, I don't think. I'm not smart enough to answer that, but I don't think.
From my understanding, they don't.
Yeah, but these are this universe is one of one. Like I hate to overuse this phrase. You don't know an example of where they could operate differently. You don't know any.
I agree, but again, so what you're all right. Now, so when we begin to talk about ideas of spirituality, yeah, that's exactly where we're going with that. That this universe that we exist in, is a unified whole, yeah, of interrelated things. Okay, so that's what universe means. Yeah. Right, but I'm saying that there is an understanding of connection to that all, and there is an understanding of disconnection, right? So we're using words in the English language. Like I said before, I've said this before, that if we were speaking another language, we may not use the word spirit. There may be more complex. The term spirit might be redundant in the sense of the fact that you know, there's a more complex understanding of what these things mean. Let me ask you this. If there's evidence of the fact that all of the four fundamental forces and their particles were once unified, yeah, what would that mean to you?
Wait. The fundamental forces do not necessarily so like, for example, like, let's say this graviton, like the graviton theory is true, then you can say gravity. But until that's proven true, there isn't a finite or
Sorry, repeat what you just said.
I said if gravitons, if there was some quantum particle makeup that comprised gravity, then that statement would be valid, right? But until we do know that, then we don't necessarily know if gravity is comprised of particles. If gravity is or is the effect of gravity. Like we can't point to a gravity particle and say, look, that's proof of gravity.
I agree. But when we're talking about gravity, though, we're talking about gravity as a force, right? Yeah. Okay. So and what you're saying is that we're yet unable to quantify the force properly because we haven't found the particle which is carried by the force.
I'm not sure that there needs to be one. I'm not sure.
From my understanding that when they identified that there's particles and there's particle carriers, yeah, and these things, yeah.
Is there a time particle?
Say again.
Is there a particle for time?
Is there a time particle?
Yeah.
Not to my understanding. Time is.
Yeah, and I remember hearing like when they talk about like quantum loop gravity, they're all talking about like gravity being woven into space-time as like as an extra dimension, and that it has repelling and attractive properties that we wouldn't experience unless the Earth reached, unless the universe reached a certain
level of mass. Yeah.
Density. I say that to say that like to make any of them kind of assertions about these forces, unless you or I were a particle physicist and we could demonstrate what we're talking about at our level, I don't think we can understand it as simply as like, you know, these things have a thing level, an atomic level, molecular level, an atomic level, subatomic. I don't think it's as simple as us because these are deep.
Okay. No, I agree. So man can listen and derive what or glean what we can understand from them. Yeah, and I'm saying that my understanding of it is that at the point of the Big Bang, all of these forces and the particles and so on and so forth were in fact one. They were unified.
The
and emerged from which would suggest that even the four fundamental forces have the same origin or derive from the same thing.
Yes, that's the simplistic view of it.
Right.
So I think when the universe was in its really dense state, I think it was so dense and so hot.
Right?
Electrons.
Right. Now I'm saying that in the Kikongo language that's called Kolunga. Yeah.
Okay.
Like literally, as in like this very hot state, from which the universe emerged and expanded. And when it began to expand, they call it Kimbwadende. Yeah, right. So I'm saying that all of these concepts exist, that they're not what's it called?
But hold on, but they didn't teach particle physics to the world, though, did they?
No, they didn't. Well, and part of the reason for that is the fact that
But that doesn't mean that though.
Congo was a subject of slavery and colonization for the past 100 years. However, my point is that one second. My point is that the only point that I'm making is that there is knowledge, ancient knowledge that relates to certain understandings in it. Yeah. And so one second. So I'm saying that
rather than talk each other around, like I'm talking to you, you're talking to me. Let's be clear though, there wasn't the hot dense state of the universe that it's called and expanded isn't the actual definition of the word you used, is it? Because if that was the case, then they would have known that that would have been the first culture in history, and they would have been able to draw a picture to that effect in the same way we have random.
No, I'm saying this is their cosmology. It wasn't based upon studying particle physics. I'm not suggesting that. So I'm saying this was their cosmology. So I'm saying I was only making the point that the concept existed. Yeah. So because now we've studied particle physics. Yeah, and the properties or the definitions of how these things took place. Yeah. Are refined, and we can identify, well, yeah, this is actually was this hot dead states, yeah, existed, and them kind of things there, right? Now that we can define from the understanding of particle physics, yeah. Whatever brought them to that understanding prior to was something different. We can suggest that's the case in it. But the fact is that within the culture there is this understanding of oneness, yeah, of the universe and reality, coming from the same substance, emerging from the same phenomena. Let's not use the word substance. Let's use the word phenomena, force, energy, whichever term we want to use. That's where that understanding comes from. Yeah, and so that understanding informs how we relate to the world and our connectedness to the planet and them kind of things there, right? So all things, in reality, are product of this initial thing, and this initial this initial thing exists within all things.
We don't know if that's the initial thing then. So
what's the initial thing? What's the initial thing?
Well, that hot dead state, we don't know if that's something that's collapsed, that has been constantly expressed.
Yeah,
so, no, this is a good way to do it. Does it have does it have a form of cosmology which describes a contraction and expansion process?
Yes.
No. Okay, go on, tell me.
Yeah, so in you have Aku and Obi, yeah, in the Igbo. This is Oyeku and Ogbe in the Yoruba. You know what I'm saying? So Oyeku is expansion, Ogbe is contraction, and Aku is contraction, Obi is expansion. In those cosmologies. Yeah, you and then now on another level they say light and darkness.
No, but I'm not asking for. So what I'm asking for is, what does it postulate is the actual origin story for the universe? Or
no, I'm saying that. Well, this is a point. So a lot when we're dealing with African cosmologies and in terms of stories, they're very symbolic. Yeah. So there is a literal and then there's a symbolic. Yeah. In the sense of the fact that what is symbolic is designed to give metaphor to their observations of the reality, if that makes sense, of reality. Yeah. So you're dealing with symbolic depictions of natural forces and natural ideas a lot of the time. So we have to bear all these things in mind. But I'm saying that the principles of contraction and expansion do exist. Yeah. In cosmologies.
That's like saying ancient Sumerian had a word for contract and expand, right? But and then we ascribing the what's the word?
No, I'm saying quite clearly. I'm saying
the discovery of quantum loop cosmology to fucking Sumerians.
I'm saying quite clearly that the concepts of expansion and contraction were present in the cosmologies from long time. I'm not saying that they understood it from the quantum level. That's not what I'm saying.
No. What did they decide upon? So are you telling me that?
Yes. So if I'm saying that there are terminologies that represent these things and these concepts in the language, yeah, I'm saying this categorically. Okay.
That's not necessarily unique to cosmology, though, is it?
I didn't say anything about it being unique. You asked me a question: do they have a concept of contraction and expansion? I'm saying to you, yes, they do.
No, I didn't. No, you said they've got a word for when the universe was in its hot, dense state.
Yes.
And I said, all right, and you described that as the big. And then I said, what do you mean? Like, did I have a particle understanding? And then you described it as source or beginning. And I said, all right, but what if that wasn't the beginning? What if the actual beginning was an expansion and contraction? And you said, yeah, they got words for that too.
No, you asked me if they got words for expansion and contraction. I'm not saying that this is the beginning. What I'm saying is that the understanding. The only claim I'm making is that the understanding is that the universe comes from a common origin. Yeah, and all things in the universe come from a common origin.
Without referring to, and whilst I love hearing you teach me your African words, yeah. Without doing that, why is man asking that question in the first place?
Why am I asking what question, sorry?
Why? No, I said why am I asking you that question?
What question?
About why they have the name for a hot dense state.
Because I blew it up.
I'm saying, remember when we got to the point where the universe is one of one?
Yes.
There is everything in the universe being within. Something existing within the universe entails it has some kind of similarity or a shared commonality or it operates with each other because it's the same universe. Everything we see, we observe that exists to us, we consider to be part of the universe.
So consider the possibility.
There's no point in going interconnectedness.
No, there is. You know why? Because
I did ask you and you didn't know where I was going. So then you reduced it down to then you asked me some cosmological question and I was talking about hot dense state. You're saying was there a point at which all of these particles were almost intimately associated with each other, i.e.
unified is the term I used.
I don't know about unified because there was electrons that weren't clearly unified with is it neutrons or nucleons or whatever?
I'm saying that my understanding of the process is that at one point all of the particles and forces were unified.
No, but they're unified as far as you're concerned now. You've showed about connections now. So that only works in Big Bang cosmology, which is started from a singular point. Or not singular point, but let's say a really hot dense point.
Yeah.
And that point, you're like everything was together. Then it expanded and cooled and everything separate. That's where that kind of idea comes from. But let's just say the universe exists and everything has some form of interconnectedness or whatever word you use.
Mm-hmm.
You said. Then you asked me a question about was there a point where there was a together? I said yes. Then you.
No, you said you don't know.
No. I said there's a hot dense state. No, that's a guarantee. That's a truism.
Mm-hmm.
That the universe was at one point in a hot dense state. That is a truism. Yeah. You can use cosmic microwave background, the Hubble method, the Doppler effect. You can prove that there was a point where it was really dense and really hot, infinitely. I'm saying at that moment, you said there's an African word for that. So I assumed that there was a point to that. Then we went to.
Oh yeah, I was mainly saying that conceptually, that idea exists within that context.
That wasn't proof of anything though. And
the point I was making, the actual point I was making is that in that respect, so the whereas you have Oyeku and Ogbe, yeah, the word for life force or the energy that is in all, yeah, is Ashe, yeah. So and the point I was making is that within a philosophy, they might have different words that give expression to these things, if that makes sense. Yeah, these different components and these kinds of things. When we're talking English, we might just use the term spirit and spirituality to define these things. But if you were to actually go into the philosophy, it might get more specific. You know what I'm saying? In terms of what the ideas are.
We're all 45 minutes in, and you said you said you were going to define it, and right now I'm at a loss because
you're entitled to be at a loss. But I think when I've said,
what am I taking from that?
So very simply. Logically, will it be possible, yeah, for the universe to separate out the forces in terms of which aspects of it is controlled by this force and that force and other forces? So I'm saying, would it be logically or conceptually possible that the four fundamental forces, let's say, let me be clearer, that the four fundamental forces had governance over some parts of the universe and not others?
Is that possible?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because I think that's why they're called the core forces, if I'm honest.
Yeah. But I did say conceptually. So could we conceive of the possibility of, then let's say that?
It wouldn't.
Yes or no? So would it be? Can we conceive of the possibility of the idea that the four fundamental forces, yes,
yeah,
that we know of, yeah, were well, not necessarily fundamental to all aspects of the universe, but only some parts of the universe.
But you and I, yeah, we can do that because we don't have all
Right, we can conceive of that possibility. Yeah. So the fact that we can conceive of that possibility means that the fact of what is, the fact that that is not the case would require expression. Yeah. Or would be expressed in some way, shape, or form.
What did that just mean? Hold on, Will.
So it means that if
we can conceive, I'm just going to say what I think, and then you tell me. Yeah? We can conceive of the four fundamental forces being localized to our portion of the universe. Go.
Yes.
Go.
We can. So we can conceive of that, yeah. But if that is not the case, then we develop ideas that give expression to the whichever one is the case, we will develop language and expressions that, you know what I'm saying, that give we will develop language that gives expression to the idea, or both of those ideas, yeah. And we would affirm whichever one of those ideas we find or perceive to be the truth.
So you're saying, so if that weren't the case, so now these four fundamental forces constitute or apply to the whole universe. They govern the whole universe.
Yeah, well, that's my understanding. But I'm saying that because we perceive the universe from our individual points of view, yes, okay, and we can also and from that point of view, we can also conceive of the idea that there is localized forces operating where we are, but not where other parts of the universe are. Yeah, then we would develop language, one that affirms our connectedness to each other and the universe, and two, language that confirms the interconnectedness of the universe in its entirety. So I'm answering your question as to why would you even discuss it in these terms.
So you're basically saying that there's one language, there's one word to describe what's practical, i.e. core theory, and there's another word to describe what we don't know but we may believe to be true, which is spirit. That's me trying to help?
I'm saying that when as I've already said, when indigenous people talk about spirit, they are basically referring to the life force and everything.
But I'm telling you, there is no life force. Like, I don't know there to be a life force.
And my point is that even if you don't believe that is the case, the fact that it has been defined is not in question.
No, it hasn't been. Okay, so all right, sorry, let me rephrase then. So spirit means life force. Done?
Yes. And when we say life force, we're not just talking. Can I clarify, please? Can I clarify? Life force.
It's never ending, then, isn't it?
No, it's not never ending. It's a very simple clarification. When within that understanding of life force here, because there within that concept, there is life in everything. Yeah. So life force is not confined to beings that we biologically perceive to have life. Yeah, that's why I made the distinction between life and reality in general.
Life force is not organic, yeah.
Say again.
And it's not organic, yeah.
The life force is not organic.
No, it doesn't mean organic.
I would say that it is perceived that the organic emerges from it, or as a result of it.
You know what? You're too smart to not see this is definitely the most circular of non-circular discussions. You have no right, yeah. You have no right to act incredulously to someone who dismisses any research into something that is cat and mouse to explain. And you can think I'm impatient. People always say I'm impatient in these debates, but I think like now I've given ample time to attempt to make it clear to me. You don't have to.
As have I. So.
You don't. No. You don't have to do anything. I'm not important. You don't have to sway my opinion. I'm just saying that if you want to say to me, "Oh, but don't act like I didn't define it," and I'm saying, "All right, go on then."
But I have defined it.
Ask the question. You're like, I'm not really looking to be pinned down on it. It's not really scientific.
No. I said I'm not looking to be pinned down on the properties of.
But hold on, then respond to the totality of the discourse. You lot can't. It's ascientific for you not to dismiss this or not say it's a viable form of research. What is life force?
I've
life
not
force,
said.
That viable form of research,
sorry.
you know?
Sorry. Okay, there's two things there. Yeah. The first thing is that the definition that I gave, the definitions that I gave were conceptual. They were not scientific. What I then attempted to explain is that the concept, however, yes, has validity in scientific exploration. Yeah, is there? In other words, is there a primary vital phenomena at the foundation of reality? Yeah, or at the core of reality? And there is, and so how I perceived it, one second, how I perceived it was that there is evidence for the idea of a primary core phenomena at the essence of reality. Yeah.
But listen, yeah.
So then being able to quantify that now is the next stage of
the reason that's not viable, and that I don't think, yeah, and I'm not a scientist, right, but I'm saying is they have identified 4 fundamental forces.
Yes.
If you're saying the necessary 5th, that's a whole separate discussion.
No, I'm not saying that. It would be more.
They've already defined it. Now you're saying no. The reason
It will be more.
Hold on. You're saying it's not. No. Because this is what you're saying. You're saying that there's something that we must be looking for, and we're saying why. And you're saying because we observe life force, and we're saying no, life or being alive or organic materials that can be described scientifically, and the forces which govern.
I'm not sure it can though, but that's not the point.
So hold on, the forces that govern the interactions, are equally defined scientifically. So now what are we looking for? And your thing is come up short at this stage, or then relate it to
something. Whatever. The reality is that if there was nothing more to look for, then people wouldn't be looking for stuff. I don't know why. You're talking as though I'm looking for things that
who's looking for a spirit. Hold on.
The scientific, one second. The scientific community is not. So as I've said, the whole idea of unifying the forces and the theories and the so on and so forth, the only point that I've ever made where this is concerned is that this conceptual idea, relates to this scientific exploration. That's all I've ever said.
Can I
so once again, now can we so if we're talking about the firstly the idea that all of the forces that we now know of actually emerged from one, they were actually once unified.
No, that's not true. No, listen, no.
That is true though.
No, because in that dense state, if the electrons are moving around, that must describe electromagnetism. If bonds were formed and different molecules and whatever were formed, then that describes strong nuclear force as well as electromagnetic force. And if reverse gravity or quantum loop gravity occurred, then that means that described gravity. And when it was in its dense state, obviously gravity must have been operating on it. And if at a time there was some example of, I'm not sure how to accurately describe particle decay, but there was some example of particle decay in the cooling process.
Now, are you saying that they weren't once unified?
What do you mean unified? Like I said, operating, bro. You don't. Can I ask? Let's take a break for 1 second. I need to ask you a question. What dog do you think I have in this fight?
I don't think you have a dog, bro. I can't. Like I said when I came on, you do have a dog in the fight. You do have a dog in the fight. Your primary dog is G block and not taking the L. Yeah, that's how you come. That's how you came into the competition.
Right. You no. What reason? Like, okay, am I having difficulty in understanding because I've got some motivation to not understand? Because I can't lose here. If you say something that makes
I'm not trying to make you lose, and I'm not trying to win.
You're missing my point. I'm saying, while that may be true about the G block not losing, I'm actually sitting down now. Yeah, before I wasn't paying that.
Yes.
Do you think you're defining something really clearly, and people are like, you know what? Let's not give him an inch. We're not going to allow it. Like, it's very difficult to know what you're.
I'm not really going to make a judgment on that. I've already said that when it comes to spirituality, and scientific exploration, for the most part, we're dealing with two different forms of exploration that are answering oftentimes different questions. One second. That are oftentimes answering different questions. And I've only ever made the point that these things are not a conflict for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I can see relatedness in these things, and I've tried to demonstrate how I can see relatedness. Not one that trumps the other or one that disqualifies the other. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things. I've just seen relatedness. So hold on. Right. So when it comes to Now, if you're asking me about what I understand to be the science, I can explain to you what I understand to be the science. And what I understand to be the science is that at a point, all of the particles, yes, and all of the forces that govern the universe were once unified. And I can also suggest
What does that mean, though? What do you mean by that? Were they the
that
same?
they were once basically, yeah. They didn't have. Once again, in other words, they didn't have distinction. Yeah. In a similar way that
No,
the in a similar way. 1 second. In a similar way.
Prove that.
Oh Lord! In a similar way that
prove it. Don't say it. Now you made a claim. I appreciate that. You've gone
no,
out.
and hold on. What I'm saying is, What I'm saying is that is my understanding of the process from coming out of the research.
Yeah, now I see why you're wrong. No, because what you're saying is when you say primary life vital force or the grand unification force or any one of these nonsensical claims, yeah, there is absolutely no evidence for that. And the reason is because that's how you distinguish between the forces. And that's how that's how you can build a model of how the universe was in its hot dense state, because you're assuming that all of these different forces
Are you aware of
modeling? Hold on. That's how they model, and that's how you can use some scientific literature to try validate half the nonsense that you've been talking about. Because hold on, because they're aware of the reason you know that, or you believe dark energy exists and your quintessential force exists.
I never said nothing about believing that.
Wait. I'm sorry, not that, but dark energy, because you think or even cite it as being possible, whatever, is because of conservation of energy, because of the rules that govern the universe that we observe. Yeah, must have been immutable. So that at any point in which we track back. So now, because we know gravity exists, these are postulating, whether erroneously or correctly, are saying that, erroneously or correctly, they're positing that gravity has a attractive and repelling force. Now, they could, if you completely remove gravity, there may be another way to amend these calculations and equations. But because they're certain gravity exists, they're saying, the force of gravity was at play. They're now postulating that it has a different behavior, and behavior we didn't understand. So all of this is based on the fact that these forces that we agree are immutable. So you saying that there was one point where there were one primary vital life force is not. No, there is no evidence for that. Because if there was evidence for that, they wouldn't separate them into four. They would say it's the one with different behavioral patterns.
No, I wouldn't suggest. I think your reasoning is flawed, and I'm noting that you're not bringing evidence to support what you're saying. You're engaging. You're engaging a process of reasoning, which is not completely implausible. I'm just not sure that what you just said is actually what theory is in relation to the Big Bang and how the universe is actually saying. However, ask a question. The elements that we know of in creation as it stands at the moment, yeah. Is it your understanding that those elements always exist?
Forces aren't elements. Point me to the study.
No, I'm not saying that.
Study and I'll Google it quickly.
I'm not saying that forces are elements.
Answer
my question, please. Just answer my question, please. Is it your understanding that all of the elements existed at the beginning?
From my understanding, it was hydrogen. It was hydrogen, and hydrogen became. From my understanding, there was electrons and neutrons in the beginning, and they bonded to create the different molecules that we see now. But again, I'm not a particle physicist, and my understanding is
that's cool. I'm only asking for your understanding, and not an expertise answer. And are you then also denying that the one of the holy grail, so to speak, of particle physics and quantum physics and all that kind of stuff there is a unified theory?
Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna. Yeah, okay, I was right. Yeah, hydrogen, helium, and pretty much nothing else.
Was there, and so so the other elements came out of that, yeah. came after they developed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, and then you'd argue that was between the strong nuclear force and the electromagnetic.
Okay, so let me. You asked me for a study. You asked me for a study.
Yeah, and I wanted this is exactly what I was going to ask you. Thank you. Sorry, go on.
Right. So
Sorry, go on.
So just read it. I read this before. You might not have been listening, but just reading from a very simple book. Yeah, very simple book. But it's entitled "Astrophysics for People in a Hurry." Yeah, by a very famous author. It says, in the beginning, nearly 14 billion years ago, all the space and all the matter and all the energy of the known universe was contained in a volume less than 1 trillionth the size of the period that ends this sentence. Conditions were so hot that the basic forces of nature that collectively describe the universe were unified. Though still unknown how it came into existence, this sub-pinpoint sized cosmos could only expand rapidly in what we call today the Big Bang. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. So what's going inside that? What am I looking for?
So what are you looking for? No, I was reading from a book actually. It's called Astrophysics for People in a Hurry. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
All right, cool. I'm just saying that noted astrophysicist.
Is it what Moore's talking about? This grand unified shit.
No, no. The grand unified theory. Moore's in the chat. The grand unified theory is what there is a frontier at the moment. Yeah, the grand unified theory thing is not like an obscure thing. This is a very you know what I'm saying? And all, it's all tied up with string theory and entanglement and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, say again?
Did you hear what I just said?
Sorry, go on. No, I didn't. Sorry.
Where there is no evidence for it.
I don't know that's the case. I don't know that there's no evidence for it. I am aware that the evidence is not conclusive, but I don't know that there's no evidence for it. But I mean, are you suggesting that there's no evidence for it in the same way that there's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes. So you're going in and out. You're going in and out.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm just getting off. I said there's no hard evidence for it. Yeah, how one defines evidence is a whole nother sort of philosophical discussion anyway. But just like as far as evidence toward it. But listen, this is what I struggle with, because you're going to leave here and say, well, I mean, he asked for a definition. I gave him a definition, and every point there's not one point I've said, so it's this, and you've gone, yeah. So you're not defining it for me. You're defining it for yourself and for your avid followers and your.
So you want the properties of it, and I'm saying to you, I've said many times, I'm not.
No, I mean, you ended up with what if you can't understand life force? I said, oh, what? So it's a life force.
No, but we're not talking about.
Put yourself in my shoes for a second, bro.
But James, is there a difference between quantification and definition? Yeah, so I'm saying to you, I've said many times, I am not quantifying it. I can't quantify it. Yeah, I'm not claiming to have identified the properties of.
What is the hypothesis then? What's the hypothesis then? What are we looking for? What are we looking for?
So I'm saying, the only thing I've said.
Hold on. If you're saying that
the only thing I've said.
Hold on, there's a thing that you can't describe, and you can't describe.
No, I didn't say I can't describe. I said I can't quantify.
Yeah, cool. You can't describe. What do you mean? So you can't.
So for example, as you keep saying, you're not an astrophysicist. No, neither am I.
Right.
All I've said is mathematically speaking, yes, there are some astrophysicists and mathematicians, yes, that are discovering codes, yes, within the theories relating to quarks and fermions and all of these things, yeah, relating to.
Don't give a shit about someone still studying. What is
string theory? To string
spirit. What is it? But you literally jumped on here and go, nah, you know what, man? I'm taking all comers today. What you said I didn't define it, yeah?
No, I said what I said was if you've got questions, I'm prepared to clarify.
No, you said.
That's what I said.
No. You said.
That's what I mean.
You said. Are you still saying that?
Okay. Let me clarify again, bro.
No. Now you called into question what you said. I still haven't defined it. Waiting for me to say. And I said
I did.
I was literally doing that. I said, go on then, brother. Define it then. You said
I've defined it. So in terms of spirituality, yes, and in terms of when the term spirit is used, they are referring to a primary phenomena, force, or energy that interconnects all of reality.
Yeah, and
that's what they're referring to.
And then, as we've proved, that means absolutely nothing, because when I say,
and you're entitled to that.
When I say that, there is 4 forces in the universe that they believe explains the process of expansion, cooling, inflation, cooling, and the interactions and the creation of different planets and stars and collapses of stars and all that. And if I say they don't presuppose or insert any other forces there.
Okay.
What do you respond to that with?
Yeah, I'm saying that when we
there is one, because why you want there to
talk about when we talk about so as I said earlier, when you deal with interconnectedness with the universe, and that brings about a nature-based understanding.
What's another universe that's
there's no
what's an ecological system?
Let me finish. One doesn't need to insert anything, because the nature-based spiritual conception is about studying and understanding the universe. Yeah, so we don't have to insert what is not there. If one perceives oneness and interconnectedness in the universe, one doesn't need to put anything else in it to come to that conclusion. Yeah. So if the core primary forces are the core primary forces, it doesn't contradict the idea of interconnectedness with the universe. It doesn't contradict that at all. So that I don't experience a conflict when I hear 4 primary forces, and I don't feel the need to add one either. That's not that's not what's being done here.
So the 4 forces of the universe, core theory, is that spirit?
I would suggest that is a possibility.
All right, so you don't talk about defining nothing no more, because you don't know what you're talking about. So just stop. Just say, I don't know. When someone says, did you define it? And go, well, to be honest with you.
But I said many times, James, already that when it comes to defining the properties of the thing, I wasn't trying to do that. I've made that very clear. And what's happening is that instead of hearing that, what's happened is that people keep trying to get me to do it. And I've said many times, I am not trying to define.
Take a break for yourself, yeah, because you've done. Listen, you've put in a valiant effort. Your stamina is unchallenged. I can't fuck with it. Like, you are not prepared to define something to somebody who's looking at it as a viable source of research. Therefore, that person doesn't need to look at it as a viable source of research, and that's
you don't have to.
Shake hands with your own. Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, no, not only that.
I would advise you to, though. I would advise you to.
They shouldn't. No, they shouldn't. Yeah, they should, because what they're looking for is that I don't know, is that it feels like this, is that it might be that.
Cool. That's your interpretation, and you're entitled to it.
That's a fact. And the difference is
it's your interpretation, and you're entitled to it.
Yeah, because you're so close to, I mean, yeah, all I have is an interpretation. It's not like I'm going to get a clear definition, is it?
I've given you a definition. I haven't given you the properties of the thing, and I'm not claiming to give you the properties of it.
You haven't defined.
So, well, I mean, we're okay. This is the final time that I'm going to engage that.
I think
I've defined it many. I think I've defined it many times over. So that's that, innit? You know what I'm saying? The properties, again, as I've said, spirituality is defining philosophical concepts and them kind of things. There, science goes into the properties of the thing. Yeah, and I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that man doesn't find conflict in those arenas. Yeah, man doesn't experience that. Yeah, so if one identifies the properties of nature,
yeah, you know what the thing is, what the actual thing is. That's he will make this. He will create this sort of these categories, like, you know, well, I've given you one definition and not necessarily the totality. The reality is,
that's all. I can't give you anything other than
if somebody doesn't understand something, and somebody's saying to them, you know what, you're misconstruing this thing, you're associating the negative connotations. Like, I mean, it's not like you're using an African word and you're teaching us from scratch what it means. No, you're using a general.
I've done that in my presentation on Wednesday.
No, you not with me. So right now you're using a well-established term, but you're saying that I've misunderstood and misconstrued its meaning.
Oh yeah. I am saying that. I am saying that.
Yeah, your definition.
Right. So let's put the science to one side for a sec. Let me explain that. Let's put the science to one side for a sec. Yeah. So we're not having a scientific conversation right now. We're having a philosophical one. Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was making is that when it is said spirit, yeah, the idea that people associate with it is ghosts, yeah, and them kind of things there. But I'm saying that, but generally, when you're talking about spirit from a philosophical point of view, that's not what people are referring to, yeah. That's not what people mean, yeah. So I've defined it from that perspective. Yeah.
My definition of spirit wasn't even a spooky thing. My definition of spirit,
whether it was or not, I'm explaining to you why it's not those things. Yeah, so I'm saying that these are the ideas. 1 second, these are the ideas, and you went into telepathy and all kind, and there are scientific papers about telepathy and all that kind of stuff. There's stuff around it, brainwaves and transmission of brainwaves and the reading of brainwaves and being able to transmit brainwaves from one to the other. And there's all kinds of stuff, right? There's all kinds of stuff. Some people say quantum entanglement is tied up with that. Some people say, well, we don't need quantum entanglement because you've got robotics. Yeah, that's all well and good. But the point I was making is that if you're talking about spirit and you're going to identify it from the perspective of the people that are using it, it makes sense to understand what it is they're referring to, and it's not, generally speaking, or even in philosophies whereby they believe in ghosts, a ghost is not spirit. They're talking
about hold on. They're talking about God and Jesus, his brother, or their friend, the one that chills with God and Jesus. They're also talking about the tactics of Mourinho's coaching tactics, or what he invokes in his players. They're also talking about negative feelings. They're also talking about the things that move shit on Ouija boards. There's a lot of different definitions for the term spirit.
No, but that's the point. All those things.
Hold on, please. You're coming to reinvent the wheel, and you have every right to do that if you think that you have a superior.
That's not the case, though, James.
The reality is, in every single one of those definitions, I think they at least attempt to make, or those definitions are stated as such as to make the whoever intends to use them understand. You seem hell bent on making this as esoteric and arcane as possible, which is fine.
You're saying that I'm doing that. I'm trying to say to you.
Then don't tell someone they're not allowed to dismiss this nonsense.
Fine. What you're failing to appreciate, though, James. What you're failing to appreciate is that you keep saying I am doing. I'm attempting to give an understanding of the actual philosophy that is being referred to. So when you say Ouija boards and the spirit of Jesus and whatever, all the other examples that you gave, which are from different schools of thought, yeah. The fact is that, like, all of those things are not spirit itself. They are expressions of spirit.
I believe it.
So I'm saying, so 1 second. So so I'd agree with you if you're saying that these different schools of thought have a different understanding of how spirit manifests itself. Like, for example, that the Ouija board people, whatever moves the people, the thing around the board, yeah, that is an act of spirit. It's not spirit itself. That's not the all-encompassing definition.
How do you know, bro? How do you know?
Because I have an understanding of that school of thought. It's not my school. It's not my school of thought, right? But I'm saying if I provide 1 second, if I provide definition, if I provide more than one,
you're having a conversation on your own. No, that's wrong. There's people that believe a spirit is moving the fucking thing.
Yes, a spirit. Yes, a spirit. Keyword a. Yeah, I've said that is a behavior of a spirit. Yeah,
are they defining a spirit? Are they defining a spirit?
They might be defining a spirit. Yeah. It's a manifestation. So 1 second. So it's a manifestation of spirit.
Excuse me. Lucy and Deborah, what's the thing that moved that fucking piece and told you that you were a whore?
A spirit.
And they say it's a spirit.
Yes.
Are they describing a spirit? And then if I said to them, what's a spirit, Lucy and Deborah, who have recently been called whores, I don't know why I'm doing that, and they say it's the thing that moved the Ouija board piece. Have they not defined now what's and then
yes, they define what a spirit is.
They say we think it's a dead person, yeah, who's been reanimated without his body. Now, granted, that would create more questions than
and so that is the definition of a spirit, yes.
But the fucking,
which we would call a ghost.
Yeah, the fucking basis of it, is
has been communicated to me. Your thing is absolutely nothing. But if you don't believe what I'm saying, you're racist. This is what I'm picking up from this. This is what I've got from it.
Where did that? All right, let's let's.
And MA, no. Credit to MA. MA is a real one, yeah, because MA been said he's actually your dog, yeah. By the way, all internet shit aside, because he said, I said if Shaka was proved to be wrong, would you still agree with him over Rob? And he said, yeah. He said, yeah. He said.
I'll have to hear him say that before I believe.
No, he said, I rate him, man. He said, no, it's a cultural imposition. He said, I believe what Shaka is doing is more beneficial to our culture than what Rob would say.
I hear you, and I fundamentally agree with him. But again, when we're dealing with this, we're talking about we're dealing with that. We're dealing with understandings of nature and reality. Yeah, so that's all it is. I don't know where we got to all that other stuff that you just said. But again, I'm differentiating between the expressions or the manifestations of and the actual thing itself. So if one can, and I get it, if you can only identify the concept of spirit with Ouija boards and Duppy, then I understand. I'm just saying that is not the universal understanding. Yeah. And so I've tried to explain that.
I said it's clearly defined, whereas yours is not.
And you're entitled to your opinion. My only point is that in environments where this kind of terminology is used, yeah, the burden, the barrier of understanding doesn't exist in that kind of same way. So you're entitled to think that it's ill-defined. And in some ways, and in some circumstances, there are places that I'd actually agree with you. Yeah, I'm not even gonna contest that to a degree. I am just saying, however, that I've been in different arenas where the terminology is used and it is understood. Yeah. So if one doesn't understand it, fine. But I think it would be unfair to suggest that that those who are using it don't understand what they mean.
One of us was right or more likely to be right, and one of us is more likely to be wrong. How would we do that?
Say that again.
How could we prove one of us is more likely to be right and one of us is more likely
to be honest, I wasn't in the business of trying to prove you wrong, to be honest with you. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm an African spiritualist who has a nature-based understanding of reality, morality, and all something there. And I'm explaining that. I'm not trying to
like this. Can I phrase it like this to you? Yeah. What if I was to say that you could be poorly explaining something? Well,
I accepted that a long time ago. I've accepted that my explanations of things may be very poor.
No. This is a good case in point. Maybe, right? Or I could be being obstinate and just completely unreceptive toward this idea, which is also possible, right?
Definitely.
How do we establish which one of us is the culprit?
I'd suggest that the words of John Holt are probably most applicable here, where he says, "Time is the master, but time will bring disaster if you don't care." So, in other words, all things will be revealed in time, and we should all take care. Right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's that, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, I don't really have an issue. Like, I'm a fan of science, innit? Like, and again, as I've said to you already today, yeah, that when it comes, I cannot be against the scientific method, because coming from a nature-based spiritual concept, yeah, anything that allows me to understand nature better and more in depth, I embrace it. Yeah. And I don't feel this conflict that you will feel when it comes to words like spirit. It doesn't it doesn't trigger any. Now, in my own, what's it called, life, I like, because I'm an African centered, I try to come from the concepts that are within those traditions to define certain things. But if I'm having a conversation like this, then we'll use terminology that is in English and we try to explain it. And if ones don't understand, like I said, maybe my definitions are flawed. Maybe I need to find better ways of explaining what I'm saying. I'm prepared to accept that as the case goes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't trying to rub salt in the wound, I would say that open with this is not meant to be scientific, and I don't think you should ever challenge anyone other than maybe, in your opinion, them being closed-minded. But then the original case to me was that it's not scientific, and I feel like I've bent over backwards to try and see that where is someone being.
You bent over backwards to make sure that the G block doesn't take an L. and I applaud your efforts.
How can we listen? We can't take an L for like for example, like if someone said, "Oh, this is a viable form of research for this and this reason and whatever," and it made sense to me. How do I lose? I can't lose if that if I say
no, the only way you lose is if you don't investigate the research. You may investigate it and draw a completely different conclusion from what I drew, and that's entirely plausible. It's entirely valid.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understood, because obviously I had my chief researcher and come back with shapes here, scientific method read the article, or do at least some research into the claim you're making. And I remember he came out and said it's basically, but actually no, online, and you read the article, and it's basically, from my understanding, string theory, some kind of pattern in some rune or something. And
stop, because you're not doing it justice. So yeah, let's leave that. At the same time, though, I do appreciate that man went and read the article. Although the fact that Scientific Method actually slated the article that we hadn't read for a good month before reading it, I'd imagine that his perspective is at least biased.
No, but
at least for the sake of shaving his own face. So yeah.
Yeah, we can't. I'm not a scientist. I know fuck all about science. There is theists like William Lane Craig knows a shit ton more about cosmology, and he has deduced from his cosmological understanding that God definitely exists, and all the evidence points toward God. Now, I couldn't necessarily refute him. So, as far as like the science goes, if he tells me something about science because he's a theist, it doesn't embarrass me.
No, cool. I get that, innit? And again, as I've said, I don't have a conflict with any of the scientific discoveries that come out about the nature of the universe. I harmonize with them. It's not a problem for me. So yeah. So and I think that it's not. It's from a nature-based perspective. If one spiritual.
You deny evolution, Shaka?
Oh hell no. Hell no. Hell no. In fact, within Kemetu spirituality, the term for evolution would be Keperu. Go on.
Can you chat to your boy more because he's bugging up, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm leaving that. I'm leaving that to you lot. Do you know why? Because at least because Moore has studied the evolution thing more than I have. Yeah. Whereas that, huh?
Which isn't saying anything, because if he studied it more than you, then you haven't even opened the first page of the book. Go on.
I think I've done it. I think I've opened the first page of the book, but I just haven't found anything that I regard to be. There are certain things in evolutionary theories that I've questioned, and biologists have done the same. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a macro issue with evolution, and a lot of the
basically you don't have some magic storybook telling you that you were made out of clay.
No,
you were made out by a man with two right hands. Who lives
I think the stories that suggest that some of them that do anyway that we were made out of the same substance as the earth or whatever. But that's not necessarily literal.
Yo, I rate how you, but he's not even black like that, you know.
What are you saying? No, but the point is that when it comes, so for example, if I say dingo dingo, and that means life and change, yeah, and process, yeah. That relates to evolution. If I say Keperu, which is actually...
You know what I said? Well, firstly, I said, yes, like what you said about scientific, my man has a story to protect, which is a man who lives in a palace, a wizard who lives in a palace in the sky, creating a man out of clay with his two right hands.
Yeah. No, but again, so if we was to deal with like Obatala in Ifa, they say that Obatala is the divinity that formed, the things in the earth, especially human beings. Yeah, but that's not literal. You know what I'm saying? So in that and as well, the creator doesn't have a full stop. So like creation is continuing. Like creation is always taking place. Yeah, within.
Can I ask you this?
So it's not a problem. Go on.
Yo, take a big grain of salt. Yeah. But considering what achievements you're trying to make, which I feel like I'm quite aware of, yeah. Considering what you're trying to achieve in your lifetime and maybe successive generations, don't you think you should focus a bit more of your time and energy and research into politics and history instead of all this magical bullshit?
I tend to do both. the reason why we look into the magical bullshit is because those cosmologies, and so the cosmology, ontology, cosmology, and axiology are central to all cultures and often are found in their mythologies. Yeah. So when it comes to culture and affirming a culture, you must look into the cosmology, the ontology, and the axiology. Yeah. And because quote unquote religion is the deification of a people's culture, their basic and fundamental understandings of themselves and the cosmos are to be found there. And so that's one reason why we have to start there. But yeah, but all of those things spread out and they inform politics, economics, and so on and so forth. But I tend to be both.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there's far more value in having that kind of expert understanding on those topics than there is. Because while I respect anybody's anybody's sort of personally held belief that they're not trying to promulgate, I still do think that, or prosper the person, I still do think that for somebody in your position, having an expert knowledge in certain, like in politics and history and economics would serve you better in your quest.
No, yeah, man does that still, and as time goes, it just happens that
you know that's about this shit.
Again.
I said, but it has to be detracting because you know way too much about this shit.
Maybe one day, your understanding of spirituality and its role in culture will.
Oh, but you know, like what like my origin story is. Yeah, I ain't read that shit.
No, but it would be important. So I would read it because in the sense of the fact that it's important to understand how those concepts have informed that culture and the development of that nation. Just what I'm saying, like it just makes sense to do that.
100%.
Like,
but what's more value? More value for me to more like I'd say the greatest value for somebody in your position would be learning those languages. Don't get me wrong, like.
But yeah, man's doing that too. So I'm gonna be taking a course in Medjugorje. You know what I'm saying? Learning.
I don't know about that kind. I mean,
at the moment, I'm learning Tree. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, you know,
Tree. Is it Fanti?
Fanti, yeah. And I'm hopefully Swahili. Well, so the languages that I'm on are Tree, Yoruba, and Swahili.
And French.
Well, yeah, I've been on French. I've kind of but I do want to learn it though, because it's practical.
Beneficial, bro.
It's practical. It's practical.
And then all the colonial histories.
Yeah, it's practical. No, but man don't dispute that. But as well, there's a lot of scholarship in French, like African scholarship. That it's mad, like so yeah. So we have to.
France on most of the shit's written in French, isn't it?
Yeah, but most of his stuff is translated to English. There's others that ain't got no English translations yet. You know what I'm saying? Like Mobabingi, Belolo, and them are there.
Senegal, is there indigenous languages in Senegal? I don't know that.
Yeah, Wolof is one. It's probably the largest one.
Sorry. And Lingala as well, isn't it?
That's Congo. But if I was gonna learn, so I'd learn Kikongo over Lingala. It's a more ancient language, and I think
if you got French though, you're a shoe-in to all of the to being able to learn.
No, yeah. I've taken serious steps to learn French. I've just not been consistent.
I know, but I feel like Arabic is a big one to like. I know. See, one of the languages that has no use for Pan-Africanists but has use for a traveler is something like Russian when it comes to like Eastern European states and going through the former Federation, the Soviet Union, and that. Yeah, mm-hmm. But there's not a lot of black people there, so But Arabic is the equivalent in the sort of North Africa and Middle East or whatever, and technically all over the world now, right? Even in Europe. But you could actually help Africa, speak to Africans or whatever. So Arabic is an important one as well, I think.
Yeah, I've figured that, and I think that there are some people that need to learn Arabic. I'm just not one of them. You get me? Like I'd love to have a scholar of Arabic, you know what I'm saying, that can inform me on certain things in certain levels of research, but I am not taking the time to learn Arabic.
I think Arabic is a hard one though because of the word again? It's the teaching the word, man. You know, like the character. What do you call that again?
Say that again.
The script. Sorry, the script. Because of the actual complicated nature of the script itself.
Yeah.
Like some of these African languages, they have at least they're using like Latin and Greek characters, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and some are trying to get out of that as well. So we'll see how it goes. But some actually are actually saying though that we don't even need to change it because the Greek script is not even the Greek script.
I mean, arguably, it has to come from somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah, so you know, so that's that. You get me? Yeah. So yeah.
So yeah, it's nothing to achieve, but great chat though.
Of course, my G. Of course. You know what I mean?
Come on.
But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to my housework.
Come on, my brother. Good luck anyway.
Yeah. Peace out.
Hey, listen. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, let's try and never do this again, man. I prefer agreeing with you. Can we just the black? Oh yeah. Also, do you know one thing I want to have a debate with you on one time?
Go on.
Not now, but following that debate we had with that discussion we were having, and James SC said what he said. You know, what percentage do you think? Africans are responsible for what happened to and in Africa currently?
What's happening? We're entirely responsible for changing our situation. We're not entirely responsible for the shaggy, but you know what I'm saying, like when it comes to what needs to be done, it's all on us, really.
No, my argument was black people, because I'm not stupid. Like I hate when people are saying we're 100% responsible. Like it takes two people to have a fight. You know what I'm saying? It's not even if you caused the fight, if you got knocked out, it wasn't just your fault that you got knocked out. Someone else had a part to play. But I'm saying we're not less than 50% responsible for what has transpired over the period.
All right, when you say what's transpired, that's different. I think that anyway, that's another conversation another time. I firmly believe in calling the devil and calling out the devilish, you know what I'm saying, intentions. Fundamentally, I think that when people are victims of devilishment, I think we have to be careful in terms of how much we blame them for the wicked acts of others. Complicity is one thing, you know what I'm saying, and them kind of things there. But I think all peoples are susceptible to fall prey to certain levels of, you know what I'm saying, destruction. So
I'll put to you, so I'll let you go after this.
Yeah.
And I wrote it in the chat, but you're only close to me. You're trying to see the messages for you yet. But what my man said was there was nothing you man could have done. That's what James said.
I understand his statement in the context of the political and social situation in Africa at the time. I think his statement is hinged upon the fact that there was not a unified kind of common kind of Africanness or blackness.
There's truth to the statement that if someone comes to a conflict, and we're talking a lot about Machiavelli and the art of war with B2 and Imani back there. Like I said, I made the statement and they disagreed with me vehemently, probably like you. And I was talking about preparation and stuff, and I'm like, whose responsibility is it for preparation?
But again, so then now we have to take into consideration: did people prepare? What methods did they use? To try and protect themselves, defend themselves, fight against this thing. You see what I'm saying? And I'm saying that unless we get into that conversation and analyze that properly, then we're not really in a position to make an assessment of whether what
they could have. I'm saying if on the off chance that the conclusion is that they didn't prepare well, then whose responsibility is that? The person that's taking advantage.
Yeah, evidently, bro. Like preparation is always to prepare ourselves is always our responsibility, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the people then was wicked and terrible and evil, and all them something there. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I think that's just the case, and I also think that there's a lot of it's a long history in it. Yeah, at that point in time, Africa was fragmented, and Europe was unifying under the Catholic Church. Yeah, so there's all kinds of factors to take into consideration, and plus the fact that it took a long time for it to get to that point. Yeah, So it's I remember one time we as a child, like we asked my dad this question one time, and he said it's like, you know, you're trying to build you're trying to create a chair, and you're screwing this and you're screwing that, and every time you walk, you go for lunch, someone comes in and unscrews a piece of this and whatever, and you know what I'm saying, and you sit down in the chair and eventually it falls apart. It's just what I'm saying. It's like, you know, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? When you're building something, to destroy is much easier than it is to build it.
Yeah, of course, of course.
You know what I'm saying? So when you're dealing with, so bear in mind now, you're dealing with people, some of them that were migrating because of environmental factors or invasions that never got time to settle in you know what I'm saying, and develop in their environment. They weren't prepared at the point at which these invaders came. They weren't prepared for it. Yeah. You know, because their society was just recovering from whatever disaster this was, and now they were met with this. Is it fair to say, well, you didn't prepare it? I don't know. I don't think it is. Like, unless we're taking into consideration all of the factors in that scenario.
I think there is responsibility in taking responsibility. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, hear that. Well, like I said, right now, the responsibility is on us, innit, to do what we got to do. So I think we can agree on that, innit?
Listen, I'll let you get on.
Yes, family.
I think I need to meet up in a second anyway. So.
Yeah, cool. Bless up. Peace.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm leaving, when you come back, you know, to come sing tune again, innit? Go on.
Yeah, right. Come on, run spirit, man, right? Yeah, it's joking. Yeah, man. So, yo.
So did you get anywhere, James?
Yeah, you there still,
I'm
Robbie?
just listening. I'm here. I'm just wondering if James got anywhere. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But he's on mute still. I think he did something, yeah. So I was going to ask you if you have any understanding on evolution.
No, it's not really my specialty. I'll leave that to James SC. He's far more knowledgeable on that than I am, and other people, of course. There's lots of other people.
All right. So basically, me and Brother Moore was going through. Like, I got a video on my channel, on my other channel, on the Global Waivers. Yeah, it's got like why evolution's a fact. Yeah, and then in one of the pages, it shows the transformation, like the evolution of a whale, basically. Yeah. On another one, it shows the evolution of a horse and some other bits. Yeah. So, but we was discussing some parts of it. Yeah. And there was a diagram where there was one part where the animal had legs, yeah, and then the next part it had no legs, yeah, and then that Moore was saying he wanted to find out if there was animal or any skeleton steps between those two steps, you know, like the in between steps of when it had legs and when it didn't have legs. But I was saying that they could have found it, yeah, but they're probably trying to show the major changes in the evolution rather than the actual every single phase of the change, innit?
Yeah, that's probably true. And also, fossils are incredibly rare. With the fact that we find, quote unquote, such a lot, you have to take into account how many animals have lived and died, right? They estimate that 95% of the species that have ever lived have lived and died. And obviously, it's been billions of individual animals. So the number of fossils based on the number of animals that have lived is incredibly rare. So it could be they just haven't found, you know, one that's sufficiently in between those two, for example. So, but again, you know, there's a lot more to. I read a little bit about not paleontology. How I don't know, I can't remember the name, but how you put the bones together, and they can tell, like with a human or with our common ancestor, just by the skull, right? They can ascertain where in the more or less where in the lineage this would fit in, right? Based on the way the neck connects to the skull. Because as you go further back, it tends to be higher up, in other words, towards the back of the head. And as it evolves, so the neck connecting to the head moves further down until it's underneath, like it is like us, right? So they don't need every single part of a fossil to be able to determine what it is and likely where it falls within the range. But again, people like Jerry Coyne, because I don't know if you've got him, he's written a book on it, and there's many others, P.Z. Myers, there's lots of evolution biologists, there's even religious ones, right, like Kenneth Miller and Francis Collins. These are Christians. They fully accept evolution, macro and micro, which is just that's not a term, that's not a biological term, right? That's just a term the religious brought in. So they fully accept all of evolution.
Sorry, Rob. And Lido, that's not a serious term. That's only a term that people use to say anything that someone can prove to us in front of our eyes. We're just going to say that's microevolution, and then anything that describes the origins of species and stuff, we're just going to say we don't believe in it. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a young Earth creationist, or if you're a creationist that doesn't accept science or doesn't understand it, then yeah, you're going to reject anything, right, that goes against your narrative. But if, as you've kind of alluded to, James, if your narrative is so esoteric, so non-concrete, then you will welcome any discovery, because any discovery you can just assume under your worldview. But the more accurate your worldview is, the more chance it can be falsified, and the more, the better understanding and the more accurate your view of the world is. But the danger is that something could be falsified in your view. Now, to keep yourself safe, you can just withdraw from that. You can use esoteric terms, and then you can, broadly say, yeah, I love science, or whatever the case is. And some religious people sort of go with that, right? So that they, can't be pinned down, or whatever the case is. So, it depends which way you want to go. Or you get the other, where they're very specific, but then they'll reject any scientific discovery that comes up that would falsify their view.
Yeah, so I was going to ask another question, but you already asked it about the micro evolution. Is that an actual thing, or is it just, because I would say I didn't think there was no such thing as the two different terms of evolution. I thought it was just there's an evolution.
Yeah. As far as I understand, it's not a term that's used in the academic literature. It's more of a religious term that refers to small changes within a quote kind or species, depending on which religious person you're speaking to, and then a change between a species or a kind or whatever, right? That would be macroevolution. So most theists accept microevolution, i.e., that like a dog can become another dog, that can slowly change. But the common, very poor response is, well, a dog can't become a non-dog. Well, of course it can over a long period of time, but they reject long period of time. Or if you're a very smart theist in that field, you fully accept evolution, but then you've got the difficulty of trying to square that with your religious view. So then you have to take a view that the Bible is, or the Quran or whatever, doesn't accurately portray evolution or creation, right? And then you can kind of split the difference. So it depends which sort of theist you are.
Yeah, man. So what was I gonna say? Slipped my head, man.
So I think we can kind of move on now from this whole spiritual thing. I think I'm satisfied that we just don't have a clear answer. Everybody's got their own idea of this. It's too vague. There's no clear falsification criteria. It's also not clear enough what it is and how we go about establishing it. And I think all we've heard this week is those sort of vaguish claims that want to appeal to science in retrospect to say that that's what they really meant by spirituality. And of course, I don't think anybody who's thinking carefully and critically is going to accept that line of reasoning. You put forward that criteria, tell us what it is, how we can either confirm it or falsify it. Now you've got a hypothesis that's worth looking at, and the fact that it answers some question rather than it's just something that you like or because people didn't understand how to more accurately describe the world. Then you've got something that we can really put our teeth into. But if it's something that doesn't seem to answer any other questions other than people's, ancient people's views or your emotional state, you don't know what it is, you can't tell us how we can discover this thing, and then you just appeal to sort of random scientific things as to maybe this will demonstrate what you can't actually explain, and then you can go, that's what I really meant. See, science has shown it now. And all along, they didn't really know what they were talking about, but this is what they really meant. And there we go. We've now got a spirit of soul. No, that's not going to work, right?
Man.
Yeah, I think we just move on from this now.
So, scientism. If there was such thing as scientism, what would you say would make someone a follower of scientism?
Well, I think if we take scientism to mean the promotion of science as the best or only objective means by which a society can determine what's called normative or epistemic values, and that it's often like a derogatory position, right? It's like a position that suggests that science is trying to answer questions in domains that doesn't apply. Then for somebody to be, to be a follower of scientism, they'd have to sort of meet those criteria. And part of that, I think, is this term of normativity. You might have heard of it. And basically, it's the idea that in human societies, we designate some actions or outcomes as good or desirable, and others as bad or undesirable, impermissible. That's kind of what normativity refers to. So if you're somebody that says that science can do that, and that it's the only means to do it, then you'd probably be you'd sort of be under the rubric of scientism. I don't know many people that are. I think many people misunderstand the term scientism. And so if you appeal to science as a highly valid method of determining a great number of things in our world, then somehow that's conflated with scientism. So it depends how somebody defines it.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me? Yeah. I asked the question, and you are maybe hell's greatest advocate. Potentially you are the greatest advocate in hell, right? So I'm hopefully you can see it from their perspective and you can answer it. So science, I would argue the scientific method is the best way of establishing truth or fact in the physical reality. So truths and facts that are consistent with the physical reality. So physical truths, if you like, physical facts. Yeah. What other method could you use?
Yeah, I think I would agree that it's certainly one of, if not the best. I guess you'd employ reason or like a philosophical approach. You could have experiential, but I don't rate that as high as science, because whatever your experiential thing is, you could be mistaken.
No, not science. So I'm saying the scientific method is the best method. Sorry, is the method I understand to establish truths or to establish truths in a physical reality. Yeah. So
yeah, now I think that's a layperson.
Yeah, go on.
I think that's a layperson's way of saying it. Not to say that's a bad thing, but if you ask scientists, they will say that science doesn't proclaim truths. It proclaims tentative conclusions. However, that's a very, very generous statement, and most lay people will misunderstand that because while the conclusion is not, quote, absolute, that tentative conclusion is, depending on whatever the field of science is, a very high probability of being the case.
Okay, so in your opinion, what is the truth then, for example, hypothetically?
Okay, well, there's two parts. One is the ontological, that is, what is the truth about reality? And I think there is truth to be known with a capital T for ontology, but our ability to know it, so our discovery of the truth, I think that's always going to be tentative because we are fallible beings, we could be mistaken. So when I say truth, if I talk about the truth, then I would be saying that which is likely to be true, i.e. with a high probability based on certain criteria, and science would be certainly one of those criteria, one of the best.
So if I was to say, what was M.A. Brown said, I know this table is real because I look at the table, for example. Yeah, I know. So I know that if someone would say there's a table in your living room, it would be true. For example, that's a truth statement. There's a truth value ascribed to it. So I would ask you, how would one establish whether or not that was true? So that is some kind of phenomena existing with some kind of phenomena or some kind of some kind of action or some kind or something true within a physical reality that can be demonstrated, yeah? Or forget, sorry, that's the tautologist. Forget can be demonstrated. How would we establish if something is true in a physical reality? Or something is a fact, or something is objectively real?
Yeah, so I guess the reason I'm sort of hesitant is because having looked a little bit on the philosophy side, it depends what view you're coming with, right? If we're talking from a layperson, then you would say, yeah, the table is a fact. If you
Okay,
were coming from
material, you know, because I see what you're saying. Forget abstract, material. So in a material reality, how do we find material proofs in a physical reality without the scientific method?
Well, I think you're always going to, it seems to me you're always going to use the scientific method in some form, i.e. if you're going to do anything other than assert that the table exists, i.e. if you're going to bring somebody else in, you're going to use some measurement or equipment, then you are employing the scientific method. I'm not sure how you would do it without the scientific method. I mean, you could,
right.
I suppose the only thing you could do.
I kind of spun myself. Did you say spin yourself into a yarn? How do you say that? Anyway, you know what I mean? I kind of made that far more complicated than it needs to be. The point I was trying to establish is how, when describing the physical reality, and if you don't know, how can you, what better method is there without appealing to science or appealing to scientific experiments? What else can you do?
I suppose you could only use reason, but you could only use reason based on your understanding of the world around you. How do you understand the world around you? Best understood, I guess, with the scientific method. So they kind of go hand in hand.
But reason is the scientific method, because it wouldn't be reasonable.
Well, it underpins it. Yeah, I mean, it underpins the scientific method. You wouldn't not use reason. It's like a criteria to use the scientific method, right? You have certain presuppositions.
Hey, Belly, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Belly, you still there?
Oh shit.
Oh, you're off mute, by the way, man.
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah, because the screen keeps freezing, man. So I got to like go off the screen and come back on. Yeah, so what you gonna say, brother?
No, I was just gonna say that the reason I asked that question earlier and the reason I'm asking Rob now is because it seems the only way that you can possibly be susceptible to scientism is if you're using science and scientists' proofs to prove something in the abstract where you don't necessarily need science. So if there is a philosophical argument to be made, or something that exists that's entirely an abstraction, or one of these Platonic understandings that witness seems to have, and you use science to validate it, that's more an example of scientism than explaining some phenomena, some material phenomena in the physical reality, and using science, which is, as we've all agreed upon now, the only method of obtaining material proof of anything.
Yeah, I suppose depending on the definition, right? If you try to use science in a metaphysical discussion, that somebody could argue that it's unwarranted there, and that they might accuse you of using science. So if you say, "Hey, I don't accept anything that can't be proven in a metaphysical discussion," and by proven I mean some.
Well, you dropped off there, boy.
Yeah, I'm putting a shift to this. I was gonna hit the roast. I was gonna go do squats at my bridging judge still. He's got a little gym set up. Yeah, but I ain't even trained all today either. Kind of fucked up. I think I'm just gonna wait till tomorrow.
Sorry, man, I hit the wrong button there.
Are you back?
Yeah. I think one of the things here, James, to do with this is if somebody's accusing people of scientism, understand what do they mean by scientism? Are they using an acceptable definition? And then we can ascertain whether somebody is, straying, is caught in that definition, or whether they aren't, right? So I guess it depends what it is, because I think there's confusion around that term.
Let me ask you this then, Rob. Yeah. So if me and James, for example, are saying like we don't believe actual wormholes actually exist, but because there's a working model that makes it a possibility, it's got like it could likely be true. Does that mean that we're following scientism?
No, I think wormholes are a prediction again of general relativity. So it's not as if somebody just woke up one day and said, "Hey, let's do this." One of the things, among others, like time travel, is predicted by general relativity. Whether we're in a position to actually ascertain that or not, that isn't the case. But if you say, "Hey, I believe that it's possible," and somebody asks you, "Why do you think it's possible?" and you say, "Hey, well, general relativity, one of its many predictions, something that we can't yet, actually ascertain, is something like a wormhole or time travel." I wouldn't say that's scientism at all. No, I think that's just you're saying something is possible based on it being part of a very, very well understood and extremely well tested scientific theory. And to be a scientific theory like general relativity has to pass the most stringent of criteria, right? So once you get to that level, predictions there, whether they can be tested or not, are certainly plausible until they're shown to be implausible. But at the moment, neither of those are the case. So to say it's a possibility, I think, is entirely fair, and there's nothing wrong with that, as far as I can tell.
I've got one more question as well. So if they're witness brought us the test that, well, like a hypothesis that a guy's trying to find what he gives a definition of a soul, yeah. So, but we were still saying, well, I personally was still saying that I sort of didn't believe in souls. Yeah. Is that scientist? Even though the guy is using a scientific method that we agree with, is the best way of finding out what the soul actually is. Is that scientism that we're saying, or that I'm saying, that I don't believe in a soul or whatever a soul is?
No, I don't think so, because the soul isn't clearly defined. So whatever this guy's investigating, if we had a guy on the show here, for example, whoever the scientist is, we'll say to him, "Okay, what is it you're investigating? What do you mean by soul? And how is this investigation going to show us that such a thing exists?" But the important part for me really is, what is the soul? Because I think, as was conceded to earlier, at least by Moore, which I think is an honest one, this definition can mean many different things to many different people. So, for example, with general relativity, right? Somebody is not going to quote quantum it's not going to quote quantum mechanics or Newtonian mechanics and confuse it with general relativity. Whereas with the idea of a soul, this guy could say, "Hey, I'm looking for the inner essence of a human being," and I think that inner essence is it's based on mathematical code. The first question I'm going to ask is, why should I accept that there is such a thing as an inner essence? Right?
Why,
and now he would have to speculate around that. So because even if he found whatever he found, what gives him the right to label it a soul when everybody else is labeling whatever they want as a soul? What makes him the kingpin in terms of this idea? Because it's such a vacuous idea, as opposed to many other scientific theories, he's got a lot of work ahead of him. He can do experiments, he can come to conclusions, but to then label that a soul without being very clear ahead of time what the soul is and getting good reasons for other people to accept it too, I think is going to be problematic. So I think it's entirely reasonable for us to reject claims of science investigating soul, because we don't know what a soul is, we don't know what clear criteria there are to investigate a soul, and so both of those things are just too esoteric. And so we need broad agreement on what these things are. How do you test them? And most importantly, how do you falsify them?
Can I ask one last question, yeah, in the pursuit of fairness, yeah? So what if I believed in a soul and I was searching for people conducting scientific experiments which show that there could be the existence of a soul? Is that scientism?
So you have an idea about a soul, and you're looking for an experiment to confirm your idea. Is that scientism?
Yeah.
You're looking for, no, but I just think that that's kind of the wrong way around, right? I don't, that's why I say this scientism claim is often
seemingly confused. It's not a term that I would label somebody with, anybody really, very easily. But I think what you just quoted there is somebody coming up with a conclusion and trying to find a way to validate it, instead of coming up with a valid idea of what this hypothesis is, how do we test it, and what's the falsification criteria. Because it almost sounds like it's religious, right? The religious start with God, and then they look for reasons to confirm it and reject any reason that would disconfirm it. That's the exact opposite of science, right? Science is, here's a hypothesis. We're going to go look out into the world to see whether we can falsify or confirm it. We're not going to start with the end goal and then try to work our way back to it such that anything else that doesn't fit it is ignored. That's kind of the wrong way of doing it. But I'm not sure that I'd call that scientism either, to be honest.
Okay, so realistically, yeah, well, I asked you the 3 questions, yeah, because the third question, the last question, was me accusing witness of being someone that's following scientism. But the first 2 questions was of witness accusing me and others of following scientism, innit? So I thought, instead of me saying who the questions was to, let me ask the questions and see what answers you'll give or whatever, innit?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it depends on how you define scientism, but if it's part of using the applications of science in unwarranted situations that is not applicable to the scientific method, then you could say that somebody is doing science. But again, one would have to agree what the application of science is and what are unwarranted situations. If you can get agreement on that, then you could say to somebody, okay, you are using scientism. But I think so you'd have to back up and get agreement on that. Otherwise, somebody's going to reject it, somebody's going to claim it is, and you're probably not going to get very far. So it's like, not really, I'm not going to, I know of the term, but I'm, even to the religious or the non-religious, I'm not going to accuse somebody of being, with scientism. What I am going to suggest, though, is that they have conclusions that they are looking for science to back up. Now, if it is a scientific, within the scientific domain, that's fine. But if you can't even define it clearly, or how we go about doing the scientific method before you start looking for it through science, then I think it's backward. Now, actually, that could be scientism, I suppose, broadly construed. I'm a bit more careful of claiming that other people are doing that. Because I think we need much better agreement. I just think that some people have got a conclusion that they want a scientific explanation for, but they are just not clear on what it is that they believe and how we test it. And so they then want to hang their hat on something that maybe in their mind somehow relates to what they think they're talking about. And all of that, as you can hear, is very broad, it's very messy, and it's just unclear, right? But that's, again, like a strategy for some people, is to keep it unclear, because then you can incorporate some scientific discovery and later on say, well, that's what I meant by my unclear thing. I just wasn't clear, but now science has shown me, and that's what I really meant. And obviously, I don't think any of us would accept that.
Yeah. So I'm going to put a link in the private chat, yeah, of the website where I got the information from, first of all, about the consciousness, yeah. So we was talking about consciousness for a bit, and I read out what someone's hypothesis on how consciousness was created or evolved, and then but it didn't have a sort of maths equation or anything in it like that, yeah. For something that's saying studying the evolution of the brain, would there be a maths equation that they would need to input into that?
Well, I don't think a maths equation is required for a hypothesis, or indeed for some verification of a particular claim. If you can employ maths in some way, again, remember what maths is, right? Maths is the application of like an abstract concept on the world in such a way that it's incredibly reliable. In some numeric way, I guess would be a way of putting it. If you had some math equation that somehow you could, but I think what you need is to predict the equation ahead of time. Otherwise, you could retrofit an equation in that says, hey, look what this says, and that refers to this. And I'm always very hesitant of accepting stuff like that. So I don't know that you need a maths equation to demonstrate something. Yes, maths is very helpful, but is it the case that we have this for everything, or indeed most things? Probably not. In some fields of study, it's what we work on, right? Theoretical physics maths. But that doesn't apply to every field of science.
So I think the reason why Witness asked me that, was because when we was talking about spirit souls or wormholes, I was saying that they have an equation for what the wormhole of how the wormhole could work and what it could look like and what the possibilities of it being. Yeah. But I was saying there's no like working model or equation or anything like that for what a soul is. Yeah. So is that a fair question?
Well, again, you see, we're not clear on what a soul is. And remember, again, wormhole is a prediction based on a hypothesis. They didn't know that wormholes could exist. I mean, maybe somebody hypothesized it, but it was never part of general relativity in the beginning. That hey, general relativity is we've got this idea of wormholes. Let's see if we can make general relativity fit. It just came as a result of general relativity being tested and better understood that, hey, this is a possibility. So is time travel. And I guess what we mean by time travel is traveling back in time, because obviously traveling forward in time is a no-brainer. We do that already. So presumably what it means is either changing time or traveling in some way, quote, back in time. And that's all predicted by this, but it didn't start out that way. So if somebody said, okay, here's what a soul is, here's the way you go about looking for it, and here are some equations that predict that this thing that I'm postulating will be found, and here's the way to go about doing it. Now I think they're playing the scientific game. Then that is an entirely justifiable scientific endeavor. But if we can't be clear on what it is, how we go about establishing it, and what sort of mathematical equations might predict it, then we're doing it exactly the opposite way around. And I think that's mistaken and the opposite of how most science is conducted, as far as I can tell.
So that's sort of what I was asking, probably in less words, But also with the guy that Witness was presenting as doing the test for the soul, for what the guy gave his own hypothesis or definition of what he thought the soul was and how he was going to find it or whatever. So his definition, he was trying to use the scientific method to obviously prove his findings or whatever. So I was like, it's obviously it's acceptable for you to lean with what he's saying, but every time you sort of say something about a soul, I keep cutting in to explain that the soul that you're talking about and the Abrahamic soul, or the general speaking understanding of what people think is a soul, is not the same two souls that the experiment that you're talking about is being carried out for.
Yeah, I think that's another problem, right? If somebody is saying, hey, here's a guy that's doing some sort of experiment and he's got a definition of a soul. Well, like my question is your idea the same as his idea? If it is, can you give a rational account of why we should accept that idea as opposed to the myriad of other ideas out there? If your two accounts are different, well, why are you bringing him up? Because if in fact his idea of the soul became a well-accepted idea and it was shown to be the case, then presumably if it's different from yours would be falsified.
Yeah, that's right, man.
But I think the biggest takeaway for me, Valley, is that we cannot get a clear definition of what a soul is and why that definition of the soul is the one that people should be using. If we could get those two things, now we have something on the table that we can talk about, that everybody can investigate or can look at and go, okay, is there a way to determine if this thing exists? And what question does it actually answer for us? But until we get those two things, I don't know.
Is it fair if Witness understands his own definition of like what the guy had given for a soul, is it fair for Witness to have his own understanding of what a soul is to when he's debating about it and not give a definition of it? Or is that sort of being disingenuous or do you know what I mean? Or is that just being sort of honest with ignorance?
Well, I think if you're pointing to somebody and saying, hey, here's a guy that's doing some investigations, like then you want to know, do you agree with his definition of the soul? That's like the first question to me. Do you agree with it? And if you do, why? If you don't, why? and how close is his definition to your definition? Because let's say that he shows, if that was possible, that a soul exists by his definition. Does that falsify your claim, or does it confirm your claim? So we need to know all of these sort of questions before we even look at what this is. And importantly, why should we accept this as the best explanation for what a soul is, given the many options on the table? Tell me why your one is the superior one to everybody else's. And I think that's a very difficult bar, right? Because now we're not going to, it's going to be very difficult for somebody to justify why their idea of a soul is superior to a religious idea or some other idea, right? Because there's so many different ones. So I think, and that's part of the reason I would answer, Veli, why didn't we take the scientific investigations into this seriously? Precisely because everybody has their own definition, everybody has their own criteria, and I don't know that anybody has falsification criteria that are reasonable, that can be met, that they can say, do you know what, it's been shown that my idea of assault does not exist. I think it's so vague, no criteria to really, and most importantly, it doesn't look like you can ever falsify this claim. And so with all of those criteria being so vague, somebody coming along saying the science is investigating, well, what are they investigating? Some vague name, some subjective claim about it? And let's say they say that, yes, it exists. What question does it actually answer in our reality, other than this subjective term has been shown to be the case? What does it tell us about us or whatever the case is, right?
Sorry, Robbie. There was another 2 questions witness asked me. I can't remember them exactly, but still, I did want to ask them to see if it was me that was acting up, or if it was witness that was acting up still. But I can't remember exactly what the question was. But witness, do me a favor, bro. Will you type out the 3 questions that you had for us in the chat, or scientific, if you remember the 3 questions that witness posting for us about the consciousness that made me go to the, after I read out the paper, then yeah, you sort of cool to get some of those answers still. But yeah, it was more like questions to do with like, is there any sort of experiments or anything that I know? So I think one of them was misquoting. Yeah, so I've sort of just remembered was that there was an analogy in there, yeah, that the neurons are like politicians in a crowded room trying to get voted for, and whoever's got the loudest voice gets to shout or whatever, or gets to do the action or something like that. Yeah, so the loudest neuron fires off or something like that. It was like, how was the guy able to make that analogy? Like, what experiment was done for him to come to that conclusion? But I was saying that, well, it was like a metaphor. The guy was given a metaphor to simplify the understanding of what the neurons was doing in people's brains when you like take actions, like say when someone shouts behind you or whatever, or if you see something in the corner of your eye that's flown past you, or you know, like you hear something behind you or to the side of you. You miss a bit of shit on the floor because you literally just quickly saw it when you're about to step on it or something like that. So like,
yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to there, so it's difficult for me to comment on that because I don't know what it is that you're referring to with neurons and that metaphor.
Well, so. Exactly, it was because it was. I read out. Yeah. I'm going to put the link in the private chat again, yeah, for a paper that was explaining what they thought the evolution of consciousness was, yeah, and they was given an example of neurons firing off in the brain, but they said it was something like it's like I'll tell you what, yeah, let me read it because that'll be easier, innit? If I actually read what the quote is, because they've got it. Anyway, neurons acting like candidates in an election each one shouting and trying to suppress its fellows. So it was like, how did they come to this conclusion? Like, what experiment was carried out to come to this conclusion that these neurons were like candidates in the election trying to be elected? But I was saying, obviously, I didn't get to finish reading the whole paper in it, so I didn't see what experiments they did carry out. But I was saying that it was more like a metaphor of like to explain what the neurons do when your brain's taking action in some sort of certain thoughts or whatever.
I mean, it could be. I mean, yeah, you would have to read the paper. I don't know if they are appealing to like some view of like a selection criteria or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, James is here, so I don't know if he's know more about it. Hey, James.
Hey, guys. Yeah.
Hey, big up, bro.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me, kind of why I think Veli's right that yeah, it's a metaphor, but to answer kind of sort of I think Witness's question of how would they experimentally know that metaphor is appropriate. So yeah, I have some understanding of like the answer to that. Like, kind of biologists kind of look at the structure of neurons, and they can see that kind of each neuron is connected to thousands of other neurons through what are called dendrites. And they've been able to tell by observing sort of neurons closely, not necessarily in humans, but in other animals where you can sort of cut things open and like look at it carefully. Like they've been able to observe that when neurons kind of send sort of neural charges or nerve impulses, let's call them, kind of along their sort of long sort of strands, that each time it kind of reaches the end of a strand, it will kind of sort of also kind of go down some of these dendrites that are connected to all these kind of thousands of other neurons. And so that can in turn kind of, it can either sort of activate or excite some of those neurons that it's connected to, or it can actually work to kind of inhibit any nerve impulses that those other neurons are kind of transmitting. So you get kind of, so the fact that kind of these neurons are kind of connected to thousands of other neurons, and they can sort of work to either kind of boost the signal of another neuron, or kind of dampen and inhibit the signal of another neuron. That kind of makes it seem kind of appropriate to say, oh, it's almost like sort of people sort of, I know, at an election kind of voting for a particular outcome, and it's like each neuron has one vote, or that's why it can make sense to like kind of talk about it in those sorts of loose kind of metaphorical terms. So yeah, that's how kind of biologists would sort of investigate it and check whether that's an apt thing to say. I don't know if Witnesses are satisfied with that though.
He's too busy arguing with scientific method in the chat, man. So he might not have heard you, man. But yeah, like I say, man. Was you listening to the show earlier on today?
Yeah, for a while. I kind of tuned out a bit when it got into this sort of rabbit hole of, like, do we have artificial intelligence already? I felt like Banksy was being a bit obstinate there, because people mean when they say artificial intelligence, they mean like a kind of general sort of fully thinking, conscious artificial intelligence, rather than just like, you know, some YouTube video recommend the algorithm or something kind of like trivial like that.
Like basically a human robot that can basically do everything a human could do as a robot form sort of.
Yeah, like that's what people mean when they say like, oh, we haven't solved artificial intelligence, or we don't understand artificial intelligence. Okay, so,
or even have a full grasp of what consciousness is, sort of thing. Would you say that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like kind of consciousness is even less clear, or there's even more sort of understandings of what that means compared with artificial intelligence, because yeah, I sort of view consciousness as kind of like a scale where like kind of most animals with brains at least probably have some degree of consciousness. Like dogs will have some degree of consciousness, and then kind of like even like lower animals, like kind of insects, they have like sort of a kind of neural network with some neurons kind of loosely associated. So they probably have like, some very primitive or something vaguely approaching consciousness. It's just like a kind of sliding scale in a way.
Yeah, it did sort of explain that as well, and say that I think it was invertebrates have a different sort of consciousness than vertebrates or something like that, or one way around or the other way around. And it was sort of explaining on that the evolution of the part of the brain that sort of is making that awareness decisions, isn't it? Like, so, if you hear a noise, or if you're searching for something, or sort of stuff like that, man. So I'll put the link to the thing I read out in the private chat though, James, like in time, if you want to have a sort of look at that, man, and if there's sort of any, I don't know, any mistakes or anything that needs highlighting in the future or whatever, if we could go through it at another time, or even now or whatever.
Sure thing. So what was
learning about? Yeah, sorry, go on.
What do you think kind of mean when they say, "Oh, you're following scientism"? Because I don't really understand kind of what that means.
I didn't. Yeah, my own personal meaning, I thought was that you just basically blind follow anything the scientists say without. So if like when we was talking about wormholes or whatever, or even the possibility of time travel. So if a scientist said it's possible for us to do time travel, we would just be fully just agreeing with it, just because a scientist said it. He's not provided no sort of working model of how it would look or anything like that. Just blind following in it.
Mm-hmm. Did you kind of push back, or because it seems to me that like even if people do that, that's sort of infinitely more sensible, I think, than any other type of sort of blind following based on like religion or faith, because scientists kind of demonstrate every day that their enterprise of scientific discovery and research has a validity, because like from them following the scientific methods so far, they've been able to produce our modern world and our computers and our inoculations and medical thing. So they've proven that like kind of this enterprise they're embarking on has merit, and it's kind of worthwhile trusting them, even if you kind of don't really understand it. It's like probably the most sensible or kind of type of thing to have blind trust in. Like what would possibly be better than having blind trust in science, other than perhaps like blind trust in your parents or something like that?
Well, yeah, I don't know, man. But what James did ask a question, like, what if it's not the scientific method? Then what is the best method of coming to?
You've muted yourself.
Yeah, you might be busy there.
Kids in there. So
don't worry. Yeah, I think that's a good question. Like before the scientific methods, kind of human knowledge accumulation was basically kind of trial and error. But like in a sort of I know it would be like the kind of it'd be like, I know if you had like a civilization or a tribe, all the elders would like pass on the accumulated mistakes, and along with that wisdom, they'd also pass on some sort of superstitions which kind of might be wrong, but also kind of prevent you from taking the risk. So I know if like one person kind of dies eating some berries, then the tribe might say all berries are poisonous, when in really kind of it's only one particular type of berry that's poisonous. And so kind of that would be the kind of thing that would get passed on as kind of knowledge before science. And so that still had like some benefits. We're still able to like find out some basic things through that kind of process. But obviously actual science is kind of like an improvement on that. It's a more effective way of finding out the truth and manipulating our environment to our advantage.
Yeah, and I think scientism, you know, if you broadly construe it, it's where people suggest that your only method is the scientific method, and you ignore any other method. Now, I don't particularly ignore any other method. I think reason underpins science, and sometimes in philosophical arguments, you don't appeal to science. So if you're using some sort of transcendental argument or whatever, you're not going to appeal to science. But even then, I think you kind of are appealing to science in the idea that you have a model of reality, and that model of reality is informed in some way by science. And I think I've always kind of remembered what Phil said, which is that good philosophy does need to be informed by science, because if your view on philosophy is something like the claim about nothing, right, the term nothing, you know, previously, 1,000 years ago, they would have said, yeah, nothing is like a vacuum. But now we know that a vacuum isn't nothing, or if a vacuum is nothing, well, then the vacuum is a bubbling brew of virtual particles and universes coming to existence from that nothing. So, you know, and if people have been consistent and kept with that version of nothing, well, now we know that nothing gives rise to something, you know, but now that philosophical version of nothing has changed, or it's changed over time, right? Because what they thought was nothing, the absence of everything, that idea just doesn't seem to be something in reality in any way. And so I think philosophy does need to be informed by science in some way. But I think, you know, I think the claim with scientism is that, hey, you know, you guys will only accept scientific claims, you won't accept everything else. And that's not the case. I mean, if there's another reliable method or something else where science can't or isn't as good, and we have another reliable methodology, I'm all for it. I think most of us would be the case, I'm guessing, as well.
Another part of the scientism accusation was that we're willing to accept the possibility that there could be wormholes, but not willing to look into the possibilities of what the guy was looking at the research for the soul. That we're willing to trash that research, or no one didn't trash it. Like, to be honest, no one didn't say it was bullshit or whatever. Making a point of saying that the research that the guy was looking for as a soul wasn't the same thing as the general meaning of what a soul was. So it was hard for you to keep calling it a soul and not giving your definition of what you meant.
Yeah, I think that's the reason.
Are you talking about that Nahum guy they were talking about, who was the weight of the soul and the negative entropy and all that business?
Right.
I think there is reason to have less belief or less credence in that, in his work, in his theory. There are several kind of sensible reasons. One would be that, you know, it can if you're, you know, if you're trying to decide how much belief or how much confidence to place in an idea, it can be a helpful strategy to sort of look how qualified the person presenting the idea is. So just like it's sensible for you to kind of trust a doctor for health advice more than to trust a random dude who never kind of finished medical school. In the same vein, this fellow that they brought forth, I think he was maybe an electrical engineer, and you know he doesn't have really any supporting authors, whereas kind of wormholes have been a sort of legitimate kind of concept in theoretical physics that like lots and lots of physicists have kind of, you know, validated or signed on to. Not to say that wormholes exist, but that like, you know, this is a possibility, like this is something that kind of falls out of the maths and we have reason to believe in the maths and those sorts of arguments. So I think it's totally reasonable for a person who doesn't even have any specific knowledge of either sort of wormholes or this kind of negative entropy of the soul business to place more belief in sort of wormholes or more credence, more kind of confidence in that as a concept than to have confidence in this guy's attempts. And yeah.
I guess, James, maybe I can ask you, what do you think either most people or the people that you've spoken to mean when they refer to a soul?
Yeah, most people, I think most people have meant something responsible for our personality other than the brain itself, like something that's somehow ephemeral or eternal, or that will exist even if you totally mashed up someone's brain. Kind of somehow the soul would still be there. So if it's just a personality which arose due to the brain structure and would be totally changed by changes in the brain structure, then you aren't really, that doesn't really map onto anything I know by common usage of the word soul. It's like normally something ephemeral in some way, something kind of spooky.
Yeah, because I've spoken mostly to religious people, so I'm kind of the same view. Obviously, there's other people that have different views, but it's always struck me that it's something that is, quote, immaterial and kind of either envelops or is attached to or inside the body. Whatever this thing is, doesn't seem to have any effect on reality. But then, like you say, when people die, they want to claim that while everything else decays and stops functioning, whatever this thing is, it's almost like, I imagine it to be like a ghost that's floating about. But it's not a ghost that you can physically see, but it's something like a ghost, I guess, that's floating or attaching itself, or like I say, inside the body, and whatever form it is. When you die, then this thing sort of floats off and goes wherever it goes. That's kind of the idea that I've traditionally had about it.
Yeah. If you
and that's the exact same idea that I had of soul. So when we're talking about soul, I think it's fair if you're given a different definition of it, that you may have to explain it each time you talk about it, because obviously every time you say soul, the general people thinking, or maybe even the people you're speaking to, are still going to keep reverting back to the Abrahamic version of this soul, innit? Like this spooky, scary soul that lives on forever after you die, has your memories and your look.
I think, to be clear, though, none of us, believe that exists. Certainly not the three of us that are here. I'm not sure about Mr. Riggs, but the three of us don't believe that. So whenever somebody, it's like you say, though, Veli, whenever somebody says, hey, I have a soul, or I believe a soul and spirit, my first question is, what do you mean by that? Because I want to know what they're going to refer to. And you know what? Recently, I haven't had anybody refer to it in the way that the three of us kind of, imagine what, or have spoken to people before, right? It's so vacuous and esoteric that we just can't get a handle on it. And they'll appeal to certain terms, but not to what it is in reality, right? So it might be, it's like emotion based, or it's the core of your being. Well, what does that mean in reality? I mean, what is the core of my being? If I just look at a human being and go, what's the core of a human being? And if somebody says a soul, I'm like, well, what is that? How do you know what a core is? Is the core like, your spinal column? Is it something else? Does it mean the center of a person? If it does, why are we invoking this other immaterial thing? How is this necessary to life, and how can we demonstrate whether it exists or not? And that's the difficulty for people that believe this, right? And then they want to appeal to science with the 21 grams, and most people kind of realize that's a bad experiment, although they'll mention it in passing for some reason, as if maybe just to suggest that, hey, science is looking into this. Well, what is it actually looking into? Presupposing that this soul has mass. Well, if it's immaterial, meaning that it's not composed of matter and energy, or certainly not of matter, then it wouldn't have any mass. So that wouldn't be an experiment, right? So if you define the soul as X, whatever X is, it's made of dark matter and it should weigh X, or whatever the case is. Now you've got something you can go, okay, let's see if we can measure this, right? Not that dark energy is being detected, but if it was. But if it doesn't have any mass, then trying to weigh it is kind of futile, right? It's completely the wrong method. But again, in 1906 or whenever that experiment was done, the guy had no clue what was well understood in science. So he thought a soul might have some mass, and that's where the whole 21 grams. Now, most people would accept that even if there is a soul, it very likely doesn't weigh anything, in which case trying to measure it is a complete waste of time. So that's why it's important again to define what this thing, how.
Hello? Cut out.
Yeah, you cut out.
He's on mute. He probably got a phone call. But I was going to ask as well, yeah, about wormholes and time travel, because obviously this is now being put to if you believe there's a possibility of a wormhole, you now must believe that there's a possibility of time travel, Back to the Future style. So do you understand anything about the possibility of time travel, the way that the guys that are talking about wormholes are defining it?
I have most often heard about wormholes as kind of connecting two different parts of space more than kind of connecting kind of backwards in time to forwards in time. I also think that you know, when we say kind of like it's possible, kind of, you know, maybe because that can be kind of interpreted as meaning kind of like we're saying with confidence that it is physically possible, but we aren't actually doing that. So like it could be that wormholes are totally impossible. Like rather we haven't like we don't know yet. Like we haven't, like the science isn't like fully settled. So that's a more accurate way of saying it.
But like you say, James, right? It's got a definition, which is it connects 2 points in space that traditionally would need to be traversed in a much longer period of time. So yeah, I'm of the same view as you. A wormhole doesn't mean that you have to travel backwards. It's simply like a shortcut, for want of a better word, through maybe another reality or through our dimension in a way that's, you know, maybe quantum mechanical, who knows, whatever it might be, that vastly shortens the time or distance that one has to travel between one point and another.
Yeah, I mean, they might be referring to some physicists' kind of theoretical work, which presents a model where maybe there is a model that someone's thought of where there is a special type of wormhole that does in fact kind of connect 2 points in time. But you know, just because someone's kind of, you know, come up with a model kind of doesn't mean that that's necessarily the case. So it's, you know, it's kind of theoretical at this point. It hasn't been kind of tested or observed. So there you go.
So yeah, is it fair to say, like then, when people are talking about sorry, Rob, yeah, when people are talking about wormholes and time travel, they're not talking about the Back to the Future time travel sort of Marty McFly is going to go back to, I'm going to go back to 1960 and make sure all my family's rich forever and shit like that.
Yeah, like I mean, like as far as I know, it normally kind of just means kind of like two places in space. But you know, maybe there are some kind of physical sort of some physicists have kind of done some theoretical kind of made up some hypothetical models where there is some sort of Marty McFly style it can actually go back in time as well, but I don't know of it, but that might be something that they're actually referring to when they say those sorts of things.
Yeah, because I didn't think they was referring to that sort of stuff. I thought that, like you're saying, they was referring to the 2 points in the galaxy being connected together. So instead of taking the scenic route, should we say, where you travel past different galaxies to get to this next part or whatever, you'd be able to, there'd be a wormhole that was connecting the two sides. Doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be able to travel through it or things will be able to go through it or whatever, but it would still sort of be connected at both sides or whatever.
Yeah, that's definitely the default meaning of like wormhole. There's nothing about kind of what's the word, like contemplating the model of wormholes. That means you have to kind of contemplate also kind of traveling through time, like and that's a necessary part of the idea of a wormhole.
Yeah.
It also says here with time
man.
travel. I'm just having a quick look here. It is uncertain if time travel to the past is physically possible. Forward time travel outside of the usual sense of perception of time is an extensively observed phenomenon, well understood within the framework of special relativity and general relativity. So that's going forward in time. However, making one body advance or delay more than a few milliseconds compared to another body is not feasible with current technology. As for backward time travel, it is possible to find solutions in general relativity that allow for it, such as rotating black hole. Traveling to an arbitrary point in space-time has a very limited support in theoretical physics and usually is connected only with quantum mechanics or wormholes. So that's interesting. But like I say, the Gotten-Lee model actually proposes closed timeline curves, which is a feature of general relativity in which you can go back in time and the universe can create itself. And like I say, I was there when Skydive interviewed Richard Gott, and he's got an entire paper on this, obviously pretty advanced theoretical physics, but it doesn't violate the laws of general relativity or quantum mechanics. And his collaborator in China, Lee, is an expert in general relativity. Together they put forward the Gotten-Lee model, as it's called, where this universe can create itself by circling back in a closed timeline loop, like literally in a circle going back on itself to create itself. And I've read it out here before, and I've even got it highlighted, like the very small version of it. So here's just like a snippet. Here's like 3 sentences of it, right? It's, can the universe create itself? J. Richard Gott the third and Li Xin Li is the other gentleman's name for this. And they say, we explore the idea of whether there is anything in the laws of physics that would prevent the universe from creating itself. Because space-times can be curved and multiply connected, general relativity allows for the possibility of closed timeline curves, CTCs, thus tracing backwards in time through the original inflationary state. We may eventually encounter a region of CTCs giving no first calls. Now, obviously, it's a hypothesis at this stage, but the whole thing is, does this violate general relativity and quantum mechanics? And they suggest not. Is there a lot of evidence for that? Well, that's a different point of view. I don't think there's a lot of evidence in that direction, but it hasn't been falsified, and therefore it's plausible, at least at this stage. I've got the whole paper here, but understanding it is, yeah.
Is witness fair in saying that when people talk about wormholes, they possibly could be talking about Back to the Future sort of travel as well?
I don't think that's a fair thing to say.
You don't think it's a fair thing to say?
It doesn't seem to be, from what I just read there, right? It doesn't seem to be plausible, certainly not with current technology. And the little link that I read there said, well, you know, time travel, quote unquote, backwards doesn't appear to be feasible, but it's not ruled out. And certainly with the model that I've put forward with Gotten-Lee, which is something that's more advanced than what I first read, it's certainly not impossible. It's plausible at least, but it's, as they pointed out, forward time travel, quote unquote, has been observed according to them. And I actually heard something like that else when I was listening to somebody who was teaching like basic Einsteinian and general mechanics for people like me, like a lay sort of person. And they mentioned that as well, going forward in time has been observed, but not backwards in time.
Yeah, I've Googled like, does a wormhole allow you to go backwards in time? And it does seem to be an idea that you know, physicists have proposed. Like, what one of the articles that came up says Newsweek.com, and it quotes Ethan Siegel, and he said kind of within the realms of Einstein's general relativity, a person could travel through a wormhole and go back in time. But, you know, they're probably paraphrasing him, so he probably would have put on a lot more kind of like, you know, talking about a hypothetical kind of solution or that kind of thing. So rather than kind of saying, oh, this is definitely, you know, physically, this can physically happen. We know that this can happen in the universe. Like, this is possible. He's kind of, it would be more like kind of, oh, you know, the relativity could potentially allow for this, kind of like this might be, you know, this isn't barred by general relativity, that kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah, I think that's a good way of thinking of it. That it's plausible, but is it probable? Probably not at this stage, certainly by our understanding, but it hasn't been ruled out.
But then, so to ask the question again, yeah, is it fair for witness to accuse people who say that black holes are a possibility to say that they sort of feel that traveling back in time is a possibility as well?
No, I don't think that's
Did
fair.
you say black holes? Did you say black holes?
Black holes, so wormholes.
Oh,
No,
yeah, I mean, black holes have essentially been observed, right? We have photographs, although blurry, of the rotational state, a very close one. I don't know if you've seen it earlier this year or late last year, right? So they photographed the best photograph we have of a black hole. Obviously, you don't see the black hole itself, but you see the very bright ring around it, and they photographed it in such a way that's much clearer. It's still blurred, but much clearer than we've ever had in the past. So black holes, appear to be a very, very strong candidate for existing, and normally at the center of universes, etc., the supermassive black holes. But wormholes, well, so what's your thing? Is it plausible to think they exist? And what was the rest of it?
Is it fair for witness to accuse people that say wormholes are a possibility for him to say that they think that time travel, like traveling backwards in time, like Marty McFly, is a possibility also?
Well, when you say possibility, it's like, I mean, it's plausible. I don't know if that's synonymous with possible. It's plausible. That's all that general relativity seems to say, is that it's plausible. But time travel forward has apparently been observed.
When they say wormholes, do they say wormholes is a possibility, or it's just plausible?
I don't know, what did James read there? It sounded like it was more sort of very couch language of being plausible. Not, in other words, not impossible, would probably be a way of putting it.
Yeah.
But if somebody said, hey, is a wormhole, is it more likely that if a wormhole exists, you would, quote unquote, go forward in time? Then the answer is yes, you probably go forward in time. And I suppose what we mean by forward in time is accelerate much faster than you would without that, by going from one place to another far more quickly than you would, possibly even quicker than the speed of light, right? So if there was a wormhole between here and the next galaxy, and you tried to travel from here to the next galaxy at the speed of light, and the wormhole took you there in like 100th of the time, right? You would essentially get there much faster than the speed of light, but you wouldn't be traveling faster than the speed of light. You'd simply be, making a shortcut from here to there in some way.
And it would be 100% fair for a witness to say, like, because, so what one could say kind of, wormholes are plausible. That doesn't necessarily mean, by saying that wormholes are a plausible possibility, you don't have to necessarily allow for wormholes that kind of, go back in time, Marty McFly style. Kind of, it could, one like plausible possibility is that kind of there might be wormholes, but those wormholes kind of like Rob said, only kind of go sort of they don't allow backwards time travel. Like they're just between two sort of linked places in space and the same sort of area of time. So like you don't have to admit. I don't think it's kind of, it's not a logical necessity for, if wormholes exist, then those wormholes have to like kind of take you back in time. But that's
more likely they take you forward in time, if anything, right?
Yeah. But it also isn't like entirely unfair of witness, because clearly, like we've just read, kind of there are sort of physicists who kind of believe that travel backwards in time wormholes are plausible, but I don't think they're kind of like, that's not the only way that the wormhole sort of theory manifests.
So I guess, but the main point is that these are all plausible. And why are they plausible? Because they are, what's the term for it? They are plausible given general relativity and an understanding of general relativity. And that's the reason. It's not as if somebody went, you know what, I just like this idea of whatever, and so I'm going to make it up. you know, it's one of the potential predictions of general relativity, which is why scientists talk about it, look at it, etc. Now, if there was a theory about souls and predicted a soul, and we knew what it was and how to test for it, and we had a falsification criteria, then of course we'd be probably doing some scientific research into that. But because we don't know what it is, and everybody has their own definition, and we don't know how to test for it, it seems, you know, if I'm charitable, it seems not to be the best use of time to try and bring science to bear on something that isn't clear what it's supposed to be or how to test for it.
Yeah. All right. So I was trying to think
Answers
of
in the house, so he can just give us the no bullshit version.
I just wanna I was trying to think of a fair statement, yeah, to say against like wormholes versus souls or spirits, yeah. And I was like thinking, because wormholes have a model that could be proven to be true if all the conditions are met, which souls and spirits don't have the conditions. Like there's no conditions that could be that you could put together to say, if these conditions are met, then we may have a spirit or a soul. Is that like a fair statement to make?
So
I was trying to think of something.
Say it again, Billy. Say it again.
So because there's if the conditions are met, the right conditions are met, yeah, you could experience or see what a wormhole could possibly look like, but there's no conditions that could be met for us to see or measure or experience what an actual soul is.
I don't quite agree with that, because I think that we could have evidence to give us kind of reason to believe in a soul, like all these kinds of all these kinds of like I'm a spirit medium, and I can sort of communicate with the dead. Like I think there are sort of ways where you could like someone could do something that kind of wouldn't be kind of very likely or possible by conventional means. Like I know if someone says like, I'm a spirit medium, and like, look, I can gather the spirit and I can make the spirits levitate, like in that's seen from Ghost. Like I can make look I can summon the poltergeist into this room and make things kind of, and it's the spirit moving, kind of, that like someone could like that. I think that would give us reason to believe that we should place more credence into this idea of souls now, because like even though someone could say, okay, fine, the lamps and